Chapter 1 The Wolf-Inth Boy. Reading Guide to Vintage Beast Taming Narrative, featuring Gaysingolf protagonistico appears later, with the central element being a spiritual pit, and not invincible. Mistakes are welcome to be pointed out, but guidance own writing and appreciated. Since it is written in the style of pet charm, it resembles tang sankaming through the internet confronting it. Dark clouds obscured Thesky, and distant hunder rumbled ominously, while flashes of lightning, as thick as giant serpents, danced wildly within the clouds. In the dense forest below, a colossal wolf raced forward with astonishing speed, and upon closer inspection, a figure was precarious like perchage upon its back. The person was drenched in blood, hair disheveled, and beneath the tattered regiments, gruesome wound scood be discerned, with flesh grotesquely rolled back. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, he maintained new bright posture, steadfastly cradling Theswiddled infant in his arms. Theswiddling clothed was soaked through, either with Themon's blooder tato fanather, revealing a small portion of the infant's rosy face, blissfully asleep. The man leaned down, pressing agent Lekistof baby's forehead, murmuring, "Myson, I am de Plizeratoi Ormother, Antonuel." Suddenly, the great wolf Camito and abruptholt, forehead lay a Shercliffe, towering Goverandred Mettershai, beneath which reel the treacherous Roshasha sea, own off to four forbidden realms off to one spirit continent. Spirit Master, there is no path ahead. Theomenis rum believed hundred over closer from behind, and a lut determination filled Themonses. He dismounted from Thwolf's back, embracing Jit's neck in a final farewell. Schwangyue, yin trust Misantoi. Thwolf Sajur Rice shimmered with Zerawat understood Themon's intent, four thighs was ironly coas. Lowering it shed, it bent his forelegs in azalim gesture, declaring, "I vow to protect thee and master with my life." Themon bound Theswiddled infanto Thwolf's with his spiritual power, tearing away his torn garments. Upon Hish's Leonie besingen majestic wolfemblem, unmistakably resembling the great wolf known as Schwangyue. Ash moved, Avastand intricatezel vermaja churky unfurled beneath their feet, placing a shange upon Thwolf's head, harroward, really Sethabond. The silver majachurkle trembled violent libo foreshadrin into countless specks off silver light. Themon spit a mouthful off blood, Thwolfemblem and Hishist replaced be deep, bone deep wounds. With tears brimming in its ease, Thewolf called out, "Spirit Master." Themon produced a long spear, planting it stip firmly in the ground to steady his faltering body. Wiping the blood from his lips, urged Thwolf, "Flee." Thethendurus lita bovuus noeminent, and the sound so force and scriscodominously. Thwolf cast own last lingering glance at Themon, then leaped off the cliff with Theswiddled infant. Beneath its feet, Iselica steps materialized, and upon reaching the surface of Thesia, it conjured a path leading Pentathyro Shashasi. Themon watched its figure receded into the distance, wrenching a spear from the ground and turning Tofus thurlentless purser closing. The dark cloud sparted, revealing Gonarmyoft Hunderik less composed, doff Spirit Master saw fifth rank on above, descending upon Themon with a ferocity, illuminating Thworldina blinding white a light. Themon cuffed up blood, flinging Gispir, declaring, "Let him show you what type me and stow to me God." The serpent-like Kepidern saw on his back cry the dace a golden magicircle, spanning 1,000 meters, manifested in midair, forcefully suppressing the silver lightning of Tethinderigligen. A massive lightning patterned serpent, stretching over 100 meters, sprang forth from the formation, devouring the leading Hunderigal Zenoneswift motion. 9 rank. His disdained spirit pathasexually broken through an inner rank. Sunlight filtered through tealish foliage, casting dapled pachesso fly to pont the thick carpet of fallen leaves below. From thunderbrush beneath the canopy, rapid rustling sounds echoed, suggesting something was movings weaved lie through the forest. At a land slender boy sprang forth from Thuas thighgrass, racing ahead, seeming to pursue the unseen force. With a thunderous crack, a mighty tree was shattered, and a massive shadow burst forth from the thicket, hotant the boy shields. It weighs a fully grown wild boar, robustandifty, weighing at least 4 to 500 pounds, its glossy, dark bristle is thick and formidable, with tusks protruding like small arms, clearly acrotronato betrifled with. All obstacles in its path were a ruthless limashade sides huel boar, with its bloodsheddies, fix it dont the fleeing boy, intentonana highlighting Theodatium and Hoderidicolingiat. The born with remarkable speed and agility, deftly maneuvering through trees, avoid in Jakov T. Bor's violin charges with uncanny precision, displaying no tracio fanic. Seemingly, hein ten dead talid the Bortos, Pacific location, and Japan reaching a flat clearing, has suddenly halted and turned to first oncoming beast. Thuil Bor, caught off guard, hesitated, puzzled by the boy sudden stop Washiziking's demise. With a sudden skid, the Bor cautiously Kamato halt, its front hoofs impatient, lie scraping the ground, hot breaths escaping its nostrils, contemplating whether Thishman harbored. Yet, the intelligentsia ordinary beast, sis often limited, and the Bor could not suppress its fury it charged forward in Smurry, it shoves bounding earth. Its harp tusks gleamed with a menacing sheen, promising devastating injury should they connect. In the face of the charging wild boar, the boy exhibited no sign Sophie are fixate intently on a very movement of the boar, gauging the perfect moment to strike. Thought the boar's bullcronderetta clumsy, its full speed charge was not to be underestimated, closing the distance sane mere breaths. At the opportune moment, just as the boar was about to collide with him, the boy to fly sidestepped, drawing gas hort blade from Mislievi with precision, plunge into the side of the boars. The blade found its mark, piercing the boar's carotid artery, and a torrentiform, crimson blood erupted forth, splattering the boy's sung kissed with streaks of scarlet. Intense in Europe Teden the boar's neck, emitting gay-piercing screech as it shoves, flailed wildly, stirring up cloud softest, while a blood geschefferthen the ground. Theboe, wary of their rampaging boar, suffed distance himself, but the boar, in its frenzy, swift lighter netto carjothamonsmary. In a flash, the boy had no to evade. He grasped the short blade of firmly against this forearm, crossing his arms defensively before hishest. With her sounding crash, the boar's formidable to skeletted with the blade, emitting jd finning clangakin tunnel upon metal. The boy bristled himself against the impact, sliding back several tertia tremining steadfast. The short blade of vibrate in his grip, resonating gas the majority of to force a dissipate against the surface. After the fierce clash, the blade remained intact, clearly a remarkable weapon. Shaking off the numbing sensation in his arm, the boy brushed his fingertips along the blade's edge, which seemed to respond, a sharp glimmer slicing through the air. A glint of silver shimmered forth, akin to scattered stars in a clear night sky, aptly named Chienching, or thousand stars. The boysolent light Hank had this parents for leaving him, this blade without he might have lost both arms in the trinit encounter. Thuil Bor, enraged and undeterred, charged again, frothing gathermouth, blood spilling from its neck a sipper down at the boy with reckless fury. Yet the boy chose not to engage instead. He turned and sprinted across clearing, eviting the boar an arc. In its furious state, the boar's strength had obbled, making close combate perilous. Moreover, with its major terreno severed, it tooled soon bowled out, rendering further effort to necessary. As the frenzied creature continued to lose blood, its speed began to wane, swaying gun steadilibo forfanaliko lapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. The earth was near lie so keyed in the boar's blood, the pungent centofuron permeating the air, yet the boar remained unflinching Gesha stepped forward through Timire. With only breaths left in its lungs, the boarla motionless, and the boy swift litter with short bloody cross its throat, mercifully bringing Ganon to its suffering. His movements were practiced, indicating he had performed Thysic countless times before. As the boar sly febbed away, its instead fiantiestless their spark, and just as the boy prepared to dridge it away, rustling sound submerged Donsmer from the thicket. He swiftly raised discazy toward Sorsiof de noise, yet this time, instead of wariness, a glimmer of fury sparked in his eyes, revealing his knowledge of the approaching presence. With steady footsteps, a colossal wolf emerged from the shadow soft trees, its imposing form standing at least 3 meters tall at the shoulder. Thuil Bor, previously formidable, now appeared diminutive in comparison. Thwulf sko twasis switius now, adorned with a leerof silvery furt hat glimmered under the soonlight, and accarescent moonmark graced its forehead, exuding ganera Feligan nobility. This magnificent wolf was distinctly different from Thuil Bor, not merely in species butiness and Sethibor was primal and savage, while Thwul possessed intelligence and emotion, gazing at the boy with warm hand kindness. Confronted by the formidable wolf, the youth displayed no signs of trepidation rather, as malagracidus lips, accompanied by a hint of eagerness for praise sheiks claimed. Shuangyue, have captured a magnificent wild boar. The wolf, known as Shuangyue, spoke with the voice of a mature man. Have witnessed said Italian master. You have ima de great strides. Thegriat wolf approached, Laurinjit shed to lick the bloodstains from the boy's face. The youth embraced the wolf's neck, rubbing his facey against its tick fur, feeling Gaz thought he faded from the hun thad being completely elevated. Listening to the boy's contented sighs, Shuanju sparkled with mirth in his regard. The and master resembled his master, both relishing the comfort of burying themselves in its fur. Once had finished savoring the moment, the boy lifted his gaziki the great wolf and said, Shuangyue, in 3 days is shall venture to the town to perform the ritual to summon Midistines for a beast. Upon me return, you will surely reveal Thomas the truth of my lineage, will you not? Thwolf did not respond immediately, falling into a moment of contemplation, but ultimately acquiesced, Ishal, young master. Chapter 2 The Destined Spirit Beast. The warm, golden ray soft heasitings and kissed the treetops as twilight approached, and the great wolf, clutching the wild boar, escorteth from the woods. This forest was not extensive, and the spirit beasts inhabitant jit were generally of mode's strength. With the wolf current lieth the 5th year, it was marathang capable of fraining supremite his domain, as noun where a beast's dered twang true upon their path. Upon reaching the forest's sedge, Thwool paused and relinquished its grip on the wild boar ahead lay the village, and shoot the villager scatch a fit, unnecessary complications which really ensue. The boy grasped the boar's forelegand, with a vigorous sheave, hoisted it on his halter. Tone observer, it appeared as thought the boar weighed no more than mere 50 kilograms, rather than the 500 trilited. With a boar secured, the youth still managed to free a hand to offer farewell to Thwolf. Shuangyue, I am returning now. Shall seek you out again in 3 days. Thwolf remained seated, watching the boy's retreating silhouette. Such farewell shad transpired countless times over the Ursenwood, thinketh grown accustomed to them, yet he act time at whiteness the boy's departure, a twin joff reluctant sestered within each yard. A starkness enveloped the lane dant the soon dipped below the horizon. The boy's figure evanished completely, leaving Javin Theliavis the trustled in he's waketo fall still. Only then did Thwolf turn and retreat, dipper in Tothwoods. At that moment, it sees Bremed with profound sorrow, as memory is flitted through its mind. How could it can be the truth of the and master's lineage? Such revelations would undoubtedly be too cruel for a boy. Chushi echoed through Ildbor home, encountering numerous villagers along that. Shao Yi, you've captured such a massive wild boar. This boar Australian or mouse it should suffice for a year. Chushi responded to a cremark, Uncle Sandance, dokomi be me home for a festinother day. Once had walked further away, the villagers continued to catter behind him. The village eki fish truly fortunity heis adopted sona so capable. Even if he doesn't become his spirit master, he will make ye a fighter. I believe if this latest destined for greatness should eat, taint heron co-faith your spirit master, our chu family village would surely fit. Thought he villagerses po quietly, chu she yeskin sin ses aloud. Him to catch nippet soft their conversation. Ha had long understood that the village ekifin is with uerino is biological parents, and thus thereferenced him as an adopted child elicited no reaction from him. The village eka freside in the center of the village, and is chushi center at a tidy farmstead. He called out, Mother, I have returned. His adoptive mother, Lan Fong, emerged from the main room, Harias witnessing upon seeing Thu Ildbor Hekarit. How could you go after wild boars again? You reckless child? Do unit fear injury? Thoth hair words boar approach, Lan Fangaride to assist in unloading the boar. When the hefty creature thudded to the ground, the impact caused earth to tremble. Lan Fangus Bedan began to pat Chu Xiaoya. How many arth died to manage it to bring back such a massive ebor? Are you injured? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hefered a gentle smile, allowing Lan Fang to inspect them. Mother, it's merely a wild boar. How cold to possibly bear it? You truly underestimate Yowerson. Shashathimadi Saruving glare, replying, What doi umi and merely all boar? How did Wang Sanan do plame? Wasit Natal boar thought Gordam? Yuorianla 12 at catching grabbit sore wild chicken sishufficient wiper sea wild boar? Chu Sheis and Ju read the scolding insolence, obediently heeding hair words. Though Lan Feng had a sharp tongue, even if Hahadret turned unscathed, She could not help but continue. Look at you, covered in boar hair. To bring him such a large creature, you could have asked our father to help what if you end up stunned Ted from carrying Jatalon? As he brushed the boar hair from his clothes, shurged him inside, got kanji hour close than as a stick. I wonder where you find such strength. Chu Shaoi complied, entering his room, finally escaping Lon Fang's relentless admonitions, and to sigh of relief. His room was simple furnished a remarkable identity. He opened their wardrobe, which contained only black and grey garments, not for any particular reason, but simply because those colors were more resistant to dirt. Selecting a black outfit, he tossed the soiled clothes into the laundry basket. By them he emerged, Chu Wangshan and Chu Qinjia had returned. Chu Wangshan, the village Echi fan Chu Shou's adoptive father, was known for his honesty and kindness. Chu Qingyao, the chief's biological daughter, was merely 3 months younger than Chu Shaoya. Upon seeing him, Chu Qinjia's eyes sparkled, and she bounced over, linking her arm thruffus. Brother, you were a swampersive. Next time, you want to accompany in your hunts. Chuvia playfully poked her forward with his finger. Haven't it always been impressive? It seems you are just no realizing jit. After brief Butov playful banter, Chu Wangshan secured the borshan legs with ropey and dungatona framedi sined for slaughtering livestock. Patting the bear's plump back, he exclaimed, Eastamidi it weighs around 450 pounds certain lion enough to host a 3-day banquet. In Chu family village, there was a tradition of fat chill demonstrated potential as a spirit master Bethia's off 12. A grand feast would be held to celebrate with theme Tyra village. Thuald bore that Chu Shia had captured to day ways in preparation for the occasion. Generally speaking, fat chilled sparents were spirit masters. The likelihood of teckled becoming Ganiaswell was significant high. While Lan Feng was an ordinary person, Chu Wangshan was a first-year spirit master, and this Chu Qinjia still hated chance of becoming gone. However, Chu Shaya's origins were far from simple. Xuanjui had mentioned that his biological parents were both spirit masters, making his potential to possess spirit master qualities nearly certain. Thus, he had taken it upon himself to capture a through ill-born advents, alleviating some of the burden from Chuangshan and his wife. Chu Qinjia sat as Malstalacide, sitting to watch his Chuangshan butcher, unfazed Bethegru as Sam Saitov slaughtering livestock. She nudged her brother with Harelbo. Brother, what kindoff destined spirit beast do you bond with? Chu She replied, Aspirite p tandit smashed Rican totwin souls, thesperite pits destinius determined at birth. Idisna to matterof miracois. I am well aware of that, Chu Qinjia retorted, immerly wished twandle, limited dreaming. I'd Syra beautiful spirit patevin fit, lack strength, that is of no consequence. Chu Shayeta pit her head with his finger, thwirled beyond Durvalaj eyes no tash tranquil asatepirshur, without strength, how can once a fee garden eaself? Chapter 3. Kinship Chu Qingyao pressed her hands against her head and shot a glare at Chu Shaoya. Brother, you truly lack excitement. All I desire is a beautiful spirit beast of my own. Later, I can contract a more powerful one to protect me, can I? At that moment, Lan Fong emerged from the kitchen, and upon hearing Chu Qingyao's words, she let out a scornful laugh. Oh, you speak so boldly without even knowing if you possess the qualifications of a spirit master. Only a second-tier spirit master can contract a second spirit beast. If you can even become a first-tier spirit master, it will be a blessing for your mother. Chu Qingyao stomped her foot in irritation and retorted. Nymph, how can you look down on your own daughter? I have a premonition that I will definitely become a spirit master, one even more formidable than father. Lan Fong chuckled. Oh my daughter is truly remarkable. She was about to mock her further when she was interrupted by Chu Wangshan's gentle pull. Chu Wangshan, with a cheerful demeanor, said, I see that our Yao Yao has the makings of a spirit master. However, even if you can't become one, it's perfectly fine to marry, have children, and live a simple, happy life in our village. Chu Qingyao pouted, I don't want to marry. None of the boys in our village can hold a candle to even one of brother's fingers. I refuse to marry any of them. Lan Fong shot her a disapproving glance. Aren't you also just a country girl? How dare you look down on others? Chu Wangshan chuckled, trying to smooth things over. Then let our Yao Yao strive to become a powerful spirit master and find a suitable husband in the city. Surely, you will find someone to your liking. After pondering seriously for a moment, Chu Qingyao shook her head. No, No one can compare to father and brother. I absolutely will not marry. The proud father, flattered by the words of his little cotton-padded jacket, couldn't help but smile brightly. Lan Fong, noticing his smugness, playfully chided, "Stop gloating and hurry up with the meat. I'm waiting to cook." Chu Qingyao scampered over and leaned against Lan Fong's back, sweetly saying, "Mother, I want to eat spicy stir-fried pig heart." Lan Fong tapped her forehead, playfully scolding, "You little glutton. You are the one who loves to eat the most." Upon hearing his beloved daughter's request, Chu Wangshan quickly cut the pig heart and tossed it into Lan Fong's basin. Then turned to Chu Xiaoye, "Son, what part of the meat would you like?" After some thought, Chu Xiaoye replied, "Let us add some pig liver to stir-fry as well." Chu Wangshan responded with an enthusiastic "all right," and swiftly prepared a piece of pig liver, mindful that an entire liver would be too much to consume. Lan Fong, with deft hands, soon brought the completed dishes out, while Chu Wangshan had neatly divided the pork into several bowls. Chu Xiaoye assisted in carrying the bowls to the kitchen for storage, and the family washed their hands before gathering to eat. As a few stars twinkled in the sky, the farmhouse was filled with laughter and the aroma of the meal. Chu Xiaoye smiled. Although he shared no blood ties with the Chu family, he understood that family is not solely determined by blood. Being able to share a meal of home-cooked food with them made him feel that this might be the happiest thing in the world. 3 fleeting days later, today marked the day when the village's 12-year-old children would go to the town to assess their affinity for summoning their spirit beasts. Early in the morning, Lan Fong called the 2 children awake and presented them with a set of new clothes. She had begun preparing these outfits 3 months prior, for this was a significant day for the children, deserving of a bit of pomp to prevent the townsfolk from looking down on them. Chu Qingyao wore a stunning blue dress, with flowing ribbons adorning the cuffs, neckline, and waist. Lan Fong had drawn inspiration from the fashionable styles in town, resulting in an elegant and beautiful appearance. Chu Xiaoye, on the other hand, donned a black outfit, but Lan Fong had specially purchased silver thread to embroider cloud patterns at the cuffs and hem, subtly luxurious yet understated. Once they had changed into their clothes and stood side by side, Chu Qingyao lifted the hem of her dress and twirled around, asking, "Mother, do I look good?" Lan Fong gazed at her blossoming children, unable to contain her grin. "You both look splendid. Truly beautiful." It was evident that she had raised remarkably lovely children. If one were not told, who would guess these elegantly attired kids hailed from a small mountain village? Chu Wangshan called from the entrance of the courtyard, "Are you ready? It's time to set off." The 2 answered in unison and stepped out of the courtyard, climbing aboard the cart. The cart was quite spacious, with long benches affixed on either side, capable of seating a dozen people. The beast pulling the cart was Chu Wangshan's spirit pet, a one-eyed cow, resembling a yellow cow but with its solitary eye situated in the center of its forehead. The one-eyed cow was a first-tier spirit beast, not significantly stronger than an ordinary yellow cow, yet possessing much greater intelligence and a gentler temperament. Chu Wangshan's position as village chief stemmed not only from his integrity and sense of justice, but also from his bond with the spirit pet, which allowed him to be considered a spirit master, albeit in a modest sense. As he rode atop the one-eyed cow, he guided it without a whip, simply instructing, "De Huang, let us head to Chang'an's house first." The cow mooed in acknowledgement and began walking towards Chang'an's direction. This year, 8 children in the village had turned 12, including Chu Xiaoye and Chu Qingyao, along with 4 boys and 2 girls. One of the girls, named Chu Qingyu, was the closest friend to Chu Qingyao. Upon seeing her, Chu Qingyao called out, "Qingyu, come sit with us." Chu Qingyu climbed onto the cart and sat beside Chu Qingyao. Noticing her friend's new dress, she spoke with a hint of envy. "Yao Yao, your new dress is so beautiful. It was made new by my mother." Chu Qingyao replied, beaming. "Your hair ribbon is lovely too. Aunt Xin embroidered it for you, right?" Chu Qingyu touched the ribbon on her head, feeling a bit shy. Her father had passed away when she was 5, leaving her to rely solely on her mother, and their life was challenging, often struggling to fill their bellies, let alone create a new outfit. Thus, she only had this new hair ribbon. The ribbon was a beautiful blue base, adorned with 2 vividly embroidered little white fish. Exquisite and elegant, perfectly complementing Chu Qingyu's gentle and graceful demeanor. With a hint of bashfulness, Chu Qingyu offered, "I recently sold some embroidery work, if you like it." I can make you one when I get back. Chu Qingyao linked her arm with hers affectionately. Qingyu, you're amazing. You can earn money on your own. Then I want to hold back. I want one embroidered with bluebell flowers. Chu Qingyu nodded with a smile, secretly glancing at Chu Xiaoya, who was sitting quietly on the other side, seemingly lost in thought and oblivious to their conversation. She let out a subtle sigh of relief, feeling a mix of regret and relaxation. Although they had grown up in the same village, she always felt Chu Xiaoya was different from them, not merely because of his striking looks or his prowess as a young hunter, but due to an inherent aura about him. He seemed like a soaring swan in the sky, with an unreachable distance separating him from her, who stood firmly on the ground. Chapter 4. Summoning the spirit beast. Chujia village was an hour's journey from the town, and by the time they arrived, the sun had already risen high in the sky. At the entrance of the town stood a grand archway, with the characters Qingwu Town inscribed in bold strokes. Chu Wangshan cautioned, "Children, I've told you before, but I must emphasize again. The adults conducting your assessments are sent by the Spirit Master Association. Each of them is a third-tier Spirit Master, as formidable as our town leader. You must be mindful of your words and actions during the assessment. Do not provoke the esteemed Spirit Masters, understood?" The children replied in unison, "Understood, village chief." Chu Xiaoya echoed the sentiment, yet his mind drifted back to what Shuangyue had said. The Spirit Master Association was a vast organization spanning the entire spirit continent. Though established not long ago, it had developed rapidly. Any spirit master could register with the association and reap numerous benefits. The assessment points set up by the Spirit Master Association were located in the town square. After parking the cart, Chu Wangshan led the children to queue up. The square housed 10 assessment points, and a long line had already formed. Chu Wangshan located the assessment point designated for Chujia village and guided the children over. In the adjacent line, a striking young man caught the eye. He lounged on a pearwood recliner, surrounded by 4 or 5 attendants, some holding umbrellas, others serving water, and a few offering fruits and massaging his legs. Clearly a pampered young master from a wealthy family. Wang Zikai, initially bored, suddenly perked up upon spotting the 2 beautiful girls in the neighboring queue. One was charmingly innocent, while the other exuded a delicate grace, each radiating their own unique beauty. Wang Zikai approached them, inquiring, "May I ask where the 2 lovely ladies hail from?" Chu Qingyu, feeling intimidated by his lecherous gaze, instinctively shrank back and tightened her grip on Chu Qingyao's hand. Chu Qingyao, though not fond of the smirking lad before her, maintained her politeness and replied, "We are from Chujia village." Wang Zikai let out a sound of surprise. A humble village, of which he had never heard, was capable of nurturing 2 such beautiful young ladies. Truly, it was as if a phoenix had emerged from a chicken coop. Upon realizing that Chu Qingyao was not the daughter of a wealthy family, Wang Zikai felt emboldened, straightened his back and boasted, "I am Wang Zikai, the young master of the Wang family in town. Surely, you have heard of us. Our family's carriage business is well known in the area." Chu Qingyao merely responded with an indifferent "oh," feeling puzzled as to why he was sharing this information. Seeing the 2 girls unresponsive, Wang Zikai assumed they were simply naive country girls unfamiliar with the renowned Wang family of Qingwu Town. And he continued to flaunt, "My father is one of the 3 third-tier spirit lords of our town." Chu Qingyao remained unfazed, responding coolly, "Your father is quite impressive." Wang Zikai took this polite remark to heart, proudly patting his chest, "I will surely inherit my father's talent and become a third-tier spirit lord." The fact that his father was no more significant than anyone else was lost on him. Chu Qingyao, already somewhat anxious, found Wang Zikai's incessant chatter increasingly irksome. She had no desire to engage with this foolish son of a landlord and merely wished for him to silence himself. Her tone turning somewhat sharp, "Young Master Wang, you certainly have grand aspirations." Hearing this compliment, Wang Zikai puffed up with pride, convinced he had gained Chu Qingyao's admiration, his expression radiating smugness. Chu Qingyu stifled a laugh, thinking how foolish Wang Zikai truly was, unable to discern flattery from sincerity. Just as Wang Zikai was about to continue his boastful banter, a sharp reprimand rang out, "What are you all doing here? Hurry and line up properly." The speaker was a third-tier spirit lord sent by the Spirit Lord Association for assessments, and Wang's servants, not daring to defy him, hurriedly cleared the area of lounge chairs and fruits. The inspector was a personage too significant for even Wang Zikai's father to offend, and although he had not yet finished his conversation with the beautiful ladies, Wang Zikai reluctantly returned to his place in line. Upon seeing the inspector's arrival, Chu Wangshan also deemed it inappropriate to linger in the queue, offering a few parting words to the children before stepping away from the square to await outside. The 10 spirit lords approached the assessment point, dispensing with idle chatter as they retrieved their beast essence bags and released the spirit beasts used for testing spirit lord potential. Spirit beasts are a rather unique category among spirit creatures. They are, in essence, ethereal beings blessed by the heavens, and cannot be contracted with humans. Those who attempt to force a contract or harm these ethereal beings will face divine retribution. While spirit beasts are friendly towards humans, they cannot form contracts, yet they are willing to lend assistance in assessing potential. Chu Xiaoyao curiously observed the spirit beast released by the inspector. Shuangyue had introduced him to many spirit creatures and ethereal beings, including spirit beasts, but this was his first time witnessing one in person. The spirit beast appeared round and fluffy, floating in midair like a translucent balloon, but upon closer inspection, one could see its body was squashed, leaving only a pair of tiny eyes, ears, and a tail. Ethereal beings are scarce and exceedingly rare. Many individuals might go their entire lives without encountering any aside from spirit beasts. However, spirit beasts are an exception, as they can be born in any place rich in spiritual energy, and their numbers are quite plentiful. Even in a remote town like Qingwu, the townsfolk are accustomed to seeing spirit beasts. Despite their abundance, spirit beasts possess only the singular ability to assess potential. They lack offensive and defensive capabilities, dissipating into a wisp of spiritual energy when poked. Shuangyue had once remarked that all ethereal beings possess unique talents or formidable powers, being favored by the heavens, while spirit beasts like these could be considered the rarest of failures. The first individuals in line began their assessments, which were quite straightforward. One merely needed to touch the spirit beast and hold their hand there for 3 seconds. If the spirit beast's color turned white and its transparency diminished, it indicated that the individual possessed the potential to become a spirit lord, with lower transparency indicating higher potential. The process was swift, and within a short time, 2 to 3 dozen individuals had undergone assessment. Finally, in a line 2 queues away from Chu Xiaoyao and the others, a young boy was found to possess spirit lord potential. The inspector ceased his evaluations for that line and led the boy to the center of the square for the summoning ceremony of his destined spirit beast. The destined spirit beast forms an innate contract with the human, meaning that the spirit lord and their destined spirit beast are natural symbionts, requiring no additional contract. The summoning ceremony is not complex. One must first prick a finger to draw a summoning array in the air, then recite the summoning incantation to call forth their destined spirit beast. The boy swallowed nervously, excitement barely concealed beneath his anxiety. He was on the verge of becoming a spirit lord. Following the inspector's guidance, the boy drew blood to create the array, a faint essence of blood hovering in the air, forming a summoning formation. In a clear, youthful voice, he recited the incantation, tinged with a tremor of excitement. Based on the array, with blood as the bond in my name, I summon you. As the last syllable fell, the light pink array dissipated, revealing a white symbol emerging beneath the boy's feet. The inspector sighed inwardly. A mere white symbol indicated that the summoned creature was a first-tier spirit beast. In the world of 10,000 spirits, spirit beasts are classified into 9 tiers, with each tier represented by a different color for the summoning array. From 1 to 9, they are white, yellow, green, blue, purple, orange, red, silver, and gold. As expected, stepping out from the white summoning array was a first-tier single-eyed cow, resembling Chu Wangshan's destined spirit beast, albeit much smaller, akin to one just born. The boy, however, was not disappointed. He joyfully embraced the little cow's neck, realizing that even as a first-tier beast, he might still become the village chief one day. As most individuals lacked spirit lord potential, the assessments proceeded swiftly, and soon it was Chu Qingyao's turn. Their group had tested over 20 individuals, with only 3 revealing potential, and all of their destined spirit beasts were first tier. Chu Qingyao felt increasingly anxious. She had boasted to her parents that she would pass, And if she failed to demonstrate her potential, it would be an immense embarrassment. Chu Xiaoyao, noticing her unease, gently patted her shoulder, urging her to remain calm. Chu Qingyao pressed her lips together, saying, "Brother, if I fail to demonstrate potential, you mustn't mock me." Chu Xiaoyao smiled softly, assuring her, "There are many paths in life. While it would be unfortunate not to become a spirit lord, there are still countless other avenues to explore. Do not fear." His soothing voice instilled a sense of reliability, and Chu Qingyao felt her apprehension dissipate. Surely, her parents would not abandon her for not becoming a spirit lord. A smile blossomed on her face as she replied, "Brother, you are right. Most people do not become spirit lords, yet they still live well." Chu Qingyu silently released the crumpled fabric of her clothing. Though her face remained composed, her anxiety had been simmering beneath the surface. As Chu Qingyu's parents were not spirit lords, her chances of possessing spirit lord potential were slim, yet she longed to become one. If she became a spirit lord, she could escape the hardships of life with her mother and enjoy a better existence, at least ensuring they would have enough to eat each day. However, upon hearing Chu Xiaoyao's words, Chu Qingyu felt a sudden clarity. Even if she did not become a spirit lord, it was not the end. She had already learned to embroider and could earn money to help support her family. Surely, their lives would improve over time. For the first time, when she looked up at Chu Xiaoyao, she felt no shyness. Saying, "Thank you, Brother Chu. I no longer feel nervous." Chu Xiaoyao smiled, recognizing that due to her family circumstances, Chu Qingyu was sensitive and somewhat self-deprecating. Keeping everything bottled up inside was a positive sign that she could see things more clearly now. The two individuals before her failed to demonstrate spirit lord potential, and Chu Qingyao breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped forward, attempting to remain composed, and gently placed her delicate hand on the back of the spirit beast. The spirit beast emitted a sound akin to a chick hatching, and its color began to change rapidly. Its once translucent body gradually took on a whitish hue. Unlike the pale shades displayed by those who had previously shown potential, this time the spirit beast transformed into a semi-transparent deep white. The inspector's expression shifted to one of astonishment, exclaiming, "With that transparency, young lady, your talent is remarkable. Your destined spirit beast should be at least tier 3. He eagerly took Chu Qingyao by the hand, leading her to the center of the square, eager to confirm his assessment. Chu Qingyao was equally astonished. As the inspector guided her along, she felt somewhat dazed. Not only did she possess spirit lord potential, but her talent was also exceptionally high. It was hard for her to believe, and she felt a thrill of joy. She glanced back at Chu Xiaoyao, who nodded reassuringly, casting her a comforting glance. Instantly, she felt her heart settle. Following the inspector's instructions, she commenced the summoning ceremony. The summoning sigils formed from her blood gradually dissipated, and in the center of the square, a massive formation slowly ascended from the ground, covering nearly a quarter of the area. The green light emanating from it signified a third-tier spirit beast. The inspectors from other teams gathered in the square, their eyes filled with astonishment, as they had not anticipated the emergence of a prodigy in such a remote little town. With a remarkable 3-tier potential from birth, the young one's growth prospects were undoubtedly promising. At the center of a considerably more complex and grandiose array than a first-tier summoning formation, a diminutive orb, no larger than an egg, materialized, emitting tender chirps. Chu Qingyao crouched down to cradle the tiny creature, which resembled a chick but boasted resplendent plumage. Its head was yellow, its chest white, its neck green, and its wings blue, a veritable kaleidoscope of colors. Though it was a little extravagant, it was undeniably adorable, prompting Chu Qingyao to nuzzle her cheek against it, utterly captivated by its cuteness. The inspector, utilizing the Spirit Beast treasure book, identified the little creature as a rainbow phoenix chick, a singular light attribute spirit beast, which, though only 3-tier at birth, might ascend to 6-tier in maturity. "Congratulations," he exclaimed, his tone laden with envy, for he himself was merely a 3-tier spirit master, having reached the limits of his potential, forever barred from the threshold of 6-tier. While he might currently best Chu Qingyao through experience, it was clear that her strength would soon surpass his. Oblivious to the extent of her own talents, Chu Qingyao thanked the inspector before joyfully presenting the little chick to Chu Wangshan. Raising her hand for him to see, Chu Wangshan, not entirely versed in such matters, simply recognized that his daughter's spirit beast was impressive and repeatedly expressed his approval. To be candid, he himself possessed rather mediocre aptitude and had never imagined that his daughter would exhibit such exceptional talent. The mayor of Qingwu Town, initially bored as he observed the testing process, was taken aback as the testing neared its conclusion, marveling at the emergence of such a genius. He quickly approached to exchange pleasantries, inviting Chu Wangshan and his daughter to rest at his side. Chu Wangshan declined, expressing gratitude for the mayor's kindness, but insisted that he would wait for the other children from their village to complete their tests. The mayor, undeterred, instructed his aides to bring over chairs and an umbrella, insisting that the father and daughter take a seat. Reluctantly, Chu Wangshan acquiesced and sat with Chu Qingyao. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd resumed testing. Chu Qingyao waved at Chu Xiaoye, forming the words with her lips, "Brother, good luck." Chu Xiaoye responded with a slight smile. Observing their interaction, the mayor turned to Chu Wangshan and inquired, "Brother Chu, who is that handsome young man?" With a simple smile, Chu Wangshan replied, "That is my son." The mayor clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Chu is truly fortunate. Both your children are exceptional. I can only imagine that your son's spirit beast will also be of considerable caliber." Chu Wangshan, a bit bashful, rubbed his head, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to conversing with someone of the mayor's stature, and replied, "I have not expected them to become formidable spirit masters. I only wish for their safety and happiness." The mayor nodded, continuing to flatter him. Indeed, Brother Chu embodies the heart of a devoted father. At that moment, it was Chu Qingyu's turn for testing. She placed her hand upon the spirit beast, which immediately glowed a shade of white, only slightly less intense than that of Chu Qingyao. The inspector was once again astonished. Although this young lady's aptitude did not match that of the previous prodigy, it was still quite impressive. Upon realizing that she too could become a spirit master, Chu Qingyu bit her lip, overwhelmed with joy. Following the inspector's guidance, she successfully completed the summoning, as a yellow array slowly emerged beneath her feet. Causing the crowd to erupt once more, a second-tier spirit beast pup had appeared. Though it paled in comparison to Chu Qingyao's three-tier rainbow phoenix chick, it was still a rarity in Qingwu Town. A small azure snake slithered from the summoning array, and although Chu Qingyu had previously harbored a fear of snakes, she now found the creature charming, as the bond between a spirit beast and its master is profound. She crouched down and extended her hand towards the little azure snake, which promptly coiled around her wrist, resembling a jade bracelet. The inspector identified the little azure snake as a verdant bamboo viper, which, at birth, was second-tier and could mature to 5-tier. The emergence of two individuals destined to become at least mid-tier spirit masters sparked whispers of astonishment among the crowd. The mayor immediately invited Chu Qingyu to join them, leaving only Chu Xiaoye yet to be tested. The inspector led Chu Xiaoye to the testing platform, eager to witness yet another miracle, wondering if this small village could produce another mid-tier spirit master. Chu Xiaoye maintained a calm demeanor. While the talents of Qingyao and Qingyu had exceeded expectations, they did not sway his resolve, as he was prepared to accept whatever outcome awaited him. Before his palm could even make contact with the spirit beast, it affectionately rubbed against him, and at the instant their bodies met, the creature began to glow pure white, surpassing the brilliance of both Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu. The inspector's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The spirit beast had transformed into a pristine white. Could it be that this newborn spirit beast was indeed a high-tier creature? Quickly, commence the summoning, the inspector urged, his voice laced with urgency. As all the other inspectors gathered around, even the mayor, who stood from his seat. Were they truly about to witness the birth of a high-tier spirit master in Qingwu Town? Chu Xiaoye attentively observed the summoning process of both Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, having become intimately familiar with the summoning array. Without waiting for the inspector's guidance, he deftly sliced his finger, using his blood to trace the intricate patterns of the array. The vast and elaborate array gradually materialized, enveloping the entire square, yet the radiance it emitted was merely that of a first-tier spirit beast, a glimmering white light. The inspectors present wore expressions of disbelief. How could such a grand and ornate array only yield a first-tier spirit beast? It should at least be a sixth-tier creature. Chu Xiaoya's face betrayed no emotion. His focus locked onto the center of the array, where an inexplicable connection blossomed between him and the white, fluffy entity at its heart, stirring within him an instinctive fondness and affection. A fluffy ball emerged from the center of the array, its body curled tightly, ears pressed flat, and its bushy tail enveloping it snugly. Forming a round, plump sphere, Chu Xiaoya approached to cradle the little fluff ball. It unfurled, yawning with its tail covering its mouth, stretching its back in a languid manner. It turned out to be a little fox. Its snow-white fur devoid of any blemish, even its long eyelashes were white, save for its strikingly vibrant silver-red eyes. The inspector, who had been disheartened, let out a sound of surprise. This little fox. Could it be an immaculate fox? I have never heard of an immaculate fox becoming a human-esque contracted spirit beast. Could the summoning array for the immaculate fox be so unique? Not only was there no precedent for an immaculate fox serving as a master-esque spirit companion, but their wild population was also exceedingly scarce. The inspector, having never encountered one in reality, finally confirmed its identity after consulting the spirit beast treasure book. With a sigh, he looked at Chu Xiaoya with an air of regret. Your spirit beast is known as the immaculate fox. Initially a first-tier creature. With proper care, it may reach 3-tier in maturity. Strictly speaking, the immaculate fox is not an independent species of spirit beast. Any fox-like spirit beast has a 1 in 10,000 chance of giving birth to an immaculate fox. Some believe that due to the unique birthing process of the immaculate fox, it should be classified as a mythical beast. However, since it can be contracted by humans, it ultimately falls under the category of ordinary spirit beasts. Though the immaculate fox S-tier is low, with diligent nurturing it can only reach 3-tier. Its beautiful appearance and rarity make it highly sought after and cherished by spirit masters. Some powerful spirit masters keep immaculate foxes as pets to showcase their strength. The inspector relayed all this information to Chu Xiaoya, who felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for a more formidable prodigy, yet instead received a visually appealing but ultimately less capable immaculate fox. Nevertheless, while the young man's talent may not rival that of the two preceding young women, it was still commendable, especially considering that the mayor himself was merely a 3-tier spirit master. The inspector patted Chu Xiaoya on the shoulder. The immaculate fox is quite remarkable. Nurture it well. Chu Xiaoya bowed respectfully, cradling the little fox. Thank you, esteemed spirit master. The inspector nodded in acknowledgement, noting that the young man stood out among the other aspirants in both appearance and demeanor. Displaying neither arrogance nor impatience, it was a pity that his spirit beast was an immaculate fox. Otherwise, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless as Chu Xiaoya approached Chu Wangshan and the others. His father patted him on the shoulder, his face beaming with pride. That's my son. The 3rd-tier spiritual beasts, indeed. The town chief has only reached the 3rd tier as well, yet his son has already proven to be quite formidable. After Chu Xiaoya completed the assessment, there were few left to be tested, and by the time everyone had undergone evaluation, 2 or 3 more children had been identified with potential. Among them was the young master Wang Zikai from the Wang family, who also demonstrated aptitude, with his destined spiritual beast being the same as his father's, a wind-chasing dog. Like the pure fox, the wind-chasing dog begins its life as a 1st-tier beast, but can evolve into a 3rd tier upon maturity, making it a commendable low-tier spiritual creature. However, with the presence of Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, Wang Zikai couldn't help but feel a deep flush of embarrassment at the memory of boasting about his prowess to the 2 young ladies prior to the assessments. They truly were the epitome of gifted individuals, and he had made quite a fool of himself. After the evaluations concluded, he hurriedly retreated with his family servant, his demeanor rather dejected. Chapter 7. Unfated blessings. Once all assessments were completed, the testing master approached a few of them, presenting 2 jade tokens to Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu. The front of the tokens bore the 4 characters of Zhuyu Academy, while the reverse side was inscribed with each of their names and places of origin. These tokens served as enrollment identity passes for Zhuyu Academy, allowing the 2 to attend classes free of charge, with a stipulation to report within 7 days. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of their admission. Chu Qingyao accepted the token, her brow furrowing in concern. What of my brother's token? His pure fox is capable of evolving to the 3rd tier. Surely he qualifies for admission as well. Indeed, based on previous years' experiences, in a remote town like Qingwu, it was already a remarkable feat to have 2 individuals capable of reaching the 3rd tier spiritual master level. There were times when not a single candidate met the criteria. Who would have anticipated that this year, 4 children from the town would fulfill the requirements, with 2 of them potentially becoming intermediate spiritual masters in the future? Alas, Zhuyu Academy only allocated 2 enrollment spots to Qingwu, leading to the elimination of Chu Xiaoye and Wang Zikai, whose qualifications were comparatively lacking. Not only did Chu Xiaoye's pure fox rank lower, but its combat effectiveness was also insufficient, rendering it unable to compete with Chu Qingyao's Rainbow Phoenix or Chu Qingyu's Emerald Bamboo Leaf Green. The testing master explained the reasoning behind this decision, and upon hearing it, Chu Qingyao promptly returned the jade token to him. Since my brother has no opportunity to attend, then I shall not go either. Chu Qingyu hesitated slightly at this, before also returning her token, saying, then I shall not go either. Ever since the passing of Chu Qingyu's father, the town chief's family had provided invaluable assistance to the 2 of them. Without Chu Wangshan's support, who frequently transported the embroidery crafted by Lu Qian to the town shops for sale, and the game that Chu Xiaoye often shared with them, the 2 would have faced starvation. With resolve, Chu Qingyu pressed her lips together and stated firmly to the testing master, I will not go. Please allocate the spot to Chu Degu so that Yao Yao and Chu Degu can attend school together. The testing master, holding the jade tokens, could only shake his head in exasperation. This was the first time he encountered individuals willingly forsaking their admission opportunities. If it were children of average aptitude, it would be one thing, but both Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu possessed commendable qualifications, making their decision seem a great pity. Chu Xiaoye, taken aback by the girl's actions, stepped forward. First, he chided Chu Qingyao for her folly, then bowed respectfully to the testing master. Why younger sister lacks understanding. I ask for your forgiveness, esteemed spiritual master. Yao Yao and Qingyu will indeed report to school on time. Chu Qingyao wished to voice her thoughts, but a fierce glare from Chu Xiaoye silenced her. His expression was one of sternness, and though he was usually a gentle and amiable brother, his rare displays of anger carried more weight than that of Chu Wangshan. Realizing that further protest would be futile, Chu Qingyao merely pouted and swallowed her words. The testing master, seeing the issue resolved, regarded the young man with increased admiration. Returning the identity tokens to Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, he noted with satisfaction Chu Xiaoye's nod of approval. Tio remained composed and rational in the face of losing an opportunity at Zhuyu Academy, without harboring jealousy, indeed marked them as individuals of potential. The testing master remarked, while I cannot make exceptions for your admission to Zhuyu Academy, I do have connections at Qishao sect. I could write you a letter of introduction, allowing you to serve as a disciple there. Would you be willing to go? Qishao sect, a neighboring force to Zhuyu City, boasted comparable strength, and even becoming a disciple there was no simple task. Chu Xiaoye, initially taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, quickly regained his composure and accepted the offer. Though neither Chu Qingyao nor Chu Qingyu had heard of Qishao sect, they recognized it as a commendable opportunity. Their spirits lifted for Chu Xiaoye's prospects. Now, Chu Degu has a place to go. The town chief summoned for paper and ink, and the testing master immediately pinned a letter of recommendation, sealing it with his personal stamp before handing it to Chu Xiaoye. Chu Xiaoye received it with reverence, carefully tucking the letter into his bosom. Chu Wangshan, overwhelmed with excitement, expressed his gratitude to the testing master profusely, lacking the formalities of polite speech. The testing master waved his hand dismissively, revealing that his motives were not entirely selfless. Besides his admiration for Chu Xiaoye, he recognized that with the talents of Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, provided they did not meet an untimely end, they were destined for greatness. Thus, he sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with them. The town chief wished to invite the testing master and several members of Chu family village for dinner. But the testing master, eager to report back to the Spiritual Master Association, politely declined. Before departing, he remarked, this year, the overall aptitude of the children from Qingwu town is quite impressive, especially from Chu family village. Upon my return, I will communicate this to Zhuyu Academy, advocating for additional enrollment spots for Qingwu Town in the future. The town chief was overjoyed, never expecting such fortuitous news, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the testing master multiple times. After bidding farewell to the testing master, Chu Wangshan also declined the town chief's invitation, stating, "I must return the children to the village. The parents are awaiting their return. If we delay, they may become worried." Though he was sincere, years of experience as village chief had imparted wisdom. He recognized the town chief's earnestness. "Rest assured, town chief, my children and Qingyu are good children who will not forget their roots." With this assurance, the town chief felt considerably relieved and personally escorted the Chu family village members away from the town. After parting with the town chief, Chu Wangshan led the children onto the ox cart. In their village, only Chu Xiaoye and the others possessed spiritual master qualifications, leaving the other children somewhat glum in comparison. Chu Wangshan chuckled lightly, offering words of comfort. "There are countless individuals in this world. Not everyone can become a spiritual master. Look at me, though I have De Huang. He merely assists me in plowing the fields and pulling carts. Our lives are not vastly different from others in the village. Each has their own fates, and your parents await your return at home. As parents, we do not demand our children achieve great success. We only wish for your health and happiness." Chu Wangshan retrieved a paper-wrapped parcel from his pocket and handed it to Chu Qingyao. "Yao Yao, please share this among everyone. Each may have a piece." This contained the white cloud cake he had purchased from a snack stall earlier. After all, they were still children. A little treat would surely lift their spirits. Upon opening the paper, Chu Qingyao found 8 pieces inside, distributing one to each, including herself and Chu Xiaoye. The white cloud cake, made primarily from white kidney beans, was steamed and filtered through a cloth to remove the skins. The resulting bean paste was mixed with honey and pressed into molds, garnished with sesame seeds on the surface. Soft and fragrant, the white cloud cake melted in the mouth, a delicacy rarely available to the village children. They held it delicately, savoring it bite by bite, fearful of waste. Children's moods are fleeting. After finishing the cake, their spirits lifted considerably, smiles gracing their faces as they congratulated the trio. 3 spiritual masters had emerged from Chu family village, and their fellow villagers felt a sense of pride. From now on, Chu family village would surely be remarkable, the envy of other villages. Chapter 8. Past events. The ox cart took an hour to return to the village, where children with parents had already gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting their parents, the children leaped from the cart like weary birds returning to their nests, rushing into their parents' embrace. In front of the crowd, Chu Wangshan announced the results of the assessments, and everyone congratulated the village chief, having anticipated that Chu Xiaoye and Chu Qingyao would demonstrate aptitude. However, they were pleasantly surprised to learn that Chu Qingyu had also become a spiritual master. "With such remarkable talent, Qingyu's mother, congratulations. With such a promising child, you have finally seen better days." Lu Qian held Chu Qingyu tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. "Good child, you won't need to suffer alongside me anymore." Chu Qingyu offered her mother a handkerchief to wipe her tears, assuring her, "Being with you has never been a hardship. Our future will be even sweeter." At that moment, Lan Fong had an arm around one child, her smile radiant. "Truly, my child is a testament to my nurturing. How did I become such a good mother?" Chu Qingyao turned her head away, evading her mother's touch. "Mother, you've tousled my hair." After a thorough ruffling, Lan Fong released them. "You must be hungry. Let us head home for a meal. I've prepared a grand feast for you." Chu Qingyao clung to her mother's arm, playfully saying, "But what if my brother and I hadn't demonstrated any aptitude? Would you still have prepared such a feast?" Lan Fong playfully poked her nose. "Of course I would have. Even if you two hadn't tested well, would I simply throw away the food?" Chu Wangshan caught up to Lan Fong, exchanging a few words with her, and she nodded in agreement. She approached Lu Qian and Chu Qingyu, saying, "Sister Qian, why not join us for dinner tonight? Let's celebrate the accomplishments of the 3 children together." Lu Qian hurriedly spoke, "Sister-in-law, you have already been a great trouble to us, so it would be best if the 2 of us refrain from going. I have also prepared a meal for Qingyu, and we can simply eat at home." Seeing Lu Qian's insistence, Lan Fong directly took hold of her hand, saying, "What is there to feel embarrassed about? Wang Shan has told me that Xiao Ye's opportunity to attend Qishao sect is largely thanks to Qingyu's assistance in speaking on his behalf. I must express my gratitude to Qingyu. Chu Qingyu blushed at the compliment, responding, "It's nothing. Brother Chu is already quite exceptional." Chu Qingyao linked her arm with hers, saying, "Qingyu, come to my house for dinner. My mother's cooking is quite delicious." Chu Qingyu and her mother found it impossible to refuse, and thus acquiesced. In the small courtyard of the Chu family, a large round table had long been set with 8 dishes, covered with bamboo sieves, creating a bountiful spread. Chu Wangshan welcomed everyone to take their seats, while Lan Fong entered the kitchen to bring out the chicken soup that had been simmering on the stove. She served 2 large chicken legs to Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu, holding her bowl, appeared flustered, saying, "The chicken leg should go to Brother Chu. I can't eat it, child. What's the matter with that?" "There are chicken wings as well. Your Brother Chu loves chicken wings," Lan Fong insisted, handing both wings to Chu Xiaoya, who accepted them silently, as he indeed preferred wings. Both Chu Qingyu and her mother were quite shy and did not make much use of their chopsticks. While Lan Fong diligently served them more dishes, it was the first time in many years that the mother and daughter had eaten their fill of meat. After the meal, Chu Wangshan remarked, "Sister Qian, this year, only our 2 families' children have been tested for qualifications in the village. I was thinking, why not celebrate together? It would be livelier that way." Lu Qian understood that Chu Wangshan was helping her, but she was also mindful of her own dignity. They were merely 2 women, and it was already difficult to make ends meet, let alone host a banquet for the entire village. Her eyes turned red as she grasped Chu Qingyu's hand. Preparing to kneel, Lan Fong hurriedly held her back, exclaiming, "Sister Qian, what are you doing?" Lu Qian replied, "Sister-in-law, you and the village chief have helped me and Qingyu immensely. If it weren't for you, we would have long struggled to survive. And now you are even concerned for Qingyu. I truly have no way to repay you." Lan Fong helped her back to her seat, wiping her tears and gently scolding, "Why say such things? We are all from the same village and should help each other. Besides, Wangshan is the village chief. Helping you is his duty." Chu Wangshan nodded in agreement from the side. Lan Fong decisively stated, "Then we shall prepare the ingredients tomorrow and hold the banquet the day after. We will have a 3-day flowing feast. Sister Qian, what do you think?" Lu Qian naturally had no objections, offering her heartfelt thanks once more before returning home with Chu Qingyu. On the way home, Lu Qian repeatedly examined the jade token from Zhuyu Academy, sighing, "Qingyu, we owe our fortune today to the Wang family. Once at the academy, you and Yao Yao must support each other and treat her like a sister. Do you understand?" Chu Qingyu nodded solemnly, saying, "Mother, don't worry. Once I enter the academy, I will study diligently, become a formidable spirit master, and ensure a better life for you, repaying the Wang family." Lu Qian embraced her, saying, "Good child, my efforts have not been in vain. It's a pity your late father didn't share this blessing." Meanwhile, at the Chu residence, night had fully fallen, and after a day of fatigue, Chu Qingyao retired to her room to sleep. Chu Wangshan lit an oil lamp in the main room and called over Chu Xiaoya. He scratched his head, unsure of how to begin, for although he was a loving father, he seldom engaged in heart-to-heart talks with his children. The room fell silent for a moment, and ultimately, it was Chu Xiaoya who broke the silence, saying, "Father, I am fine. Being able to attend Qishao sect is already a great fortune." Chu Wangshan patted his thigh, declaring, "I knew my son was a perceptive one. This child had always been different, mature beyond his years, and conducted himself with more steadiness and organization than many adults. He was handsome and possessed a remarkable demeanor, unlike the rough boys of the village, resembling more a young gentleman from a noble family in the city." Lost in thought, Chu Wangshan recalled a time long past when Lan Fong was pregnant with Chu Qingyao. One day, she had a strong craving for a particular wild fruit that only grew in the woods, and out of concern for his wife, Chu Wangshan ventured into the forest to gather some. However, the season for the wild fruit had already passed, and the bushes on the outskirts had been completely stripped bare, leaving only the deeper parts of the woods as a potential source. Determined to procure at least a taste for his wife, Chu Wangshan ventured deeper into the forest. After much effort, he finally found a wild fruit tree, but to his horror, he discovered a massive wolf lying beneath it. Despite its prone position, the wolf's enormous body was unmistakable, and much of it was drenched in blood, suggesting it had sustained grave injuries, leaving him uncertain if it was dead or alive. Upon seeing the giant wolf, Chu Wangshan's heart nearly leaped from his chest, instinctively holding his breath and cautiously retreating, only to inadvertently step on a dry twig. A jolt of fear coursed through him, and he thought to himself that he might not escape this forest alive. Pondering how Lan Fong and the child within her would manage, the giant wolf, hearing the sound, opened its eyes, its icy blue slit pupils locking onto the trembling Chu Wangshan eye in his mind. He screamed to flee. But under the wolf's gaze, he felt as if he were petrified, unable to move. The wolf slowly rose to its feet, blood oozing from its still healing wounds, dripping to the ground. The overwhelming stench of blood nearly overwhelmed Chu Wangshan, prompting him to swallow hard. Yet, a thought flitted through his mind. This wolf was more formidable than any spirit beast he had ever encountered. He wondered what kind of person or beast could inflict such injuries upon it. Chapter 9. Chu Xiaobai. Chu Wangshan expected that once the giant wolf stood, it would immediately pounce upon him, yet it did not. After observing him for a moment, the wolf turned its head to the side. Following its gaze, Chu Wangshan was astonished to see a small swaddled infant sleeping peacefully beneath the wolf. Before he could process this shocking revelation, the wolf spoke, "Adopt this child, and then burn the swaddle. I will watch over you. Do not harbor any ill intentions." It was said that only spirit beasts of the 8th rank or above could speak human language. This wolf was at least of that caliber. One must understand that in the entire Qingwu town, even 3rd-rank spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. Yet this wolf was of the 8th rank. In all his generations, Chu Wangshan had never encountered such a high-grade spirit beast. Noticing Chu Wangshan's stunned silence, the wolf continued, "If you refuse to adopt the young master, I will have no choice but to kill you." Hearing the wolf's words, Chu Wangshan swallowed hard, summoning his courage to approach and lift the child into his arms. The swaddle was nearly soaked in blood, yet the infant was completely unharmed, with a rosy, exquisitely crafted face that clearly indicated he was of noble birth. The wolf lowered its head to gaze at the infant, gently nudging the swaddle with its nose. "Take good care of him. His name is Xiaoya. From now on, he will bear your surname, but do not divulge my existence to others." Carrying the child in a daze, Chu Wangshan exited the woods. Upon seeing the sun again, he might have thought it all a dream had he not been cradling a baby. Instead of wild fruit, he returned home with an infant. Lan Fong was taken aback, asking, "Where did this child come from?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu Wangshan decided that while the wolf instructed him not to tell anyone else, his wife was not considered anyone else. If they were to adopt the child, this would be a matter he could not keep from Lan Fong, so he recounted the entire extraordinary event. Lan Fong was at a loss for words. Adopting this child could bring them both fortune and peril. Yet she could not bear to abandon him. The maternal instincts awakened within her. She looked at the blood-soaked infant and resolved to adopt him. She fetched a small blanket she had prepared for her unborn child and carefully transferred the baby from the bloodied swaddle. The infant awoke at her touch, and upon seeing Lan Fong, he smiled and grasped her finger. Lan Fong's heart melted like sugar in the sun, and she kissed the baby's forehead, whispering, "Little one, from now on, I will be your mother." As Chu Wangshan's recollection came to an end, he reflected on the years spent watching Chu Xiaoya grow from a babbling infant to the handsome youth he was now. He had long since regarded him as his own son. He patted Chu Xiaoya's shoulder, saying, "My son, I know you have grand ambitions and do not wish to squander your life in this small village. But one must act within their limits. If things do not go well at Qishao sect, return home. Your mother and I will always be waiting for you." Despite his maturity, Chu Xiaoya was still only a 12-year-old boy. His eyes reddened slightly as he opened his arms to embrace Chu Wangshan, replying, "I understand, father." Chu Wangshan patted his back and discreetly wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, saying, "All right, go to bed now. We still have hunting tomorrow." Chu Xiaoya nodded, bidding his father good night before returning to his room. Chu Wangshan took a moment to steady his emotions before rejoining Lan Fong in their bedroom. She was still awake, waiting for him. "Did you finish talking with our son?" she inquired. "Yes," he replied, his voice slightly nasally. Lan Fong playfully poked his forehead, saying, "Look at you, so sentimental. Why are you crying?" Chu Wangshan replied in a low voice. After all, he is just a 12-year-old child. Qingyao is fine. She can keep Qingyu company, but I worry about him going to Qishao's sect alone. In truth, Lan Fong harbored her own concerns, yet she reassured him, saying, Xiaoyi has always been steady since childhood. He will be fine. The child has a brighter future ahead, and we cannot impede his progress, can we? Chu Wangshan sighed, acknowledging the validity of her words. Lan Fong patted him gently and urged, get some rest. We must prepare for the banquet tomorrow, and there is a multitude of tasks to attend to. The following morning, as dawn broke, Chu Xiaoye rose early. After tidying himself, he prepared to venture into the woods in search of the giant wolf. Lan Fong was busy preparing breakfast, and upon seeing him ready to leave, she handed him a flatbread, advising, return early. There is no need to hunt anymore. That wild boar will suffice for our needs. Chu Xiaoye acknowledged her with a nod, accepting the flatbread as he departed. Lan Fong watched his retreating figure for a moment. Though unspoken, she understood that he was indeed going to seek the giant wolf. Upon entering the woods, Chu Xiaoye summoned his spirit companion, the Purity Fox. Once a spirit beast forms a contract with its master, it resides within the master's spirit abode in the form of a beast mark. After forming a bond with the Purity Fox, a fox-shaped mark now adorned the hollow of Chu Xiaoye's left collarbone. A white summoning array unfolded before him, considerably smaller than the one used during his initial summoning in the square, yet only slightly larger than the size of his spirit companion. The little fox leaped from the array into Chu Xiaoye's embrace. Stretching languidly on his forearm, yawning adorably as if just awakening from slumber, a smile graced Chu Xiaoye's face. Despite the Purity Fox's lack of combat prowess, it was undeniably charming, making it a delightful companion. He tore off a piece of the flatbread and offered it to the Purity Fox, asking, would you like a bite? The little fox twitched its nose, seemingly pleased with the aroma, before eagerly devouring the morsel. After finishing, it licked Chu Xiaoye's fingers, gazing up at him with pleading eyes for another piece. As they walked and nibbled, the flatbread was soon consumed. Chu Xiaoye lifted the little fox, affectionately rubbing its round belly. Noting its hearty appetite, upon inadvertently touching a sensitive spot, he exclaimed in surprise, realizing it was male. The little fox promptly curled up, refusing further scrutiny. Chu Xiaoye, settling for a gentle rub of its large ears, mused, since you are male, I shall name you Xiaobai, after my surname. The little fox, displeased with such a common name, nipped at Chu Xiaoye's finger, its grip akin to playful teething. Unfazed by the nibble, Chu Xiaoye arrived at a rocky wall, towering over 10 meters and cloaked in lush, dark green vines. He pushed aside the vines, revealing an unexpected cavern, over 5 meters high, appearing before him. The little fox ceased its playful biting. Staring wide-eyed at the cave, sensing a formidable presence within, Chu Xiaoye stepped inside. The vines closed behind him, seamlessly restoring their original appearance, concealing the hidden wonder within. Although no sunlight penetrated the cavern, it was far from dark. The walls and floor were adorned with a thick carpet of moss, emitting a soft, blue luminescence. Venturing deeper into the cave for about 10 meters, he encountered a pool of water, upon which rested a massive stone slab, and atop it lay a giant wolf. Curious, the Purity Fox observed the formidable creature, its aura intimidating enough to cause a hint of trepidation, its ears flattening against its head. Chu Xiaoye affectionately patted its ears, addressing the giant wolf, Frost Moon. I have returned. The little fox looked up, pondering why this wolf bore such a melodious name while it was stuck with Xiaobai. The giant wolf opened its eyes, leapt down from the stone slab, first nuzzling Chu Xiaoye before turning its gaze toward the little fox in his arms. Its icy blue eyes were nearly the same size as the curled-up fox, which stood rigid at the intense stare. Is this your spirit companion? The giant wolf inquired. Chu Xiaoye nodded, lifting the little fox to showcase it. The appraiser confirmed that Xiaobai is indeed a Purity Fox. A Purity Fox? The wolf examined the creature, noting its snow-white fur and silver-red eyes, a clear embodiment of purity and untarnished spiritual energy. However, given the lineage of both the master and the mistress, the spirit beast of the young master should not merely be a lowly Purity Fox. The giant wolf pondered for a moment, reluctant to dishearten Chu Xiaoye, before stating, "It is indeed a purity fox." But what? Chu Xiaoye pressed with curiosity. The wolf's expression turned grave. The name Xiaobai is rather unappealing. Perhaps a change is in order. The little fox nodded vigorously, clearly approving of the giant wolf's sentiment, demonstrating a surprising camaraderie with Frost Moon. Since both Frost Moon and the little fox disapproved of the name, Chu Xiaoye acquiesced, suggesting, "Let us call you Shui Wu, the purity fox as white as snow." Though the name seemed a tad peculiar, it was certainly an improvement over Xiaobai. The little fox emitted a sound of agreement, fearing Chu Xiaoye might conjure an even more unflattering name. Frost Moon nodded, adding, "Purity foxes are rare spirit beasts. While most spirit masters regard them merely as pets, their potential extends far beyond that. They are named purity due to their exceptionally pure internal energy, akin to unblemished white paper. How a spirit master nurtures them determines their growth, offering limitless possibilities. Legend has it that a ninth-tier Holy Spirit Master once cultivated a purity fox into the transcendent divine beast, Tian Huan Fox, ultimately achieving divinity. This little fox may yet possess such fortune." Observing the little fox bounding across the mossy floor, playfully pouncing on the glowing moss flowers, Chu Xiaoye felt a flicker of doubt. This adorably foolish creature seemed an unlikely candidate for divine transformation. But a purity fox can only ascend to the third tier. How can I facilitate its breakthrough? He mused. Frost Moon shook its head. That remains unclear to me as well, but as fellow spirit beasts, I believe that for a purity fox to advance, the spirit master must possess profound understanding of it. Chu Xiaoye pondered this, then turned to Frost Moon, saying, "Now that I have summoned my spirit beast and received a recommendation from Qishao sect, it is time for you to unveil the truth of my lineage." Inevitably, the moment had arrived. Sensing Chu Xiaoye's resolve, Frost Moon sighed, recounting the heavy tale of the past. 12 years ago, shortly after the young master's birth, the master journeyed to distant islands in search of treasures to celebrate your first month. The quest was fruitful, yet upon returning, he fell victim to a rare poison that lay dormant within him. On the day of the celebration, the poison erupted, and in a fit of agony, the master lost his sanity, slaughtering many guests who had come to honor the occasion. It was then that the master's brother intervened, wielding the banner of righteousness to hunt down the master. Frost Moon's eyes, tinged with a crimson hue, seemed to revisit that fateful day, revealing the intricacies of a conspiracy orchestrated by the master's brother. The city lord's estate soon fell under his control. Once the master regained his senses, he forcefully stormed the estate to rescue the mistress and the young master, only to be met with ambushes set by his brother. The mistress, disregarding her own safety, urged the master to flee with the young master, leaving me to escape with you while the master diverted the assassins. Frost Moon recounted this. Its voice trembled with emotion, mourning the loss of its comrades, the spirit beasts that had perished along the way. In a noble act of sacrifice, the master severed our bond, allowing me to flee with the young master, while he faced the assassins alone. Tears streamed from Frost Moon's icy blue eyes as it continued. I brought the young master to Chu family village, where the couple, Chu Wangshan and his wife, raised you for the past 12 years. Though succinct, Frost Moon's words bled with sorrow, and Chu Xiaoye envisioned his parents parting ways at the city lord's estate, his father fleeing amidst chaos while Frost Moon bore him to safety. With reddened eyes, he urgently inquired, "What of my parents? Are they still alive?" "I do not know," Frost Moon replied, shaking its head. "After severing our bond, I could no longer sense the master. As for the mistress, she should still be alive, imprisoned by the master's brother in the city lord's estate." The flicker of hope ignited within Chu Xiaoye's heart. Clenching his fists, he felt his nails dig into his palms, resolute in his belief that they were alive. "I will find my father and rescue my mother," he vowed. The cavern resonated with sorrow, and the little fox paused its frolic, sensing the turmoil in Chu Xiaoye's heart, as it was intimately connected to its spirit master's emotions. At that moment, Chu Xiaoye was engulfed in profound grief, anger, and pain. The little fox climbed into Chu Xiaoye's embrace, standing to lick away the tears from his cheek, emitting soft whimpers as if to console him. Chu Xiaoye held it close, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Frost Moon, tell me, who is the one link to my bloodline, yet responsible for my family's ruin. I am sorry, young master, Frost Moon replied, shaking its head. I cannot reveal that yet. All I can say is, until you grow stronger, do not venture into the Western Sea continent. Chu Xiaoya paused, taken aback. The myriad realms of the spirit world were divided into 5 continents: East Victory, North Gathering, Western Sea, Southern, and Central. Zhuyu City lay in the southwestern corner of the southern continent, separated from the Western Sea continent by vast distances. Frost Moon had led him to safety, crossing the treacherous waters between the Western Sea and Southern continent. Evading the pursuit of his enemies, Chu Xiaoya clenched his fist. Shuangyue spoke the truth. He was still far too weak. To appear before that person at this moment would surely be akin to courting death. The great wolf gazed at the anguished youth, contemplating whether to withhold the truth from the young master, allowing him to live carefree under the guise of Chu Xiaoya. Yet, the young master was resolute. Like his master, he possessed an unwavering spirit. His future would undoubtedly be extraordinary, and the blood debt owed by that person would one day be settled. The great wolf flicked its tongue, revealing a black ring. Neither gold nor jade. Chapter 11. Before departure, the great wolf presented the ring to Chu Xiaoya. Aside from the Qianqing, this black jade ring was also a birthday gift prepared for the young master by his master and mistress. The black jade ring was a 7th-tier storage spirit artifact, boasting a significantly larger capacity than typical storage artifacts and the ability to contain living beings. Chu Xiaoya accepted the ring. Although it was a 7th-tier artifact, its appearance was unremarkable, devoid of any spiritual aura, resembling an ordinary ornament. The great wolf said, "Young master, the black jade ring, like Qianqing, is a high-tier spirit artifact. Please drop your blood to establish a bond, so it cannot be snatched away." Chu Xiaoya nodded, drew Qianqing, and sliced his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the black jade ring. The ring absorbed the blood, and a fleeting shimmer illuminated its surface before it returned to its humble appearance. The great wolf observed the ring, its gaze filled with nostalgia. It once contained many precious items prepared for the young master, all of which had been consumed during their flight. Chu Xiaoya slipped the black jade ring onto his pinky finger and examined it with his thoughts. Inside the ring lay some infant clothing and supplies, evidently prepared with great care by his parents. His eyes grew moist, and he squeezed them shut to suppress the urge to weep. The great wolf nuzzled the boy's forehead. "Young master, I still have some items to hand over to you." The great wolf led Chu Xiaoya to a corner of the cave, where a multitude of colorful spirit elixirs lay piled. Spirit elixirs were the essence of spirit beasts' energy cycles, and only those with exceptional talent could produce them. Not every spirit beast could do so. Among 20 or 30 spirit beasts, perhaps only one could condense a spirit elixir. These spirit elixirs are what I have accumulated over the years. While their tiers may not be high, they are just right for you, young master. I in the vicinity of Chu family village, even first-tier spirit beasts were a rarity. The number of spirit elixirs here indicated how far Shuangyue had traveled and how much time she had expended to gather them. Chu Xiaoya nestled into the great wolf's plush fur collar and murmured, "Thank you, Shuangyue." The great wolf gently patted his back with a paw. "Young master, this is what I ought to do." Chu Xiaoya shook his head, unwilling to accept that this was merely a duty. The great wolf had long severed its contract with his father, and surrendering him to the Chu couple for nurturing was already a profound act of kindness. Moreover, it had silently guarded him for 12 years. How could it be merely fulfilling an obligation? Chu Xiaoya meticulously placed the mound of spirit elixirs into the ring, counting as he went. There were 112 first-tier elixirs, 24 second-tier elixirs, 9 third-tier elixirs, and even a 4th-tier fire attribute elixir. This represented a considerable fortune. The currency used in the Wanling continent comprised copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, with a conversion rate of 100 to 1. A single first-tier elixir could fetch 2 silver coins, enough for a family in Chu family village to sustain itself for an entire year. The great wolf observed as he organized the elixirs. "Once you depart, I shall also leave this place." Chu Xiaoya nodded, understanding that the great wolf remained in this barren land solely for his sake. The great wolf's injuries from years ago had never fully healed. and no healing herbs existed here to mend them. Chu Xiaoye threw himself against the great wolf, exclaiming, "Shuangyue, I cannot bear to part with you." A glimmer of amusement shone in the great wolf's eyes. Despite the young master's prudent demeanor, he was still just a 12-year-old child. "Young master, throughout our lives, we shall encounter many farewells, just as I did with my master, and now with you as long as we hold each other in our hearts. We shall surely meet again one day." Chu Xiaoye nodded, and the great wolf escorted him to the cave entrance. "Return now, young master. Many are waiting for you." Holding the little fox, Chu Xiaoye looked back 3 times as he departed, while the great wolf sat at the cave's mouth, watching him leave as it always had. When next they met, who could say when that would be? By the time Chu Xiaoye returned home, it was already evening. In the courtyard, a dozen or so women were bustling about, preparing for the banquet. Upon seeing him, the women greeted him warmly. "Xiaoye is back. This little one in your arms must be your destined spirit beast." "How handsome it is!" Chu Xiaoye smiled, attempting to offer help, but was shooed back into the house by Lan Fong. "No need for you to work. This banquet is prepared for you. Just wait to eat." Reluctantly, Chu Xiaoye returned to his room, where the sounds of laughter and chatter drifted through the window. A wave of profound reluctance surged within him. This was the place he had called home for 12 years. Filled with people and things he held most dear, he placed the little fox on the table, gently tapping its moist nose. "Shui Wu, from now on, you shall be the one to accompany me always." The little fox let out a soft yip, seemingly responding to his words. Chu Xiaoye chuckled softly, stroking its velvety neck fur. "I will strive to nurture you to the 8th tier. Then you will be able to speak like Shuangyue." The following morning, the women returned to assist once again. The courtyard had been set up with numerous earthen stoves, where iron pots sizzled with various delicacies. When noon arrived, the banquet commenced. The 3 of them sat at the main table, and Chu Wangshan raised his cup to give a brief toast, after which everyone began to feast. The flowing banquet lasted for 3 whole days, and the village. Opportunities to eat meat were scarce, and not a morsel remained of the wild boar that Chu Xiaoye had caught. Of course, the villagers did not dine for free. Each household contributed a small amount of monetary gifts. Finally, as the banquet concluded, Chu Wangshan divided the collected gifts into 3 portions and presented them to Chu Xiaoye, Chu Qingyao, and Chu Qingyu, each receiving around 300 copper coins. Lu Qian declined, saying, "Village chief, we do not need the monetary gifts. Our family contributed nothing to this banquet. You should keep them." Chu Wangshan shook his head. "These are from the villagers for Qingyu. How could I accept them? The academy does not charge tuition, but living expenses must be covered, and one cannot do so without money." He pressed the coins into Chu Qingyu's hands. "Take them. Don't listen to your mother. Once you arrive at the academy, study diligently, and keep an eye on Yao Yao. She only knows how to play." Chu Qingyu's eyes were red as she promised, "I will, thank you, village chief." After Lu Qian and her daughter departed, Chu Xiaoye returned his portion of the monetary gifts to Chu Wangshan. "Father, keep this money for you and mother. You both are getting older and should work less." Chu Wangshan narrowed his eyes. "What nonsense is this? Your mother and I are not yet 40. What do you mean getting older?" He added, "Even if you eat and drink well at Qishao sect, you still need to manage your affairs. How can you do that without money?" Chu Xiaoye understood that mere words would not sway Chu Wangshan, so he produced a first-tier spirit elixir from the black jade ring. This elixir, of the fire attribute, shimmered with a vibrant red hue and radiated a warm aura. "Yesterday, Shuangyue provided me with many spirit elixirs. Once we reach Jiyu City, I will exchange some for money. I lack funds." Chu Wangshan recognized that Shuangyue referred to the Great Wolf. Over the past decade, aside from their initial meeting, he had never seen that great beast again. However, he still recalled the wolf's grievous injuries and could not help but inquire, did it fully recover from those severe injuries it sustained back then? Chu Xiaoye pursed his lips. "Shuangyue's injuries have yet to completely heal. Once I go to Qishao sect, Shuangyue will also leave here to seek medicine elsewhere." Farewells were always a heavy topic, and the father and son fell into silence for a moment. Chu Wangshan tucked the money away and patted his shoulder. "In that case, I will keep this money for you. If you find yourself short once you reach Qishao sect, write to me, and I will send you more." Chu Xiaoye nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 12. Zhuyu Academy. After the flowing banquet concluded, Chu Xiaoye and his companions prepared to embark for Zhuyu City. The journey from Chu family village to Zhuyu City would take 2 days, and Chu Qingyao desired to arrive a day early to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Early in the morning, Chu Wangshan hurriedly loaded the 3 children onto an ox cart, heading for Qingwu town, where they could rent spirit beasts for travel, significantly quicker than the ox cart. Lan Fong and Lu Qian accompanied them to the village entrance. Lu Qian's eyes were already red, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief, while the usually cheerful Lan Fong could not help but grow misty-eyed. She embraced her 2 children tightly, reluctant to let go. "Come back to visit when you can. I will make delicious food for you." The typically carefree Chu Qingyao sobbed into Lan Fong's embrace, her nose running, while the usually shy and timid Chu Qingyu did not cry at all. Instead, she consoled Lu Qian. Chu Wangshan, feeling helpless, said, "All right, stop crying. The children are not leaving forever." Lan Fong shot him a glare. "Hemph, you're such a jinx. Can't you say something nicer?" 3 individuals took their seats on the ox cart. As the one-eyed ox ambled away, the village of Chu gradually diminishing into a mere silhouette. Just as it was about to vanish entirely from sight, a distant, haunting wolf howl suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest. Chu Xiaoye swiftly turned his gaze towards the thicket, aware that this was Shuangyue bidding him farewell. Unaware of the existence of the giant wolf, Chu Qingyao exclaimed in surprise, "Are there wolves here? Are they spirit beasts or wild beasts? Could they potentially harm us?" Chu Xiaoye playfully poked her forehead. "You with your endless questions, it won't harm you. It too is departing today." Chu Qingyao blinked her eyes, still tinged with red, and curiously inquired, "Brother, how do you know? Do you know that wolf?" Chu Xiaoye chose to ignore her, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Finding him unresponsive, Chu Qingyao pouted, feeling a bit bored, and turned to converse with Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu retrieved a hairband from her bag and handed it to Chu Qingyao. "Yao Yao, this is the hairband I promised to embroider for you. Do you like it?" The hairband, with a pale blue base, was adorned with intricate blue and purple embroidery of jacaranda flowers, clearly the result of considerable time and effort. "Wow, Qingyu, your embroidery is exquisite. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it was Aunt Qian's craftsmanship. It's beautiful. Please help me tie it up." Seeing her delight, Chu Qingyu felt pleased and tied the hairband into a lovely bow in her braid. She cast a glance at Chu Xiaoye, biting her lip, as she had also embroidered a belt for him, but was unsure how to present it. Before long, they arrived at Qingwu town, where Chu Wangshan drove the ox cart directly to the post station, renting a stone dragon for the children. Despite its name containing the word dragon, the stone dragon had no relation to actual dragons. It was a type of lizard-like spirit beast. The stone dragon they rented was of medium size, approximately 3 meters long and half a meter high, its body covered in grayish-white scales, resembling a long, immobile stone when lying still. The stone dragon was a second-tier spirit beast, known for its docile nature and ease of domestication. Unlike spirit masters who possessed spiritual energy, the trainers were merely ordinary individuals. 5 seats were arranged atop the stone dragon, with the first being for the beast trainer and the remaining 4 in pairs behind. The trainer, recognizing that Chu Qingyao and her companions were students heading to Zhuyu Academy, displayed great respect and even offered them a discount. Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu occupied the front row, while Chu Xiaoye sat with their luggage in the back. The stone dragon's speed far surpassed that of the one-eyed ox, and soon enough, Chu Wangshan's figure had shrunk to a mere black dot. Chu Qingyao continuously glanced back, her eyes reddening as she said to Chu Xiaoye, "Brother, I feel like crying again." Chu Xiaoye remained silent, as he too felt a twinge of sorrow. The 2-day journey proceeded without incident, and after settling the beast trainer's fare, Chu Xiaoye led the 2 girls into Zhuyu City. The city gate was a grand stone archway constructed from large blocks of blue stone, several times larger and more lavish than the wooden archway of Qingwu town. For the 2 young girls, it was their first time entering a city. Even the bolder Chu Qingyao felt a touch of shyness. The wide roads, exquisite shops, and bustling crowds were all so foreign yet captivating. Chu Xiaoye stopped at a food stall to purchase 2 portions of snacks and inquired with the vendor about directions to Zhuyu Academy. Upon learning they were students of the academy, the vendor's eyes glimmered with envy, and he greeted them warmly. After expressing his gratitude, Chu Xiaoye handed the snacks to the two girls. The vendor's sign read "One Bite Delight." Glutinous rice flour, mixed with water and rolled into balls the size of a thumb, was boiled until cooked, then rolled in peanut sugar before being served. Chu Qingyao skewered one with a bamboo stick, coated in powder, and popped it into her mouth, her eyes immediately squinting in bliss. This is delicious. The glutinous rice ball is so chewy, and the sweetness of the sugar is just right, filling my mouth with the fragrance of peanuts. No wonder it's called One Bite Delight. Chu Xiaoye chuckled lightly. You sure know how to enjoy. Chu Qingyao skewered another and held it to his mouth. Brother, you should try it too. Chu Xiaoye opened his mouth to taste it and found it indeed quite good. I am not fond of sweets. You enjoy it. After sampling the snacks, the tension in the two girls eased, allowing them to openly admire their surroundings. Zhuyu Academy was not difficult to locate, positioned in the northwest corner of Zhuyu City. Occupying a vast area. It was the season for new students to enroll. Several long tables were set up at the entrance for registration. Chu Xiaoye guided the two girls over, and Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu presented their identity jade tokens to the staff. The tokens also registered the types and levels of their spirit beasts, and after summoning their beasts for verification, the staff's demeanor grew even more amiable. Chu Xiaoye remarked, I am their brother. May I assist them in carrying their luggage inside? The staff replied, of course, I will issue you a temporary pass, but outsiders are not permitted to stay overnight. This pass will become invalid by evening. Chu Xiaoye nodded, received the pass, and entered the academy, where the staff also provided them with a booklet containing the academy's rules and a map. Following the map, the trio found the dormitory area. The dormitories at Zhuyu Academy were assigned based on students' talents. Those with higher talents were allocated superior accommodations. Given the talents of Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu, they were undoubtedly assigned the finest dormitory, with their rooms conveniently adjacent to each other. Upon entering her room, Chu Qingyao exclaimed, Wow, this place is incredible. I can't believe it's just a dormitory. The best dormitories at Zhuyu Academy were suites, featuring not only bedrooms but also living rooms and studies, all exquisitely decorated. Chu Qingyu's room was nearly identical to hers. After helping them settle their luggage, Chu Xiaoye announced his intention to go out and purchase some items, encouraging them to explore the academy and familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Chapter 13. The first light exiting Zhuyu Academy, Chu Xiaoye first visited a shop that purchased spirit beast materials. He addressed the clerk, My master has just returned from a hunt and has a batch of spirit pills for sale. May I inquire about the current price? The clerk, noting his youthful demeanor yet calm composure, recognized his noble bearing and treated him with respect, promptly providing the price. Sir, our shop currently buys first-tier spirit pills at 2 silver coins each, second tier at 1 gold coin, and third tier at 3 gold coins. Chu Xiaoye nodded. The price was slightly higher than what Shuangyue had informed him. He touched his black jade ring and produced 10 first-tier spirit pills and 2 second-tier ones. The moment he revealed the 12 spirit pills, the entire shop grew warmer. The clerk, witnessing him use a storage ring, was taken aback. Such items were not typically accessible to ordinary folk. Furthermore, a dozen spirit pills constituted a significant transaction, prompting him to fetch the store manager without delay. After inspecting the spirit pills, the manager addressed Chu Xiaoye, esteemed guest, the quality of your spirit pills is exceptional. We are willing to offer a bit more for them. Ordinarily, 10 first-tier and 2 second-tier spirit pills would amount to 20 silver coins and 2 gold coins. I am prepared to buy them for 50 silver coins and 2 gold coins. What do you think? Chu Xiaoye nodded, as if accustomed to such dealings, and replied nonchalantly, Convert the extra silver coins into copper coins for me. The manager understood. This was a clever way to pocket some profit, further solidifying his belief that Chu Xiaoye was indeed an associate of a significant figure. The clerk counted the coins, and with a wave of his hand, Chu Xiaoye stored them away. The manager's pupils constricted. Indeed, a storage ring. He escorted Chu Xiaoye to the door with a sycophantic smile. Sir, please consider patronizing our humble establishment again. I will continue to offer high prices for your wares. Chu Xiaoye responded indifferently. That will depend on my master's wishes. I am uncertain where he intends to travel next. As they walked further away, and assured that the shopkeeper could no longer see him, Chu Xiaoye let out a silent sigh of relief. This was indeed the first time he had spun so many lies. Under the guidance of Shuangyue, he was well aware of the principle that wealth should not be flaunted, and thus he fabricated a persona of a powerful young master to instill a sense of caution in others, discouraging them from harboring ill intentions. Judging by the reactions of the shopkeeper and the attendants, his performance had been quite successful. Chu Xiaoyao retrieved a portion of money from his ring and placed it into an ordinary coin pouch before turning and entering another shop. This establishment specialized in the sale of storage spirit tools, with a multitude of glass display cases showcasing various types of these items. Most spirit masters utilized the most basic storage bags, typically ranked between 1 and 3, which were inexpensive yet offered limited storage space, incapable of holding living beings, and were not bound to their owners, rendering them nearly impossible to recover once lost. In contrast, the black jade ring that Chu Xiaoyao possessed, though seemingly unremarkable in appearance, was in fact a 7th-tier storage spirit tool, which would fetch an astronomical price if auctioned. After surveying the shop, he discovered that the highest-ranked storage tool available was merely 5th tier. Aside from their exquisite designs, their functionalities paled in comparison to that of the black jade ring. However, this time, Chu Xiaoyao merely wished to purchase a standard storage bag for everyday use. As continually retrieving items from the black jade ring would inevitably attract undue attention, he casually selected a silver-gray 1st-tier storage bag, along with a blue and a green one, totaling 3 bags for 30 silver coins. The shopkeeper, delighted by such a substantial sale, presented Chu Xiaoyao with a green jade bell as a complimentary gift. Examining the green jade bell, Chu Xiaoyao found the craftsmanship to be quite commendable and decided it would serve perfectly as a necklace for the little fox. Upon exiting the shop, he made his way to a secluded corner, retrieving some money and several spirit pills from the black jade ring to distribute among the 3 storage bags. Besides his own, he placed 10 1st-tier spirit pills and 10 silver coins in the blue storage bag intended for Chu Qingyao, and 2 1st-tier spirit pills along with 10 silver coins in the green bag meant for Chu Qingyu. Although Chu Wangshan had previously gifted them some money, 300 copper coins were hardly sufficient for their needs in Jiyu City. Having lived for half a lifetime, the farthest Chu Wangshan had ventured was Qingwu Town, and he was oblivious to the exorbitant expenses within the city. After all, 300 copper coins was a considerable sum for a family in Chu Family Village for an entire year. Chu Xiaoyao refrained from mentioning that the money was insufficient for fear of adding to Chu Wangshan's burdens. The blue storage bag was designated for Chu Qingyao, while the green one was for Chu Qingyu, not because he was unwilling to provide Chu Qingyu with spirit pills, but rather because she would undoubtedly refuse if he offered more. After completing his purchases, Chu Xiaoyao entered the academy with his temporary pass, coincidentally encountering Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu along the way. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoyao, Chu Qingyao excitedly rushed over and linked her arm with his, exclaiming, "Brother, Qingyu and I have been exploring for half the day and have only seen a fraction of the academy. It's so vast and beautiful, even more so than the mayor's residence." At that moment, a girl clad in the academy's uniform passed by, evidently a student who had long been enrolled. Hearing Chu Qingyao's words, she disdainfully rolled her eyes and remarked in a somewhat loud voice, "Country bumpkins." Chu Qingyao's brows furrowed in anger, ready to confront her, but Chu Qingyu held her back, saying, "Yao Yao, we are newcomers. It's best not to engage with her." Chu Xiaoyao also restrained her hand, asserting that a verbal dispute was futile, and suggested they return to their dormitory, as he had something to give them. Once they arrived at the dormitory, Chu Qingyao remained visibly upset. Chu Xiaoyao gently tapped her head and chuckled. "Is it necessary to be this angry?" Chu Qingyao glared at him, replying, "Brother, you're still smiling. She called us country bumpkins." Unfazed, Chu Xiaoyao explained, though that person lacked manners. "Her words hold some truth. We indeed come from the countryside." Before Chu Qingyao could express her fury, he continued, "Yao Yao, if you wish to avoid being looked down upon, you must grow stronger. Once you stand at a higher vantage point, you will find that such petty remarks dissipate like smoke in the wind, and they will treat you with respect." Chu Qingyao clenched her fists, murmuring, "I understand, brother." Chu Qingyu, looking somewhat dazed, reflected on her life since their father's passing. She and her mother had relied on each other, living in a state of isolation. Although the villagers did not bully them, they often whispered about them, pitying their plight and suggesting that if it weren't for her presence, her mother might have easily remarried, leading to a more comfortable life. Each time she overheard such comments, A sense of trepidation filled her heart. She resented being a girl and felt like a burden to her mother. Though she never dared to voice these thoughts, fearing it would only add to her mother's sorrow. Now, however, things were different. She had come to Juyu Academy to study, and in the future, she would become a formidable spirit master, proving to those who looked down on her that she would thrive beyond their expectations. Chapter 14. The siblings farewell. Observing the resolute expressions on the faces of the two girls, Chu Xiaoyao smiled. In the realm of Wanjing, where the law of the jungle prevailed, Juyu City was a far cry from their small village. Without ambition, one would swiftly be eliminated. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Xiaoyao produced the prepared storage bags, saying, "These are for both of you. Remember, storage bags cannot be bound to their owners, so handle them with care and don't lose them." Chu Qingyao glanced at the blue bag and immediately recognized it as hers. Upon inspecting its contents, she exclaimed, "Brother, where did you acquire such a large sum of money?" Chu Qingyu, on the other hand, raised her hand to decline, saying, "Chu Dage, this is too precious. I cannot accept it," without allowing her to refuse. Chu Xiaoyao pressed the pouch into her hands, declaring, "The expenses in Juyu City far exceed your expectations. Once you start earning, you can repay me." Chu Qingyu bit her lip, carefully stowing the storage bag away. Nodding earnestly, Chu Dage was right. Now was not the time for her to be prideful. Chu Qingyao tugged at Chu Xiaoyao's sleeve, saying, "Brother, you still haven't explained where this money came from." Chu Xiaoyao chuckled. "What could it be, if not something I acquired? Rest assured in using it, I have more. Should you run low on funds, simply write to me. Do not seek our parents." A frown creased Chu Qingyao's brow, worry etching her features. Though she was generally carefree, she was not naive. After living together for so many years, she had sensed that Chu Xiaoyao's background was far from ordinary. Gently ruffling her hair, Chu Xiaoyao spoke softly, "Since you are both settled, I shall take my leave." The two girls were taken aback by his sudden departure. Chu Qingyao protested, "It's already evening, brother. Won't you stay for the night?" Chu Xiaoyao shook his head, explaining that the journey to Qishao sect would take 3 days, and it was better to set off early. Seeing his resolve, Chu Qingyao resigned herself to escorting him out of the academy. Suddenly, Chu Qingyu called out, "Chu Dage, wait for me." She dashed back to her dormitory. Emerging from her bundle was a neatly folded belt, crafted from black fabric and intricately embroidered with silver threads depicting cranes amidst flowing clouds, a design that bespoke considerable effort. Presenting the belt to Chu Xiaoyao, she said, "Chu Dage, this is a belt I embroidered for you." A faint blush graced her alabaster cheeks. This gift had long been due, but she had lacked the courage to present it until now. Accepting the belt, Chu Xiaoyao affectionately ruffled Chu Qingyu's hair, smiling, "Thank you, Qingyu. I truly appreciate it." Upon reaching the academy's entrance, Chu Xiaoyao urged the two young ladies not to accompany him further, striding away with purpose. The setting sun elongated his silhouette, and as tears welled in Chu Qingyao's eyes, she felt the weight of parting from her last remaining Kin in that moment. She truly comprehended that the path ahead was one she must navigate alone. Chu Qingyu comforted her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Yao Yao, don't cry. We are adults now." Chu Qingyao sniffled and nodded vigorously. Even though Chu Xiaoyao was reluctant to leave her, he did not look back as he departed. Everyone has their own path to tread. He could not forever shelter Chu Qingyao under his wing, for that would merely cultivate a parasitic vine, unable to blossom into resplendent flowers. After leaving Juyu Academy, Chu Xiaoye rented a horned horse at the way station. The horned horse comes in various breeds, and he opted for the most basic, a first-tier horned horse. The steed was entirely black, its coat glossy and smooth, indistinguishable from an ordinary horse, save for a horn of palm length protruding from its forehead. Chu Xiaoye paid a deposit of 2 silver coins to the way station, receiving a wooden plaque inscribed with the horse's details and the way station's emblem in return. Upon arriving at Qishao sect, he would return the horse to the way station there, surrendering the plaque and paying the rental fee, after which his deposit would be refunded. Chu Xiaoye mounted the horse, gently squeezing its belly with his legs, prompting the horned horse to gallop towards the outskirts of the city. The fox tattoo on his shoulder felt warm. Chu Xiaoye smiled knowingly, aware that the little fox wished to emerge, and summoned it forth. The little fox nestled in his arms, its fluffy fur tousled by the wind and pressed against his chest. Chu Xiaoya lifted his garment to envelop it, revealing only its bright, shimmering silver-red eyes. The little fox excitedly yipped twice, clearly relishing the thrill of galloping. Observing its delight, Chu Xiaoya urged the horse to speed up. The shadows of the trees along the roadside blurred past, and the hooves kicked up a trail of dust. Laughter erupted from Chu Xiaoya, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and grandeur. Shui Wu, from this day forth, every inch of this vast continent, both above and below, shall bear the imprint of our footsteps. The little fox responded with a couple of enthusiastic yips, seemingly in full agreement with his proclamation. As the moon hung low over the willow treetops, Chu Xiaoya sought a cave to spend the night. Tethering the horned horse to a tree beside the cave, he ignited a fire at the entrance, preparing to venture nearby for some game with the little fox in tow. He tread lightly and soon spotted a long-tailed pheasant dozing amidst the underbrush. The long-tailed pheasant, a first-tier spirit beast, was relatively common, slightly smaller than a domestic chicken, yet boasting an impressively long tail, particularly in males, which could exceed a meter in length. The long-tailed pheasant possessed keen senses, and even the slightest sound could rouse it from slumber, sending it into swift flight. Chu Xiaoya remained 7 or 8 meters away. Unwilling to approach further for fear of startling his quarry, he slowly crouched down, picking up a stone to strike the sleeping long-tailed pheasant. Suddenly, the little fox stirred in his arms. He glanced down to find its silver-red eyes gleaming with eagerness. Understanding its hunting instincts, Chu Xiaoya gently placed the little fox on the ground. Instantly, it adopted a predatory stance, eyes fixated on the prey, body low to the ground, tail swaying from side to side. The long-tailed pheasant, sensing danger, slightly opened its eyes. Realizing it had been detected, the little fox sprang into action, pouncing twice to land atop the long-tailed pheasant. Although a first-tier spirit beast, the long-tailed pheasant was not without its defenses. It swiftly turned its head to peck at the little fox, its beak glinting with a metallic sheen. This was a skill known as iron beak, common among avian spirit beasts. A single jab could leave multiple wounds. Shui Wu, dodge, Chu Xiaoya called out just in time. The little fox obeyed, evading the attack but not retreating far. The long-tailed pheasant, timid by nature and keen on survival, did not attempt to retaliate, instead flapping its wings to take flight. However, the little fox had already anticipated its next move. As the pheasant ascended half a meter, it leaped and delivered a swift strike. 3 streaks of white light flashed, feathers scattered, and the long-tailed pheasant let out a short squawk before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiaoya's eyes. He had not expected the little fox to be so formidable, successfully dispatching the long-tailed pheasant. Chapter 15. The ordinary hamster. It is worth noting that both the long-tailed pheasant and the little fox were first-tier spirit beasts. While the little fox held a slight advantage in species, it was still in its juvenile form, whereas the long-tailed pheasant was fully grown, making its swift demise unexpected. At that moment, the little fox approached, proudly carrying its prize, head held high and tail erect in a display of triumph. However, the long tail of the pheasant trailed on the ground, comically wedged between its legs as it walked. Chu Xiaoya stifled a laugh, accepting the long-tailed pheasant from the little fox and gently patting its head in praise. Shui Wu, you truly are remarkable. Tonight, we shall have a feast, with one hand holding the long-tailed pheasant and the other cradling the little fox. Chu Xiaoya returned to the cave. He retrieved a knife to prepare the game. The little fox had managed to catch the pheasant by its neck, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting the two. If he was not mistaken, the little fox had not merely struck randomly but had employed a skill known as claw strike, a technique utilized by many beasts. The little fox had only been summoned 6 days prior and had already grasped a skill without training, a testament to its extraordinary talent. Perhaps the little fox would indeed evolve into a higher-tier spirit beast. With that thought, Chu Xiaoya felt a surge of optimism. He skewered the processed long-tailed pheasant on a branch, seasoned it lightly, and placed it over the fire to roast. The aroma wafted through the air, drawing the little fox closer to the flames, its eyes fixated on the roasting bird, drool dripping from its eager mouth. Chu Xiaoya chuckled, tapping its nose, just a little longer, be patient. The long-tailed pheasant emerged golden and crispy. Chu Xiaoye removed the branch from the fire, tearing off a leg and placing it on a clean leaf before offering it to the little fox. "It is still hot. Take your time." The little fox, unable to resist the allure of the roasted delicacy, licked it eagerly, yelping in surprise at the heat. Amused, Chu Xiaoye tore the leg into strips, blowing on them to cool before handing them to the eager creature. The little fox, restless with anticipation, immediately dove into the feast, pressing its face against the leaf, spinning in circles as it devoured. Observing its gluttonous behavior, Chu Xiaoye remarked, "You shouldn't be called a little fox. You re more like a little glutton." Before long, one chicken leg was completely consumed. Chu Xiaoye offered the second leg, now considerably cooler, directly to the little fox. It hesitated for a moment before ultimately succumbing to temptation. Nudging Chu Xiaoye's wrist with its paw, "Are you suggesting I let you have the chicken leg?" The little fox nodded eagerly. Chu Xiaoye felt a swell of pride and placed the chicken leg before it once more. Encouraging, "Go ahead, eat up. Once you've grown stronger, you'll be able to catch even larger prey, and we can feast on as many chicken legs as we desire." The little fox's eyes brightened at his words. It resolved to become more formidable, to hunt greater game, so that they could enjoy roasted delicacies together. The little fox was savoring a chicken leg, while Chu Xiaoye devoured the chicken wings and breast. The long-tailed pheasant, serving as a spiritual beast, had breast meat that was not as tough as that of a domestic chicken and was quite delectable. Unbeknownst to the duo, a pair of pea-sized green glimmers was quietly observing them from the grass a few meters away. Those were unmistakably the eyes of a beast, filled with longing. After the man and the fox had thoroughly consumed the entire long-tailed pheasant, Chu Xiaoye dug a shallow pit at the entrance of the cave and buried the remnants of their meal. Once everything was tidied up, he retrieved a set of bedding from his black jade ring, embraced the little fox, and drifted into slumber. This cave was not far from the post road, rarely frequented by wild beasts, let alone high-grade spiritual beasts. Thus Chu Xiaoye felt little concern regarding the safety of sleeping outdoors. As the moon reached its zenith, Chu Xiaoye was deep in sleep when he suddenly felt a force pushing against him. He opened his eyes, ready to inquire what was wrong with the little fox, only to have his mouth covered by its paw. The little fox's large ears twitched slightly, signaling him to look towards the cave entrance. With a mischievous expression adorning its delicate and charming fox face, the little creature conveyed a sense of urgency. Chu Xiaoye found it amusing but did not underestimate the little fox's warning. He glanced towards the entrance. The fire had died down, and the moonlight was obscured by clouds, casting a dim light that rendered everything indistinct. Fortunately, the surroundings were eerily quiet. After a moment of focused listening, he discerned the sound of rustling. Judging by the noise, it seemed to be a small wild beast or spiritual beast with little danger, though the little fox had no need to alert him otherwise. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiaoye decided to investigate the source of the disturbance. To avoid startling this unexpected guest, he discreetly stored the bedding back into his black jade ring. He tiptoed cautiously, accompanied by the little fox, to the cave's entrance. Just then, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, illuminating the scene. Under the pristine moonlight, Chu Xiaoye clearly spotted a small creature at the entrance around. Fluffy Ball was busily gnawing on a chicken bone, having made quite a mess of the shallow pit where the bone was buried. The little Fluffball, entirely snow-white and roughly the size of a fist, was using its short limbs to hold onto the chicken bone as it feasted, resembling an ordinary wild hamster. Realizing it was merely such a small creature, Chu Xiaoye stifled a yawn, preparing to return to sleep. The little hamster, startled by the sound of his yawn, quickly jumped up, clutching the bone and attempting to flee. However, the vigilant little fox swiftly pounced, pinning the hamster down by its soft belly. Sensing its escape was futile, the hamster relaxed its grip on the bone, collapsing in a state of feigned death. The little fox let out a few soft whines to Chu Xiaoye, then picked up the hamster and carried it to the extinguished campfire. Tossing it onto the ashes, the white fluffball rolled twice in the debris, becoming a grayish ball but still resolutely maintained its act of playing dead. Chu Xiaoye understood the little fox's intent. It wanted him to roast the hamster for a meal. He approached and gently patted the still rotund belly of the little fox, proposing, Eating too much at this late hour isn't advisable. The hamster has little meat. Let's release it, and tomorrow I shall catch something larger for you." The little fox licked its lips, pondering how such a morsel could go to waste. Despite its size, the hamster was still meat, and it emitted a delightful aroma, far surpassing that of the roasted long-tailed pheasant from earlier. Taking advantage of the moment when the man and fox were engaged in conversation, the hamster discreetly opened one eye, and, seeing neither was paying attention, made a dash towards the cave entrance. The little fox immediately gave chase. Despite its small stature, the hamster was surprisingly swift, rolling away like a little ball. Chu Xiaoya then noticed that the hamster's back was adorned with a layer of silver-gray fur, glimmering slightly under the moonlight. Seeing that it was about to escape, the little fox unleashed a paw strike. The hamster, feeling the gust of wind behind it, curled into a ball and rolled sideways to evade the blow. The paw struck the ground, leaving 3 deep grooves. Although the hamster avoided this lethal attack, it lost its chance to flee and was cornered by the little fox, trembling in fear. Chu Xiaoya marveled. This hamster was indeed impressive. After all, the long-tailed pheasant they had consumed earlier was a first-tier spiritual beast and had not escaped the little fox's claws, yet this seemingly ordinary hamster had managed to evade capture. Chapter 16. The Golden Line Treasure-Seeking Mouse. Chu Xiaoya grasped the hamster by the scruff, lifting it up. The hamster continued to tremble, its pea-sized eyes brimming with tears. Had it known better, it would have resisted the temptation. It never anticipated being caught by this wretched fox. If it could escape this time, it vowed to abandon its gluttonous ways. Chu Xiaoya placed the hamster in his palm and examined it closely, soon detecting a faint trace of spiritual energy. Indeed, this little hamster was not an ordinary beast but rather a spiritual beast. It had concealed its aura remarkably well. Had it not been for the slight spiritual energy it emitted in fear, it could easily have passed for a common hamster. Chu Xiaoya was taken aback by his oversight and began to ponder which spiritual beast resembled a hamster. The appearances of hamster-like spiritual beasts were generally similar, with distinctions primarily in fur color. This particular hamster bore resemblance to both a first-tier spiritual beast, the short-tailed hamster, and a second-tier spiritual beast, the silver fox hamster. However, there existed another exceedingly rare possibility. Frost Moon had once mentioned that a creature could appear identical to an ordinary hamster, adept at concealing its spiritual energy, covered in white fur, and possessing a golden line along its back. Hastily, Chu Xiaoya parted the fur on the hamster's back, and indeed, he discovered a golden line running from its head to its tail on its pale skin. This golden line was finer than a hair. Hidden beneath the fur, invisible unless one looked closely, the Golden Line Treasure-Seeking Mouse. Indeed, it was the Golden Line Treasure-Seeking Mouse. Chu Xiaoya's excitement grew, his voice escalating until he could no longer restrain himself from slapping his thigh. The Golden Line Treasure-Seeking Mouse in his palm trembled even more, fearing that this human might crush it at any moment. Meanwhile, the little fox, concerned for Chu Xiaoya's mental state, raised a paw to nudge him. Emitting soft whines, sensing its worry, Chu Xiaoya patted its head, reassuring, "I'm fine, just overwhelmed with excitement. Shuewu, do you realize? You've captured a tremendous treasure." The little fox tilted its head, curiously observing the Golden Line Treasure-Seeking Mouse. It only knew that this little creature smelled delightful and would surely be delicious. Chu Xiaoya gently prodded the trembling, feigning death hamster and retrieved a first-tier spiritual pill from his storage ring. The innate skill of the Golden Line Treasure-Seeking Mouse was treasure-seeking, and spiritual pills were considered treasures to them. This Golden Line Treasure-Seeking Mouse was only first-tier, making a first-tier spiritual pill a significant temptation for it. Though the hamster's eyes remained shut tight, its nose twitched involuntarily as Chu Xiaoya waved the spiritual pill before it. Ultimately, the hamster could not resist its instinctual allure, sitting up and snatching the pill. Clutching it tightly to its chest, Chu Xiaoya gently tapped its forehead, enticing, "Little one, if you follow me, there will be many more such spiritual pills in your future." To bolster his persuasion, he produced a dozen first-tier spiritual pills. Along with several second-tier and even a few third-tier pills, a colorful array of pills spread across the ground, transforming the gray cave into a treasure trove. The golden-lined treasure-seeking mouse's eyes widened with desire. It swiftly stuffed the pill it had in its paws into its mouth, ready to leap into the pile of spiritual pills. However, Chu Xiaoya instantly recalled the pills, and the hamster landed awkwardly, tumbling over several times in the process. Dazed and seeing stars, the hamster looked up only to find the little fox baring its teeth at it, causing it to shiver in fear. Chu Xiaoya lifted the hamster once more and presented a third-tier spiritual pill, enticingly stating, "Little one, if you stick with me, I shall grant you a first-tier spiritual pill every 7 days. How does that sound?" The golden-threaded treasure mouse swallowed hard, feeling somewhat tempted. Its kind did not have any hierarchical restrictions. Advancement relied solely on devouring rare treasures. As long as there were sufficient heavenly materials, they could continually progress, and evolving into a divine beast was not out of the realm of possibility. However, the golden-threaded treasure mouse possessed almost no combat abilities, making it prone to untimely demise during its growth. The one captured by Chu Xiaoya was merely at the first level, and any ordinary spirit beast or even a slightly formidable wild creature could easily end its life. The mouse pondered, its eyes darting about. The conditions presented by Chu Xiaoya were rather appealing. With this long-term opportunity, it could finally escape the erratic cycle of hunger and feasting. Additionally, it glanced at the snarling little fox. If it refused, that fox would undoubtedly devour it without hesitation. Being only at the first level and having never tasted anything good, the mouse was not eager to meet its end. After coming to a conclusion, the golden-threaded treasure mouse extended its tiny paw and pressed it against Chu Xiaoya's finger, signaling its agreement. Chu Xiaoya flashed a sincere smile. Were it not for the fact that he was only a first-level spirit master and unable to contract a second spirit pet, he would have simply contracted the golden-threaded mouse without such elaborate persuasion. One person and one fox played their respective roles, employing both coercion and temptation to keep the naive golden-threaded treasure mouse in their company. Chu Xiaoya took a cloth, dampened it with water, and wiped away the grime from the golden-threaded treasure mouse. The once soft, white ball had become as black as coal after a thorough scuffle. As he wiped, he spoke, "From now on, we are family. Let me introduce you." He pointed to the little fox and said, "This is your older brother. He is quite formidable, as you felt just now. He will protect you." The golden-threaded treasure mouse trembled and nodded. It still vividly recalled the sharp sensation of the little fox's teeth when it had been grasped. "Your older brother is named Shui Wu, since you are white as well. How about you take on the surname of your brother and be called Shui Bao?" The golden-threaded treasure mouse nodded, quite fond of the name, as it adored treasures, and having such a name was simply perfect. Once Chu Xiaoya had cleaned Shui Bao, he placed it atop the little fox's head, fearing that without a contract, this little creature might turn tail and flee, so he let Shui Wu keep an eye on it. After a long night of commotion, the moon was already slanting towards the west, but there was still time for a bit more sleep. Chu Xiaoya made the bedding comfortable again and beckoned the two little ones to come and rest. The little fox nestled against Chu Xiaoya's side, curling its body snugly around the golden-threaded treasure mouse, ready to sense any movement instantly. Enveloped tightly, the golden-threaded treasure mouse suddenly felt as though it had boarded a pirate ship. Chapter 17. Qi Xiao Sect. The night passed without incident. Although Chu Xiaoya had not slept long, he rose early. He instructed the little fox to watch over the golden-threaded treasure mouse while he ventured out to catch a spirit rabbit. The first-level six-eared Gale rabbit, resembling an ordinary domestic rabbit, boasted 2 additional pairs of ears. Its hearing was remarkable, capable of detecting the slightest rustle of leaves from 200 meters away, allowing it to escape before predators even laid eyes on it. Chu Xiaoya was fortunate. This particular 6-eared Gale rabbit had sustained an injury to one hind leg, significantly reducing its running speed, which enabled him to capture it. As he built a fire, Chu Xiaoya skillfully skinned and butchered the rabbit. When he opened its belly, a pale blue spirit pill rolled out. Indeed, a first-level spirit pill. His luck today was quite remarkable. It was said that those who possessed a golden-threaded treasure mouse would experience a boost in fortune. And it seemed there was some truth to that. Picking up the spirit pill and wiping it clean, he offered it to the eagerly watching golden-threaded treasure mouse. "You truly are my little lucky star. This is your reward." The mouse's eyes sparkled with delight. This person was rather nice. With the spirit pill in hand, the golden-threaded treasure mouse completely forgot about the coercion it had faced the previous night, embodying the notion that a little kindness goes a long way. Opening its mouth wide, it gulped down the spirit pill whole, despite its considerable size being roughly half that of its body. It consumed it with surprising ease. In fact, the golden-threaded treasure mouse possessed a natural cheek pouch, serving as a storage space for treasures it discovered, allowing it to store food it could not consume immediately, preventing it from being coveted by other spirit beasts. Chu Xiaoya playfully poked its forehead and retrieved a light blue spirit pill from his storage ring, presenting it to the little fox. Fairness among spirit pets was essential. One could not neglect the older sibling simply because a second had arrived, having already given the golden-threaded treasure mouse a spirit pill the night before. It was only right to offer the little fox one as well. The little fox was delighted to receive the spirit pill and, instead of rushing to eat it, nuzzled against Chu Xiaoya. Whining adorably, Chu Xiaoya patted its head gently and said, "Go ahead and eat." Before long, the six-eared gale rabbit was roasted to perfection. Chu Xiaoya divided the two hind legs between the two furry creatures while he feasted on the forelegs. Both little creatures were engrossed in their meal. Although the golden-threaded treasure mouse was merely 1/20th the size of the little fox, its appetite was equally impressive. It consumed a bite and then stored two more in its cheek pouch, astonishingly finishing its share of rabbit legs simultaneously with the little fox. Chu Xiaoya produced a handkerchief to wipe the mouths of his two companions, feeling quite certain that the golden-threaded treasure mouse's willingness to agree to his terms was also due to his culinary skills. After collecting the leftover rabbit meat in his storage bag, he tidied up the cave and led out the horned horse, continuing their journey with the two little ones in by evening. Chu Xiaoya finally arrived at a town, significantly larger than Qingwu Town. Upon sighting the town, he carefully took down the golden-threaded treasure mouse from atop the little fox's head and tucked it into his embrace. While the mouse's appearance was not easily distinguishable, it was prudent to exercise caution. After entering the town, Chu Xiaoya first sought out an inn, settled the horned horse, and inquired with the owner about a shop. He discovered a shop that also sold storage spirit artifacts, though it was considerably smaller than the one in Zhuyu City. This time, Chu Xiaoya intended to purchase beast origin bags, the storage spirit artifacts used by those testers in Qingwu Town to contain spirit beasts. Previously, when he bought storage bags in Zhuyu City, he had overlooked this matter, but now, upon encountering the golden-threaded treasure mouse, he realized he should acquire a few beast origin bags for future contingencies. Ordinary storage artifacts could not hold living creatures. Only beast origin bags could, albeit they were quite fragile and suitable only for low-level spirit beasts that were tamed and obedient. Chu Xiaoya's black jade ring could also store living beings, but it contained several spirit pills, and he feared that the golden-threaded treasure mouse would enter and consume them all. The quality of the beast origin bags in this shop was not high, only capable of holding first-level spirit beasts, and they were reasonably priced at 80 copper coins each. Chu Xiaoya intended to buy two, and was preparing to bargain with the owner for a lower price when he caught sight of a collection of small ornaments in a corner of the display case. Among them was a jade bell, resembling the one the shopkeeper had gifted him in Zhuyu City, albeit smaller and just the right size for the golden-threaded treasure mouse. Thus, he approached the owner and said, "If I purchase two, could you throw in that jade bell as a bonus?" The jade bell was merely a decorative piece for hanging on the storage bags and held little value. The owner readily agreed to Chu Xiaoya's request. Chu Xiaoya also asked for two red strings and returned to the inn with the two furry companions in tow. Once inside the room, he placed the two little creatures on the table, produced the bell and red strings, and began crafting. First, he used his thousand stars technique to shatter the ball inside the bell, then threaded it onto the red string. Successfully creating two simple necklaces, he fastened the bells around the necks of his spirit pets and asked, "Do you like them?" The most significant distinction between spirit beasts and wild beasts lies not in their strength but in their intelligence. With intelligence comes an innate appreciation for beauty. The two little creatures played with the jade bells, their movements clearly expressing their joy and fondness. The little fox nuzzled Chu Xiaoya's arm, whining adorably, while the golden-threaded treasure mouse also approached, resting its paw on his finger and squeaking, as if to convey its happiness. "I'm glad you like them." Chu Xiaoya smiled, stroking their heads. "These bells aren't of the best quality. But once we have more resources, I'll buy you better and prettier ones. The three of them enjoyed a harmonious evening together. The next morning, Chu Xiaoya continued his journey. Before departing, he urged the golden-threaded treasure mouse to enter the beast origin bag, though it was somewhat reluctant. Within the beast origin bag, spirit beasts could only sleep, devoid of any entertainment, while resting atop the little fox's head in the breeze was far more pleasant, Chu Xiaoya coaxed. Just sleep for a bit, and then you'll come out. When it's noon, I'll catch a spirit beast to roast for you. How does that sound? The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse hesitated momentarily, yet the allure of delectable cuisine outweighed the gentle breeze, prompting it to willingly burrow into the beast essence pouch. Chu Xiaoya placed the pouch against his chest and embarked on his journey alongside the little fox. The subsequent 2 days passed without incident. And by midday on the third day, Chu Xiaoya finally arrived at Qishao Sect. The mountain gate of Qishao Sect was established halfway up the mountain, its grand plaque visible from the foot of the hill, exuding an air of magnificence that surpassed even the city gate of Zhuyu City. As the horned horse could not ascend the mountain, Chu Xiaoya first visited the relay station to return the creature before proceeding to report to Qishao Sect. Although the mountain gate appeared deceptively close, it was, in reality, quite distant. The saying "looking at the mountain exhausts the horse" held true, as Chu Xiaoya took an entire hour to reach the gate. After straightening his attire, he retrieved the letter of recommendation from his black jade ring and approached the gate, respectfully addressing the disciple on duty. "Esteemed senior, here is my letter of recommendation. I would be grateful if you could relay it." Chapter 18. The vermilion-crested feather crane. The gatekeeper received the letter, opened it for a glance, and informed Chu Xiaoya, "Please wait." He then inserted 2 fingers into his mouth and whistled, a bird's call immediately resonating from the dense forest. Shortly thereafter, a small grayish-white bird emerged, landing upon the shoulder of the gatekeeper. This was a second-tier spirit beast, the gray feather sparrow, approximately the size of a swallow, adorned with a tuft of gray feathers atop its head. Once tamed, it could deliver messages without losing its way, even across great distances. The gatekeeper rolled up the letter and instructed the gray feather sparrow, "Deliver this to Manager Fang Qingshan." Chu Xiaoya bowed to the gatekeeper, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior." The gatekeeper waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor rather indifferent. Chu Xiaoya, unperturbed by this attitude, appreciated the assistance nonetheless. After waiting for approximately the duration of an incense stick, a middle-aged man arrived gracefully riding a giant bird. Upon glancing, Chu Xiaoya recognized the creature as a 4th-tier spirit beast, the vermilion-crested feather crane, distinguished by its crimson crown and draped in snowy plumage, with a long, sharp beak and a single leg. This vermilion-crested feather crane was capable of advancing to the 5th tier, making it one of the most formidable spirit beasts he had encountered. Second only to Chu Qingyao's rainbow-feathered phoenix, the middle-aged man scrutinized Chu Xiaoya and inquired, "Are you the Chu Xiaoya mentioned in Junior Brother Lu's letter?" Junior Brother Lu was indeed the examiner who had penned the recommendation letter, his full name being Lu Cheng. Chu Xiaoya bowed respectfully, replying, "I am indeed Chu Xiaoya. Honored to meet you, Manager Fang." The middle-aged man was none other than Fang Qingshan, the manager referenced by the gatekeeper. Fang Qingshan appeared satisfied with both Chu Xiaoya's appearance and demeanor, stroking his long beard and nodding slightly. "Follow me." Chu Xiaoya cautiously mounted the back of the vermilion-crested feather crane, and once he steadied himself, the bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky, ascending hundreds of meters in mere moments. As the vermilion-crested feather crane navigated between the mountain peaks, it was Chu Xiaoya's first experience at such a height, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. His body stiffened with trepidation. Sensing his discomfort, Fang Qingshan chuckled lightly. "Fear not. Dan Yu's side is shielded by protective spirit energy. You shall not fall." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoya exhaled in relief and expressed his gratitude. Before long, the vermilion-crested feather crane landed steadily on a platform nestled halfway up the mountain, where 2 rows of wooden houses were constructed. Fang Qingshan led him into one of the houses and presented him with a key, stating, "This shall be your dormitory. Settle in for today, and refrain from wandering about. Tomorrow, someone will escort you to the personnel hall to obtain your identity jade token and arrange your work." As Fang Qingshan prepared to depart, Chu Xiaoye steeled his resolve and produced a fourth-tier fire attribute spirit pill from his black jade ring. Manager Fong, please hold on, Chu Xiaoye called as he caught up to him, presenting the fourth-tier fire attribute spirit pill. Thank you for allowing me to join Qi Xiao sect. This is a humble token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Even though Fong Qingshan was a fourth-tier spirit master, such a spirit pill was not easily acquired, especially as his vermilion-crested feather crane was on the verge of advancing, making it a timely gift. A flicker of surprise crossed Fong Qingshan's eyes, yet he accepted the spirit pill without hesitation. Its superior quality suggested it must have been acquired through a single, decisive strike when capturing a spirit beast, preserving its essence flawlessly. He harbored a hint of suspicion, as Lu Cheng's letter indicated that this youth hailed from a remote village under the jurisdiction of Jiyu City, making it unlikely for him to possess such a perfect fourth-tier spirit pill. Chu Xiaoye perceived the doubt in Fong Qingshan's gaze and allowed a subtle blush of embarrassment to surface. Explaining, my parents, in their endeavor to secure a brighter future for me, exchanged their long-accumulated wealth for this spirit pill. I hope, manager, you might look after me in the days to come. This reasoning made sense to Fong Qingshan, dispelling his suspicions. After all, a parent's love for their child often drives them to plan meticulously for their well-being. Moreover, how the spirit pill came to be was of little concern to him. After storing the spirit pill in his storage pouch, Fong Qingshan's satisfaction with Chu Xiaoye grew. Not only was he handsome and well-mannered, but he also demonstrated acumen, marking him as a promising talent. He retrieved a jade talisman from his storage pouch and handed it to Chu Xiaoye, advising, should you encounter any difficulties, use this talisman to contact me. Chu Xiaoye accepted it with both hands. Seeing Fong Qingshan off as he mounted the vermilion-crested feather crane and took flight. Once back in his room, Chu Xiaoye released a sigh of relief. The process of entering Qi Xiao sect had been relatively smooth. Although parting with the fourth-tier spirit pill was painful, it was not in vain, as it had earned him a talisman of support. Gazing at the jade talisman in his palm, which served as a communication device, he noted that upon shattering it in times of trouble, the holder of the corresponding talisman would receive a location signal, facilitating their timely assistance. While Fong Qingshan had suggested reaching out in times of need, Chu Xiaoye was aware that this talisman would prove ineffective against individuals of higher status or those of equal rank, a realization he accepted with clarity. The room contained 2 beds, separated by a wooden screen, along with some basic furnishings. The bed on the right was clearly occupied, prompting Chu Xiaoye to take the left side, retrieving his daily necessities from his storage pouch. Once organized, he lay down and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the evening to approach. Eventually, the door to his room was pushed open, accompanied by a voice filled with confusion. Why is the door unlocked? I distinctly remember locking it when I left this morning. Recognizing this was his roommate returning, Chu Xiaoye rose to greet him. Good day, senior brother. I am the new attendant disciple who arrived today. From now on, we shall be roommates. Startled, the roommate clutched his chest and exclaimed, You scared me. How could you be so silent in here? Chu Xiaoye poured a cup of water and offered it to him, allowing him to compose himself. The two sat at the table, and the roommate introduced himself. My name is Ren Xingping. There is no need for titles like senior brother among us attendant disciples. We can simply call each other by our names. Ren Xingping was a robust figure with a round face and large ears. Yet his youthful appearance suggested he was not very old. He possessed a straightforward demeanor and asked directly, Brother, it's not the time for the sect to recruit new members. How did you manage to get in? There was no need to conceal the truth, so Chu Xiaoye candidly explained that he had been recommended. Ren Xingping smacked his lips in admiration. Brother, you're quite lucky. Manager Fong is a decent fellow, and he is kind to us attendant disciples. Be sure to show him some respect. It will help you out. Chu Xiaoye nodded, acknowledging that he had already expressed his gratitude. Ren Xingping continued, but you must be cautious. We have another manager Wang, and his temper is notoriously bad. He has a rivalry with manager Fong, so be wary of him trying to make things difficult for you. Surprised by this revelation, Chu Xiaoye retrieved a roasted wild chicken from his storage pouch. This ordinary chicken was not a spirit beast. It had merely been a snack for the 2 furry companions along the way, who had grown accustomed to spirit meat. He placed the golden, oil-dripping chicken, wrapped in leaves that absorbed the aroma of the plants, onto the table, its scent incredibly tempting. Chu Xiaoye gestured invitingly. Could you elaborate a bit more? Brother Ren, let us eat and chat. Chapter 19. Twin Spirit Beasts. The moment the roasted chicken was presented, Ren Xingping was captivated by its aroma, and he wasted no time in indulging, munching as he spoke. There's really not much to it, just a bit of interpersonal drama. Manager Fong and Manager Wang were of similar strength, although Manager Wang was slightly inferior. Our sect has a rule that anyone reaching the 5th tier can apply for an elder position. The peak where we reside is called Lumong Peak, and there's currently one vacant elder seat, which has led to some competition. This dormitory area is overseen by Manager Fong, while the one at the foot of the mountain is under Manager Wang's purview. The higher-ups are at odds, and so are those below. Try to avoid wandering over there, lest you get bullied. Chu Xiaoye nodded and poured Ren Xingping another cup of water, asking, could you share more about the sect's affairs? I am new here and quite lost out of course, Ren Xingping replied. Let us start from the top. You've probably heard of our sect leader, Master Yunding, a 6th-tier spirit master whose spirit companion is a 6th-tier fiery eagle. Recently, the leader has been in seclusion, reportedly striving to break through to the 7th tier. Should he succeed, our Qishao sect will become formidable in the future. Chu Xiaoye nodded slightly. On the WNL incontinent, spiritual lords are categorized into 9 tiers. Tiers 1 to 3 are considered initial tier spiritual lords. Tiers 4 to 6 are intermediate tier, and tiers 7 to 9 are advanced tier spiritual lords. The leap between each major tier is akin to crossing a vast chasm. Once overcome, the power attained is no longer comparable. Ren Xingping continued, saying, currently, our sect is under the temporary management of 2 acting sect masters, who are the twin daughters of Master Yunding, named Qingji and Hongji. Their innate spiritual beasts are also twins. Twins for innate spiritual beasts? Chu Xiaoye exclaimed in surprise. This is the first I've heard of such a thing. Ren Xingping sighed. Who isn't surprised? The innate spiritual beasts of the acting sect masters are called Lingxi Biwing birds. One is a blue bird, and the other a red phoenix. They fly together in harmony, their hearts connected. Individually, the Lingxi Biwing bird possesses only 5th tier strength, yet together they are comparable to a 6th tier spiritual beast. This is why the sect master can confidently enter seclusion. Chu Xiaoye listened attentively. Shuangyue had introduced him to many spiritual beasts, yet she had never mentioned the existence of twin spiritual beasts. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. He realized he needed to explore more. Below the acting sect masters, there are 12 elders, each overseeing several managers. There are far too many to introduce individually. As for us disciples, the numbers are even greater. The disciples of Qishao sect are divided into 3 categories. The inner disciples, who all have personal masters and enjoy the best treatment. The outer disciples, most of whom lack personal masters and can only attend the sect's general lectures. And then there are us, the miscellaneous disciples. Calling us disciples is flattering. In reality, we are merely hired hands for the Qishao sect. Although the inner and outer disciples do not openly express disdain for us, they regard us as beneath them. Ren Xingping sighed at this point, lamenting, lacking talent. What can we do? Chu Xiaoye nodded but held a different view. While talent is indeed essential, effort is equally indispensable. He inquired, can we attend the general lectures? Ren Xingping nodded, we can, but we have to work all day. Where would we find the time and energy to attend classes? Even if we went, we would only be met with disdain. The two continued to discuss various matters until, unbeknownst to them, the sky had completely darkened, and they had devoured the roasted wild chicken. Ren Xingping felt a bit embarrassed, saying, Brother Chu, it seems I have eaten almost all the chicken, and you barely had any. Chu Xiaoye shook his head, indicating it was of no concern, and collected the leftover bones to dispose of outside. Thank you, Brother Ren, for sharing so much with me today. It's getting late. We should rest early. After washing up, the two went to sleep. Not long after, the bed beside them was filled with the sound of snoring. Chu Xiaoye felt a warmth on his shoulder, and before long, a small fox emerged from the blanket. He gently rubbed its head, and together, they drifted into slumber. The next morning, since Chu Xiaoye lacked an identity jade token, he could not roam freely within the Qishao sect. Thus, Ren Xingping went to the dining hall to bring back meals for both of them. As miscellaneous disciples, we receive only 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish each meal. Although there are no choices, it does have its advantages. One can eat as much as they desire, with no limits. Ren Shengping opened the food box, revealing 3 generously filled bowls, 2 of vegetables and 1 of rice. Seeing the near-overflowing broth, Chu Xiaoya widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Ren, is there enough food for us to finish?" Ren Shengping scoffed, "This is hardly excessive. Eat as much as you can. I'll take care of the rest." As they sat down to eat, Ren Shengping devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, finishing a bowl of rice in just a few bites. Observing his speed, Chu Xiaoya shifted from worrying about whether they could finish to worrying about whether there would be enough food. The small fox, still lounging in bed, caught the aroma of the food, sniffed the air, and woke up. It stretched lazily, swished its fluffy tail, and leaped onto Chu Xiaoya's shoulder. Chu Xiaoya offered a piece of meat to its mouth, asking, "Would you like some?" The little fox sniffed cautiously and, detecting no spiritual energy in the meat, immediately lost interest, shaking its head in disapproval. Chu Xiaoya playfully tapped its nose and chuckled, "How picky you are!" Ren Xingping looked at the little fox, surprised. "Brother Chu, is this your innate spiritual beast? It's quite beautiful. It must be of a high tier." Chu Xiaoya shook his head with a smile. "If it were of a high tier, I wouldn't merely be a miscellaneous disciple. Shuewu is a Wuguo, currently only at first tier." Wuguo, the name struck Ren Xingping as familiar. After pondering, he recalled, "I've heard the inner disciples mention the Wuguo. Elder Hongyi once wanted to gift a Wuguo to Lady Qingji, but unfortunately he couldn't find one after searching for quite some time, and it ultimately came to nothing. I've heard that although the Wuguo is not of a high tier, it is rarer than high-tier spiritual beasts. It is extremely sought after. Today, seeing Brother Chu's Wuguo has truly opened my eyes." After finishing their meal, Chu Xiaoya had only eaten 2 bowls of rice, leaving the rest for Ren Xingping, who consumed everything down to the last drop of soup. He patted his stomach in satisfaction, declaring, "Only when full can one have the energy to work. Brother Chu, your appetite is far too small. You should train with me more." Chu Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh inwardly, wondering if one could really train their appetite. Within the Qishao sect, there is a vein of spotted silver ore, a relatively rare material used for crafting spiritual artifacts or spiritual pet vehicles, with a wide array of uses. Ren Shangping worked in the mine, responsible for transporting the excavated spotted silver ore. This labor indeed consumed a great deal of physical strength. Despite his abundant consumption, he remained lean and muscular. Chapter 20. The struggle for the medicinal garden after breakfast, with still half an hour before work. Ren Shengping refrained from further conversation with Chu Xiaoya and summoned his innate spiritual pet, a second-tier Sanwei Qingniu. The Sanwei Qingniu is entirely light blue, with a pair of crescent-shaped long horns on either side of its head, and its tail bifurcates into 3 parts 1/3 of the way down. The Sanwei Qingniu is significantly larger than a single-horned cow and possesses a much more temperamental disposition. Ren Xingping mounted the Sanwei Qingniu and waved goodbye to Chu Xiaoya. "Brother Chu, I'm off to work now. Once you obtain your identity jade token, I'll take you around the sect." Chu Xiaoya waved back, watching Ren Xingping leave before returning to his room. Yesterday, the manager mentioned that someone would come to take him to the personnel hall today, but he did not know exactly when. With nothing to do, Chu Xiaoya tidied up his room. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that someone finally approached from afar. The newcomer appeared to be a girl of about 15 or 16, clad in white robes adorned with crimson flowing cloud patterns at the sleeves and hem. All disciples of Qishao sect wore standardized uniforms. This girl was in outer disciple attire, while inner disciples have larger, more exquisite flowing cloud patterns, making distinctions easy. The girl knelt upon a group of glowing red clouds, resembling the evening glow of a sunset yet vibrant and seemingly alive. Before Chu Xiaoya could utter a word, the girl called out, "You must be Chu Xiaoya, right? Quickly come up. If you're late, the personnel hall will break for lunch." Chu Xiaoya had no choice but to climb onto the cloud. Sitting cross-legged atop it, the cloud felt unique, like a fluffy cotton ball, yet imbued with a refreshing sensation. The girl turned to him, saying, "My name is Ji Yuntong. Manager Fong is my master. I'm a bit late today due to unexpected matters. I sincerely apologize." Chu Xiaoya shook his head. "It's I who have troubled you. Sister Jide." Ji Yuntong found the handsome and polite youth quite likable and asked, "You seem quite young. How old are you?" Chu Xiaoya replied, 12 years old. Ji Yuntong was somewhat taken aback that you're rather tall. I thought you were at least 15. Just like me, I didn't expect you to be so young. There's quite a bit of work at Qishao sect. But don't worry, my master has assured me that I'll arrange a lighter task for you. The 4th-tier spiritual pill proved useful here, and Chu Xiaoya smiled softly. Thank you, Manager Fong and Sister Ji, for your kindness. Seeing that Ji Yuntong was quite amiable, he inquired, Sister Ji, I've never seen your spiritual pet before. May I ask what kind of spiritual beast it is? Ji Yuntong patted the cloud beneath her, saying, This is a cotton candy beast. The cotton candy beast is a specialty spiritual beast of our Qishao sect, known as the Xiayun beast, a variant branch of cloud beasts. Aside from its color, its strength is also superior to that of ordinary cloud beasts. Every evening, when the red clouds illuminate the sky, the cloud beasts atop the peak have a chance to mutate into Xiayun beasts. If you're interested, you might try your luck in capturing one. Chu Xiaoya nodded, grateful for Ji Yuntong's clarification. It turns out to be a mutated cloud beast, a type of 2nd-tier spirit beast that dwells among the clouds. Indistinguishable from the flowing mist, the mutated cloud beast belonging to Ji Yuntong possesses a strength equivalent to that of a 3rd-tier beast, indeed surpassing the ordinary cloud beasts in ferocity. The Xianyun beast flies with remarkable speed, and in no time, they arrive at the personnel hall, where Ji Yuntong leads Chu Xiaoya to process his identity jade token. The disciple in charge presents a jade token, instructing Chu Xiaoya to infuse it with a strand of spiritual energy, which is then sealed using a special technique. Each person's spiritual energy is unique. When disciples of Qishao sect verify their identity, they merely need to inject their spiritual energy into the jade token once more, causing it to emit a faint glow. Should anyone attempt to impersonate another using the jade token, the differing spiritual force will cause the token to shatter immediately. The identity jade token is soon processed, and Ji Yuntong inquires, is there still a need for personnel in the medicinal garden? The disciple checks and responds, Sister Ji, your timing is impeccable. We happen to be short one person. Ji Yuntong smiles. Perfect, then assign it to Brother Chu. The disciple agrees, just as he is about to register Chu Xiaoya's information. A haughty voice interrupts. Wait. The newcomer, a young man in his 20s with a slender build and an air of arrogance, declares, I have taken a liking to this task. Register my person first. Following him is a middle-aged man in the uniform of a servant disciple, nodding obsequiously. Yuntong furrows her brow, displeased. Wang Ji, do you understand the meaning of first come, first served? Wang Ji glances at her as if noticing Ji Yuntong for the first time. Oh, is this not Sister Ji? What brings you here? His feigned ignorance irks Ji Yuntong, who retorts to the disciple. Hurry and register us. I cannot bear the foul presence of this scum. Wang Ji's expression darkens. Ji Yuntong's words are clearly an insult directed at him. He slams his palm on the counter. I dare anyone to register him? The disciple, feeling overwhelmed, knows both Ji Yuntong and Wang Ji have their own backing and cannot afford to offend either. He cautiously suggests, perhaps the seniors could discuss among themselves first? Once a decision is made on who will take the job, I will register. Ji Yuntong shoots him a glare. Discuss what? We arrived first. Naturally, we should register Brother Chu. Wang Ji coolly retorts, since when has taking a job been determined by arrival? It is always the capable who prevail. He shoves the man behind him forward, pointing. Ho San has been a servant disciple for over 10 years, thoroughly familiar with the sect's affairs, and he is adept at his tasks. Caring for spirit plants is a meticulous job. Clearly, it requires someone as experienced as Ho San. He then regards Chu Xiaoya with a flicker of disdain. As for this greenhorn, can he truly manage such delicate work? Ji Yuntong's face flushes with anger. You are simply grasping at straws. Wang Ji's words, ostensibly aimed at Chu Xiaoya, are actually a veiled jab at her master, Fang Qingshan. While her master's qualifications may be slightly inferior to those of Wang Ji, his strength far surpasses that of Wang Ji. Chu Xiaoya realizes this, understanding that Wang Ji is likely a relative of Steward Wang, who is in competition with Steward Fang for an elder position, resulting in friction between the two factions. As a member of Fang Qingshan's camp, he naturally becomes a target. Chapter 21. The dual invitation. Ji Yuntong, still a young girl, cannot match Wang Ji's cunning and finds herself at a loss for words. Her face flushed with indignation. Wang Ji, reveling in his triumph, pushes past Ji Yuntong and instructs the disciple, register Ho San. If they yield on this matter, Wang Ji's faction will undoubtedly become more brazen, complicating the competition for elder status. Ji Yuntong grits her teeth, ready to confront Wang Ji, when a hand suddenly blocks her path. Chu Xiaoya steps forward, saying, "Hold on, Brother Wang, though I am young, I am quite capable. How can you presume I am unfit for the work in the medicinal garden?" Wang Ji regards him leisurely. "You certainly have some guts. But how will you prove your competence?" Chu Xiaoya replies. "Since we are all spirit masters, I propose we prove ourselves as such. I am willing to duel with Brother Ho. Let the victor claim the position in the medicinal garden in 7 days." Wang Ji narrows his eyes, considering the audacity of this young servant disciple, whose talent is surely lacking. He finds no reason to intervene, even welcoming the prospect of the young man's demise. With a cold smirk, Wang Ji concedes, "Given your audacity, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, my time is precious and cannot be squandered on you lowly servants. 3 days will suffice." Chu Xiaoya bows, "Then let it be 3 days." Wang Ji flicks his sleeve and departs with Ho San, stating, 3 days hence at the dueling grounds of Daequi Peaked. Ji Yuntong, keep a close watch on this lad. Do not let him shy away when the time comes. Wang Ji's laughter echoes as he leaves, and Ji Yuntong spits in his wake. What a mouthful! Afraid of not catching the droppings of a bird. Chu Xiaoya chuckles at her words, only to receive a glare from Ji Yuntong. "You can still laugh? While Ho San may not be particularly formidable, you are new to the sect and have yet to learn anything. How will you face him in a duel? The personnel hall is not a place for idle chatter." So Ji Yuntong leads Chu Xiaoya to a secluded bamboo grove. "Summon your spirit beast. I wish to see it." Chu Xiaoya obediently calls forth his little fox. As soon as it appears, the little fox snuggles against his leg, whining adorably, its fluffy white tail wagging enthusiastically. Ji Yuntong's eyes light up. She had not expected Chu Xiaoya's spirit pet to be so endearing, her anger dissipating significantly. She asks, "May I pet it?" Chu Xiaoya nods. As long as Shui Wu agrees. The name Shui Wu is somewhat peculiar yet melodious. She extends a hand toward the little fox, which tilts its head to regard her. Seeing a pretty girl, it graciously offers its paw. Ji Yuntong squeezes the soft paw, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. How adorable! Is it a snow fox or a moonlight fox? Before Chu Xiaoya can respond, she engages in a self-dialogue. Snow foxes should have blue eyes. It's not a snow fox. Moonlight foxes bear a crescent mark on their foreheads. It's not a moonlight fox either. What other white foxes are there? Ah, it must be a pure fox. Ji Yuntong exclaims in surprise. So this is the legendary pure fox, thanks to Elder Hongyi. Nearly everyone in the sect knows about this precious spirit beast. Although pure foxes are rare, their combat prowess is relatively low. This one, being a juvenile, is only first tier in strength, making it unlikely to contend with Ho San, who is already a seasoned servant disciple, unless it reaches second tier. Chu Xiaoya reassures her, "Sister Ji, rest assured, I will elevate Shui Wu to second tier within 3 days." He does not speak idly. He has grounds for his confidence, as the little fox has already proven capable of dispatching long-tailed pheasants and gold-threaded treasure-seeking mice with ease, indicating an imminent advancement. Ji Yuntong, unaware of these details, perceives Chu Xiaoya's confidence as youthful bravado. Nonetheless, she refrains from disparaging him, wanting to preserve his morale. From her storage bag, she retrieves a book and hands it to Chu Xiaoya. "This is our sect's spiritual cultivation manual. Study it first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or attend lectures." Behind this bamboo grove lies our sect's rear mountain. Disciples may access the outer perimeter, but entry into the inner sanctum requires permission. You may find a place to train your spirit beast in the outer area. After ensuring everything is in order, Ji Yuntong mounts her Xianyun beast and departs. Having much to attend to, including informing her master about the duel, Chu Xiaoya prepares to head to the rear mountain. Ji Yuntong suddenly returns, halting before him. "Oh, I almost forgot," she says, producing a beast essence pouch and handing it to him. "Your pure fox cannot serve as a mount. This contains a spirit deer I have tamed, which I shall lend you temporarily." Chu Xiaoya bows in gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Ji." Yuntong waves her hand dismissively. You are also a casualty in this matter. Had you not proposed the duel, I would have been at a loss on how to deal with this situation. I owe you my thanks. Now go practice. Strive to defeat Ho San in 3 days. Just thinking of Wang Ji's miserable face brings me joy. Yuntong has truly departed this time after speaking. She intends to return and consult her master. Chu Xiaoye is merely a newly initiated disciple of the mundane variety, and no one expects him to triumph over Ho San. If he were to win, it would be quite an embarrassment for Wang Ji. Chu Xiaoye is aware that Ji Yuntong's goodwill is not entirely altruistic, yet he feels a sense of gratitude towards her for the benefits he has received. The back mountain of Qishao sect is vast and expansive. Chu Xiaoye released the spiritual deer and rode it for nearly half an hour, seeking a secluded spot away from human presence. The spiritual deer lent to him by Ji Yuntong is a second-tier beast of the wood element, adorned with green fur and pink flower-like patterns on its back, with antlers resembling branches, and is remarkably docile. Chu Xiaoye retrieved 2 wild fruits from his storage pouch to feed the spiritual deer before returning it to his beast essence bag. The little fox had long been eager to hunt, darting into the woods in search of prey. Chu Xiaoye treaded lightly behind it. The location he chose was near a small stream, and soon he spotted an iron-skinned lizard drinking at the water's edge. The adult iron-skinned lizard is a third-tier creature, capable of reaching 3 meters in length, with skin as hard as iron. However, the one they encountered measured only about 2 meters, indicating it was likely a subadult. Possessing second-tier strength, the little fox's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a sizable lizard would surely suffice to feed both it and Shuebao. The little fox eagerly sharpened its claws on the ground. And seeing its excitement, Chu Xiaoye assumed it was merely the fox's instinct to battle. With a flicker of light from the black jade ring, Qinqing appeared in Chu Xiaoye's hand as he prepared to confront the iron-skinned lizard alongside the little fox. Chapter 22. Lesson currently, the little fox is merely first tier. It stands no chance against the iron-skinned lizard on its own. Chu Xiaoye lowered his voice, explaining that the lizard's weak points are its abdomen and neck, where the skin is softer, cautioning also to beware of its tail and avoid being swept by it. The little fox nodded, crouching down to assume a standard ambush position. 3, 2, 1. As Chu Xiaoye counted down, the little fox launched itself like an arrow, leaping nearly 5 meters in a single bound. An impressive improvement from its previous attempt to catch the long-tailed pheasant. The iron-skinned lizard responded sluggishly, relying predominantly on sensing heat to navigate its surroundings, and was momentarily caught off guard. The little fox, not yet as tall as the lizard's legs, darted beneath its body and, with a sharp yelp, clamped down on the lizard's neck. The iron-skinned lizard writhed in pain, thrashing its neck violently, but the little fox held on tenaciously. Its sharp teeth pierced the soft skin, causing foul-smelling blood to flow, and the lizard, unable to endure the agony, reared up on its hind legs, frantically swiping at the little fox clinging to its chest. Standing upright exposed the lizard's vulnerable abdomen, and Chu Xiaoye seized the opportunity, rushing forward to plunge his short knife into the lizard's lower belly while gripping it tightly and pulling upward with force. A torrent of blood gushed from the wound, and a portion of its innards spilled forth. The iron-skinned lizard, reeling from the excruciating pain, began to roll wildly on the ground. Chu Xiaoye and the little fox quickly leaped back to evade the lizard's attacks. The iron-skinned lizard possessed remarkable vitality. Even with a life-threatening injury, it did not perish immediately. It rose to charge at the little fox, intent on taking it down with it. The lizard's mouth was enormous, filled with rows of sharp teeth, its corners dripping with putrid saliva and blood. The little fox, displaying remarkable agility, easily evaded the injured lizard, circling around it with ease and tauntingly leading it in circles. A glimmer of desperation flashed in the lizard's small brown eyes. Taking advantage of the little fox's carelessness, it lashed out with its armored tail at blinding speed, creating a sharp whooshing sound as it cut through the air. Chu Xiaoye's heart sank. He quickly warned, "Be careful," but it was too late. The lizard had executed a tail whip attack with lethal intent, and the little fox, caught off guard, could not evade in time. It was struck like a shooting star, crashing into a tree 5 or 6 meters away and collapsing into the underbrush. At that moment, The iron-skinned lizard fell to the ground with a thud, expending its final reserves of strength before succumbing to death. Chu Xiaoya hurriedly rushed over to assess the little fox's injuries. It lay limply in the grass, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, eyes tightly shut, emitting faint whimpers from its throat. A wave of anxiety washed over Chu Xiaoya as he cautiously checked the little fox's bones, relieved to find none were broken, indicating it likely sustained only internal injuries. After all, the lizard's last strike was a mere remnant of its former power and had not fully unleashed its second-tier strength. Chu Xiaoya retrieved a soft mat to lay the little fox upon and gently wiped the blood from its mouth. He released the golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse from his beast essence bag. As soon as it emerged, the mouse began to scold him, complaining about being cooped up for 2 days without a chance to roam. Initially, it had been affectionately referred to as little treasure. But now it seemed neglected. After a lengthy tirade of squeaks, the golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse sensed something was amiss when it noticed Chu Xiaoya's grim expression. Gradually quieting down, it then spotted the little fox. Unconscious on the mat and immediately panicked, climbing onto the mat to check for signs of breath. Thankfully, the little fox was still alive. The golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse looked at Chu Xiaoya, bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Chu Xiaoya extended a finger to stroke its head, saying, "Xuewu has sustained internal injuries. Xuebao, can you find some herbs for treatment?" The golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse nodded and, glancing back at the little fox, scurried off. Though the little fox had initially frightened it, it found comfort in the breeze created by the fox's presence above it. The mouse soon disappeared into the underbrush, leaving Chu Xiaoya uncertain if it would return. The iron-skinned lizard's carcass could not be left unattended. The stench of blood would attract other spiritual beasts. He used Qianxing to strip the lizard of its back armor, placing it into his storage pouch. The materials produced from spiritual beasts can be used to refine spiritual weapons, and some even serve as medicinal herbs. Although Chu Xiaoya was not yet skilled in weapon refining, he could sell these materials for profit. After processing the iron-skinned lizard, he built a fire, skewering the entire lizard to roast over the flames. After some thought, he retrieved a clay pot from his storage bag, filled it with water from the stream, and chopped some meat to cook into a broth. The flames flickered, and soon the savory aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Chu Xiaoya checked on the little fox, which remained unconscious but showed more stable breathing than before. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the grass, and the golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse returned, clutching 2 spiritual herbs in its mouth. Chu Xiaoya accepted the herbs, patting the mouse covered in grass fragments, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." "Xuebao." The mouse shook off the debris and climbed onto the mat, snuggling up next to the little fox. Chu Xiaoya went to the stream to wash the 2 spiritual herbs. One was a first-tier purple tendril vine, characterized by deep purple vines with cross-sections resembling flowers. It is a common herb for treating internal injuries. The other was a second-tier 7-leaf blood ginseng, with roots resembling ginseng but in a blood-red hue. Gaining a tier with each leaf that grows, the 7-leaf blood ginseng brought back by the golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse already had 2 leaves, indicating it had reached the second tier, a testament to the mouse's considerable effort in locating it. Chu Xiaoya chopped the 7-leaf blood ginseng into small pieces, roots and leaves alike, and added it to the broth, temporarily setting aside the purple tendril vine, since the 7-leaf blood ginseng was of a higher grade and would yield better healing effects. The aroma of the meat intensified, and after a while, the little fox finally stirred awake, slowly lifting its head and coughing lightly. Chu Xiaoya filled a wooden bowl with the broth and placed it before the little fox. Speaking in a cold tone, "Eat." The little fox, crestfallen, lowered its head, unable to meet Chu Xiaoya's gaze, and dared not touch the enticing broth before it realized that it had become overconfident, forgetting the master's admonitions, which led to its injury. Surely, the master must be angry with it for this. The little fox's ears drooped back against its head, feeling utterly humiliated, especially knowing that the master was to duel in 3 days, and it had hindered his preparations. Chapter 23. Second-tier spiritual master. Seeing that the little fox wouldn't eat, Chu Xiaoya paid it no mind. He sliced a generous piece of meat from the roasted lizard, placing it into a dish, and offered it to the golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse. "Here, eat," It's thanks to Shuebao's effort that we found the herbs. You've worked hard. Upon hearing these words, the little fox buried its head even lower, curling its body into a small, tight ball, its large eyes brimming with tears. It was over. It was no longer the beloved spirit pet of the spirit master, who had ceased to favor it. The little fox's heart ached with increasing sorrow, and it could not help but weep, yet it did not wish for Chu Xiaoye to hear, desperately stifling its cries, its body trembling. Observing the pitiful sight before him, Chu Xiaoye could no longer resist and gathered the little fox into his arms. Comforted by his embrace, the little fox felt even more aggrieved and finally let out a wail, crying loudly. Chu Xiaoye furrowed his brow. While he usually found the little fox's gentle whimpers endearing, its cries were indeed unbearable. Fortunately, it was still daytime. Otherwise, one might think a ghost was wailing. He gently stroked the little fox's back and brought over a bowl of nourishing broth, containing medicine for internal injuries, urging it to drink quickly so that it could heal. The broth had cooled considerably and was ready to be consumed. The little fox sniffled, stifling its sobs, and lowered its head to lick a sip, its tongue instantly tingling from the bitterness. Looking up at Chu Xiaoye's stern expression, the little fox dared not act coy or make any demands, obediently drinking the broth sip by sip. Chu Xiaoye secretly sighed in relief, finally managing to silence the little fox's lamentations with the broth. Once it finished one bowl, he immediately prepared another. The little fox was taken aback, thinking it only needed to drink one bowl. Was the spirit master now resorting to a different form of punishment? With no other choice, to appease Chu Xiaoye's anger, the little fox reluctantly consumed the second bowl. Just as Chu Xiaoye intended to serve a third, the little fox hurriedly pressed down on his hand, signaling that it was full. Chu Xiaoye patted its round belly, confirming its fullness, and placed the remaining broth into his black jade ring, coldly stating, "You'll finish the rest tonight." The little fox whimpered, "Master, I truly know my mistake." With tear-filled eyes, it leaped into Chu Xiaoye's embrace, on the verge of crying once more. Chu Xiaoye pinched its mouth gently, asking, "Do you understand why I am so angry this time?" The little fox nodded. Chu Xiaoye continued, "I am angry for several reasons. First, you became complacent and neglected my warnings, leading to your severe injuries. Second, you underestimated your opponent and failed to take this battle seriously. Even the slightest mistake in combat could cost you your life. Third, the little fox was dumbfounded. Had it made so many errors that there was even a third point? Thirdly, you showed a disregard for life. That iron-skinned lizard was already on its last legs. You should not have toyed with it for your amusement." Confusion filled the little fox's large eyes, struggling to comprehend Chu Xiaoye's meaning. He gently stroked its head, explaining, "In the realm of the spirit beasts, the law of the jungle prevails. Humans kill spirit beasts for materials, spirit beasts prey on humans for their essence, and both humans and beasts kill each other. This world is rife with bloodshed. Living beings can only continue to exist through violence." The little fox was even more bewildered. So should it kill or not? However, killing and torturing for pleasure were different. "What I mean is not to refrain from killing, but rather to avoid cruelty. Do not kill for enjoyment. Do not revel in the thrill of the hunt, nor take pleasure in the suffering of your prey. Do you understand?" The little fox hesitantly nodded, then quickly shook its head. Seeing its reaction, Chu Xiaoye chuckled softly, saying, "It's all right not to understand. We will experience much together in the future, and you will soon grasp it." After their conversation, Chu Xiaoye returned the little fox to the spirit realm, where his spiritual energy would aid in its recovery. The golden-threaded treasure mouse had already finished its share and pointed at the lizard on the grill, indicating it wanted more. Chu Xiaoye served it a large bowl of meat and cut a piece for himself. He had released the golden-threaded treasure mouse to gauge its response, and he felt gratified by the outcome. The creature was certainly worth the generous amount of meat. After both he and the mouse finished eating, Chu Xiaoye stored away the remaining half of the roasted iron-skinned lizard in his storage bag, intending to feed his insatiable roommate later that evening. The golden-threaded treasure mouse was reluctant to return to the beast pouch, so he allowed it to play nearby while he took out the book Ji Yuntong had given him. This book was well suited for beginners, beginning with instructions on how the spirit master should cultivate after summoning their spirit beast. Upon first summoning their spirit beast, the spirit master could sense spiritual energy, which would begin to circulate within their body automatically. Whether summoning spirit pets, forming contracts with spirit beasts, or using storage bags and other spiritual tools, one required spiritual power to support these actions. However, relying solely on the automatic circulation of spiritual energy could confine one to the first tier for a lifetime. For instance, Chu Wangshan, even in middle age, remained at the first tier and could not be considered a true spirit master. A spirit master must not only contract high-tier spirit beasts, but also ensure their own cultivation keeps pace with the level of the spirit beasts. If a spirit master S-tier stagnates for an extended period or progresses slowly, the growth of their spirit beasts will also decelerate. Nonetheless, if a spirit pet S advancement surpasses that of the spirit master by more than one tier, the spirit master may easily suffer backlash. In fact, a considerable number of spirit beasts do not willingly form contracts with spirit masters. If the spirit master cannot dominate their strength, the spirit beast may forcibly tear up the contract and regain its freedom, leaving the spirit master severely injured, resulting in a drop in tier or, in severe cases, risking their life. These lessons had been imparted to Chu Xiaoye by Shuangyue, and he quickly skimmed through the content before turning to the subsequent chapters. The method employed by spirit masters for cultivation is the spirit cultivation method, which involves absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into their bodies to participate in the internal circulation of spiritual energy, thereby converting it for their own use. Chu Xiaoye read attentively. This book seemed to have been used by Ji Yuntong, as it contained her notes on her learning experiences, proving immensely beneficial. While Shuangyue had taught him many things, it was still a spirit beast and lacked knowledge about human cultivation, hence could not instruct Chu Xiaoye in this regard. After finishing the book, Chu Xiaoye began his cultivation according to the methods outlined within. There were no specific postures required for spirit masters to absorb spiritual energy. As long as one remained calm and collected, they could summon the spiritual energy of the universe to enter their body. After memorizing the cultivation technique, he took out a set of knife techniques known as Qinqing dance, which was not precisely a formal technique, but rather a few effective moves he had developed during his hunting experiences. As the spirit cultivation methods circulated within him, the previously sluggish flow of spiritual energy began to invigorate. Chu Xiaoye infused this energy into the Qinqing knife, enhancing the already chilling brilliance of the short blade with an additional layer of sharpness. The speed of the spiritual energy circulation accelerated, and he felt his body grow lighter. He swung the knife with increasing speed, leaving trails of afterimages in the air, shimmering like stars. Gradually, the spiritual energy within him began to dwindle, and he could sense that he was nearing his limit. Nevertheless, Chu Xiaoye did not cease his movements. The spirit cultivation method he had just reviewed echoed in his mind, and everything fell into place naturally. He instinctively perceived the spiritual energy within the surrounding air, which began to converge around him from a radius of 20 meters. At this moment, Chu Xiaoye possessed only the strength of the first tier, and his body's capacity was insufficient to withstand such a large influx of spiritual energy, causing his meridians to ache faintly, though prevent his body from being overwhelmed. He had no choice but to wield the dagger with greater speed, accelerating the consumption of internal spiritual energy. Thus, he continuously absorbed spiritual energy while simultaneously expending it. The spiritual energy circulating within him steadily increased until it finally reached a critical point. An invisible barrier shattered with a pop, and a torrent of spiritual energy, as thick as his arm, surged into Chu Xiaoye's body, becoming a part of him. Second tier. Chu Xiaoye collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, astonished that he had practiced the knife techniques for a full 2 hours. His exhausted body experienced a sensation of soreness mixed with exhilaration under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. The golden-threaded treasure mouse scampered over, nudging its paw against his cheek. Chu Xiaoye picked it up and kissed it by his mouth, saying, "Shuebao, do you know what it feels like to be powerful?" Though he was now merely at the second tier, the spiritual energy within him exceeded tenfold compared to before. More importantly, he could now contract a second spirit pet. Chapter 24. 8th tier spirit beast. Chu Xiaoye had not anticipated such a swift breakthrough. According to the book, it typically took someone like him, with a low-tier spirit pet, a short span of 6 months to several years to draw in spiritual energy. Yet, He had accomplished it in merely 2 hours. Could this be due to the unique qualities of the Wuguo? As the daylight waned, Chu Xiaoya paused for a moment to catch his breath. Once he regained his strength, he rose to his feet. His garments were nearly drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He rekindled the extinguished campfire and took a refreshing bath in the stream. Afterward, he retrieved a clean set of clothes to change into and pulled out a sizable piece of roasted iron-skinned lizard that he had not finished at noon. The storage bag did not keep food warm, and the lizard had cooled considerably. Chu Xiaoya placed the meat back over the fire to reheat, also warming up a can of meat soup that the little fox had left unfinished. The golden-threaded treasure mouse stared intently at the roasting lizard, a droplet of saliva hanging precariously at the corner of its mouth. Chu Xiaoya shook his head with a chuckle, bemused by the greedy little creatures he had taken to nurturing. Initially, he had planned to contract the golden-threaded treasure mouse once he reached the 2nd rank, but with the duel against Wang Ji set for 3 days hence, and the little fox injured and in need of a powerful companion, he had to temporarily set aside the matter of the contract. However, after the trials of the morning, Chu Xiaoya felt confident in the loyalty of the golden-threaded treasure mouse. It seemed conscientious enough not to flee. He could always forge a bond with it after he ascended to the 3rd rank. The roasted lizard sizzled and oozed oil, its surface turning a golden, crispy brown after the 2nd roasting. Chu Xiaoya sliced off a piece, tearing it into smaller chunks and placing them in the treasure mouse's designated bowl. The golden-threaded treasure mouse immediately dove into its meal, and seeing its gluttonous behavior, Chu Xiaoya realized his earlier worries about it running away were unfounded. He pulled out 3 radiant 1st-rank spirit pills from his black jade ring and set them before the treasure mouse. Choose one. Your assistance in procuring the spirit herb for Shui Wu today deserves a reward. The treasure mouse momentarily lost interest in the meat, darting its gaze between the pills, circling them in confusion, unsure which to select. Ultimately, it clutched the largest golden pill, its left eye fixated on the left and its right eye on the right, looking as if it might burst from excitement. Chu Xiaoya took back the remaining 2 pills. Saving the little creature from a potential mishap, he chuckled softly. Consuming too many spirit pills at once would overwhelm your digestion. There will be more for you in the future, they are all yours. The treasure mouse's eyes sparkled as it swiftly swallowed the pill into its cheek pouch, affectionately nudging Chu Xiaoya's finger. Chu Xiaoya summoned the little fox, which appeared much more spirited after a half-day's rest. Its body no longer limp and exhibiting a newfound strength. The bond between a spirit master and their spirit companion was symbiotic. As Chu Xiaoya advanced to the 2nd rank, the little fox also benefited significantly from the influence, its injuries healing considerably. Had it not been for its wounds, it would likely have ascended in tandem. Chu Xiaoya filled a bowl with meat soup and offered it to the little fox. Drink up. The little fox stuck out its tongue, a bitter taste rising before it could sip, yet it obediently drank, casting a furtive glance at the earthen pot, which still contained a smidgen of soup. After this meal, it hoped there would be no need for another. Once both he and his companions were satiated, Chu Xiaoya recalled them and tidied up the remnants of their presence by the stream before mounting his spirit deer to return to Lu Mang Peak. Upon his arrival, he found Ren Xingping already in the dormitory. "Brother Chu, why did you take so long to return? I was beginning to worry something had happened to you." Chu Xiaoya was somewhat perplexed. He had merely delayed his return for a bit. What could possibly have gone awry? "What's the matter?" Ren Xingping replied. "It's about your duel with Ho San. News has spread throughout Lu Mang Peak." Chu Xiaoya pondered this. No wonder Wang Ji had so readily agreed. It seemed he intended to escalate the situation, hoping to embarrass the management. Ren Xingping continued, "I'm not one to criticize, but Brother Chu, your actions seem rather impulsive. Ho San has been at the 2nd rank for many years, while you are merely a 1st rank." Ren Xingping paused to gauge Chu Xiaoya's aura, astonished. "You're at the 2nd rank now?" Chu Xiaoya nodded, having just achieved the breakthrough. Ren Xingping's mouth fell agape, incredulous. This morning, Chu Xiaoya had still been a 1st rank, and now he had advanced to the 2nd rank by evening. Among the miscellaneous disciples, Ren Xingping was considered to have good aptitude, taking nearly half a year to reach the 2nd rank, while Chu Xiaoya had done so in a single day. Maintaining his composure, Chu Xiaoya fabricated a story. stating that his elders had imparted wisdom that allowed him to comprehend things more rapidly. Even so, it was an extraordinary feat. Ren Xingping gave him a thumbs up. Brother Chu, you are truly a genius. Chu Xiaoya chuckled and shook his head. You flatter me, Brother Ren. I cannot accept the title of genius. Once Ren Xingping regained his composure, he became excited. In that case, you stand a chance against Ho San? As a miscellaneous disciple under Fang Qingshan, he naturally supported Fang Qingshan's interests. Furthermore, Wang Ji, relying on his status as the nephew of the steward and an outer sect disciple, had always looked down upon the miscellaneous disciples, which had long irked Ren Xingping. Chu Xiaoya took the roasted iron-skinned lizard from his storage bag and placed it on the dining table, gesturing for Ren Xingping to help himself. Brother Ren, could you provide some insight about Ho San? I know little of him. Ren Xingping scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Oh, Brother Chu, what are you doing? It's just a few words about Ho San, and here you are serving roasted meat. Chu Xiaoya smiled. Brother Ren, there's no need for formality. I cannot finish it all myself. Then I shall not refuse, Ren Xingping said, his appetite whetted by the aroma of the roasted meat. He accepted the offering and began to eat while speaking. Ho San is not particularly capable. Despite being at Qishao sect for over a decade, he is still just a second-rank spirit master. However, he is quite adept at flattery, having ingratiated himself with Wang Ji and wielding his influence over the miscellaneous disciples. Ho San's primary spirit beast is a second-rank gray leaf monkey, while his second contracted spirit beast is a second-rank spotted hyena. The gray leaf monkey is nothing special, but the spotted hyena, gifted to him by Wang Ji, is quite ferocious. Chu Xiaoya nodded, recognizing Wang Ji's intention to humiliate others by bestowing a spotted hyena upon Ho San, clearly implying that Ho San was his lackey. The spotted hyena would reach the third rank upon maturity, while Ho San remained at the second rank, likely suppressing the hyena's advancement. Ren Xingping advised, Brother Chu, you should quickly contract a strong combat spirit beast tomorrow. Your untainted fox likely cannot contend with Ho San's spotted hyena. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Ren, Chu Xiaoya replied. Can we contract spirit beasts from the sect's back mountain? Of course, but only with the peripheral spirit beasts. Generally, entry into the inner areas is forbidden. They say there resides an 8th rank spirit beast within. Chapter 25. At this moment, we share the same sky and 8th rank spirit beast. Chu Xiaoya was somewhat astonished. Qishao sect and Juyu city were situated in the southwestern corner of the southern continent, a remote area lacking in spiritual energy. Even the city lord of Juyu and the sect leader of Qishao were merely mid-tier 6th rank spirit masters. Without this isolated setting, such strength would not suffice to lead a significant power. It was unexpected to learn that Qishao sect concealed an 8th rank spirit beast. Curious, Chu Xiaoya inquired, Brother Ren, do you know what type of 8th rank spirit beast it is? Ren Xingping sighed. I've only heard stories from the older miscellaneous disciples. I cannot confirm whether it truly exists. With Ren Xingping, the big eater, around, half a roasted iron-skinned lizard was quickly devoured. After a yawn, Ren Xingping remarked, Brother Chu, there's not much more to say about Ho San. Now that you have advanced to the second rank, there's no need to worry excessively. You should get some rest. Chu Xiaoya responded with a sound, extinguished the candle after washing up, and lay down on the bed to rest. He placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling. Frost Moon was once an 8th-tier spirit beast. He wondered how it was faring now, whether its old injuries had healed to some extent. According to Frost Moon, it had formed a pact with his father when it was still a little milk wolf, accompanying him across the myriad realms of the spirit continent. Before its injury, Frost Moon had already touched upon the threshold of the 9th tier, qualifying it as a near-saint beast. Unfortunately, after sustaining injuries, Frostmoon's rank plummeted. When it first arrived at Chu Family Village, it only possessed the strength of the 4th tier. After years of recuperation, it had only managed to regain its 5th tier status. To Chu Xiaoya, a 5th tier spirit beast was already a formidable presence. In his eyes, Frost Moon was like an omnipotent being, possessing vast knowledge and immense power. He could hardly imagine how majestic Frost Moon would have been in its prime. He hoped that Frost Moon was doing well, eagerly anticipating their reunion. The climate of the southern continent was generally humid and warm, with few ice attribute spirit beasts or spirit plants surviving. At this moment, in an underground cavern, droplets of water condensed and slid down the stalactites, resembling pearls falling into the cold pool below. The sound of dripping echoed through the cave, and at the very center of the cold pool stood a shimmering azure cold lotus. Exuding a faint greenish-blue glow, the azure cold lotus, a sixth-tier spirit plant, was entirely translucent and crystalline, thriving in dim, moist environments, serving as a substantial nourishment for ice attribute spirit beasts. A pair of ice-blue eyes flickered in the shadows, and a massive figure moved silently across the ground. This was none other than Frost Moon, the spirit beast that occupied Chu Xiaoya's thoughts. It lowered its head to sniff the ground, detecting no other spirit beast scent. Typically, high-tier spirit plants were guarded by spirit beasts, yet the cold pool concealed their aura. Frost Moon remained vigilant, carefully observing its surroundings as it stepped onto the water's surface. Frost began to congeal beneath its feet, forming a path of ice as it advanced. Just as Frost Moon had traversed halfway, a massive shadow glided beneath the ice, prompting it to look down at that moment. A dark figure suddenly burst forth from the left side of the icy path, splashing a wave over 5 meters high. Frost Moon reacted swiftly, conjuring an ice wall to block the shadow's attack. Illuminated by the glow of the azure cold lotus, the shadow's true form emerged, revealing a slender body with gills on its cheeks. Smooth and scaleless skin, and sharp web claws, it was a fifth-tier swimming dragon cave salamander. The shape of the swimming dragon cave salamander bore a striking resemblance to a river dragon, yet it lacked horns. Its grayish-white skin secreted a toxic slime capable of paralysis. Frost Moon pressed down hard with its feet, causing a large expanse of ice to spread outward from beneath. It was not adept at underwater combat, and being dragged to the pool's bottom by the swimming dragon cave salamander would spell trouble. In an instant, the chill within the cavern intensified, and the water droplets transformed into drifting snowflakes. The swimming dragon cave salamander climbed up the ice, letting out a roar towards Frost Moon while simultaneously launching a barrage of water arrows. Frost Moon deftly sidestepped the attack. Despite its massive size, it was surprisingly light and agile. Using the stone wall of the cavern for leverage, it maneuvered behind the swimming dragon cave salamander. The salamander's long tail swept through the air, creating a fierce wind. Its iron tail skill, executed by a fifth-tier spirit beast, was of an entirely different concept compared to that of a second-tier iron-skinned lizard. The elongated tail struck with sonic speed, leaving behind an afterimage. As the tail swept towards Frost Moon with the force of thunder, it was prepared. Several large snowflakes, each the size of a grinding wheel, suddenly formed in midair, suspended like steps. Frost Moon activated its skill, treading snow, leaping lightly onto the snowflakes, evading the swimming dragon cave salamander's iron tail attack. The iron tail struck the ice surface with a resounding crash, sending shards of ice and splashes of water flying, followed by the crisp sound of shattering, as the freshly formed ice beneath Frost Moon shattered like fragile porcelain. After a few agile movements atop the snowflakes, Frost Moon leapt into the air, momentarily pausing, its claws striking out in a flurry, leaving 6 trails imbued with piercing cold energy. The claws struck the swimming dragon cave salamander with great force, blood spraying forth and leaving 2 gaping wounds that exposed bone, with ice rapidly spreading from the wounds throughout its body. The swimming dragon cave salamander let out a wretched howl, rolling into the pool, where a cloud of blood blossomed upon the surface. Frost Moon twisted in midair, landing on the unbroken ice surface, and began to reform the icy path extending to the azure cold lotus. Though the swimming dragon cave salamander was not yet dead, it had been severely injured, and if it valued its life, it would remain at the bottom of the pool, deterred from resurfacing. The azure cold lotus remained unaffected by the recent battle, its petals gently swaying while emitting a subtle fragrance. Frost Moon did not linger to admire it, biting down on the lotus flower and swallowing it whole without much chewing. The effects of the azure cold lotus would not take immediate effect. It needed to find a safe place to digest its powers. As Frost Moon turned to leave the cavern, just as it was about to step out of the pool, the ice beneath its feet suddenly shattered, and a long tail emerged, tightly coiling around its waist. The upper half of the swimming dragon cave salamander rose from the water, wrapping around Frost Moon several times, heedless of its own bloodied wounds. Frost Moon found itself momentarily immobilized but remained calm, channeling its spirit energy to conjure a layer of glistening frost around itself. This resulted in the swimming dragon cave salamander, covered in sticky slime. Being encased in a thick layer of ice, within minutes, the swimming dragon cave salamander was frozen solid. With a slight exertion, Frost Moon shattered the ice into several pieces, from which a pale blue spirit core rolled out. Frost Moon picked up the core and consumed it, as the salamander's slime was toxic, and it had inevitably come into contact with some, already feeling the effects of paralysis creeping in, originally intending to find a place to rest. With the swimming dragon cave salamander now dead, this cavern was deemed safe, and Frost Moon settled down on a flat area. The energies of the Azure Cold Lotus and the fifth-tier spirit core gradually merged within its body, slowly mending its internal injuries. The great wolf's eyes gently closed, and the figure of Chu Xiaoye resurfaced in its mind. It wondered how the young master was faring and how life was treating him at the Red Sky sect. Chapter 26. The second spirit pet. Before dawn on the following day, Chu Xiaoye rose and stepped outside. He left a note for Ren Xingping, informing him not to wait for him for breakfast. The sky remained dim, with a few bright stars twinkling above, and there were not many people moving about within the sect. Chu Xiaoye rode his spirit deer along the foot of the mountain. The Red Sky sect was surrounded by towering mountains with steep terrain, and most of its buildings were built halfway up the slopes. As a result, the inhabitants of the Red Sky sect typically contracted a flying spirit pet for transportation. For instance, Fang Qingshan had a red-capped feather crane, and Ji Yuntong had a cloud beast. Chu Xiaoye pondered whether he should also contract a flying spirit pet, ideally one with considerable combat prowess. The spirit deer expertly navigated its way to the back mountain, where Chu Xiaoye rewarded it with a few fruits before summoning it back into the beast origin pouch. On his way, he discovered a wild chicken and gathered a nest of 12 wild chicken eggs. After starting a fire, he prepared the wild chicken for roasting and boiled 10 of the eggs, using the remaining 2 to make egg soup, into which he added yesterday's leftover purple-stemmed vine. Once everything was ready, Chu Xiaoye released the little fox and the golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse. The little fox, having consumed an entire second-tier 7-leaf blood ginseng, had recuperated significantly overnight and appeared vibrant and energetic. Chu Xiaoye tore off 2 chicken legs, sharing them with the 2 furry companions, while the boiled eggs were divided between them, with the little fox receiving the purple vine and egg soup all to itself. The little fox wore a forlorn expression, surprised to find it still had to drink bitter medicine today. However, it understood that the medicine would hasten its recovery and obediently began to drink. Seeing the little fox's compliance brought Chu Xiaoye great comfort. It seemed that the little fox had grown considerably through this ordeal. Previously so delicate that it would not touch ordinary wild beast meat, it now drank the bitter medicine without needing persuasion. As he reached out to stroke its fluffy head, the little fox nuzzled his hand, pushing 2 chicken eggs toward him. It had noticed that its master had distributed the eggs between it and Shuabao, leaving none for itself. The golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse observed the little fox's actions, hesitatingly glancing at the last wild chicken egg in its paws, contemplating whether it should also show some gratitude. This human was quite exceptional. Not only was his roasting technique superb, but he ensured it was well fed at every meal, occasionally even providing spirit cores. The time spent by his side had truly been the happiest moments of its mouse life. After coming to a decision, the golden-threaded treasure-hunting mouse resolutely placed the wild chicken egg into Chu Xiaoye's palm, waving its little paw dramatically, as if to say, "Eat up." Witnessing both furry companions, understanding evoked a sense of paternal pride within Chu Xiaoye. A smile inevitably gracing his face, he patted the heads of the 2 furry creatures, assuring them, "I shall suffice with the roasted wild chicken. You too enjoy the eggs." However, both fluffy creatures shook their heads, indicating that if Chu Xiaoye refused to eat, they too would abstain. Reluctantly, Chu Xiaoye consumed a pet egg, and the family of 3 shared a moment of harmony. That instant, he felt immense joy in being the spirit master. Although separated from the Chu family in Shuangyue, he was still surrounded by these new companions. After satisfying his hunger, Chu Xiaoye commenced formulating a plan to capture a second contracted spirit beast. The little fox had yet to recover from its internal injuries and was unable to engage in battle. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Following his encounter with the armored lizard yesterday and having recently advanced to the second tier, Chu Xiaoye believed he could manage a second-tier spirit beast on his own. He sent the two fluffy creatures off to play, cautioning them not to wander too far. The little fox, with the treasure-hunting mouse perched atop its head, merrily scurried into the dense forest. Chu Xiaoye's current location was quite close to where he had been yesterday. He located a small stream, preparing to lie in wait as the spirits came to drink. Numerous large trees grew along the bank, and Chu Xiaoye chose a lush one to climb, retrieving a large net from the black jade ring. This net, acquired during his shopping in Juyu City, while made of ordinary material and posing little threat to spirit beasts, could still slightly impede their movements. With everything set, Chu Xiaoye lay quietly on the tree trunk, patiently awaiting his quarry. During this time, he also engaged in silent cultivation of his spiritual techniques. Minutes ticked by, and several spirit beasts came to quench their thirst by the stream. A first-tier steel-toothed squirrel was too low in rank. A second-tier soft cloud rabbit was of insufficient quality. A second-tier sliding snake lacked potential for growth. As noon approached, Chu Xiaoye still had not encountered the desired spirit beast. Those visiting the stream were of rather low tiers, indicating this was not an ideal location for capturing spirit beasts. Just as he contemplated abandoning his ambush strategy in favor of a more proactive approach, a dark blue bird soared toward him from afar. Its feathers were sleek and ebony, reflecting a bluish hue under the sun, with a long, sharp beak and talons, while its eyes glowed a blood red. Chu Xiaoye's pupils dilated with exhilaration. This was precisely the spirit beast he sought. The Qingyin crow, once matured, could ascend to a fourth-tier spirit beast, its feathers enveloped in a layer of blue flame, boasting a temperature even hotter than that of typical fire-element spirit beasts, undoubtedly among the most formidable in its tier. This Qingyin crow was presently only second tier, likely having just left its nest, making it a perfect candidate for Chu Xiaoye's contract. He couldn't help but marvel at his fortuitous luck. Suppressing his excitement, he stilled his breath, waiting for the Qingyin crow to approach his position. The bird, indeed newly fledged and lacking survival experience, remained oblivious to his presence, leisurely drinking water and pecking at small fish and shrimp in the stream. As it hopped to the base of the tree where Chu Xiaoye was perched, he seized the moment and swiftly dropped the net. Simultaneously, he leaped down, gripping Qinqing as he lunged toward the Qingyin crow. Startled by the net descending upon it, the Qingyin crow flapped its wings wildly in an attempt to escape. Chu Xiaoye landed directly on top of it, aiming to subdue it with his dagger. The Qingyin crow opened its mouth and unleashed a fist-sized fireball aimed straight at Chu Xiaoye's face. The intensity of the flames was staggering. Chu Xiaoye dared not confront it head-on and instead rolled away to evade. Although the fireball missed, the net was incinerated, allowing the Qingyin crow to break free and beat its wings, attempting to take flight. Chu Xiaoye would not permit its escape. Channeling his spiritual energy into Qinqing, he swung his blade, severing the feathers on the right wing of the Qingyin crow. With its feathers cut, the bird lost its balance, plummeting to the ground after barely flying 2 meters, squawking in fury as it glared at Chu Xiaoye. The two locked eyes, a tense standoff ensued. After a few breaths, the Qingyin crow suddenly retaliated, flapping its wings and launching a claw strike glinting with a metallic sheen. Chapter 27. The rock-shelled red bear. This claw strike was a skill typically reserved for beasts. Chu Xiaoye was taken aback to discover that the Qingyin crow possessed it as well. Caught off guard, he failed to evade in time and was scratched on his left arm. Seizing the opportunity, the Qingyin crow expelled another fireball. This time, Chu Xiaoye reacted swiftly. Disregarding the blood streaming from his arm, he hurled Qinqing, which pierced through the fireball, cleaving it in half while maintaining its momentum, aiming directly for the Qingyin crow's throat. Having already expended considerable energy on 2 fireballs and a claw strike, the Qingyin crow had little spirit energy left and could only awkwardly attempt to dodge. Qinqing grazed its neck, embedding itself in a massive rock with a shower of brilliant sparks. The Qingyin crow was momentarily stunned. Had it not dodged swiftly, its head would have been cleanly severed. Taking advantage of this moment, Chu Xiaoye tackled the Qingyin crow to the ground, summoning Qinqing back to him. Plunging it harshly into the side of the bird's neck, coldly declaring, "If you contract with me, I shall spare your life." The Qingyin crow, terrified, emitted a squawk, shifting its neck away from Qinqing, acutely aware of its precarious position. With its fate in the hands of this human, it had no choice but to comply. The Qingyin crow lowered its head slightly, signifying submission to Chu Xiaoya. Contracting a spirit pet required a blood pact. Chu Xiaoya pinned the Qingyin crow down with one hand, while using his other to draw a contract array with the blood flowing from his arm. "With my blood, I bind your spirit. Your contract shall forever accompany me." Upon completing the incantation, he merely needed to add a drop of the Qingyin crow's blood to the array. As Chu Xiaoya withdrew Qinqing to draw blood from the bird's claw, a sudden commotion erupted from the nearby woods. The little fox, with the treasure-hunting mouse atop its head, came barreling toward him. Just 5 meters away, the little fox tripped over a stone, tumbling head over heels. The treasure-hunting mouse was flung 2 meters away like a cannonball, landing with a thud and rolling into a pancake, its spirit pill tumbling out. The pill rolled directly into Chu Xiaoya's contract array, cracking open with a loud pop and revealing a plump worm that peeked out, expelling a light blue fluid. The contract array instantly radiated a brilliant glow, signaling the completion of the contract. Everything unfolded too rapidly for even Chu Xiaoya to comprehend. The Qingyin crow stood dumbfounded. Had it just been outmaneuvered? The plump worm, dazed from the fall, swayed like a maggot in the shadows. Chu Xiaoya's expression turned dark. After exerting so much effort, he had inadvertently contracted such a worm. The Qingyin crow cawed, sensing it was no longer its concern, and wondered if it could take its leave. Chu Xiaoya shot it a fierce glare, prompting the Qingyin crow to flap its wings and scurry away, fearing it might become the human's roasted meal. The little fox and the treasure-hunting mouse soon approached, seemingly aware they had disrupted the spirit master's contract ceremony. But now was not the time for such discussions. The little fox tugged at Chu Xiaoya's pant leg, urging him forward, while the treasure-hunting mouse danced about, chattering incomprehensibly. Yet, Chu Xiaoya understood their intent. He needed to leave this place swiftly. With no time to ascertain the situation, he scooped up the plump worm and the 2 fluffy creatures and fled. However, it was already too late. Heavy footsteps echoed behind them, accompanied by the sound of trees and branches snapping. Turning to glance back, Chu Xiaoya saw an enraged rock-shelled red bear charging toward them, a 4th-tier spirit beast, its fur a reddish-brown, its back and limbs adorned with rock-like scales. The rock-shelled red bear was nearly flawless in combat prowess, save for its slightly slower speed, making it a pinnacle of 4th-tier spirit beasts. How had these 2 fluffy creatures provoked such a formidable beast? Chu Xiaoya had no time to ponder as he released a spirit deer from his beast essence bag, mounting it in preparation to flee. With a sweep of its massive paws, the rock-shelled red bear conjured a wall of fire, blocking Chu Xiaoya's path. The spirit deer, terrified of flames, could not leap over the 3-meter-high blaze. Realizing escape was futile, Chu Xiaoya recalled the spirit deer and the treasure-hunting mouse, preparing to confront the rock-shelled red bear in a few exchanges before seeking an opportunity to escape. The bear roared, its flaming paws raised, lunging toward Chu Xiaoya. "Not a single one of you little thieves shall escape." With a bare paw engulfed in flames, soaring towards the heavens, the air shimmered and warped under the intense heat. Chu Xiaoya executed a swift roll, narrowly evading this lethal strike. The rock-armored red bear, having missed its attack, let out a thunderous roar, slamming its paws onto the ground, producing a resounding bang that split the earth with deep fissures. Chu Xiaoya staggered, sensing an ominous presence beneath his feet, as the ground trembled with the imminent emergence of spikes. One of the earth attribute's spirit beast's most proficient skills, sharp, half-man-high earthen spikes erupted from the ground. But thanks to his hunting experience, Chu Xiaoya adeptly maneuvered through the gaps. However, as a 4th-tier spirit beast, the rock-armored red bear's skills were not so easily avoided. Despite Chu Xiaoya's agile movements, he still sustained numerous cuts from the spikes. The little fox, nestled in his arms, whimpered anxiously, disregarding his attempts to restrain it, and leaped into action, dashing atop the spikes towards the rock-armored red bear. Shui Wu! The little fox was remarkably swift, Springing from the apex of the spikes and delivering 3 strikes at the peak of its jump, the rock-armored red bear raised its forearm to block. But the claws merely struck its rock-like armor, leaving not even a trace. As a first-tier creature, the little fox stood no chance against the 4th-tier rock-armored red bear. Chu Xiaoya shouted, "Shui Wu, come back!" But it was too late. The rock-armored red bear seized the opportunity as the little fox was airborne and unleashed a torrent of flames. Just as it seemed the little fox would be engulfed, Chu Xiaoya's gaze hardened. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the Qin Xing Da that moment. The rock-armored red bear was wholly focused on the little fox, oblivious to the icy star that had entered its line of sight until it was too late. The pained howl erupted, scattering birds in the nearby woods as a short dagger lodged itself deep into the bear's left eye. The excruciating agony drove the rock-armored red bear into a frenzy. Flailing its paws wildly in the air as the little fox dodged left and right. Just as it seemed it would be caught, its speed suddenly surged, propelling it forward and leaving behind a fleeting white shadow. Chu Xiaoya was taken aback. The little fox had unexpectedly evolved under such dire circumstances and had comprehended a new skill, dash. The little fox scampered back towards Chu Xiaoya, who opened his arms to catch it, summoned the Qin Xing back, and swiftly retreated into the dense forest. The dagger was yanked from the bear's eye, and it let out a roar of pain and fury, charging after Chu Xiaoya. Chapter 28. An unexpected contract. Though the rock-armored red bear's speed was a disadvantage compared to Chu Xiaoya, a second-tier spirit master, it was still formidable, especially in its enraged state. Despite Chu Xiaoya's efforts to escape into the thick woods, the rampaging bear ignited the trees along its path. Setting a fiery blaze, the distance between man and beast diminished. Just as the bear's paw was about to strike Chu Xiaoya, a sharp, piercing cry split the air, followed by a barrage of fiery arrows. While the fire arrows could not penetrate the bear's hard armor, they managed to pierce its fur, creating 2 bloody holes and forcing it to halt, turning its gaze towards the new assailant. A small crimson bird, ablaze with flames atop its head, swooped down, pecking relentlessly at the rock-armored red bear, which, despite its massive size, flailed its paws in vain to catch the agile creature. Yuntong arrived late, riding her Shiyun beast, and upon seeing Chu Xiaoya in such a disheveled state, exclaimed in astonishment, "How dare you provoke a 4th-tier spirit beast?" Chu Xiaoya forced a wry smile and shook his head. It was not his intention to provoke it, and he too wished to inquire how the 2 little troublemakers dared to do so. Observing the fiery little bird engaged with the rock-armored red bear, he inquired, "Is that your spirit pet, Senior Sister Ji?" Ji Yuntong nodded. "Hong Yun is my destined spirit beast, a 4th-tier flame sparrow. A fully grown flame sparrow can reach the 4th tier, boasting a fiery red body, flames atop its head, and a size comparable to a sparrow, known for its incredible speed and rumored lineage tracing back to the legendary phoenix." Though Ji Yuntong was only a 3rd-tier spirit master, her spirit beast had already reached the 4th tier, indicating her remarkable talent. It was only a matter of time before she ascended to the 4th tier herself. The 2 spirit beasts were locked in a fierce battle, with the flame sparrow struggling to inflict significant damage on the rock-armored red bear, while the bear found it challenging to land a hit on the agile sparrow. If this continued, the already injured rock-armored red bear would only find itself at a disadvantage. It cast a bitter glance at Chu Xiaoya and Ji Yuntong before retreating into the dense forest. The flame sparrow was eager to pursue but was called back by Ji Yuntong. With the crisis averted, Chu Xiaoya sighed in relief and bowed to Ji Yuntong, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, Senior Sister Ji." She waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine, but you still haven't explained how you managed to provoke the rock-armored red bear." Chu Xiaoya glanced at the little fox, curled up in the grass, and grabbed it by the scruff to interrogate it. The little fox blinked innocently, gazing up at Chu Xiaoya. "Spirit Master, if I say this was all Shui Bao's doing, would you believe me?" Chu Xiaoya recounted the events that had transpired. Omitting the details about the golden thread treasure mouse, he speculated that during their playful escapade, the little fox and golden thread treasure mouse had caught the scent of a spirit pill, and upon scheming together, had snuck into the rock-armored red bear's lair, only to be discovered and forced to flee back in search of help. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently interrupted Chu Xiaoya's contract ritual. Transforming the original Qingyan crow into a plump worm, Ji Yuntong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter, her hair coming undone as she disregarded any semblance of decorum. She doubled over, patting Chu Xiaoya's shoulder. "Chu Shidi, you are truly unfortunate." Chu Xiaoya's expression darkened. Indeed, where there was misfortune for one, there was amusement for another. The smiles simply shifted. Ji Yuntong straightened up, wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes, and attempted to console him. "Have you seen what that plump worm actually is? Perhaps it's not so bad after all." While she struggled to suppress her laughter, she felt a pang of sympathy for Chu Xiaoya. The Qingyan crow was renowned alongside her flame sparrow. Had he successfully contracted it, he would have had a significant advantage in the upcoming duel. In his moment of desperation, Chu Xiaoya had recalled the plump worm into his body, and it had now transformed into a beast pattern affixed to the inner side of his right wrist. Upon seeing the pattern resembling a large bun, Ji Yuntong burst into laughter once more but quickly turned away. Stifling her mirth, her face flushed from suppressing her giggles. Chu Shidi was already in a dire predicament. She couldn't further provoke him. Chu Xiaoya activated the summoning array, and a chubby white worm materialized from the green array. Chu Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. This plump worm was surprisingly a third-tier spirit beast. Though it resembled a worm, it appeared quite charming, its surface smooth as jade, devoid of numerous legs, with only a pair of feathery white antennae atop its head. It even possessed a hint of cuteness. Ji Yuntong finally composed herself, turning to view the plump worm with surprise. "Chu Shidi, while it's a worm, it's rather adorable." Unable to resist, she reached out to poke the plump worm, which felt soft and bouncy, akin to a water balloon. The plump worm, displeased by the poke, turned and expelled a strand of silk, ensnaring Ji Yuntong's finger. Initially, Ji Yuntong thought little of it and attempted to pull the silk off, but she soon discovered its remarkable stickiness and resilience. Not only did it not tear, but it also ensnared her other hand. Ji Yuntong thought, is this her retribution for mocking Chu Shidi earlier? Chu Xiaoya observed Ji Yuntong's predicament not with mirth, but with contemplation. This plump worm appeared to be 100 mysterious worm. Ji Yuntong froze, quickly realizing, this is the 100 mysterious worm. Aren't they only the size of a fingertip? The 100 mysterious worm is the larva of a third-tier spirit beast known as the parasitic bee, which lays its eggs within the bodies of spirit beasts, allowing the larvae to absorb the spirit energy of the host until they are ready to emerge. However, this particular 100 mysterious worm's mother had not placed it within a spirit beast, but rather directly inside a spirit pill. Chu Xiaoya retrieved the fragment of the spirit pill from which the 100 mysterious worm had fallen. Noting that the pill had been gnawed down to a thin layer, with little spirit energy remaining. Yet, it was evident that it had originally been a third-tier spirit pill, and no wonder it had grown so plump. It had feasted on the abundant spirit energy of the third-tier pill. Generally, 100 mysterious worm would only reach 1/5 of its size, which explained why Chu Xiaoya had not recognized it immediately. He placed the 100 mysterious worm onto Ji Yuntong's palm, allowing it to retract the silk. The 100 mysterious worm nibbled away, and as the silk returned to its body, it could be reconstituted into a viscous liquid to be expelled later. The 100 mysterious worm felt cool to the touch, comfortably resting on her hand. Ji Yuntong recalled the information about the 100 mysterious worm. It starts at the first tier upon birth and only reaches the third tier when it can spin silk and cocoon itself. This one could already spin silk. Could it have already reached the third tier? Ji Yuntong exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 29. Raiding the Den. Chu Xiaoya nodded slightly. The Baixian insect was adept at concealing its presence. Otherwise, it would not have consumed the spiritual elixir without alerting the rock-armored red bear. It was not surprising that Ji Yuntong initially failed to discern the level of the Baixian insect. Receiving a confirmed reply, Ji Yuntong grew somewhat anxious. You are only at the first level now. Contracting a third-level spirit beast can easily lead to backlash. At that moment, the Baixian insect had already gnawed through the threads in Ji Yuntong's hand. She grasped Chu Xiaoya's hand and released a wisp of spiritual energy into his body to assess his condition. Earlier, during his battle with the Qingyan crow, Chu Xiaoya had expended a considerable amount of spiritual power. And with his arm injured, his aura was not particularly pronounced, which is why Ji Yuntong did not immediately notice that he had advanced to the second level. Allowing another spiritual energy to enter one's body is indeed a perilous act. However, Chu Xiaoye said nothing, for Ji Yuntong was merely concerned for him. After her examination, Ji Yuntong was astonished to discover that Chu Xiaoye had actually ascended to the second level. Initially, she had intended to guide him on how to draw energy into his body, but she was taken aback to find that he had already made a breakthrough. Ji Yuntong's expression became somewhat complex. Her talent was fairly commendable, as it had taken her nearly half a year to reach the second level. Even among the inner disciples, the exceptionally gifted Sister Yuan had spent a month advancing. Noticing her silence, Chu Xiaoye gently shook his wrist as a reminder. It was only then that Ji Yuntong came to her senses. Her face flushing as she released Chu Xiaoye's hand, realizing her earlier actions had been somewhat reckless. Fortunately, Chu Shidi did not seem to mind. Though Ji Yuntong had been caring for Chu Xiaoye over the past few days, much of it was due to her master, Fang Qingshan's instructions. Chu Xiaoye's talent was average, his innate spirit beast being the pure fox, and the prospect of him breaking through to the third level in his lifetime seemed dim. To her surprise, he exhibited such talent in spiritual cultivation. At this moment, Ji Yuntong truly began to regard Chu Xiaoye as her equal. I came here today, intending to assist you in contracting a second-level spirit beast. But it seems you managed to handle it on your own. Both the second-level Qing Yin Crow and the third-level Bai Xin Insect were testaments to Chu Xiaoye's prowess. Chu Xiaoye shook his head sincerely. Had it not been for Sister Ji's timely arrival, I might have perished at the claws of the rock-armored red bear. Ji Yuntong chose not to dwell on this matter. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense that even if she had not come, Chu Xiaoye would not have met his demise in such a place. She retrieved a vial of healing ointment from her storage bag and handed it to Chu Xiaoye. I sense that you were injured earlier. Let me tend to your wounds. The injury was on his left arm, and as Chu Xiaoye found it difficult to treat himself, he accepted Ji Yuntong's kindness, saying, "Thank you, Sister Ji." Today, Chu Xiaoye was clad in black attire, and the bloodstains were not immediately apparent, yet his entire sleeve was soaked in blood. He removed his outer garment, revealing a wound that extended from his upper arm to his forearm. Nearly 20 centimeters long, with the flesh grotesquely torn, Ji Yuntong's hand trembled as she held the vial, feeling a pang of pain in her own arm. It was astonishing that Chu Xiaoye could endure such a severe injury without flinching for so long. The little fox, seeing his injury, became distraught, whimpering and nudging his fingertips to lick away the blood. Women tend to be soft-hearted, and Ji Yuntong felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. After all, Chu Shidi was merely a 12-year-old boy, having just left his home. She reproached him. Such a grave injury. Why didn't you say anything sooner? You're losing so much blood. Ji Yuntong took out her water pouch to wash away the blood on his arm, ensuring the wound was clean before applying the ointment and dressing it. Thankfully, the wound was not very deep. Had it grazed a vein or injured a bone, it would have been a serious matter. With her head bowed, she worked meticulously and attentively. From Chu Xiaoye's perspective, all he could see were her long eyelashes and her delicate nose. Ji Yuntong sprinkled the medicine powder onto the wound and then wrapped it with a bandage. Doing an exquisite job. Chu Xiaoye expressed his gratitude once more and donned a clean shirt. Ji Yuntong left the vial of medicine with him, saying, "You should keep this. Apply it a couple more times, and the wound should scab over." Chu Xiaoye was about to refuse, but Ji Yuntong waved her hand to stop him. "This duel is very important for our master. Your recovery is paramount." Moreover, she smiled gently at Chu Xiaoye, her bright eyes and charming smile captivating. "I believe that you, Chu Shidi, are certainly not a mere fish in the pond. In the future, when you flourish, you can repay me then." Chu Xiaoye was momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his composure, Ji Yuntong had already mounted her Xia Yun beast and soared away. The crunching sound caught Chu Xiaoye's attention. He looked down to find that the Bai Xin insect was gnawing on the shell of the third-level spirit elixir. With a sigh, Chu Xiaoye placed his forehead in his hand, lamenting how he had only nurtured a couple of gluttons. With no time to attend to the plump insect, he summoned the golden thread treasure mouse from his beast yuan bag and placed it beside the little fox. Allowing the two furry creatures to sit side by side, he intentionally lowered his expression and admonished, "You two truly have some audacity. daring to provoke a fourth-level rock-armored red bear. The two furry creatures hung their heads, appearing to acknowledge their wrongdoing. They had originally been playing in the woods not far from Chu Xiaoya, but the golden thread treasure mouse suddenly stopped, standing up to sniff the AI-R.IT, caught the scent of the spirit elixir. And it was abundant. Following the aroma, the golden thread treasure mouse discovered a cave, which not only smelled of the spirit elixir, but also bore the aura of a fourth-level spirit beast. A fourth-level spirit beast was not something it could easily provoke, so the golden thread treasure mouse proposed to collaborate with the little fox, suggesting that after stealing the spirit elixir, they could split it equally. The little fox pondered for a moment and agreed to the partnership, but insisted that the elixir be divided into 3 parts, with the third portion going to Chu Xiaoya. The golden thread treasure mouse consented, knowing that Chu Xiaoya's share would eventually be divided between it and the little fox. Their plan seemed flawless. Once the rock-armored red bear ventured out to hunt, they would sneak in to steal the spirit elixir and escape. The rock-armored red bear had a habit of hoarding, storing numerous spirit elixirs deep within its cave to savor slowly. Upon entering, the two furry creatures were dazzled by the treasures. The spirit elixirs piled up like small mountains, casting colorful reflections on the cave walls. The golden thread treasure mouse frantically grabbed spirit elixirs and stuffed them into its cheek pouch, but when it reached the last third-level spirit elixir, it found it impossible to fit. Not one to give up, the golden thread treasure mouse kept trying, unwittingly wasting time until the rock-armored red bear returned. The two furry creatures had no choice but to flee, but the golden thread treasure mouse, reluctant to abandon the third-level spirit elixir, clutched it tightly even though it could not fit it into its pouch. Subsequently, the two furry creatures rushed back to seek Chu Xiaoya's help. Chu Xiaoya curled his fingers and delivered a light tap to each of their heads. A third-level spirit elixir is indeed a wonderful treasure, but it is not worth risking your lives for. Unless absolutely necessary, do not attempt anything beyond your capabilities in the future, understood? His words were primarily directed at the golden thread treasure mouse, which, due to its innate nature, could not resist the allure of treasures. Many golden thread treasure mice had met their demise for this very reason. After Chu Xiaoya finished his lecture, the two furry creatures immediately nodded, promising they would not err again. The little fox nudged the golden thread treasure mouse, which reluctantly regurgitated the spirit elixirs it had been hoarding, resembling a miser. The spirit elixirs tumbled out in a cascade, and upon a rough estimate, there were around 30 in total. Chu Xiaoya's eyes widened. He had initially thought the two furry creatures had only stolen a single third-level spirit elixir, but it turned out they had raided the lair of the rock-armored red bear. Chapter 30. Calling for Snowhorn. The golden thread treasure mouse began to divide the spirit elixirs according to its agreement with the little fox, taking one for itself and then another for the fiercely possessive spirit master. However, it was promptly swatted aside by the little fox. The little fox settled itself atop the golden thread treasure mouse, taking its place to redistribute the spirit elixirs. There were 18 first-level spirit elixirs, 11 second-level ones, 3 third-level ones, and even a single fourth-level spirit elixir. Missing one second-level elixir, the little fox directly substituted it with the fourth-level one for Chu Xiaoya. Chu Xiaoya was both amused and exasperated as he embraced the little fox. "Where do you find such a method of distribution?" After observing for a while, he finally realized that the two furry creatures were indeed dividing the spoils, and he was pleasantly surprised to receive a share, indicating they had some sense of conscience. While spirit beasts of the same level could engage in disputes for various reasons, fatal confrontations were rare. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the greater its intelligence. If it could not win, it would flee, and swiftly at that. For the rock-armored red bear to possess such a fourth-level spirit elixir must have been no easy feat. Having hidden away in its cave without consuming it, little did it know, it had inadvertently benefited them. Chu Xiaoya picked up the fourth-level spirit elixir and handed it to the tearful golden thread treasure mouse, which gazed at him in disbelief. This was a fourth-level spirit elixir. How could this human be willing to give it to him? Chu Xiaoya gently rubbed its head with his finger. "You are the great contributor for discovering so many spirit elixirs. This is what you rightfully deserve." The golden thread treasure mouse's eyes welled with tears. "You are truly a wonderful human." Chu Xiaoye stored his share of the spirit elixirs in his storage ring, and he also entrusted the little fox's portion to keep. The golden thread treasure mouse then stuffed its share of the spirit elixirs into its cheek pouch, and Chu Xiaoye cautioned, "The spiritual energy in a 4th level spirit elixir is too potent. You should wait until you reach the 3rd level before using it, understood?" The golden threaded treasure-seeking mouse had its cheeks swollen to an enormous size, making it appear somewhat unsteady while walking. It affectionately rubbed against Chu Xiaoye's fingers, signaling its understanding. Once the spoils were divided, Chu Xiaoye lifted the Baixian worm, which was still engrossed in gnawing on the remnants of a spiritual elixir. The little fox and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse immediately shrank back in guilt. Although the Baixian worm was a 3rd-tier creature, it paled in comparison to the 2nd-tier Qingyan crow in terms of both racial rank and growth potential. Theo elaborate. The Baixian worm is a rather unique spiritual beast. It is the larva of a parasitic wasp, but does not necessarily transform into one upon metamorphosis. It is named the Baixian worm due to its varied potential upon emergence, with a chance of evolving into any type of insect-like spiritual beast. It is akin to a mystery box within the realm of spiritual creatures. According to the experiences of numerous spiritual masters who have contracted Baixian worms, the probability of metamorphosis into a parasitic wasp is the highest, at 70%. While the parasitic wasp is an adult form, it shares the same tier as the Baixian worm, both being 3rd-tier spiritual beasts. However, its combat capabilities far exceed those of the Baixian worm, making it a commendable companion for lower-tier spiritual masters. Additionally, there exists a 20% probability of evolving into other types of wasp-like spiritual beasts, a 9% chance of devolving into an insect-type spiritual beast below the 3rd tier, and a mere 1% chance of advancing into a higher-tier insect-type spiritual beast. He had heard from Shuangyue that there once was a spiritual master whose Baixian worm metamorphosed into a 7th-tier explosive magma ant. Unfortunately, that spiritual master was only at the 5th tier. The moment the explosive magma ant emerged from its cocoon, it inflicted a backlash upon him, causing him to spit blood, though preserve his life. The spiritual master decisively terminated the contract with the explosive magma ant, a decision that also bore consequences, resulting in a direct drop in his tier to the 4th, though he thankfully retained his life. Whether to consider him fortunate or unfortunate remains a matter of perspective. What was done was done. Despite the twist of fate, this plump worm had now become his 2nd contracted spiritual companion. Chu Xiaoye presented the plump worm before the 2 furry creatures. "Henceforth, this shall be your 3rd brother." The little fox and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse exchanged glances and poked at the plump worm with their claws. The 3rd brother appeared quite delectable, brimming with spiritual energy, akin to a spiritual elixir. The plump worm lay lazily, seemingly indifferent to their poking. Chu Xiaoye cleared his throat. "Let us name it. How about calling it Shuepong?" The little fox covered its eyes with a paw, taken aback by its master's astounding naming prowess. Its own name was one matter, but Shuebao at least had a hint of cuteness. Shuepong was quite another. It let out a couple of growls in protest. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse also found the name rather unappealing, albeit it did fit the 3rd brother's size. It pointed to the 2 feathery antennae atop the Baixian worm's head. Chu Xiaoye responded with an "oh," realizing that Shuebao's implication was to suggest naming it Shuejiao, the little fox. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse. Ultimately, the Baixian worm was christened Shueyu, and the 3rd brother would surely express gratitude to his elder brothers when he matured. In the afternoon, Chu Xiaoye took the little fox and the Baixian worm into the woods to practice their combat skills and coordination. Generally speaking, the more contracted spiritual beasts a spiritual master summons, the greater the consumption of their spiritual energy, leading to a shorter duration of sustainment. Thus, most spiritual masters refrain from summoning all their contracted beasts at once during battle. This is especially true for summoning creatures of a higher tier than themselves, as the energy expenditure can be staggering. However, the Baixian worm is an exception. It excels at concealing its spiritual energy and moves slowly, resulting in virtually no energy consumption when not utilizing skills. Consequently, Chu Xiaoye was able to summon both the little fox and the Baixian worm for an extended period. First, the Baixian worm was somewhat uncooperative, believing that its life should revolve around eating and resting until it stored enough energy to cocoon itself. Why engage in combat? It seemed far too exhausting. Moreover, fighting would deplete its internal energy reserves, hindering its ability to cocoon. The Baishian worm lay motionless atop the little fox's head, refusing to budge no matter how the little fox shook its head. Adopting a posture of complete relaxation, Chu Xiaoya had no choice but to exploit its weakness, enticing it with a spiritual elixir from his storage ring, promising that it would receive the elixir upon the completion of training. The Baishian worm lazily lifted its eyelids to take a glance. It had been nourished by third-tier spiritual elixirs even when it was still an egg. Chu Xiaoya gritted his teeth and switched to a second-tier elixir. Would this suffice? The Baishian worm finally wiggled its tiny feathers in agreement. Though the Baishian worm was a third-tier spiritual beast, its repertoire of skills was limited. It could produce silk to ensnare foes, as it had done with Ji Yuntong, and it possessed the ability to become invisible. While the invisibility skill sounded impressive, its limitations were quite stringent. The creature had to remain completely still, as any movement would render the skill ineffective. This ability was primarily intended to allow the Baishian worm to evade predators, making it less effective in combat. However, if the Baishian worm were to cooperate with the little fox, the dynamics would be different. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse emerged from the underbrush, squeaking and pointing in a direction. Earlier, Chu Xiaoya had instructed it to scout for suitable spiritual beasts, and it seemed that it had found one. Chapter 31. Gale Blue Wolf. Chu Xiaoya followed the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse forward, traversing nearly 1,000 meters before it halted, indicating that the spiritual beasts were just ahead. Chu Xiaoya quieted his breathing and footsteps, crouching low as he parted the dense foliage. The little fox, perched on his shoulder, also craned its neck to peer ahead. Not far away, in a clearing, 2 gale blue wolves were feasting on the carcass of a large horned fawn, which had been gutted, releasing a strong scent of blood. Chu Xiaoya observed intently. Both gale blue wolves were second-tier spiritual beasts, while the large horned fawn was a third-tier creature. These 2 gale blue wolves likely hunted together frequently, exhibiting a remarkable level of coordination to take down a third-tier spiritual beast. The black jade ring shimmered as the chinching appeared in Chu Xiaoya's hand. He surmised that the little fox and the Baishian worm could handle 1 gale blue wolf individually, but against 2, he needed to prepare for their support. The Baishian worm's body gradually became translucent until it vanished entirely, leaving no trace of its presence atop the little fox's head. Once both gale blue wolves had turned their backs, Chu Xiaoya whispered to the little fox, "Go!" Like an arrow released from a bow, the little fox sprang from the underbrush, launching a claw strike at the left gale blue wolf. Taken by surprise, the gale blue wolf was slow to react and was struck on its back, leaving 3 bloody gashes. The other gale blue wolf, witnessing its companion's injury, immediately unleashed 2 blades of wind, the pale blue arcs flying swiftly toward the little fox. Chu Xiaoya called out just in time, "Shuawu, advance!" The little fox was enveloped in a white light, its speed surging as it darted 1 meter to the right, leaving a faint white shadow in its wake. The 2 blades of wind struck the ground, severing the nearby shrubs at their roots. The 2 gale blue wolves stood together, their forequarters lowered slightly, emitting threatening growls as they warily eyed the little fox. The little fox flicked its fluffy tail and made a provocative gesture, inciting the gale blue wolves into a furious response, launching 4 blades of wind in unison. The little fox, relying on its small and agile frame, evaded the wind blades, while the 2 gale blue wolves split to the left and right, encircling the little fox and simultaneously executing claw strikes. This was their customary tactic, no matter which side the prey defended. The other side would inflict injury. The little fox faced the left gale blue wolf, executing its claw strike skill in response, the claw marks colliding mid-air before dissipating simultaneously. Just as the claw strike from the other gale blue wolf was about to land on the little fox, a white silk net shot forth from the little fox's head, striking the gale blue wolf's paw and ensnaring it. The claw strike was interrupted, allowing the little fox to land safely on the ground. Turning to face the 2 gale blue wolves, the Baishian worm's silk was highly adhesive and impervious to water and fire. Once it stuck, it was challenging to remove. The paw of 1 gale blue wolf was firmly glued, and in its haste to lick it free, its tongue became ensnared as well. 1 gale blue wolf was rendered incapable of fighting, while the other lunged fiercely at the little fox. being a wind attribute spiritual beast. The Gale Blue Wolf was incredibly swift, and the little fox could only rely on the advanced skill to evade its pursuit. However, the rapid consumption of spiritual energy from continuous skill use was alarming. Chu Xiaoya, connected through the contract with the little fox, could sense the swift depletion of his own spiritual energy. Shueyu, aim for the Gale Blue Wolf's eyes and use the silk. The Baixian insect twisted its body as its invisibility skill faltered. The Gale Wolf, noticing a large white ball suddenly appear atop the little fox's head, glared with murderous intent and lunged at the Baixian insect. Just in time, the Baixian insect unleashed its silk-spitting skill, enveloping the Gale Wolf's face in a palm-sized web. Seizing the opportunity, the little fox abruptly halted, twisting its body midair to unleash 3 swift claw strikes. The Gale Wolf, its vision obscured, failed to evade in time, resulting in 3 gaping, bloody wounds across its throat, leading to its instant demise. The little fox let out a cheer and bounded joyfully towards Chu Xiaoyi. Meanwhile, the Gale Wolf, which had initially collapsed on the ground with its tongue and claws stuck together, witnessed its companion's tragic end in a fit of rage and despair. It bit off its own tongue and charged towards the little fox. Originally, the Gale Wolf of the second tier could only unleash 2 wind blades. But in its fury, it advanced to the third tier, launching 3 wind blades towards the little fox's back. Chu Xiaoye's pupils dilated. Without time for words, he threw out Qian Xing, leaping forward to embrace the little fox, rolling on the ground just in time to evade the wind blades. The 3 wind blades struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating 3 deep fissures. Had they struck the little fox, it would have been fatal. After advancing to the third tier, the Gale Wolf's strength dramatically increased. The dagger Chu Xiaoyi had thrown earlier aimed at its face, yet the Gale Wolf managed to dodge at such a close range, leaving only a thin line of blood on its cheek. With half of its tongue severed, blood dripped from the corner of its mouth, its eyes a fiery red as it fixated on Chu Xiaoyi and the trembling little fox in his arms. Chu Xiaoyi recalled Qian Xing, gripping it tightly before him. His expression grave. It was evident that the Gale Wolf harbored a deep-seated hatred for them, and a desperate counterattack from a spirit beast had to be approached with caution. The Gale Wolf, having broken through to the third tier in a life-or-death moment, had unstable spiritual energy dissipating around it like green flames, resembling a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. Its gaping maw exceedingly fearsome. Chu Xiaoyi fixed his gaze on the Gale Wolf and whispered to the little fox, "Do not fear. I will draw its attention while you and Shueyu seek an opportunity to launch a surprise attack." The little fox nodded and leaped from Chu Xiaoye's embrace. At that very moment, the Gale Wolf lunged forward, attacking Chu Xiaoyi with remarkable speed. So swift. Chu Xiaoye's pupils constricted as he instinctively crouched to evade the Gale Wolf's ferocious pounce. Before he could regain his composure, the Gale Wolf's tail swept across, sounding like steel slicing through the air. Chu Xiaoyi barely had time to react, raising his arm to shield himself with Qian Xing. The clang echoed like 2 hard metals colliding, and Chu Xiaoyi was forced back several steps by the tremendous force, causing the recently bandaged wound on his arm to rupture, blood gushing forth and soaking his sleeve. With a muffled groan, Chu Xiaoyi switched Qian Xing to his other hand and rolled to avoid the wind blades that the Gale Wolf hurled at him in terms of both speed and attack. The third-tier Gale Wolf was significantly faster than its second-tier form. Chu Xiaoyi had to remain utterly focused, closely monitoring the Gale Wolf's every movement to evade its strikes. It was overwhelming. Merely dodging consumed all his concentration, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Chapter 32. Silenced, the little fox followed Chu Xiaoye's instructions, maneuvering behind the Gale Wolf to deliver a claw strike. The strike landed on the Gale Wolf's hind leg, merely scratching 3 shallow lines of blood, a stark contrast to the earlier lethal attack that had torn its throat. The Gale Wolf swiftly turned, its gaze locking onto the little fox hidden in the grass. With its 4 limbs energized by blue spiritual power, it accelerated towards the little fox. The Baixian insect reared up, spitting forth a silk net, but the Gale Wolf, having learned from its previous encounter, deftly evaded it. To everyone's surprise, the Gale Wolf had not only advanced but also mastered a new skill, Shadow Flash. The Baixian insect continuously spat silk, Yet the Gale Wolf dodged each attempt. As it closed in on the little fox, Chu Xiaoyi seized the moment. When the Gale Wolf executed Shadow Flash once more, he leaped onto its back, gripping tightly around its waist with his legs while brandishing his dagger to stab at its nape. The Gale Wolf unleashed wind blades, but Chu Xiaoyi deftly bent backward, narrowly avoiding 2 blades, while the third was barely deflected by the little fox's claw strike. With a swift motion, Chu Xiaoyi sat upright and plunged Qian Xing into the Gale Wolf's neck. The Gale Wolf let out a pained howl, barreling toward a tree in an attempt to throw Chu Xiaoyi off. The Bai Xian insect took advantage of the moment, activating its silk skill once more to ensnare the Gale Wolf's forelegs. The Gale Wolf was tripped, its head striking the ground. Chu Xiaoyi withdrew Qian Xing and leaped off the Gale Wolf's back. This fall proved fatal for the Gale Wolf. Its neck lay limply at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Chu Xiaoyi knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, coughing lightly as a faint metallic taste lingered in his throat. Battling a third-tier beast with his second-tier strength had indeed been a challenge. The earlier confrontation had inevitably inflicted some internal injuries on him. The little fox scampered over, licking Chu Xiaoyi's cheek. He patted its head reassuringly. "I am fine," as the spiritual energy coursed through his body. He began to feel better. He sat cross-legged on the ground, retrieving bandages and a vial of medicine given to him by Ji Yun Tong from his black jade ring to redress the wound on his arm. The newly donned clothes could no longer be worn. After applying the medicine, Chu Xiaoyi changed into another set of attire. Once he was presentable, he went to inspect the 2 Gale Wolves. The earlier Gale Wolf had been an ordinary second-tier spirit beast, dying without much suffering. However, the later Gale Wolf had shown remarkable tenacity, biting off its own tongue to break through to the next tier during such dire circumstances. Indicating impressive potential. As Chu Xiaoyi examined its abdomen, he felt a hard lump and used Qian Xing to slice it open, revealing a round, pale green spirit pill that rolled out. This spirit pill contained spiritual energy between the second and third tiers. After cleaning off the blood, he stored it away in his storage pouch. He did not overlook the large horned deer that the Gale Wolf had partially devoured, removing its impressive antlers, which were prime materials for forging. As he collected the antlers into his black jade ring, he suddenly felt dizzy, swaying slightly. The little fox rushed over, nuzzling against his leg with a whimper. Chu Xiaoyi rubbed his temples and reassured. "It's nothing. I must have lost too much blood." In his weakened state, it was unwise to linger in the forest. Encountering a spirit beast above the third tier would pose a grave danger. Chu Xiaoyi recalled the little fox and Bai Xian insect, mounting the spirit deer before departing the forest. Shortly after his departure, a blue flame crow appeared, its right wing missing several feathers. Flying somewhat erratically, it was the very one Chu Xiaoyi had almost contracted that morning. The blue flame crow pecked at the Gale Wolf's corpse on the ground, occasionally glancing in the direction of Chu Xiaoyi's exit. The human who nearly became its spirit master was indeed ruthless. It was the first time it had witnessed a spirit master personally battling a spirit beast and emerging victorious. When Chu Xiaoyi returned to his dormitory, it was still early, and Ren Shangping had yet to return from work. As he walked back, all his fatigue surged forth, and as soon as he entered the room, he collapsed onto the bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. When Chu Xiaoyi awoke, the room was illuminated, and Ren Shangping was seated at the dining table eating. Upon noticing Chu Xiaoyi had awakened, Ren Shangping greeted, "Brother Chu? You reawake? Come, join me for dinner." Chu Xiaoyi responded and adjusted his clothes before approaching. Ren Shangping's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Chu Xiaoyi's pale complexion. "Brother Chu, why do you look so pale?" "Just waking." Chu Xiaoyi felt somewhat weak and his head throbbed faintly. As he sat down at the table, he slowly explained, "I accidentally sustained some injuries. I lost a bit too much blood." Ren Shangping nodded in understanding, standing to serve him rice. "You should eat more to replenish your strength. The cafeteria made braised pork today. Here, have some more." Chu Xiaoyi accepted the bowl gratefully, noting that Ren Shangping had filled it generously with large pieces of braised pork, leaving out any side dishes. As Ren Shangping devoured a hefty chunk of meat, he asked, "Brother Chu, since you were injured, did you contract a new spirit beast?" Chu Xiaoyi nodded, summoning the Bai Xian insect. The green summoning array opened beside him, and a jelly-like ball plopped onto the table. The white jade ball dropped straight down, and Chu Xiaoyi caught it, placing the Bai Xian insect on the table. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ren Shangping's eyes. The green summoning array indicated that this unknown spirit beast was of the third tier. Brother Chu, you truly are remarkable. You've just broken through to the second tier and already contracted a third-tier spirit beast. But I've never seen this spirit beast. What species could it be? Chu Xiaoya extended a finger and poked the Bai Xian worm, sending the plump creature tumbling. Remarkably, the fat worm offered no resistance, maintaining its supine position in utter stillness. Ren Xingping chuckled at the sight, remarking that this spirit pet of his was indeed a Bai Xian worm, albeit somewhat rotund. Ren Shengping's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the Bai Xian worm, which resembled a large, white steamed bun. He had encountered ordinary Bai Xian worms before, slender and finger-like, and could hardly find a semblance of resemblance between them and this chubby specimen. Chu Xiaoya's Bai Xian worm was at least equivalent to 5 ordinary ones combined. Ren Shengping's fingers itched with curiosity. He wondered what it would feel like to touch such a bun-like creature, which he assumed must be quite resilient. Mimicking Chu Xiaoya's actions, he poked the Bai Xian worm, discovering that its skin was soft and smooth, reminiscent of jade, exuding a sensation that was both warm and cool. A truly remarkable tactile experience. The Bai Xian worm lazily lifted its head to glance at him. But before Ren Xingping could comprehend the situation, Chu Xiaoya's heart raced with urgency as he exclaimed, "Stop!" However, it was already too late. The Bai Xian worm opened its mouth and expelled a silken thread, effectively ensnaring Ren Shengping's face. Caught off guard, Ren Xingping fell backward, chair and all, producing a loud crash. Chu Xiaoya hastily rose to assess Ren Shengping's condition, noticing that he instinctively tried to touch his face, only to find his hands stuck to it due to the sticky silk. With his mouth also covered, he could only emit muffled sounds of distress, appearing quite pitiable. Sighing in exasperation, Chu Xiaoya removed the Bai Xian worm from Ren Shengping's face and instructed it to consume the silk. "Ren brother, the Bai Xian worm's silk is highly adhesive and difficult to remove, but fret not. Just let it eat away at the silk." Upon hearing this, Ren Xingping ceased his struggles and lay still, allowing the Bai Xian worm to feast on the sticky threads. While the Bai Xian worm was swift in consuming spirit elixirs, it took its time with the silk, seemingly reluctant, and it took nearly half an hour to finish. Once the Bai Xian worm had completed its meal, Chu Xiaoya helped Ren Xingping to his feet, apologizing profusely. "Ren brother, I truly apologize. I didn't anticipate that this little fellow would launch a sudden attack." Ren Xingping rubbed his lower back and waved dismissively that it's nothing. "I was the one who poked it first. After all, it's a third-tier spirit beast, so having a temper is quite normal." Chu Xiaoya flicked the Bai Xian worm on its forehead before retracting it. Sitting back down to continue his meal, Ren Shengping remarked, "Although the Bai Xian worm possesses limited offensive techniques, its silk-spitting ability is indeed formidable. Spirit beasts of the same tier would find it challenging to escape. This increases your chances of victory in tomorrow's competition." Chu Xiaoya smiled, responding, "Then I shall borrow your good fortune, Ren brother." The following morning, Chu Xiaoya and Ren Xingping set out together, engaged in lively conversation, only to unexpectedly encounter Ho San and his entourage at the foot of the mountain. On the surface, Ho San appeared to be in his 40s, and today, he was no longer shadowing Wang Ji but stood upright, his former servile demeanor nowhere to be seen. He cast a disdainful sideways glance at Chu Xiaoya and Ren Xingping, exuding an air of arrogance and contempt. Ren Xingping, riding atop a 3-tailed azure ox, couldn't help but chuckle at Ho San's comical posture. "Ho San, it's been a few days, and you've seemingly shed your obsequious habits. Yet, what's the matter with your eyes?" Ho San recognized the sarcasm in Ren Shengping's words, and his face flushed with anger. "Is Ho San also what you dare to call me, Ren Xingping? You've only been initiated for 2 years. Not only do you fail to address me as senior brother, but you also dare to insult me. Do you believe I won't take this to Manager Wang?" Ren Xingping dismissed his threats, casually digging at his ear. "Chu brother, do you hear something? It seems I can hear a dog barking." Chu Xiaoya chuckled softly, agreeing, "Indeed, Ren brother, I believe I too can hear it." Ho San trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Ren Xingping. "You too. Although Ho Sen bowed and scraped before manager Wang and Wang Ji, he was regarded as a significant figure among the other miscellaneous disciples. They treated him with utmost respect, terrified of offending this favored lackey of manager Wang. Few would dare to scorn him as Ran Shengping did. As for Chu Xiaoye, he was merely an upstart, still in his youth, who had the audacity to interfere. Were it not for his interruption, the task in the spirit herb garden would have rightfully been his. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to summon his spirit beast for a confrontation. However, the miscellaneous disciples behind him quickly restrained him, urging, "Elder Ho, fighting is prohibited within the sect. You must not act recklessly. It would be wiser to deal with this insolent brat tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Ho San's heated temper cooled somewhat. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes. The previous day, Wang Ji had administered a secret potion that allowed his spotted hyena to advance to the 3rd tier. This boy had barely begun his journey and could at most contract a 2nd-tier spirit beast, making him no match for his hyena. The next day's duel would surely end with either the boy dead or severely injured. Resolute in his intent, Ho San flung his sleeves and departed with his entourage, declaring, "Let us not dwell on trivial matters." Ran Xingping couldn't suppress a mocking laugh, but once Ho San and his group had retreated, a serious expression crossed his face. Chu brother, given Ho San's usual temperament, he would never leave so easily. His demeanor suggests he is confident of victory tomorrow. You must not take this lightly, and be sure to respond with caution. Chu Xiaoye nodded appreciatively, thanking Ran Shengping for the warning. The two parted ways at the base of Luma Mountain, with Chu Xiaoye riding his spirit deer to the back mountain. Ran Shengping, despite his rough exterior, was astute and perceptive, understanding Ho San's character well enough to trust his instincts regarding the situation. Summoning the little fox and the Bai Xian worm, Chu Xiaoye remained resolute. Despite his disdain for Ho San, he would not underestimate him. Even without Ran Shengping's caution, he would prepare diligently for the duel on the morrow. Having fought alongside the swift wind wolf the previous day, the initial coordination between the little fox and the Bai Xian worm had been commendable. Yet certain issues had surfaced. The little fox, agile and enhanced in speed after mastering its charge skill, still relied solely on claw strikes, which lacked the potency to inflict significant damage upon a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Conversely, while the Bai Xian worm's silk-spitting skill was formidable, its accuracy left much to be desired. Against a swift opponent like the wind wolf, a greater distance made it challenging to land a hit. Determined to address these weaknesses, Chu Xiaoye devised targeted training exercises for the two spirited companions. He first located a suitably thick tree and instructed the little fox to practice its claw strikes against the trunk. Displaying its sharp claws, the little fox executed 3 swift slashes, leaving deep gashes in the tree. Upon inspection, Chu Xiaoye noted that the claw marks had penetrated nearly 1/3 of the tree's girth. The little fox puffed its chest proudly, anticipating praise from Chu Xiaoye. To its dismay, however, he shook his head, stating, "Shui Wu, you are already a 2nd-tier spirit beast. How can your claw strike still possess the strength of a 1st-tier beast?" The little fox's round eyes widened in disbelief as it glanced down at its claws. How could this be? It distinctly felt stronger after its advancement to the 2nd tier. How could the spirit master claim its claw strike was no different than before? Sighing, Chu Xiaoye explained, "A 2nd-tier spirit beast should be able to sever this tree with a single claw strike. You must improve. Tomorrow, we face a duel. Strive to achieve the ability to cut through this tree by sunset today." The little fox's mouth fell agape in shock. It had only recently come into existence. Could a 2nd-tier spirit beast truly sever such a tree in a single blow? Was the spirit master truly not deceiving it? Chapter 34. Too fortunate. Chu Xiaoye adopted an earnest demeanor, assuring the little fox, "I am not deceiving you. Every word I speak is true." After arranging the training for the little fox, he turned his attention to the Bai Xian worm. Given their differing temperaments, Chu Xiaoye opted for a food incentive for the lethargic Bai Xian worm. He retrieved the 3rd-tier spirit elixir from his black jade ring, waving it enticingly before the worm. "Today, if you meet the training goals I set for you, this elixir shall be your reward." The Bai Xian worm, enticed by the aroma of the elixir, nodded its feather-like antennae in agreement, signaling acceptance of the deal. Once the Bai Xian worm was settled, Chu Xiaoye released the golden-striped treasure-seeking mouse from the beast essence pouch and presented it with a second-tier spirit elixir from his black jade ring. Today, I will need your assistance, Shui Bao, to help Shui you with its training. The golden-striped treasure-seeking mouse unceremoniously stuffed the elixir into its cheek pouch, blinking its little green bean eyes in confusion. How can a mere first-tier mouse assist in training a third-tier by Xian worm? Chu Xiaoye placed a leaf upon the back of the golden-striped treasure-seeking mouse and commanded, "Now, run." The golden-striped treasure-seeking mouse hesitated, bewildered. Meanwhile, the Bai Xian worm, perched atop a prominent rock, received Chu Xiaoye's instruction and opened its mouth to unleash its silk-spitting skill. With a resounding snap, a silken thread adhered tightly to the leaf on the mouse's back, sending the little creature's fur bristling in alarm. Chu Xiaoye replaced the leaf with a fresh one, smiling gently, "Now run. You've accepted the elixir. After all." The golden-lined treasure mouse emitted a squeak, feeling as though it had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Seeing the silken threads of the 100 Xian insect shooting towards it once more, it hastily clutched the leaves on its body and took off running. Chu Xiaoye rose to his feet and brushed off his hands. Both of his spirit pets were engaged in skill training, rapidly depleting their spiritual energy. He too could not afford to be idle and needed to intensify his own cultivation. He retrieved the Qianxing and activated his spiritual cultivation technique, commencing the practice of his self-created swordsmanship and spiritual power. Although a spirit master could command spirit pets to fight on their behalf, the cultivation of the spirit master themselves must not be overlooked. For instance, had they not managed to control one of the two gale blue wolves they encountered yesterday with the assistance of the little fox and 100 Xian insect, facing both wolves alone would have rendered their victory nearly impossible. During battles involving spirit pets, a spirit master should at least possess the capability to protect themselves. Shuangyue had once mentioned that certain prominent families or powerful factions possess legacies of combat techniques. These techniques are a means for spirit masters to enhance their combat prowess, and those who have mastered these techniques can wield combat abilities that rival those of spirit beasts. Chu Xiaoye's family also had a legacy of combat techniques. But regrettably, Shuangyue, being a spirit pet, could not learn these techniques and therefore could not impart them to Chu Xiaoyi. As he infused spiritual power into the Qianxing, a connection was established between himself and the weapon, making it feel as though the Qianxing had become an extension of his body, wielded with the precision of a finger. The white blade aura manifested as a tangible force, carving deep gorges into the ground, scattering blades of grass in its wake. Its might was no less formidable than the claw strikes executed by the little fox. This was a method of utilizing spiritual energy that Chu Xiaoye had devised himself, demonstrating that the spirit master's spiritual power could not only be channeled to spirit pets, but could also be employed to enhance their own martial capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had ascended to its zenith, prompting Chu Xiaoye to pause and wipe the fine beads of sweat from his brow. Though his internal cultivation technique had been continuously in operation, the consumption of spiritual energy had not been excessive. However, physical stamina could not be replenished through cultivation alone, necessitating a brief respite. Chu Xiaoye took a moment to gather himself and turned to assess the training progress of the little fox and the 100 Qian insect. The tree, previously the thickness of a bowl, that he had identified was now severed by the little fox, which had found another tree of similar girth to practice its skills, with a single claw strike. It could now cleave 2/3 through the trunk. Upon noticing Chu Xiaoye's approach, the little fox raised its paw with a pitiful expression, showcasing its weariness after a morning of practice, its claws nearly worn down. Chu Xiaoye gently squeezed its soft paw pad, reassuringly noting that it was impossible for its claws to truly become dulled. The claw strikes involved condensing spiritual energy into a blade-like form rather than relying solely on the physical claws. Nevertheless, he still took a moment to massage the little fox's paws before lifting it up to observe the 100 Qian insect. The golden-lined treasure mouse had exhausted itself, sprawled out on the ground like a flattened pancake, allowing the 100 Qian insect to spin silk upon the leaves on its back. Chu Xiaoye casually picked up a small stone and tossed it towards the 100 Qian insect, which skillfully ensnared the stone in its web, causing it to fall to the ground. It seemed that the insect had made considerable progress in accuracy after a morning of training. The golden-lined treasure mouse struggled to rise from the ground, shaking off the leaves from its back with an exasperated squeak directed at Chu Xiaoye, as if scolding him harshly. Chu Xiaoye scooped it up and playfully poked its forehead, reminding it that it had been compensated for its efforts. The golden line treasure mouse felt a mix of indignation. Indeed, it had received a reward, yet it had not anticipated such fatigue. Unlike the 100 insect, which was supplied with Chu Xiaoye's spiritual energy, the mouse had not been so fortunate, having had to consume a first-tier spiritual pill to replenish its energy. After a morning of spinning silk, the insect had visibly lost some weight. Chu Xiaoye handed it the leaf covered in silk. Knowing that consuming the silk would help recover a significant amount of spiritual energy, ensuring nothing went to waste. Having achieved considerable success that morning, Chu Xiaoye felt quite pleased. All right, you all must be exhausted after this morning's endeavors. Rest well. I shall go fetch something to eat. He took out a soft mat from his black jade ring and laid it on the ground for his 3 spirit pets to rest upon. Before heading into the dense forest, the little fox hesitated for a moment, shook its paws, and followed after him. Chu Xiaoye smiled knowingly, lifting the little fox into his arms. Would you like to have some roasted chicken? The little fox let out a delighted yip, clearly eager. For what fox does not relish chicken? Fortune smiled upon Chu Xiaoye, as he soon caught 2 long-tailed pheasants and a long-spined hedgehog mouse. The long-spined hedgehog mouse was of low rank, only reaching 2nd tier even in adulthood, and was about the size of a grinding wheel, with metal spines the length of forearms protruding from its back, marking it as a metal attribute spirit beast. Though the long-spined hedgehog mouse moved sluggishly, its defensive capabilities were formidable. It would curl into a ball with its metal spines erect, forming a spiky sphere that most spirit beasts found challenging to breach. Unfortunately for it, today it met Chu Xiaoye. Chu Xiaoye's chinching short knife was a high-quality 7th-tier spiritual weapon capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. The metal spines of the long-spined hedgehog mouse were rendered as ineffective as clay before the might of the chinching. Handling the long-spined hedgehog mouse proved difficult. Chu Xiaoye first sheared off its metal spines and stored them in his black jade ring before returning with the bear prey on the soft mat. The 100 insect and the golden line treasure mouse were already fast asleep. Chu Xiaoye chuckled softly as he carefully kindled a fire and proceeded to clean and prepare the game. To his surprise, a round spiritual pill rolled out from the abdomen of one of the long-tailed pheasants, filling him with a sense of inexplicable anticipation. He then dissected the other long-tailed pheasant and the long-spined hedgehog mouse. And indeed, 2 more spiritual pills emerged. While others might hunt 10 spirit beasts and be fortunate to acquire even 1 spiritual pill, his success rate was nearing 50%. Was his luck truly that extraordinary? Chapter 35. Completing ahead of schedule, Chu Xiaoye stored the spiritual pills away and glanced at the golden line treasure mouse, which lay sprawled out in a heap. Though merely an ordinary spirit beast, the golden line treasure mouse's innate talent rivaled that of phantom beasts. Could this stroke of good fortune truly be a result of the mouse's influence, skillfully arranging the prepared game over the fire to roast? Chu Xiaoye seized the opportunity to resume his cultivation practice. Although he had just recently broken through to the 2nd tier, aspiring to reach the 3rd tier in a short span was nothing more than a pipe dream. Yet, for reasons unknown to him, he felt as though his cultivation speed surpassed that of the average person by a significant margin. If others absorbed spiritual energy as a trickling stream, his intake resembled a roaring river. At least tenfold. This could not solely be attributed to talent. As Xuangyue had mentioned, even his extraordinarily gifted father had taken a month to progress from a 1st-tier spirit master to a 2nd-tier spirit master. While he had accomplished the same in just 1 day, if only Xuangyue were present, it might offer insight into the peculiar nature of his cultivation speed. Sighing, Chu Xiaoye decided to set aside his puzzlement. After all, he did not feel any abnormalities within his body, and rapid cultivation was indeed a blessing. The aroma of roasting meat gradually filled the air, rousing both the golden line treasure mouse and the 100 insect from their slumber. Drawn by the enticing scent, Chu Xiaoye halted his cultivation, retrieved 3 small bowls from his black jade ring, and filled them to the brim with roasted meat to share with his 3 little companions. Although the long-spined hedgehog mouse was larger in size, once its metal spines were removed, The amount of meat left was not significantly greater than that of the two long-tailed pheasants. However, the texture of the meat was notably more tender, causing the three little creatures to feast with glistening muzzles. After finishing their lunch, Chu Xiaoya tidied up the remnants and resumed training with the little fox and the 100 insect. The little fox continued practicing its claw strikes, while the training method for the 100 insect was due for an upgrade. Chu Xiaoya picked up the 100 insect and placed it atop the back of the golden line treasure mouse. This afternoon, we will train to accurately strike moving targets. Though the 100 insect was indeed a bug, due to ample nourishment, it had grown to a size comparable to that of the golden line treasure mouse. Both were rotund spheres, stacked together in a somewhat precarious manner. The golden line treasure mouse struggled to steady its delicate legs while also using its front paws to secure the 100 insect from tumbling off its back. It couldn't help but wonder whether Chu Xiaoya was training it or the insect, feeling as if its own training load surpassed that of the 100 insect. Furthermore, it had not yet formed a contract with Chu Xiaoya. It was not technically his spirit pet, so why was it subjected to his training? Just as the golden line treasure mouse pondered this, Chu Xiaoya produced the recently acquired second-tier metal attribute spiritual pill from the long-spined hedgehog mouse and waved it tantalizingly before its eyes. You performed splendidly this morning. I have decided to upgrade your reward. At the end of today's training, this second-tier spiritual pill will be yours. The fresh spiritual pill, rich in spiritual energy, shimmered with a faint aura, irresistibly enticing to behold. The golden line treasure mouse could not suppress its saliva, eagerly nodding in agreement. It was said that humans perish for wealth and mice for food. For the sake of this second-tier spiritual pill, the golden line treasure mouse would gladly carry the 100 insect for another day without hesitation. After reassuring the golden line treasure mouse, Chu Xiaoya casually picked a handful of thumb-sized wild fruits from the ground. These wild fruits were devoid of moisture, dry and astringent, and ill-suited for consumption. Having prepared everything, he addressed the golden line treasure mouse and the 100 insect. Are you ready? I am about to begin. As soon as his words fell, he deftly pinched a wild fruit between his fingers and hurled it towards the golden line treasure mouse. The wild fruit was imbued with a faint layer of spiritual energy, akin to a stone shot from a slingshot, traveling at great speed with a whistling sound. The golden line treasure mouse, still unprepared, let out a startled squeak. It had no time to flee, only managing to lift its feet as the fruit struck the ground beneath it, creating a shallow dent in the earth. Chu Xiaoya picked up another wild fruit, rolling it in his palm with a smile, and warned, if you don't hurry, it will certainly hurt if you get hit. The golden line treasure mouse shivered, seemingly experiencing a vision of dread as dark energy appeared behind Chu Xiaoya. Without further contemplation, it swiftly turned and fled, carrying the 100 mysterious insect along. Chu Xiaoya followed leisurely behind. Having previously designated a training area for the golden line treasure mouse, restricting it to a radius of no more than 20 meters, as the aggressor, he could remain stationary in the center, allowing the launched wild fruits to strike the mouse. These small fruits were lightweight, causing no injury upon impact, though they would certainly sting. Thus, Chu Xiaoya carefully moderated his strength to avoid genuinely hurting the creature. However, the golden line treasure mouse was not to be underestimated. As a spirit beast without offensive capabilities yet endowed with a talent for treasure hunting, it would have perished long ago without its speed. Each wild fruit aimed by Chu Xiaoya was narrowly evaded, landing behind the golden line treasure mouse. Raising an eyebrow, he noted the mouse's considerable improvement after a morning of training, recalling its initial struggles even against a small fox. Yet, this was unsustainable. Relying solely on the golden line treasure mouse to evade the wild fruits was insufficient, as his primary training target remained the 100 mysterious insect. Chu Xiaoya pinched 3 wild fruits in one hand and cautioned, "Be careful!" The golden line treasure mouse glanced back to see 3 triangular fruits hurtling toward it from above, below, and the center. Squeak! How am I supposed to dodge this? It thought, realizing the dire situation. It managed to evade 2 of the fruits, but as it braced for the impact of the last, the 100 mysterious insect finally sprang into action, raising its head and spitting out a silken thread that brought the wild fruit crashing down. Chu Xiaoya was thoroughly pleased and encouraged. Excellent teamwork. Time flew during their training, and before long, Over an hour had passed. He allowed the golden line treasure mouse and 100 mysterious insect to rest while he checked on the small fox's progress. Now, with a single paw strike, the small fox could nearly sever a tree trunk the thickness of a bowl, leaving only a layer of bark intact. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoya approach, the small fox summoned all its spiritual energy to its claws and finally succeeded in slicing through the tree. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiaoya's eyes. He had not anticipated such significant progress from the small fox, who had completed its training goal ahead of schedule. The small fox puffed out its chest and proudly swished its tail, nuzzling against Chu Xiaoya's leg in a display of affection. He bent down to scoop it up, playfully squeezing its resilient paw pads and lavishly praising, "Shuewu, you are truly remarkable for finishing your training ahead of time." The small fox let out a proud sound, unwilling to admit that it had worked diligently because Chu Xiaoya had been preoccupied training the golden line treasure mouse and 100 mysterious insect. Striving to complete its goal sooner to gain his attention. Chapter 36. Promising results. Having completed its training objectives ahead of time, Chu Xiaoya decided to replace the golden line treasure mouse with the small fox. Now advanced to the second tier, the small fox was swifter than the first tier golden line treasure mouse and had mastered the skill of dashing, making its evasions even more agile. Faced with the combination of the small fox and 100 mysterious insect, Chu Xiaoya did not dare to be careless, focusing intently as he stored the wild fruits in his black jade ring. With a mere thought, 8 wild fruits appeared in his hand, clamped between his fingers. The fruits shot forth, infused with spiritual energy. Having begun hunting at the age of 8, he often treated the chinching as throwing knives, ensuring his accuracy was impeccable. The 8 wild fruits effectively sealed off the small fox's escape routes. The small fox's ears perked up, keenly detecting the 8 slicing sounds behind it. Realizing it could not evade them all, it immediately dashed to the left, avoiding 4 from the right, only to face the remaining 4 head-on. The 100 mysterious insect opened its mouth and unleashed a net twice the size of the previous one, ensnaring the 4 wild fruits and dropping them to the ground. This seamless coordination filled Chu Xiaoya with admiration and joy. Despite their low species rankings, the small fox and 100 mysterious insect exhibited exceptional combat prowess. Witnessing their capabilities, Chu Xiaoya increased the speed and quantity of the wild fruits he launched, eager to discover the limits of these 2 little companions. His hands moved at such speed that they left traces in the air, while the small fox dodged with remarkable agility, causing the golden line treasure mouse to become dizzy from the spectacle. Collapsing onto the ground, it made no attempt to rise again, instead retrieving a first-tier spiritual pill from its cheek pouch and contentedly munching on it, clearly finding this training method more suitable for itself. As the sun began to set, the new training approach proved excessively depleting of spiritual energy. Within half an hour, both he and his 2 companions were unable to continue. Chu Xiaoya called for a halt, engaging in spiritual cultivation to recuperate for a while. The day's training results exceeded his expectations, and as a reward for his 3 spirit companions, he resolved to prepare a grand feast to treat them. After resting for some time, the golden line treasure mouse nibbled on another first-tier spiritual pill and regained its vitality, eagerly taking on the task of hunting. The silvery furball darted into the underbrush and soon returned with a rustling sound. Following in its wake, Chu Xiaoya soon spotted a large horned velvet deer grazing beneath a grand tree. They had encountered this species before, as it was the prey caught by the 2 gale blue wolves. This adult horned velvet deer was a 3rd-tier spirit beast, making it an ideal candidate to assess the training outcomes of the small fox and 100 mysterious insect. Chu Xiaoya lowered his voice, saying, "The horned velvet deer possesses both earth and gold attributes. Its antlers are exceptionally sturdy, so you must exercise caution during the battle." The little fox and the Baixian insect nodded in unison. At the command of Chu Xiaoya, they dashed towards the great antlered deer. The great antlered deer, known for its gentle disposition and herbivorous nature, would rarely attack other spirit beasts or humans. However, this did not imply that it was easily provoked. The moment the little fox leaped from the thicket, the great antlered deer became alert, immediately launching a charge towards it. The massive antlers, over a meter long, gleamed with a metallic sheen, suggesting formidable power. Naturally, the little fox did not confront it head-on. It deftly employed a dash skill to evade the antlers and darted beneath the great antlered deer. This seasoned creature, having missed its strike, halted its momentum and swiftly initiated a trampling maneuver. The four sturdy hooves stomped violently upon the ground, and the size of the great antlered deer made the display appear exceptionally ferocious. The earth trembled, and dust billowed. The little fox, no larger than one of the deer's hooves, would surely meet a grim fate if trampled. Fortunately, having undergone intensive training earlier that afternoon, the little fox managed to navigate the situation with relative ease, slipping out of the trampling range during a brief interval. Seeing this, the great antlered deer attempted to charge once more, but the Bai-Shin insect seized the opportunity to unleash its silk-spinning skill, ensnaring the deer's front legs with its silken threads. This tactic had proven effective against the third-tier Gale wolf, yet the strength of the great antlered deer far surpassed that of the Gale wolf. With a slight stumble, the deer broke free from the silk. However, this momentary pause was sufficient. The little fox seized the chance to leap forward, employing a claw-strike skill to rend the great antlered deer's throat. The deer's neck was nearly severed in half, and with a mournful cry, it collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from its neck and staining the surrounding grassland crimson. Chu Xiaoya approached, drawing out his chinching to deliver a final blow to the gasping great antlered deer, thus concluding its life. The little fox, accompanied by the Bai-Shin insect, approached Chu Xiaoya, nudging him for praise. He generously lauded both the little fox and the Bai-Shin insect, as well as the Jin Xian treasure-hunting mouse, which had not participated in the hunt. This great antlered deer weighed a staggering 800 pounds. Chu Xiaoya decided to process it on the spot to avoid the hassle of transporting it elsewhere. The thick hide felt akin to the spines of a long-spined hedgehog, and had it not been for the little fox's enhanced claw strike, it would have been nearly impossible to inflict significant harm on the deer with a single blow. Upon slicing into the deer's abdomen, a round, golden-brown spiritual pill rolled out. Chu Xiaoya skillfully picked it up, wiped it clean, and stored it in his black jade ring. It was indeed unusual for the prey sought by the Jin Xian treasure-hunting mouse to lack a spiritual pill. After removing the antlers and hide, discarding inedible parts, over 500 pounds of meat remained, far more than could be consumed by Chu Xiaoya and his 3 spirit companions. He stored most of the meat in the black jade ring, leaving behind a deer leg and some internal organs for later preparation. Setting up a fire by a frequently visited stream, Chu Xiaoya retrieved a large assortment of pots and seasonings from his black jade ring. Tired of the usual roasted meat, he decided to enhance their meal while the day was still bright. He carefully cut the meat from the deer leg into sizable chunks, also retrieving some wild fruits used to feed the spirit deer. Slicing them into pieces to skewer together with the venison, applying seasoning, and setting them aside to marinate. The remaining leg bone, along with the hooves, was chopped into large pieces and placed in a pot for a hearty stew. The flesh of spirit beasts differs from that of ordinary wild animals, lacking any gamey odor and instead offering exquisite flavor. Thus, there was no need for strong seasonings to mask any scent. And Chu Xiaoya merely added a pinch of salt to the broth. As for the leftover organs, he planned to grill them on an iron plate. He retrieved several pieces of charcoal from the blazing fire and placed the iron plate above, greasing it with the fat trimmed from the venison. In no time, the plate began to sizzle, the organs curling and whitening as they quickly cooked through. Chu Xiaoya took out the dedicated bowls for his 3 spirit companions, seasoning the grilled organs and distributing them evenly among the bowls. The 3 spirit companions gazed eagerly at their bowls brimming with grilled organs, their mouths watering in anticipation. Yet, Chu Xiaoya merely placed the bowls before them without handing them over. Had the spirit master forgotten? Unable to contain themselves any longer, the little fox nudged Chu Xiaoya, whimpering with a hint of grievance. Amused by their eager expressions, Chu Xiaoya chuckled, gently patting the little fox's head. "It is still too hot. Wait until it cools down a bit." He had learned from past experiences that if he served the grilled organs immediately, they would inevitably leap forward to devour them, only to yelp from the heat. The Jin Xian treasure-hunting mouse, frustrated by the delay, began to pace anxiously, while even the usually lethargic Bai-Shin insect looked longingly, shaking its head. With a resigned smile, Chu Xiaoya paused his preparations, using chopsticks to stir the grilled meat in the bowls, hastening the cooling process. Finally, the three spirit companions were able to indulge in the fragrant grilled organs, their heads nearly buried in their bowls. With the Jin Xian treasure-hunting mouse and Bai Xian insect almost toppling into their dishes. Fortunately, the iron plate was large enough to grill the organs in 2 batches. He placed the cooked organs into a large bowl to cool, then picked up the marinated venison and wild fruit skewers to grill. The fat from the deer coated the wild fruits, while the juices from the fruits seeped into the meat, making the skewers far more aromatic than plain venison alone. The 3 spirit companions, with their eyes glued to the skewers, eagerly devoured what was in their bowls while watching the grilling process. The enticing aroma of the venison and wild fruit skewers attracted numerous spirit beasts, most of which were below the 2nd tier and of gentle temperament. Sensing that Chu Xiaoye and his companions were not to be trifled with, they quickly retreated. After removing the grilled venison and wild fruit skewers, allowing them to cool before distributing them to his 3 spirit companions, Chu Xiaoye took a skewer for himself. The meat was perfectly cooked, bursting with juices and possessing a subtle charred texture. The venison, infused with the fragrance of the fruits, was tender and carried a hint of sweetness and tanginess, leaving Chu Xiaoye craving more. Just as he reached for a second skewer, the little fox suddenly perked up, its ears twitching as it attentively gazed into the dense forest. Chu Xiaoye furrowed his brow, a serious expression crossing his face. The little fox's demeanor suggested that a high-tier spirit beast had been drawn in by the enticing aroma. Following the little fox's gaze, Chu Xiaoye spotted a glimmer of red light in the forest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the eyes of a spirit beast, a bird-like spirit beast perched atop a treetop. Its crimson eyes fixated hungrily on the grilled meat in Chu Xiaoye's hand, a look of yearning evident on its avian face. Chu Xiaoye was taken aback. Was this not the Qing Yin crow he had nearly contracted just days prior? Its left wing still bore the remnants of feathers that had yet to grow back. However, this Qing Yin crow appeared significantly larger than when he last encountered it. Chu Xiaoye sensed that. Remarkably, the crow had broken through to the 3rd tier within the past 2 days. For them, a 3rd-tier Qing Yin crow posed no real danger. Chu Xiaoye settled back down, resuming his enjoyment of the venison and wild fruit skewer, prompting the little fox to relax as well, burying its head back into its bowl to continue feasting. The Qing Yin crow watched enviously, pacing back and forth on its branch. Just days ago, it had felt a sense of regret when Chu Xiaoye nearly formed a contract with it. Now, however, it found itself lamenting its choice. Had it formed a bond with this human, it would be the one devouring meat from a bowl rather than the plump, rotund Bai Xian insect that could barely waddle. Reflecting on this, the Qing Yin crow shook its head, chastising itself. How could it entertain such thoughts? Although the food prepared by this human was delicious and aromatic, it could not forsake its freedom for mere sustenance. Food may be precious, yet freedom is worth even more. It shall never enter into a covenant with humanity to relinquish its liberty. The gaze of the Qing Yin crow grew resolute, yet it remained fixated on the roasted meat, a suspicious drool escaping the corners of its mouth. Chu Xiaoye savored 2 skewers of venison and wild fruit, and after indulging in some grilled offal, he felt nearly satiated and decided against further consumption of the roast. Instead, he retrieved the earthenware pot perched atop the fire pit. After simmering for nearly half an hour, the meat within had become tender. Chu Xiaoye deftly used his chopsticks to extract a piece, finding the sinews of the deer's hoof easily separable. Even clinging to his mouth, he poured the broth into a large bowl to cool, then filled a smaller bowl for himself. As the rich aroma of deer meat soup enveloped his senses, he found it less potent than the grilled venison, yet its aftertaste lingered much longer. After downing a bowl of hot soup, he picked up another piece of tendon, its sticky texture almost gluing his mouth shut, more delectable than the venison itself. Just as he was relishing his meal, he faintly heard the sound of someone swallowing saliva. Following the sound, he noticed that the Qing Yin crow had stealthily approached them, its red eyes glimmering with greed. Amused, Chu Xiaoye chose to ignore it. Once he finished that morsel, he set down his chopsticks and focused on serving his 3 spirit pets. The little fox, though small in stature and still hungry, found its belly quite full after consuming the grilled offal and venison fruit skewers. Managing to sip half a bowl of deer meat soup, its belly round and taut. The Baishin insect had eaten similarly, its once slim body now swollen to 2 or 3 times its original size. Chu Xiaoye feared it might burst and thus returned it to his body. The golden-lined treasure mouse had feasted the most. Despite its small frame, it stuffed its cheek pouches with roasted meat as it ate. Once all 3 spirit pets had finished, Chu Xiaoye stored away the remaining food, intending to bring it back as a late-night snack for Ren Xingping. As he prepared to leave, he felt 2 burning gazes fixated upon him, seemingly attempting to pierce through his back. Chu Xiaoye chuckled quietly, withdrawing a bowl filled with roasted meat from his black jade ring and placing it on the ground before mounting his spirit deer and departing the back mountain. The Qingyin crow waited until he was far away, its tail barely visible, before fluttering down shyly to circle the bowl a few times. This was a gift freely given by that human, requiring no sacrifice of its freedom. The Qingyin crow, shedding its reticence, began to devour the roasted meat voraciously. How delightful! Upon returning to his dormitory, Chu Xiaoye found that Ren Xingping had yet to return from work. Though the hour was not particularly late, he decided against allowing the little fox and Baishin insect to continue their training. They had already endured a substantial workload that day, and both had reached their training goals. One must recognize that excess can be detrimental, and proper rest is essential. Chu Xiaoye settled onto a stool, one hand holding the spirit cultivation manual gifted by Ji Yuntong, the other gently rubbing the little fox's overstuffed belly. This manual not only detailed methods for spirit masters to cultivate their spiritual energy, but also provided foundational knowledge regarding spirit beasts, precisely what Chu Xiaoye required at this moment. On the vast continent of Wanling, there are 3 prevalent methods of categorizing spirit beasts. The most straightforward and crude is the habitat classification, dividing all spirit beasts into 3 types: aerial spirit beasts, terrestrial spirit beasts, and aquatic spirit beasts. Additionally, there are the racial classification and elemental classification methods. The racial classification, as the name suggests, categorizes by species. For instance, the little fox belongs to the fox family, the golden-lined treasure mouse to the rodent family, and the Baishin insect to the insect family. The elemental classification, on the other hand, is based on the attributes of the spirit beasts, typically categorizing them according to the 5 elemental forces of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, along with mutated elements such as wind, ice, thunder, light, and darkness, as well as 2 special elements, illusion and null. The illusion attribute, in layman's terms, refers to the ability to create illusions that affect the mind. Spirit beasts endowed with this attribute are generally powerful and relatively rare. Conversely, null signifies a lack of attribute. Null attribute spirit beasts are typically weak and low-level, with the long-tailed pheasant that Chu Xiaoye frequently catches for meals being one such example. His own innate spirit beasts, the Wugu fox and Baishin insect, also possess null attributes. However, once the Baishin insect undergoes metamorphosis, it has a high likelihood of evolving into an attribute spirit beast. Chu Xiaoye's fingers unconsciously drummed against the table. The Wugu fox's difficulty in advancing to the intermediate stage likely correlates with its null attribute. To enable the little fox to break through to the intermediate stage, it must transform into an attribute spirit beast. While the Baishin insect can achieve this through metamorphosis, what means might the little fox employ? This is a matter that must be resolved, as the spirit master's strength is closely tied to that of their innate spirit pet. Should the little fox fail to progress to the intermediate stage, he too would be limited to the 3rd stage. Lost in contemplation, Chu Xiaoye remained unaware of the passage of time until the sound of a door opening jolted him from his reverie. Upon entering, Ren Xingping was slightly taken aback to see Chu Xiaoye seated at the table. "Brother Chu, what brings you back so early today?" Chu Xiaoye rose to light the candles in the room, replying, "Tomorrow is the day of the duel, and I thought it best to allow my spirit pets a good night's rest to conserve their energy." Ren Xingping nodded and pat Chu Xiaoye's shoulder, saying, "Brother Chu, I just so happen to have the day off tomorrow. I shall come to the training ground to cheer you on. Make sure to teach that Hosan a lesson." Chu Xiaoye smiled, retrieving the unfinished roasted venison from his storage bag. "Brother Ren, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? This is the venison I roasted this afternoon. Do help yourself if you don't mind." Ren Xingping rubbed his hands together, eagerly taking a seat at the table. Although he had already dined at the cafeteria after work, The enticing aroma of roasted venison rekindled his hunger. He swiftly devoured half a skewer of venison fruit. Giving Chu Xiaoya a thumbs up, "I must say, Brother Chu, your culinary skills far surpass those of the cafeteria's lowly workers." Chu Xiaoya chuckled. "I occasionally help my mother cook at home, so I picked up a thing or two." At this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for his parents, having been away for nearly half a month. He wondered how they were faring at home. Chapter 38. The day of the duel. On the following morning, Chu Xiaoya awoke as usual, completing his morning routine before heading to the cafeteria with Ren Shengping. This was his first visit to the cafeteria of Qishao sect. The sect is vast, with nearly 5,000 disciples, and it boasts over a dozen cafeterias. The one they visited was the closest to Lu Mang Peak and catered primarily to the miscellaneous disciples. In recent days, the news of the impending duel between Chu Xiaoya and Ho San had spread throughout the miscellaneous disciples, and upon seeing Ren Shengping accompany a newcomer for a meal, many speculated about Chu Xiaoya's identity. The glances cast their way varied from curiosity to mockery, and some were merely interested in the spectacle. However, most of the miscellaneous disciples held little faith in Chu Xiaoya's chances. After all, he was merely a novice disciple who had recently joined the sect, said to have only just summoned his innate spirit pet. How could he possibly stand a chance against Ho San, who had been entrenched in the second-tier spirit master rank for over a decade? Whispers of gossip reached Chu Xiaoya's ears, but he paid them no heed, calmly dining with Ran Xingping as they found an empty table. As they ate, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from a nearby table, with eyes frequently darting in Chu Xiaoya's direction. Their intentions unmistakable. Ren Xingping glanced at the group with disdain. "Brother Chu, pay no mind to them. Those fellows are miscellaneous disciples from Luyu Peak who have some connections with Ho San." Chu Xiaoya nodded, having already dismissed their chatter. Yet, his keen hearing caught snippets of their conversation, mentioning bets and odds. "Brother Ren, are there gambling houses within our sect?" Startled by the question, Ren Xingping quickly grasped the situation. "Naturally, there can be no gambling within the sect. It's merely some opportunistic miscellaneous disciples who have set up a betting pool on your duel with Ho San. Oh, Chu Xiaoya replied. "Do you know what my current odds are?" Ren Xingping scratched his head, feeling somewhat conflicted. He had refrained from informing Chu Xiaoya about the betting pool, fearing it might affect his mindset. However, seeing Chu Xiaoya's calm demeanor, he hesitated briefly before divulging. "To be honest, apart from myself and another nameless disciple, no one is betting on your victory. Your odds are currently at least 1 to 200. Chu Xiaoya raised an eyebrow, retrieving a pouch filled with coins from his storage bag and pushing it toward Ren Xingping. "Brother Ren, this contains 50 silver coins. Please place a bet for me. If we win, we shall split the earnings." Ren Xingping weighed the heavy pouch, astonished that Chu Xiaoya possessed such wealth, as he himself earned only 5 silver coins a month. After securing the pouch, Ren Xingping felt more confident about Chu Xiaoya's chances of victory. Lowering his voice, he added, "Rest assured, I will handle this affair. You need not worry about splitting the winnings, as I've also placed a bet of 5 silver coins on you." As the two individuals exited the dining hall after their meal, a crimson cloud gracefully swept overhead. Chu Xiaoya cast a glance and recognized it as Ji Yuntong's Shiyun beast. Just as Ji Yuntong was about to ascend upon her Shiyun beast and soar towards Luhuang Peak, Chu Xiaoya hurriedly called out to her, "Sister Ji, you have come to seek me, haven't you?" Upon hearing Chu Xiaoya's voice, Ji Yuntong executed a swift maneuver, guiding her Shiyun beast to return and come to a halt before him. Noticing his calm and unflustered demeanor, Ji Yuntong teased, "Sister Chu still finds the time to have breakfast. It seems you are quite confident about this competition." Chu Xiaoya nodded slightly, his tone steady as he replied, "As long as Ho San has not advanced to become a mid-tier spirit master, I am assured of victory." His words carried a hint of bravado. Had they been spoken by another, Ji Yuntong might have rolled her eyes in disbelief, yet coming from Chu Xiaoya, they instilled an inexplicable sense of confidence in her, making her believe in his capabilities. At that moment, the group of individuals who had previously mocked Chu Xiaoya emerged, overhearing his proclamation. The leader of the group scoffed. Where does this arrogant young lad come from? Not fearing the consequences of his own words. Should he lose the duel, I hope he won't come crying for his mother. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and before Chu Xiaoya could respond, Ji Yuntong's brows furrowed in indignation as she retorted. The outcome of who wins and loses will be clearly revealed on the training platform, far better than the petty jibes of some small-minded individuals. Her voice rang out clearly, silencing the laughter that had filled the dining area. Causing the mocker to flush with embarrassment, he contemplated confronting Ji Yuntong, but upon realizing she wore the outer sect disciple robes, he hesitated, shrinking back. Chu Xiaoye found the scene amusing. Moments ago, these individuals had strutted about with arrogance. Yet upon encountering Ji Yuntong, they transformed into timid quails, a truly entertaining spectacle. Noticing the group had quieted down, Ji Yuntong decided not to pursue the matter further and gently urged her Shiyun beast. "Sister Chu, please come aboard. I shall escort you to the training platform." Chu Xiaoye glanced back at Ren Xingping, who gestured for him to accompany Ji Yuntong, seizing the opportunity to place a bet. As the Shiyun beast ascended into the skies, it soon vanished from sight. The previously boisterous junior disciples, who had been silenced by Ji Yuntong, let out a collective sigh of relief. The junior disciple who had been humiliated by Ji Yuntong sought to redeem himself. Muttering, just a few days into the sect, and he has already latched onto the outer sect disciples. This Chu Xiaoye is rather formidable. Ren Xingping walked by and chuckled, envious, are we? Too bad. Even if you wish to cling on. You lack the capability. The junior disciple shot Ren Xingping a furious glare, but he dared not confront him. Though Ren Xingping was also a second-tier spirit master, his spirit beast, the three-tailed blue bull, had already evolved to the third tier, making him a standout among the junior disciples. A confrontation would be unwise. Seeing the cowardice of the junior disciple render him speechless, Ren Xingping found the situation rather dull. They were merely petty individuals who feared strength, yet his brother Chu was anything but weak. The upcoming duel would undoubtedly leave these petty power players in awe. With a flourish, Ren Xingping departed, leaving the junior disciple to swallow his frustration, muttering darkly, "Let us go watch that boy meet his end at Ho San's hands. Once he has dealt with, the next target will be Ren Xingping." The group echoed their sentiments, departing in a grand procession, their words dripping with disdain and mockery directed at Chu Xiaoye. Logically, they had no grievances against him, having been strangers until now, so such animosity seemed unwarranted. Yet, as fellow junior disciples, how could they accept that Chu Xiaoye had garnered the favor of the management? How was he capable of challenging their seniors? How could he befriend outer sect disciples? It was nothing but jealousy. Chapter 39. Blood Fiend Pill. The training grounds of the Qishao sect were situated atop the verdant peak, featuring 5 tiers designated for disciples ranging from the 1st to the 5th tier. The primary purpose of these training grounds was to allow disciples to train their spirit beasts and hone their combat skills. However, should conflicts arise among disciples, they could resolve them through duels on these grounds. As private fights were strictly prohibited elsewhere within the sect, Verdant Peak was somewhat distant from the dining hall where Chu Xiaoye had breakfast. While seated on the Shiyun beast, Ji Yuntong inquired, "Sister Chu, how has your training with the Bai Xian insects been these past few days? Their offensive capabilities are limited, and they may be at a disadvantage against the spotted hyenas," Chu Xiaoye replied. "Thank you for your concern, Sister Ji. The silk-spinning ability of the Bai Xian insects is an incredibly useful auxiliary skill, and when paired with the Immaculate Fox, dealing with the spotted hyenas will pose no problem." That's reassuring. Ji Yuntong nodded. "However, you are currently only a 2nd tier. Summoning both the 3rd tier Bai Xian insect and the Immaculate Fox simultaneously will deplete a considerable amount of your spirit energy. So it's best to resolve the situation swiftly." Chu Xiaoye nodded in agreement but refrained from mentioning that he could summon both the little fox and the Bai Xian insects for an extended training session. His reserves of spirit energy were evidently beyond what an ordinary 2nd-tier spirit master possessed. Noticing his confidence, Ji Yuntong, despite her faith in him, hesitated for a moment before retrieving a porcelain vial from her storage bag. "This is something my master asked me to give you. Although I believe you may not need it, it's better to have it just in case." Chu Xiaoye accepted the vial and opened it. Revealing a blood-red pill the size of a soybean, as he uncorked it, a pungent scent of blood wafted forth, catching him off guard and causing him to frown. "Sister, what is this?" he inquired curiously. Ji Yuntong explained, "This is the Blood Fiend pill, crafted from the blood of 2nd-tier demonic spirit beasts. When consumed by a spirit pet, it will enter a frenzied state, significantly enhancing its attack power for a brief period. However, This pill also has side effects. The spirit pet will experience a period of lethargy afterward, and there is a risk of it turning against its master, so it should only be used in dire situations. Ji Yuntong bit her lip. She did not wish to give Chu Xiaoya this pill, as it was a double-edged sword, inflicting harm as much as it offered aid. Yet, bound by her master's orders, she had no choice but to comply. Realizing the pill was made from the blood of demonic spirit beasts explained the overwhelming stench of blood. Chu Xiaoya stored the pill carefully and expressed his gratitude to Ji Yuntong, saying, "Thank you for your consideration, Sister Ji. I will win this duel." Although Fang Qingshan appeared kind and amiable, showing concern for Chu Xiaoya, he would not hesitate to prioritize his interests. The outcome of this duel, while not directly impacting his fundamental interests, held significant importance for his reputation. By sending Ji Yuntong with the blood fiend pill, he was clearly conveying that Chu Xiaoya must win at all costs. Otherwise, the talisman he had obtained in exchange for a fourth-tier spirit pill would lose its value. Chu Xiaoya understood the underlying implications but bore no resentment towards Fang Qingshan. Their relationship was not close enough for such feelings to arise. Furthermore, in front of Ji Yuntong, he would not be foolish enough to display dissatisfaction, opting instead to express gratitude. Ji Yuntong, relieved to see no signs of displeasure from him, patted Chu Xiaoya on the shoulder, saying, "Sister Chu, if you can avoid using the blood fiend pill, do so. Even if you lose in the end, it's all right. I will speak to our master on your behalf." Chu Xiaoya smiled sincerely, replying, "Thank you, Sister Ji." The Shiyun beast moved swiftly, and within moments, they arrived at the verdant peak. The training ground for second-tier spirit masters was situated slightly below the midway point of the mountain, and by this time, several individuals had already gathered there. Yuntong guided Chu Xiaoya down, and they stood quietly by the training ground, awaiting Wang Ji and Ho San's arrival. Chu Xiaoya stood at ease, nonchalantly absorbing the gazes of those around him. After a while, Ren Xingping and the others from the dining hall arrived. Ren Xingping did not approach Chu Xiaoya but merely gestured that everything was in order. The agreed-upon time with Wang Ji was at the hour of the snake, and it was only at the last moment that Wang Ji arrived, accompanied by a throng of people. However, this time, he did not bear the air of arrogance. Instead, he appeared exceedingly respectful towards an elderly man walking ahead of him. Ji Yuntong was taken aback upon seeing the elderly man, her face reflecting surprise. Wang Ji had actually invited Elder Tang. Chu Xiaoya, unaware of Elder Tang's significance, inquired about him, and Ji Yuntong's expression darkened as she explained. Elder Tang, named Tang Yi, is the managing elder of Verdant Peak. Generally, he only presides over duels involving disciples of the third tier and above. You are merely second-tier junior disciples, yet Wang Ji has managed to request Elder Tang's presence. Chu Xiaoya pondered this revelation. Realizing why Fang Qingshan was so insistent on his victory, it must have been because he had caught wind of Wang Ji's invitation to Elder Tang. Losing would surely result in embarrassment within the elder circle. Ji Yuntong composed herself, putting on a smile as she approached to greet Tang Yi, and Chu Xiaoya followed suit. Tang Yi was known for his fairness and seriousness, which was why he had been appointed as the managing elder of Verdant Peak. Although he had been invited by Wang Ji to serve as a judge, he would undoubtedly uphold justice. He scrutinized Chu Xiaoya for a moment, thinking to himself that this was the boy whom Wang Ji had described as lacking decorum and respect for his elders, causing trouble upon entering the sect. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, he had already achieved the rank of a second-tier spirit master. Such talent was exceptional, so why was he merely a junior disciple? Though doubts lingered in Tang Yi's heart, he refrained from voicing them and directly ascended the martial platform in the training ground to verify the identities of both parties, preparing to announce the commencement of the duel. At that moment, Wang Ji stepped forward, saying, "Elder Tang, please hold on. We have yet to sign the life and death agreement." This statement sent a wave of astonishment through the entire training ground, with Ji Yuntong staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Pointing at Wang Ji, "We initially agreed upon a mere duel, never once mentioning a fight to the death." Wang Ji offered no rebuttal but instead provoked. "What, are you afraid? It's merely a small conflict over the herb garden." The malicious Wang Ji sought to claim the life of Chu Xiaoya, igniting a fierce hatred in Ji Yuntong, whose eyes turned red with anger. Ho San, standing beside Wang Ji, bore a wicked smile. relishing the thought of avenging himself on this brash youth who dared to insult him. If they refused to sign the life and death agreement, regardless of the duel's outcome, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Ji Yuntong bit her lip, resolute that she could not risk Chu Xiaoya's life. Just as she prepared to object, she was stopped by Chu Xiaoya. He gently shook his head and whispered, "Senior Sister Ji, trust me." His gaze was resolute, momentarily silencing Ji Yuntong. "You must think this through. If you sign the agreement and Ho San decides to strike lethally on the martial platform, no one will be able to save you." Chu Xiaoya nodded, affirming, "I understand, Senior Sister Ji." Seeing his determination, she ceased her objections but cautioned, "Then go ahead, but remember, if you find yourself unable to win, retreat from the martial platform immediately to concede. That way, Ho San cannot continue his assault." Chu Xiaoya smiled gently at her, saying, "I will not lose." As Chu Xiaoya consented to sign the life and death agreement, Wang Ji and Ho San exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with malicious delight. They approached Tang Yi to sign the agreement, and Tang Yi cast a disdainful glance at Ho San. He held little respect for a man over 40 years of age challenging a mere 12 or 13-year-old child to a fight to the death. Even if victorious, what honor could there be in that? Once the life and death agreement was signed, Chu Xiaoya and Ho San took their positions on opposite sides of the martial platform. After Tang Yi recited the necessary protocols, he declared the duel to commence. At the sound of his voice, both summoned their spirit beasts, and 2 yellow summoning circles materialized upon the martial platform. From Ho San's summoning circle leapt a small gray monkey. No taller than a calf, its ears adorned with a fan-like arrangement of vibrant green leaves. A second-tier gray leaf monkey, a wood element spirit beast. Meanwhile, from Chu Xiaoya's formation emerged a diminutive white fox, slightly smaller than the gray leaf monkey. "What spirit beast is this? I've never seen one before," murmured the crowd. "This little fox is truly beautiful, though its combat prowess seems lacking. What's beauty worth? We're not high-tier spirit masters. It can't even be kept as a pet." Whispers filled the training ground, for most had never encountered an immaculate fox in reality, making it unsurprising that they failed to recognize it. Tang Yi, however, uttered a soft exclamation, realizing, "Isn't that an immaculate fox? How fascinating that someone possesses an immaculate fox as their destined spirit companion." He glanced at Chu Xiaoya, pondering why the boy could only be a mere servant disciple. What a pity that with an immaculate fox as his spirit beast, he was destined to remain below the 3rd tier. Upon noticing the yellow summoning formation, Ho San's eyes flickered with surprise. This boy had managed to advance to the 2nd tier in just a few days, yet he dismissed the significance, for he had yet to summon his own 3rd-tier spirit beast, the spotted hyena. Ho San commanded the gray leaf monkey, "Flying leaves." The monkey promptly produced 3 leaves from behind its ears and hurled them towards the little fox. Without needing Chu Xiaoya's direction, the fox effortlessly dodged the 6 flying leaves. In terms of both quantity and speed, they paled in comparison to the wild fruits he had trained it with. The fox's evasion was almost leisurely. "How can this fox move so swiftly? It doesn't even resemble a wind fox," someone remarked. Its speed rivaled that of a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Perhaps the little fox was on the verge of advancing. Seeing the flying leaves miss entirely, Ho San's expression darkened. He quickly issued another command, "Boomerang." The gray leaf monkey produced 2 more leaves and sent them spiraling towards the fox. The technique differed from the previous flying leaves, and Chu Xiaoya immediately sensed something amiss. He called out to the fox, which had easily dodged the 2 leaves, "Watch out behind you." The leaves returned with a spin, but thanks to Chu Xiaoya's timely warning, the fox gracefully avoided the boomerangs. After 2 failed attempts, the gray leaf monkey struggled to gather energy for another skill, allowing the fox to dash forward directly to its opponent, launching a claw strike. Ho San's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The little fox's speed had increased even further. He hastily commanded the gray leaf monkey to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. As the monkey turned to flee, the claw struck its back, tearing 3 palm-sized gashes into its flesh. Chu Xiaoya had instructed the fox to hold back. Otherwise, a fully powered claw strike would have severed the monkey's arm. The gray leaf monkey let out a piercing wail, and Ho San felt a sharp pain in his back as his spirit beast suffered injury. A spirit master could sense the pain of their companion. He had not anticipated that his gray leaf monkey would be bested in a single strike. With a grim expression, he recalled the monkey and summoned the spotted hyena. A large creature, draped in leopard spots yet resembling a dog, leapt from the green summoning formation. Towering nearly to the height of a person, its mouth stretched wide to reveal sharp, white fangs, dribbling with drool. It appeared exceptionally ferocious. Chu Xiaoye raised an eyebrow. No wonder Ho San was so confident in signing the life and death agreement. His spotted hyena had evolved to the 3rd tier, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with this beast. The moment the spotted hyena was summoned, it charged at the little fox, intent on tearing it apart, without waiting for Ho San's command. Facing a 3rd-tier spirit beast alone was somewhat daunting for the little fox. Without hesitation, Chu Xiaoye summoned the 100-shin insect. Another green summoning formation unfurled before him, revealing a plump, white orb resting in his palm. The spectators gasped at the sight of the green summoning formation, astonished that he too had contracted a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Didn't he just join the sect a few days ago? How has he already secured a 3rd-tier spirit beast? What kind of spirit beast is that? It looks like a large bun. As the little fox evaded the spotted hyena's onslaught, Chu Xiaoye called it back. Once they were close enough, he tossed the 100-shin insect atop the little fox's head. The spotted hyena, relentless in its pursuit, switched targets upon seeing the little fox dart towards Chu Xiaoye and lunged at him instead. In such duels, the primary focus was typically on the battles between spirit companions. Unless commanded by their masters, spirit beasts would not attack their opponent's masters. However, this spotted hyena seemed devoid of reason, charging straight for Chu Xiaoye's neck. The onlookers gasped in horror, and Ji Yuntong's heart raced as she summoned the flame sparrow beside her, ready to rush to Chu Xiaoye's aid. Despite his youth, Chu Xiaoye had fought many battles. As the spotted hyena lunged, he remained calm, swiftly crouching to the right. The beast missed its target, its tail whipping around like a steel whip aimed at him. Chu Xiaoye, unwilling to take the brunt of a 3rd-tier tail strike, supported himself on one hand and executed a backflip to evade the attack. Ji Yuntong paused her summoning gesture, astonished by Chu Xiaoye's remarkable agility. Realizing she need not intervene, having dodged 2 attacks in succession, the surrounding servant disciples were left in awe, their astonishment surpassing that of Ji Yuntong. Who exactly was this Chu Xiaoye, capable of evading the strikes of a 3rd-tier spotted hyena? Wang Zhi's expression darkened. He had intended to pick an easy target but had instead encountered a formidable opponent. He shot a venomous glare at Ho San, snapping, "Ho San, what are you waiting for?" As the crowd turned their attention to Ho San at Wang Zhi's command, they noticed his complexion had paled considerably, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably, appearing thoroughly flustered. Being merely a 2nd-tier spirit master, summoning the 3rd-tier spotted hyena had drained a significant amount of his energy, let alone sustaining its combat. At this moment, Ho San's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and hearing Wang Zhi's furious command sent a shiver down his spine. He recalled Wang Zhi's ruthless methods and knew that if he lost this duel, he would face dire consequences. Gritting his teeth, Ho San commanded the spotted hyena, "Go berserk." The spotted hyena lifted its head and let out a chilling howl, its aura surging dramatically. A crimson aura radiated from its body, its eyes bulging with bloodshot veins, exuding an intimidating presence comparable to a 4th-tier spirit beast. As the spotted hyena grew stronger, Ho San let out a cry of despair, collapsing to the ground with a thud, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Chu Xiaoye furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flashing in his hand as the 1,000 stars appeared. The frenzy skill was generally only mastered by ferocious spirit beasts. Once in a frenzied state, a spirit beast's defense, attack, and agility would increase by at least 30%. However, this skill had significant drawbacks, as it drastically reduced the spirit beast's rationality and consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy from its master. Making it difficult to maintain for long. It was already a struggle for Ho San to command the spotted hyena in regular combat. Did he not fear depleting his own spiritual energy and damaging his foundation in this frenzied state? This was a battle style that would harm both the enemy and oneself in its frenzied state. The spotted hyena moved even faster, charging once more at Chu Xiaoya. The little fox, braving the onslaught, placed itself in front of Chu Xiaoya, while the Bai Xian worm raised its head and spat out a web. Although Ho San could no longer command the spotted hyena, its combat instincts were heightened to the extreme in this frenzied state. And a single claw strike tore through the web, continuing its momentum directly toward Chu Xiaoya. The little fox leapt up, delivering its own claw strike, and the two strikes collided mid-air, perfectly canceling each other out. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Xiaoya retreated to a safe distance and advised the little fox, do not confront it head-on. Maneuver around the arena and exhaust its spiritual energy. The little fox let out a yelp, twisting its body as it began to run. The spotted hyena relentlessly pursued. Being a tier higher than the little fox and bolstered by its frenzied state, it quickly caught up despite the little fox's repeated use of its dash skill. The Bai Xian worm continuously unleashed silk to obstruct the spotted hyena, barely averting a direct attack. Though it was merely a duel between second-tier spirit masters, the spectators were utterly captivated. Ho San's plight was obvious. Yet Chu Xiaoya's performance astonished many. This Chu Xiaoya was indeed formidable. While Ho San struggled to summon a single spotted hyena, he managed to summon both a second-tier spirit pet and a third-tier spirit pet to fight simultaneously with apparent ease. The coordination between his two spirit pets was commendable. Although their combat power was lacking, their agility and speed were impressive. At this rate, Ho San was undoubtedly bound to lose. It seemed that a shift was imminent among the servant disciples. Fortunately, I had not offended Chu Shidi before. As these thoughts crossed their minds, the arena fell into a sudden silence. Few among them had not derided Chu Xiaoya at some point, but thankfully, they had refrained from doing so in his presence. Those who had mocked him earlier in the dining hall turned pale, filled with regret. Their relationship with Ho San was not particularly close, so why had they chosen to provoke him? Truly, they must have been bewitched. At this moment, Ho San lay crumpled on the ground, his body curled up like a shrimp, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Even if he wished to recall the spotted hyena, he could not. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of controlling the frenzied creature. Chu Xiaoya frowned slightly, unaware of Ho San's dire condition, merely thinking that he did not seem the type to accept defeat gracefully. Why was he still holding on stubbornly? Did he truly fear death? He clasped his hands respectfully to Elder Tang and asked, "Elder Tang, this duel should be concluded, no?" Elder Tang nodded. The duel's origins were trivial, not warranting a fight to the death. With Ho San's spiritual energy drained, he had no strength left to continue, and thus, he had lost. Just as Elder Tang was about to announce the end of the duel, Wang Zhi stepped forward with a forced smile that belied the coldness in his eyes. "Elder Tang, Ho San has not conceded. He signed a death match agreement. Is it appropriate to declare him defeated now?" Elder Tang frowned. This disciple, Wang Zhi, was excessively ruthless. Despite Ho San being one of his own, Wang Zhi prioritized his own face over Ho San's life. Nonetheless, the rules of a death match were indeed as such, and Elder Tang could not arbitrarily end the duel. Chu Xiaoya slightly furrowed his brow. Even if he won this duel, given Wang Zhi's temperament, he would only harbor more resentment and seek revenge. It seemed he would have to remain vigilant against Wang Zhi's schemes within the sect. While they were conversing, Ho San, curled on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The spotted hyena, which had been pursuing the little fox, abruptly halted, a green array manifesting around it before shattering violently. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Disaster had struck. Ho San's spotted hyena was turning on its master. Taking advantage of Ho San's exhausted spiritual energy, the spotted hyena forcibly severed its contract with him. Regaining its freedom, no longer chasing the little fox, the spotted hyena turned to pounce on Ho San, who, grievously injured from the betrayal, had no strength to resist. In an instant, the spotted hyena clamped down on his head. It tossed Ho San's severed head aside, blood spraying across half the training ground as it let out a howling wail. This unexpected turn of events stunned the onlookers for several seconds before they erupted into screams of terror. The blood-red aura surrounding the spotted hyena transformed into a pitch-black hue, its muscles bulging as something writhed beneath its skin. This seemed excruciating, and the hyena's howl morphed into a painful lament as it rolled on the ground. However, this transformation was swift. Within moments, the spotted hyena rose again, its form significantly altered. It now towered larger than before, with ivory spikes protruding from its elbow joints and back. Its once golden fur, adorned with black spots, had turned completely black, enveloped in a dark aura. Even more terrifyingly, its strength had escalated to the 4th tier. Run! The spotted hyena has fallen. It has become a demonic spirit beast. The demonic spirit beast lacked reason and emotion, driven solely by the desire to kill. Most of the servant disciples were below tier 3 and stood no chance against the corrupted beast. Immediately fleeing in panic, As Chu Xiaoya witnessed the spotted hyena decapitate Ho San. He summoned both the little fox and the Bai Xian worm back to him. Ji Yuntong reacted swiftly as well, summoning the Xia Yun beast to pull Chu Xiaoya up. The spotted hyena had begun its indiscriminate assault, and Elder Tang, as an elder, could not simply watch his disciples get harmed. He summoned a massive emerald tree python, as thick as a thigh, which emerged from a purple summoning array. Elder Tang immediately commanded, "Constrict." The emerald tree python moved swiftly, soon positioning itself before the spotted hyena. It reared up and lunged forward like lightning. As its upper body collided with the spotted hyena, its lower half followed suit, swiftly wrapping around the beast and gradually tightening its grip. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the corrupted spotted hyena could only emit a few whimpers from its throat. Falling silent within moments, a 5th-tier spirit beast overpowering a 4th-tier spirit beast was a complete annihilation. The emerald tree python easily claimed victory. As the spotted hyena was subdued, the servant disciples, who had not yet fled far, returned again. Elder Tang's expression was grim. Though his intervention had been timely, several servant disciples had inevitably sustained injuries, and the entire training ground was stained with blood, presenting a dismal scene. First, a spirit beast had turned on its master, and now a corruption had caused harm. As the steward elder of the duplicated Green Peak, he felt a heavy burden of responsibility. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, casting an annoyed glance at Wang Ji. It was all this outer sect disciple's fault. Had he not intervened, the duel could have concluded sooner, and this series of unfortunate events would not have unfolded. Elder Tang scoffed, noting that Wang Ji had indeed raised a fine disciple. Wang Ji's forehead broke into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that the spotted hyena would turn against its master. With Ho San dead, he had inadvertently created a significant problem for himself. He hurriedly sought to appease Elder Tang, shifting the blame onto the deceased Ho San. Elder Tang, uninterested in his excuses, waved his sleeve and left, coldly remarking, "I will report this incident truthfully to Lords Qing Ji and Hong Ji. You should inform Steward Wang to prepare for the consequences." The emerald tree python coiled around the spotted hyena's lifeless body, its bones crushed and transformed into a soft, elongated mass, following Elder Tang as he departed. Wang Ji glared at Chu Xiaoya's back, knowing the matter could not be resolved amicably. "You brat, Ho San's death and the spirit beast corruption are ultimately your doing. You cannot absolve yourself of blame." Chu Xiaoya replied, "You really have a talent for shifting blame, Di Yuntong." Riding the Xian Yun beast and looking down at Wang Ji, mocked, "Wang Ji, do you take everyone for fools? Who insisted on signing a death agreement before the duel? Who prompted Ho San to use the frenzy skill? And who refused to allow the duel to end? Wang Ji, you may think yourself clever, but others are not foolish. Instead of wasting time shirking responsibility, you should return and discuss with Steward Wang how to mitigate your punishment." Ji Yuntong's every word resonated with truth, and whispers of discussion arose around her, all agreeing that Ji Yuntong was right. This matter had little to do with Chu Xiaoya. Wang Ji's face turned ashen, realizing that there was no room for maneuver in the court of public opinion, and he stormed off with his sycophants in tow. Ji Yuntong, seeing him humbled, laughed heartily without reservation, patting Chu Xiaoya on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Junior brother Chu, I owe you a great debt this time." Not only did Wang Ji suffer a significant loss, but I also had the chance to hold my head high in front of him. Chu Xiaoya gazed at the dark bloodstains left by the leopard-spotted hyena as it was dragged away, and replied calmly, "The outcome is merely the result of Ho San and Wang Ji's own folly." After Wang Ji departed, The onlookers, a mix of miscellaneous disciples, dispersed as well. Shortly thereafter, a few disciples from Daichui Peak arrived to carry away Ho San's corpse and clean up the bloodstains on the training ground. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, causing Ji Yuntong to turn her face with distaste. She said to Chu Xiaoya, "Junior brother Chu, let us head to the Hall of Affairs to collect our assignment from the medicine garden. I believe no one will dare to cause trouble again after this incident." Chu Xiaoya nodded in agreement, and the two mounted the Xia Yun beast and soared towards the Hall of Affairs. Midway up Daichui Peak, two figures stood upon a protruding stone platform, affording a clear view of the events on the martial stage below. This was a fourth-tier training ground, accessible only to disciples of the Qi Shao sect who were above the fourth-tier spirit master. The male figure remarked, "It is astonishing to find such a prodigy among the miscellaneous disciples. Even I could only achieve such agility. Alas, his spirit beast is the purity fox, which will inevitably hinder his path in spiritual cultivation." The female figure wore a look of disagreement, asserting, "Although the purity fox is a low-tier spirit beast, it is not incapable of advancing to mid-tier. Have you forgotten Elder Dan Yangzi? His spirit pet was originally merely a low-tier snake vine. Yet it has now advanced to a 6th-tier 5-clawed dragon vine." The male figure hissed, acknowledging that Elder Dan Yangzi was indeed formidable. To enable his snake vine's advancement, he had consumed countless toxic and non-toxic elixirs, risking his life to facilitate its evolution. The cost was immense, as he had to endure pain beyond ordinary bearing, and his appearance had been irrevocably altered. Few possess Elder Dan Yangzi's resolve and perseverance. "Junior sister, you seem quite taken with that young man," he observed. The female, not grasping the underlying tone of his words, earnestly continued, "At merely 14 or 15 years of age, he has already achieved the rank of a 2nd-tier spirit master and successfully contracted a 3rd-tier by Shin insect. The synergy between his two spirit pets during combat indicates his adept training. Such talent is exceptional even among inner disciples." The male figure grew increasingly uncomfortable. Although the facts were indisputable, was it not excessive to extol another man in front of him? The air thickened with jealousy, and the female, sensing the shift in atmosphere, glanced up to find the male's displeasure evident. Realizing her misstep, a blush crept across her face as she gently entwined her fingers with his, suggesting, "Let us not discuss others. We should hasten back to report to Master." While it is common for deaths to occur in life-and-death duels, the fall of a spirit beast is a significant matter that must serve as a cautionary tale for the disciples. The male's irritation dissipated at her playful gesture, and he clasped her hand in return, summoning his innate spirit beast, the four-winged thunderbird, to soar towards the highest peak of the Qi Shao sect. The four-winged thunderbird took flight, its wings crackling with purple lightning, yet it did not harm the pair atop its back. The male mused, "My master has searched long and hard for a purity fox, only for this young man's innate spirit beast to be one. How ironic." The female, recalling the adorable visage of the purity fox, smiled, "Indeed, Master Qing Ji still reminisces about it." The male lamented, "Such a pity that it is the young man's innate spirit pet. Had it been an ordinary spirit beast, he would have had to sever the contract and relinquish the purity fox. Such a spirit beast is better suited as a pet." Chapter 43. 4th-tier monster fish. The process of collecting the assignment from the Hall of Affairs for the medicine garden proceeded smoothly. After registering the information, the attending disciple handed Chu Xiaoya a jade token, which served as proof of entry into the garden. The disciples within the Hall of Affairs whispered among themselves, but this time their gazes held not mockery but an undercurrent of respect. Chu Xiaoya remained composed, recognizing that news traveled swiftly within the Qi Shao sect. It had scarcely been any time at all since the results of the duel had reached the hall. Ji Yuntang led Chu Xiaoya outside, advising, "Since you have just taken on the assignment for the medicine garden, do not rush to begin work today. Take a good rest for half a day and start fresh tomorrow." Chu Xiaoya nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, senior sister Ji." She waved her hand dismissively. "You are too polite, junior brother Chu. There is no need for thanks. I must return to report the duel's outcome to Master. So I will not accompany you back to the dormitory." Chu Xiaoya nodded, watching as Ji Yuntang departed on her Xia Yun beast before he summoned his spirit deer and rode towards the back mountain. Though Ji Yuntang had advised him to rest, Chu Xiaoya felt no fatigue. His battle with Ho San had not taxed him as much as training his little fox and Baishin insect. The medicine garden and the back mountain were in close proximity, and after a moment's thought, rather than heading to his usual spot on the back mountain, he rode his spirit deer towards the direction of the medicine garden. The peak where the medicine garden was located was named Wei Rue Peak. It was not particularly tall, and the terrain was gentle, with terraced fields extending from the base to the summit, filling the air with the refreshing scent of herbs. Upon reaching the vicinity of the medicine garden, Chu Xiaoye released his 3 spirit pets. The golden-line treasure-seeking mouse, upon emerging, eagerly twitched its nose, sniffing the air before darting towards the garden. Its movement was akin to a tiger descending the mountain, and Chu Xiaoye, quick on the draw, seized the mouse by the scruff of its neck, exclaiming, "Your nose is certainly keen, but that is the medicine garden of the Qi Shao sect. Where the spirit herbs have owners, if you dare to steal, I cannot guarantee your safety if you get caught." The golden-line treasure-seeking mouse gazed longingly at the garden, lamenting that it could only watch and not partake. After admonishing the mouse, Chu Xiaoye intended to set it down when he noticed something unusual. The spiritual energy emanating from the mouse seemed to have intensified. "Shui Bao, have you advanced to a second-tier spirit beast?" The golden-line treasure-seeking mouse puffed out its chest proudly, confirming that it had indeed advanced last night. The little fox and Baishin insect approached, sniffing at the mouse, and indeed, its spiritual energy was stronger than before, though still weaker than typical second-tier spirit beasts. "What a delightful surprise," Chu Xiaoye declared. "Today brings us double joy. Not only did we emerge victorious in the duel, but Shui Bao has also reached the second tier. We must celebrate accordingly." The 3 spirit pets cheered in unison, anticipating a feast. Now that the golden-line treasure-seeking mouse had advanced to the second tier, its treasure-seeking range had expanded. This time, Chu Xiaoye did not allow it to venture forth alone, fearing that the little creature might inadvertently sneak into the medicine garden. The mouse stood upright, sniffing vigorously before darting off in a determined direction, turning back occasionally to beckon Chu Xiaoye. Contrary to his expectations, the mouse's chosen path led it further away from the garden. After running a distance, the mouse hesitated, stopping intermittently to sniff the air, then adjusting its course before sprinting anew. Just as Chu Xiaoye began to doubt its sense of smell, the golden-line treasure-seeking mouse finally found the right spot. A waterfall cascaded down, refracting a spectrum of colors, and the mouse squeaked excitedly, indicating that the sought-after treasure seemed to lie behind the waterfall. The waterfall, though modest in size, stood about 5 meters high and 2 meters wide. Chu Xiaoye picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards the waterfall. The stone did not bounce back or fall into the pool below. Instead, it passed straight through the curtain of water, indicating that there was indeed another space behind the waterfall. Cradling the golden-line treasure-seeking mouse, Chu Xiaoye gently pressed his finger against its head, praising, "Thank goodness you were able to find this place." Water possesses an extraordinary ability to obscure odors, which explains why the golden-line treasure-seeking mouse expended such effort on its journey. Chu Xiaoye tucked his 3 spirit pets into his embrace, ensuring they would remain dry, and with a sudden leap, he plunged directly into the waterfall. After a brief moment of darkness, his vision cleared, revealing another realm behind the waterfall. Though the entrance was modest, the interior space was unexpectedly vast. Chu Xiaoye bent down to release his 3 spirit pets and ventured deeper into the cave. As he progressed, the light filtering through the waterfall diminished, prompting him to retrieve a 3rd-tier golden spirit pill from his black jade ring for illumination. The cave was not particularly deep. After traversing a mere dozen meters, he reached the end, where a small pool of water rippled gently, reflecting a soft, shimmering light. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Chu Xiaoye noted that the cave was unremarkable, hardly resembling a place that harbored treasures. The golden-line treasure-seeking mouse, however, was quite excited, scampering to the edge of the pool and squeaking, clearly on the verge of diving in. With quick reflexes, Chu Xiaoye snatched it back just in time, and a fleeting glance revealed a flicker of scarlet at the bottom of the pool. The crimson hue resembled blood diffusing in the water, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a type of aquatic plant. Although unfamiliar with this particular spirit herb, its ability to excite the golden-line treasure-seeking mouse indicated it was no ordinary specimen. Judging by the aura radiating from the herb, it was at least a 4th-tier variety. To his astonishment, such a high-grade spirit herb could be found on the outskirts of the back mountain, This truly felt like a stroke of fortune. He placed the golden line treasure-seeking mouse beside the little fox to keep an eye on it, lest it tumble into the water again, then rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, preparing to wade in to collect the spirit herb. Generally, rare spirit plants are guarded by spirit beasts, yet this particular herb grew in a shallow, small pool, lacking any apparent guardian. Perhaps it was due to the cave's seclusion. As Chu Xiaoya stepped into the water, he soon reached the spot where the spirit herb thrived. Just as he bent down to pluck it, a massive shadow slowly emerged from one corner of the pool. The moment his spirit pets on the shore caught sight of the shadow, their pupils dilated in alarm, urgently warning Chu Xiaoya. Turning his head, he saw the shadow leaping from the water, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, lunging toward him. Chu Xiaoya's pupils constricted. Before his mind could fully process the situation, his body instinctively reacted, and the thousand stars blade materialized in his hand. The creature's enormous mouth could easily devour a significant portion of Chu Xiaoya's body, but as it lunged, he thrust the thousand stars vertically, perfectly wedging it between the beast's teeth. Seizing the moment while the creature's mouth was momentarily closed, Chu Xiaoya leaped out of the pool. He then retrieved several spirit pills from his black jade ring, tossing them into various corners of the cave, their radiant glow illuminating the surroundings, revealing the shadow to be a monstrous fish. The creature stretched an impressive 5 meters in length, its body entirely black and covered in hard scales. Most terrifying of all was its head, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a crocodile, with its mouth alone accounting for a quarter of its overall length. To make matters worse, this monstrous fish was a formidable fourth-tier spirit beast. Chapter 44. The nameless spirit plant. This was not the first time Chu Xiaoya encountered a fourth-tier spirit beast, yet this creature was unlike the rock-shell red bear. Underwater was the domain of aquatic spirit beasts, and he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. It seemed that obtaining a fourth-tier spirit herb would not be an easy feat. Indeed, fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. Chu Xiaoya resolutely decided to retreat. However, the monstrous fish had no intention of allowing them to depart so easily. Those who coveted its treasures would pay a price. A wall of water surged up to block the cave's entrance. Leaving Chu Xiaoya with no avenue of escape, he hastily returned the golden line treasure-seeking mouse to his beast yuan pouch. Furrowing his brow slightly, he pondered how to confront this battle. The little fox and the Bai Xian insect were both terrestrial spirit beasts. Wading into the water would only serve to present them as easy prey for the fish. On the positive side, the creature likely could not leave the pool to attack them. Just as Chu Xiaoya thought this, 3 fiery projectiles shot toward him. He rolled to the side, his expression one of astonishment. This monstrous fish was an exceedingly rare dual-attribute aquatic spirit beast, possessing both water and fire elements. The fish unleashed a barrage of fire projectiles, and the little fox, alongside the Bai Xian insect, frantically dodged within the confined space of the cave. Neither their claw strikes nor silk spitting could withstand the force of the fireballs. Observing the situation, Chu Xiaoya recalled both the little fox and the Bai Xian insect, preparing to face the fish alone. The thousand stars blade had already been knocked to the bottom of the pool during the earlier chaos. So he raised his hand to summon it back, then hurled it directly at the fish's eyes. The fish evaded by turning sideways, but the small pool's limited area made it difficult for the creature to maneuver. The thousand stars grazed past the scales on the fish's side, creating a shower of sparks. Chu Xiaoya furrowed his brow. The thousand stars was a 7th-tier high-grade spirit weapon, renowned for its efficacy. Even though he was currently only at the 2nd tier and unable to fully harness its power, it should not have failed to penetrate even a single scale. This fish not only possessed dual attributes, but its scales also bore defensive capabilities comparable to those of a metal attribute spirit beast. What a formidable creature! Once again, Chu Xiaoya summoned the thousand stars and hurled it at the fish's eyes. This time, the fish was prepared, conjuring a wall of water to shield itself from the attack. It seemed the creature had been provoked by Chu Xiaoya, as it conjured numerous fireballs the size of walnuts in midair, launching them toward him. The sheer number of fireballs was overwhelming, and Chu Xiaoya found it impossible to evade them all. He was struck by 2 or 3. Igniting his clothing with a muffled grunt, He swiftly slashed his burning shirt with the 1,000 stars and tossed it aside. Although the fireballs were not particularly powerful, being hit still left him with painful burns and blisters, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead as he fixed his gaze on the monstrous fish in the pool. After unleashing its powerful attack, the fish was momentarily unable to use its abilities again. Resolute, Chu Xiaoye retrieved a handful of spirit pills from his black jade ring and flung them toward the fish. The fish, mistaking the pills for another 1,000 stars attack, rolled and dodged within the pool. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiaoye concentrated all his spirit energy into the 1,000 stars and hurled it toward the fish, not targeting its eyes this time, but its gills. The 1,000 stars pierced through the fish's gills, embedding itself deep within its brain. The fish emitted a silent wail, thrashing violently in the pool, sending powerful waves of spirit energy rippling outward. Chu Xiaoye, unable to evade in the confined cave, was slammed against the wall by the force of the wave, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After struggling in the pool for a time, the monstrous fish fell silent. Chu Xiaoye, clutching his chest, gradually rose from the ground, unable to suppress several coughs that expelled blood and foam. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he reflected on the ordeal. He had sustained no injuries in a life-and-death struggle, yet had nearly lost his life within this cave. He called the 1,000 stars back, and the fish remained utterly still. It seemed it was truly dead. With his spirit cultivation method circulating within him, Chu Xiaoye took a moment to recuperate, feeling somewhat better before rising with the support of the cave wall and approaching the pool. The fish was enormous, roughly 2/3 the size of the pool, and he couldn't help but wonder where it had emerged from. He stored the monstrous fish in his black jade ring and stepped into the pool to retrieve the spirit pills he had previously thrown. As he picked one up from the corner of the pool, he discovered a 2-meter-wide hole there. The fish must have swum out through this passage. He pondered where it might lead. The spirit herb had been thoroughly ravaged by the fish. In its desperate struggle, it had failed to protect the precious plant it had guarded. Chu Xiaoye collected what remained of the herb, taking care to gather the shattered leaves as well. Just as he was about to find a box in his black jade ring to store the herb, an overwhelming desire surged within him. He craved to consume the herb, to eat it. Chu Xiaoye's throat constricted as saliva pooled in his mouth. The herb, resembling red seaweed, was incredibly tempting. In his mind, a battle raged. One voice urged him to eat it quickly, claiming it would be beneficial for his body, while the remnants of his rationality cautioned him against consuming such a sinister item. The two conflicting impulses clashed within his mind, and in agony, Chu Xiaoye clutched his head and sank to the ground. Ultimately, the inexplicable desire triumphed, and his eyes glazed over as he stuffed the herb into his mouth. The sensation was akin to lava coursing down his throat. Despite growing in the icy waters of the pool, the herb's juice was searing hot, causing Chu Xiaoye to double over in pain and collapse into the water. The burning sensation radiated through his entire being, making him feel as though he had been thrown into a pool of molten rock. His body felt as if it were on the verge of carbonization. He tightly shut his eyes, oblivious to the dragon scale patterns emerging on his skin. In truth, this herb was not the 4th-tier variety Chu Xiaoye had initially assessed, but rather a 5th-tier herb. For a 2nd-tier spirit master to consume a 5th-tier spirit herb was tantamount to seeking one's own demise. However, after enduring the initial agony, Chu Xiaoye gradually settled into a tranquil state, lying at the bottom of the pool as if in slumber, with only the intermittent emergence of dragon scale patterns on his skin indicating that the herb's effects were still at work within him. Time passed, and suddenly, a great splash erupted from the pool as Chu Xiaoye shot upright. He gasped for air, bewildered, questioning whether he had truly fallen asleep at the bottom of the water without suffocating. Lingering sensations of pain coursed through his body as Chu Xiaoye let out a pained gasp, gazing at his now fair and delicate palms, recollecting the events that transpired before he fell into a deep unconsciousness. An inexplicable voice had urged him to consume the spirit herb, leading to an overwhelming agony that engulfed his entire being, making him feel as though he was on the verge of being incinerated. It was in that excruciating moment that he succumbed to a complete loss of consciousness. The small pond's water had transformed into a warm embrace, indicating that the burning sensation was not merely a figment of his imagination. The herb's medicinal potency had indeed permeated through his body, warming the water itself. Rising from the pond, although remnants of pain still lingered, he felt an unprecedented lightness, his internal spiritual energy surging, almost as if he were on the cusp of a breakthrough. It was astounding to realize that just 3 days had passed since his initial ascension to the second tier, and now he was poised to ascend once more to the third tier. What a terrifying pace! Chu Xiaoye surveyed the seemingly unremarkable pond, pondering the true nature of the spirit herb he had consumed, which possessed such formidable effects. Chapter 45. Grilled fish. This spirit herb not only significantly enhanced Chu Xiaoye's spiritual power, but also had the remarkable ability to cleanse his meridians and marrow. His sun-kissed skin had transformed into a porcelain-like softness, and the scars from his hunting escapades had vanished without a trace. As he donned his clothing, he felt akin to a slippery loach, nearly slipping out of his garments had it not been for the belt cinching his waist, an altogether peculiar sensation. Upon exiting the cave, he noticed that the sky had darkened, and it dawned on him that the sun was nearing the horizon. A quick mental calculation revealed he had been unconscious for almost 3 hours. Surely, his spirit companions must have been worried sick. Summoning the little fox and the Baixian insect, he also released the Jin Xian treasure-hunting mouse from the beast origin pouch. The trio immediately encircled Chu Xiaoye, their concern palpable, for they knew that once recalled, he would have to face a fourth-tier spirit beast alone. The little fox and Baixian insect, bound by their contract with Chu Xiaoye, were able to sense his condition, realizing he had endured some injuries and considerable suffering but was ultimately unharmed. However, the Jin Xian treasure-hunting mouse was oblivious to this, genuinely fearing the loss of its long-term benefactor. Unwilling to let go, Chu Xiaoye soothed each of them in turn before retrieving the carcass of the strange fish from the Heiyu ring. The fish measured over 5 meters in length and weighed more than 400 pounds. A true behemoth that splashed water over a human's height as it plopped into the stream. The 3 spirit companions gazed at the fish's remains with starry-eyed admiration, revering Chu Xiaoye for having single-handedly slain a 4th-tier fish. Embarrassed by their admiration, he rubbed his nose and said, "You must be hungry. Tonight we shall feast on grilled fish." The fish's scales were remarkably tough, rivaling those of metallic spirit beasts, and Chu Xiaoye surmised they could be utilized for crafting. He carefully peeled off the scales and stored them away before proceeding to gut the fish, a gleaming spirit pill, radiant with a harmonious blend of red and green, rolled out, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Chu Xiaoye washed it clean and set it aside. This 4th-tier spirit pill was worth a staggering 20 gold coins. He then cut away the thickest and most tender portion of the fish's flesh, planning to grill it for their dinner. Fish meat cooks quicker than beast meat, and before long, it was perfectly grilled. The 3 spirit companions devoured it with delight, their mouths glistening with oil, while Chu Xiaoye indulged himself, eating to his heart's content. Though the spiritual energy contained within the fish meat was not as abundant as that in the spirit pill, it still offered substantial nourishment. The energy present in this 4th-tier fish far exceeded that of the great horned deer they had previously consumed, rendering them incomparable. Under the nurturing essence of the 4th-tier spirit beast meat, the flavors were exquisite and tender, and the 4 of them feasted heartily. Once they were satiated, as was his custom, Chu Xiaoye wrapped up the remaining grilled fish to take back for Ren Xingping. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoye's return, Ren Xingping approached with a joyful expression. "Chu brother, where have you been? Why are you only just returning now?" As he drew closer, he noticed the remarkable changes in Chu Xiaoye. Nearly biting his tongue in astonishment, in just half a day, how had Chu brother become so fair and delicate? Although his features remained the same, his skin was now smoother and more radiant than even that of a maiden. What could have possibly transpired? Unaware of Ren Xingping's astonishment, Chu Xiaoye replied, "After accepting the task from the medicinal garden, I wandered around the back mountain. There's something urgent?" Suppressing his curiosity about Chu Xiaoye's appearance, Ren Xingping shifted to the matter at hand, pulling Chu Xiaoye to sit at the table. "Chu brother, you truly are quite extravagant. Have you forgotten about the 50 silver coins you entrusted to me this morning for betting?" Chu Xiaoye genuinely had forgotten. While he had remembered the matter when he accompanied Ji Yuntong to the task hall, the subsequent battle with the strange fish and the ensuing faintness had caused him to completely lose track of it. Ren Shengping produced a heavy pouch from his storage bag. Chu brother, your odds were as high as 1 to 200. Those 50 silver coins won you a staggering 10,000 silver coins. He pushed the pouch toward Chu Xiaoyi. To make it easier to carry, I exchanged the silver coins for gold coins. Count them. There are 100 gold coins here. Although Chu Xiaoya had anticipated winning a considerable sum when he had Ren Shengping place the bet for him, witnessing it firsthand was still quite shocking, as it was, after all, the first time he had seen such a large amount of money in reality. Instead of counting the coins, Chu Xiaoya poured them out and pushed half back toward Ren Shengping. Brother Ren, I mentioned before that I would share half of the winnings with you. Here, take 50 gold coins. No need. Ren Shengping replied grandly. To be honest, Chu brother, I initially bet 5 silver coins on you. But when you handed me the 50 silver coins, I placed an additional 30 silver coins on the line. Upon saying this, Ren Shengping could no longer contain his excitement, standing to pat Chu Xiaoya on the shoulder. Chu brother, it is thanks to your victory in that duel that I am able to earn this much. How could I possibly take half of your gold coins? Chu Xiaoya was left speechless. Not expecting Ren Shengping to have such faith in him, effectively wagering all his savings on him. Since that was the case, Chu Xiaoya did not press the matter further and accepted the gold coins. With a smile, Chu Xiaoya said, while you may not want the gold coins, surely you will accept this. He then retrieved the grilled fish from the Heiyu ring. The Heiyu ring had the property of retaining warmth, and the grilled fish emerged still steaming, rich in spiritual energy. Ren Shengping's eyes sparkled. Chu brother, you truly understand me. Compared to gold coins, I prefer your culinary skills. Chu Xiaoya smiled gently. I'm glad you like it. However, as soon as Ren Shengping took a bite, he realized something was amiss. The spiritual energy within the grilled fish was overwhelmingly abundant, far surpassing that of the grilled third-tier great horned deer he had previously tasted. Chu brother, this can't possibly be meat from a fourth-tier fish spirit beast, can it? Chu Xiaoya nodded. As expected of you, brother Ren. You recognized it immediately. It is indeed meat from a fourth-tier fish spirit beast. Receiving confirmation, Ren Shengping, although he had anticipated this, felt a tumultuous wave of astonishment wash over him. Earlier that morning, Chu Xiaoya's effortless victory over Ho San had already left him astounded. Now, he learned that Chu had hunted a fourth-tier spirit beast in the afternoon. Chu Xiaoya was still only a second-tier spirit master, yet he had managed to overcome a fourth-tier spirit beast, an extraordinary feat. Ren Shengping was rendered speechless by the revelation. Though Chu Xiaoya had only been at the Qishao sect for less than 4 days, he found himself constantly re-evaluating this remarkable individual. The grilled fish on the table had become quite hot, and Ren Shengping hesitated to dig in. After all, this was the meat from a fourth-tier spirit beast, and such a dish would fetch at least 1 gold coin at an inn in the valley. Noticing Ren Shengping's pause, Chu Xiaoya felt puzzled. Usually, Ren Shengping devoured his meals with great enthusiasm. Why was he hesitating? Did he not enjoy fish? Brother Ren, is it not to your liking? Realizing he had been misunderstood, Ren Shengping quickly waved his hands in denial. Of course not. I'm not picky. Besides, your culinary skills are unmatched, Chu brother. He scratched his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I've been enjoying your hospitality for days now. While the previous dishes were made from lower-tier spirit beasts, I can still shamelessly indulge. But this grilled fish is from a fourth-tier spirit beast. As a mere servant disciple, I feel unworthy of such a fine meal. Surprised to see the straightforward and carefree Ren Shengping feeling bashful over such matters, Chu Xiaoya smiled gently. Brother Ren, since you call me Chu brother, there should be no need for such formality between us. Sharing a meal among brothers is a perfectly ordinary affair. Ren Shengping was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a broad smile. You re-right, Chu brother. From now on, you shall be my best brother, Ren Shengping. Chapter 46. The Medicinal Garden. Early the next morning, Chu Xiaoya was roused from his slumber by a loud and jubilant voice. The little fox nestled in his arms, startled awake, leaped up suddenly, nearly landing on Chu Xiaoya's sensitive areas. Ren Shengping laughed heartily. I've advanced. I've become a third-tier spirit master, having been startled into a cold sweat. Chu Xiaoya shook his head in disbelief, scooping up the little fox as he got out of bed. Stepping outside, he smiled at Ren Shengping and said, Congratulations, brother Re and at this moment, His long hair was unbound, and the loose-fitting nightgown he wore revealed a hint of collarbone and chest. Ren Shengping's gaze flickered, and in a moment of daze, he fancied he had encountered a beauty. He scrutinized Chu Xiaoye's chest closely, noting its flatness. Indeed, his brother Chu remained steadfastly a brother. Ren Shengping rubbed the back of his head, apologetically saying, "I'm truly sorry, Brother Chu. I was overly excited during my advancement and inadvertently disturbed your slumber. Please, do return to your rest. It's nothing." Chu Xiaoye shook his head. Startled awake, he found no inclination to sleep again, especially as it was nearly time to rise. Ren Shengping, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Perfect! Let's head to the dining hall early for breakfast. It's on me. I owe my breakthrough today to you, Brother Chu, for that delicious roasted fish last night, which helped me overcome the final hurdle." With a faint smile, Chu Xiaoye nodded. Ren Shengping had been on the verge of a breakthrough. His internal spiritual energy was nearly complete. Even without last night's roasted fish, his advancement would have merely been a matter of a month or so. After completing their morning routines, the two mounted their steeds and made their way to the dining hall. This time to a different establishment, one farther from Luhuang Peak yet boasting superior food quality. For spiritual masters, meals rich in spiritual energy were paramount, leading to an exceptionally lavish breakfast. Ren Shengping's invitation stemmed not only from gratitude towards Chu Xiaoye, but also as a celebration of his ascension to the third tier of spiritual mastery. He generously ordered a multitude of dishes, and before long, a feast of over a dozen plates was laid before them. The dishes, crafted from the flesh of spiritual beasts and spirit plants, though of lower quality, collectively amounted to a significant expense of 50 silver coins. Having recently won a considerable sum from gambling, Ren Shengping was quite liberal with his spending. 50 silver coins were a trifling matter for him at that moment. Chu Xiaoye made no attempt to dissuade him from ordering, for although the quantity was ample, the portions were modest, and for a hearty eater like Ren Shengping, it posed no concern of waste. As they dined and conversed, Ren Shengping's face radiated joy. His advancement was incredibly timely, as in 2 months, their sect would host the Qishao Grand Competition. Securing a position in the top 10 would grant him the opportunity to ascend to the outer disciples. "So, it is possible for a servant disciple to become an outer disciple?" Chu Xiaoye asked, intrigued. "Could you elaborate on the Qishao Grand Competition?" Ren Shengping responded, "The Qishao Grand Competition is an annual grand event within our sect, lasting approximately half a month. It is divided into competitions for servant disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples. The top contenders receive substantial rewards, but the most enticing prize is the chance to elevate one's disciple status." With a look of yearning, Ren Shengping continued, "The top 10 servant disciples can rise to outer disciples, while the top 5 outer disciples can advance to inner disciples, and the top 3 inner disciples earn the right to become chief disciples. The treatment afforded to outer disciples is worlds apart from that of servant disciples. We are merely laborers for Qishao's sect. Only upon becoming an outer disciple can one truly be considered part of Qishao's sect." Ren Shengping raised his cup in a toast to Chu Xiaoye. "Thus, Brother Chu, I am profoundly grateful to you. Advancing sooner allows me to contract a new spiritual pet sooner, thereby enhancing my chances of ranking in the top 10 among servant disciples." It was no wonder Ren Shengping was so exhilarated by his advancement. Chu Xiaoye clinked his cup against Ren Shengping's and sipped the Ling Yu Du. The disparities in treatment between outer and servant disciples were stark. Servant disciples were burdened with numerous tasks daily, leaving little time for training, and earned a meager 2 silver coins per month. In contrast, outer disciples were exempt from labor, required only to fulfill assigned tasks each month, earning 20 silver coins, along with ample leisure for training and nurturing their spiritual beasts. Ren Shengping remarked, "Our sect has over 3,500 servant disciples, making the competition for each grand event fierce. However, Brother Chu, you are not without opportunity. Although you are currently a second-tier spiritual master, your strength is formidable. With a stroke of luck, you may very well break into the top 10. As he spoke, Ren Shengping leaned closer to Chu Xiaoye and lowered his voice. "Brother Chu, you may not yet be aware, but your reputation has spread among our servant disciples following yesterday's life and death duel. Even some outer disciples are now aware of your prowess. You are currently a hot contender for the top 10. Chu Xiaoye blinked. "Will there be betting during the sect competition as well?" "Naturally," Ren Shengping replied. and it's officially sanctioned by our sect. So there's no need to worry about the house defaulting on payouts. This sounds rather intriguing, Chu Xiaoya said. When the time comes, Brother Rin, do not forget to inform me. I may wish to place a few bets myself. Rin Xingping readily agreed, absolutely. After indulging in a hearty meal, they parted ways. Chu Xiaoya headed to the medicinal garden, while Rin Xingping sought leave from the striped silver mine, prioritizing the contracting of his third spiritual beast over work. At the foot of the medicinal garden, a ring of second-tier thorn cacti was planted, strictly prohibiting entry for outsiders. With only a simple fence gate at the entrance point, 2 servant disciples stood guard at the gate. Chu Xiaoya presented his identity token along with the access token for the medicinal garden to verify his credentials. The guarding disciples, Wang Yi and Li Lianin, exchanged glances upon examining Chu Xiaoya's tokens, and their demeanor instantly shifted to one of respect and friendliness. Ah, it is junior brother Chu, Wang Yi remarked. The steward informed us yesterday. Upon your arrival, you are to report directly to the third-tier medicinal garden. Allow me to escort you. Chu Xiaoya clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Yi led Chu Xiaoya into the garden, explaining, our Weirui Peak has 5 medicinal gardens, each cultivating spirit plants of tiers 1 through 5. The medicinal garden at the foot of the mountain is the largest, with lower-tier spirit plants, while the gardens higher up contain progressively higher-tier herbs. The steward has assigned you to the third-tier garden, located halfway up the mountain. The workload there is considerably lighter. Chu Xiaoya inquired, senior brother, am I permitted to visit other medicinal gardens aside from my assigned one? Wang Yi replied, there is no explicit prohibition against it. However, higher-tier spirit plants may possess self-defense mechanisms and can be as aggressive as spiritual beasts. It is best not to disturb them. Furthermore, the 4th and 5th-tier gardens are overseen by outer disciples and the steward. So it's advisable to refrain from entering without permission. Chu Xiaoya nodded. Thank you for the warning, senior brother, I shall keep that in mind. The altitude of Weirui Peak was not high, and soon the two arrived at the third-tier medicinal garden located halfway up the mountain. Wang Yi called out, too shitty, the new junior brother Chu has arrived. Please come out to greet him. Moments later, 3 youths, appearing to be around 17 or 18, emerged from the garden. The leader, Tu Jiarong, was quite handsome but bore an air of arrogance, making him seem rather unapproachable. Tu Jiarong approached, crossing his arms as he scrutinized Chu Xiaoya. So, you are the one who supposedly defeated a frenzied third-tier spotted hyena in yesterday's duel? His tone dripped with disdain. Unfazed, Chu Xiaoya clasped his hands. Indeed, I am Chu Xiaoya, but the matter of the magical beast does not pertain to me. Quite cautious, aren't we? Tu Jiarong scoffed, turning away as he gestured, follow me. Chapter 47. The Moonlight Thief. Chu Xiaoya bid farewell to Wang Yi before following in Tu Jiarong's wake. With an air of superiority, Tu Jiarong declared, all disciples in our third-tier medicinal garden are at least second-tier spiritual masters. I heard you recently broke through to the second tier. By our usual standards, you shouldn't be qualified to work here. However, since the steward has accepted you, do your best here. The spirit plants in this garden are delicate. Should you accidentally damage one, don't blame me for not warning you when you are expelled. Chu Xiaoya found his pretentiousness amusing. Here was a mere third-tier servant disciple acting as if he were superior to the steward. Yet, he chose not to engage further and merely acknowledged Tu Jiarong's words. Tu Jiarong led Chu Xiaoya to a secluded corner of the medicinal garden, pointing at a patch of somewhat withered spirit herb fields, and instructed, you will tend to this herb field alongside Gu. Where is Gu Yuan? Chu Xiaoya asked, noticing the absence of the other disciple. Tu Jiarong frowned in displeasure. Is he slacking off again? The 2 servant disciples accompanying him immediately began to search, calling out, Gu, I'm here. A young man covered in grass and leaves emerged from the nearby woods, panting heavily. Gu Yuan rushed to Tu Jiarong, leaning on his knees as he wiped his sweat and asked, Senior brother Tu, what do you need from me? Tu Jiarong stepped back in disdain. What could you possibly do? Tell me, were you slacking off again? I wasn't, Gu Yuan protested, eyes wide in defense. Senior brother Tu, I wasn't slacking off. I was catching a thief. That spiritual beast keeps stealing the spirit herbs. Enough. Tu Jiarong waved his hand dismissively. Spare me your excuses. If I catch you slacking off again, don't expect to see your monthly allowance intact. Gu Yuan's attempts at explanation were cut off. his face flushed with embarrassment as he hung his head in defeat. Unable to continue, Tu Jiarong pointed at Chu Xiaoya. This is the new junior brother Chu Xiaoya. You two will take care of this herb field together, so teach him well to prevent him from killing the spirit herbs. Jiu Yuan let out a sigh as he watched Tu Jiarong depart. Only when the figure of Tu Jiarong had completely vanished from sight did he finally exhale in relief. He then turned to Chu Xiaoya and said, Junior brother Chu, come with me. I will first introduce you to the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field. Chu Xiaoya nodded and followed suit. Although this was referred to as a medicinal field, its expanse was quite considerable, spanning 5 to 6 acres. From Tu Jiarong's words, it seemed that this field had previously been tended solely by Gu Yuan, which must have been quite a laborious task. Jiu Yuan introduced the field earnestly, detailing that a total of 5 types of spiritual herbs were cultivated here. Black lingji, moonlight grass, chiang grass, purple vine, and jade dew. Except for the purple vine and jade dew, which were second-tier spiritual plants, the others were all third-tier. However, inexplicably, the spiritual plants in this medicinal field appeared half-dead, their quality stagnating at the second tier. Gu Yuan meticulously explained the effects and care methods for each type of spiritual plant to Chu Xiaoya, who listened attentively, occasionally posing questions. Seeing Chu Xiaoya's genuine interest rather than a mere obligation, Gu Yuan's previous gloom lightened considerably. He retrieved a book thicker than a brick from his storage bag and handed it to Chu Xiaoya. Junior brother Chu, this is the compendium of spiritual plants from the Wan Spirit continent. Please take a look. It contains a comprehensive record of spiritual plants. Chu Xiaoya had initially intended to discreetly inquire about the spiritual herb he consumed yesterday, but he was pleasantly surprised when Gu Yuan directly loaned him the book. Thank you, senior brother Gu. I will read it thoroughly and return it to you as soon as possible. No need to rush, Gu Yuan replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. I have memorized the contents of this book, so take your time. Chu Xiaoya was astonished. The compendium cataloged at least 10,000 types of spiritual plants, yet Gu Yuan had managed to memorize them all. It was evident that his passion for the study of spiritual herbs was profound. After storing the compendium of spiritual plants in his black jade ring, Chu Xiaoya asked, Senior brother Gu, what shall we do now? Gu Yuan replied, I had just watered half the field before chasing after that little thief. Let us finish watering the rest. Also, you needn't call me senior brother Gu. I have only recently joined, so just call me Gu Yuan. Chu Xiaoya nodded and followed Gu Yuan to fetch wooden buckets for watering. As they watered, he inquired, Is the little thief you mentioned a spiritual beast? What kind of spiritual beast is it? Gu Yuan scratched his chin thoughtfully. That spiritual beast is incredibly swift. I have encountered it several times, but I never managed to get a clear look at its appearance. However, it seems to be a type of cat or weasel. It was surprising that there existed a spiritual beast bolder than the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse, daring enough to steal herbs from the medicinal garden. If there are spiritual beasts stealing herbs, why don't the disciples of the medicinal garden work together to capture it? Otherwise, won't they continuously suffer losses? Chu Xiaoya queried this. Gu Yuan's mood soured again. I had mentioned it to senior brother Tu and the others, but they refused to believe that any spiritual beast would be so audacious as to enter the medicinal garden to steal herbs. They thought I was just being lazy. Jiu Yuan sighed, pondering that perhaps they did not disbelieve him but simply did not wish to deal with the trouble. That clever spiritual beast only came to my medicinal field to steal herbs. And despite my diligent care, the herbs always seem half-dead and their quality stagnant. The beast only steals one herb every few days, which hardly constitutes a significant loss. Intrigued by the cunning spiritual beast, Chu Xiaoya proposed, Once we finish watering, let me assist you in capturing that beast. Jiu Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he gazed at Chu Xiaoya. Really? You are willing to help me catch that spiritual beast? Chu Xiaoya smiled. Of course, from now on, we shall both be responsible for caring for this medicinal field, and capturing the thief is part of my duty. Jiu Yuan was elated. Xiaoya, it is truly wonderful that you are here. Previously, I was the last to arrive in this medicinal garden and also the weakest. The senior brothers looked down upon me and were reluctant to associate with me. I have not made a single friend. Chu Xiaoya patted him on the shoulder. No worries. From now on, we are a team. Jiu Yuan nodded vigorously, his watering speed quickening. Chu Xiaoye mused that given Tu Jiarong's earlier attitude towards him, he too would likely be isolated like Gu Yuan by the other servant disciples in the future. Although he was indifferent to such matters, Tu Jiarong's behavior was truly repugnant. All of them were servant disciples, and they ought to unite as friends. Yet Tu Jiarong insisted on forming cliques, self-appointing himself as the leader, which was both childish and ludicrous. The two worked together swiftly to finish watering, and Gu Yuan eagerly led Chu Xiaoye to the area where moonlight grass was planted, pointing at a somewhat inconspicuous pit in the soil. That spiritual pet stole a moonlight grass from here this morning. It seems to have a particular fondness for moonlight grass, as it steals it 8 times out of 10. Chu Xiaoye rubbed his chin. What other spiritual herbs has it stolen? Gu Yuan had an excellent memory and pointed out all the places the spiritual pet had pilfered from. Chu Xiaoye sketched a simple map, marking the points of theft, but found no discernible pattern. Indeed, it was a remarkably clever spiritual beast. Jiu Yuan nodded in agreement, a hint of pride creeping into his tone. I told you, it is truly very intelligent, Chu Xiaoye remarked. Young man, you do not appear overly clever yourself. Chapter 48. 5th Tier Dragon Blood Algae. Chu Xiaoye initially intended to discern a pattern from the theft locations and set a trap to wait for the beast. But this spiritual beast proved too cunning. Thus, he decided to take the initiative. He released the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse from his beast essence bag and nonchalantly fibbed. This is my pet, the silver fox hamster. Although it is only 1st tier, it possesses a keen sense of smell and may be able to track down that spiritual beast. Jiu Yuan curiously examined the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse. It was his first time seeing a silver fox hamster in reality, and it indeed resembled the illustrations in the spiritual pet compendium. The silver fox hamster was a popular choice among pet-type spiritual beasts, and unlike the rare wugu fox, it was abundant in number, leading Gu Yuan to harbor no doubts. Chu Xiaoye placed the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse beside the pit. Can you smell the lingering scent of the spiritual beast here? The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse nodded, indicating that it could detect the aroma of the spiritual herbs even through the water. The scent in this small pit was particularly strong. Excellent, Chu Xiaoye praised. Lead us to find that spiritual beast. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse took off, and Chu Xiaoye hurried after it, glancing back at the still-dazed Gu Yuan. Jiu Yuan, hurry up. Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Was Chu Xiaoye's speed not a bit too swift? He had yet to fully process what had happened. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse entered the dense forest through the same path Gu Yuan had run earlier that morning. Jiu Yuan struggled to catch up. Panting as he exclaimed, Xiaoye, how can you and your spiritual pet run so quickly? Chu Xiaoye smiled faintly. With more practice, you can run this fast too. The terrain on Wei Rui Peak had not all been cultivated into terraced fields. This patch of forest remained in its natural state, home to ordinary wild beasts and low-tier spiritual beasts. Recognizing the familiar scenery, Gu Yuan remarked, I lost track of it here this morning. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse halted, sniffing the ground before turning to Chu Xiaoye, chattering excitedly. Although Chu Xiaoye had no contract with the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse, their time spent together had allowed him to interpret some of its gestures. Snow treasure, are you saying that the scent of that spiritual beast is everywhere here? The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse nodded in affirmation. Chu Xiaoye was somewhat astonished. This spiritual pet was exceptionally clever. Was it truly just a low-tier spiritual beast? Returning empty-handed, Gu Yuan felt no disappointment. After all, he had been pursuing that spiritual beast for half a year without even catching a glimpse of it. If Chu Xiaoye managed to capture it on his first attempt, it would only serve to embarrass him further. The tasks in the medicinal garden were indeed light. After finishing the watering in the morning, there was little else to do. Chu Xiaoye practiced his spiritual cultivation techniques while perusing the compendium of spiritual plants that Gu Yuan had given him. After consuming that spiritual herb, Chu Xiaoye realized he might have misjudged its potency. Such overwhelming spiritual energy could not possibly belong to a 4th-tier herb. He began searching the compendium, starting with the 5th-tier fire attribute aquatic spiritual herbs. 5th-tier dragon blood algae, as legend has it, was said to sprout from droplets of divine dragon blood that fell into the water. For a spiritual master, consuming it would yield profound effects, accelerating their cultivation progress immensely. Conversely, if consumed by a spiritual beast, it could potentially awaken its innate dragon bloodline, leading to an evolution towards a dragon-type spiritual beast. However, the chances of this occurring were exceedingly slim, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After thoroughly reading every word, Chu Xiaoye noted that the compendium did not mention any hallucinogenic properties of dragon blood algae. So where had that intense hunger and the inexplicable voice in his mind originated? Could it have been an illusion brought on by the pain in his body? Yet, the overwhelming hunger remained an enigma. Perplexed, Chu Xiaoye decided to set aside his thoughts for the moment. After all, his body had indeed undergone a transformation, and his current cultivation speed was at least 3 times faster than before. Given that his original speed was already formidable, he sensed that next month he would likely break through to the 3rd tier. As noon approached, Gu Yuan sought out Chu Xiaoye to go down the mountain together for lunch. Chu Yuan, are you familiar with dragon blood algae, the spiritual herb? Of course, I am aware that Long Suico, or dragon blood algae, is a 5th-tier spiritual herb. Despite its fire attribute, it thrives in damp and cool environments, flourishing solely in pristine water sources. Chu Xiaoye remarked, while perusing the illustrated guide, I happened upon the dragon blood algae, which states that it can awaken the dragon lineage within spiritual beasts, allowing them to evolve into dragon-type creatures and thus transcend their innate limitations. Ji Yuan nodded in agreement, confirming that dragon blood algae indeed possesses such capabilities. However, the probability is exceedingly low in comparison to the 5th-tier dragon blood algae. The 9th-tier sacred-grade Zhizhuan Longshu grass boasts far superior efficacy, nearly guaranteeing the evolution of any spiritual beast with dragon bloodline into a dragon, provided they endure the agonizing process of absorbing the herb's essence. The 9th-tier Zhizhuan Longshu grass, being a mere enhancement of the 5th-tier dragon blood algae, had rendered Chu Xiaoye unconscious during absorption. One could only imagine the excruciating pain associated with the 9th-tier variant. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan chuckled lightly. Our sect lacks even dragon blood algae, let alone Zhizhuan Longshu grass. I sincerely hope to lay eyes upon such legendary spiritual herbs within my lifetime. There will surely be an opportunity, Chu Xiaoye replied. Ji Yuan, do you know of any other spiritual herbs capable of enabling spiritual beasts to transcend their innate limitations? My destined spiritual beast, the Wuguo, can only be cultivated to the 3rd tier, and it is truly regrettable to reach a standstill. Ji Yuan sighed, acknowledging that there are indeed other herbs with such properties, but they are all high-tier spiritual plants and exceedingly rare. As low-tier spiritual lords, even if we were to know of them, what could we do? We might not even have the chance to see them. Chu Xiaoye's heart sank. Was there truly no hope for his little fox to break through to the mid-tier? However, Gu Yuan shifted the conversation. Our esteemed elder Danyangzi from Weirui Peak once had a 3rd-tier plant-type spiritual beast, the Shitong, which later evolved into a 6th-tier Wuzhu Longtang. Chu Xiaoye's spirit surged with excitement as he inquired urgently, did Elder Danyangzi reveal the method he employed? The method is not a secret, Gu Yuan replied with a bitter smile. As low-tier spiritual lords, we yearn to break through to the mid-tier. If Elder Danyangzi's method were universally applicable, countless individuals would have flocked to our sect seeking guidance. Elder Danyangzi had endured numerous tribulations, employing various spiritual herbs of different attributes to concoct a pill that ultimately allowed the Shitong to evolve into the Wuzhu Longtang. Although he succeeded in surpassing his innate limitations, he was left with a debilitating ailment. Lowering his voice, Gu Yuan continued, the lingering toxicity is difficult to eradicate. Ravaging his appearance, it is said that Elder Danyangzi is not yet 50. Yet he appears as a frail old man with white hair. While a 6th-tier spiritual lord may live for 300 years, Elder Danyangzi will likely not see 70. Ji Yuan sighed. The path of spiritual cultivation is far from simple. I do not possess the determination or tenacity of Elder Danyangzi. I would be content to become a 3rd-tier spiritual lord in this lifetime. Chu Xiaoye clenched his fists, while Gu Yuan could settle for the status quo. He could not afford to do so. He bore the weight of a profound vendetta, and his biological mother awaited their reunion. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to break through. Chapter 49. The 100-Flower Raccoon. After their meal, the two returned to the spiritual herb garden to continue their work. Although it was termed work, there was little to be done. They merely needed to water the spiritual herbs one last time before the end of the shift. As Chu Xiaoye practiced his spiritual cultivation techniques, he suddenly heard Gu Yuan shout, "That spiritual beast has returned to steal the spiritual herbs." In an instant, Chu Xiaoye sprang to his feet, releasing the little fox and the golden thread treasure mouse as he ran. The golden thread treasure mouse, having memorized the scent of the spiritual beast, dashed straight towards the source of the odor. The little fox, finding its pace too slow, lowered its head and nudged the golden thread treasure mouse onto its head, while the mouse, undeterred, grasped the tufts of fur atop the little fox's head, tugging gently to alter its course. Jiu Yuan, panting heavily as he chased after the spiritual beast, suddenly saw a white shadow dart past him. Creating a gust of wind, bewildered, he pondered what had just rushed by. Chu Xiaoye caught up from behind, patting Gu Yuan's shoulder. "That was my destined spiritual beast, the Wuguo, with its cooperation alongside the silver fox hamster. That spiritual beast will undoubtedly be unable to escape this time." Jiu Yuan remained somewhat dazed. Was the Wuguo truly that swift? He exerted all his effort to keep pace with Chu Xiaoye. Lately, this spiritual beast had been increasingly brazen, stealing spiritual herbs more frequently than before, whereas it used to refrain from returning for a second heist within a single day. Chu Xiaoye mused thoughtfully. It seems this spiritual beast is in dire need of spiritual energy. Is it attempting to evolve? The group pursued the creature into the woods, arriving once more at the location where they had previously lost its trail. The golden thread treasure mouse leaped down from the little fox's head, pressing its nose to the ground to sniff carefully. The scent left by the spiritual beast was still fresh, and it quickly discerned the direction. The cunning spiritual beast had circled through the woods several times, ultimately returning to the vicinity of the original lost location. The golden thread treasure mouse paused to sniff intently, while the little fox emitted a few soft whines. Seemingly questioning, "Can you do it or not?" This was a blatant provocation to the mouse's pride, inciting it to prove itself. It stood up, taking a deep breath, its already round body swelling like a balloon, before gradually deflating as it conducted a meticulous analysis of the scents within a 100-meter radius. Finally, it located the elusive spiritual beast. The golden thread treasure mouse charged in a specific direction, and fearing the ferocity of the beast might harm it, Chu Xiaoye hurriedly summoned the 100 mysterious worm as well. The golden thread treasure mouse reached the base of a large tree and began furiously digging into the ground. The little fox, supporting the 100 mysterious worm, joined in to assist. Chu Xiaoye observed and remarked to Gu Yuan, "It appears that part of the roots of this tree may be hollow. The spiritual beast is likely hiding within." Gu Yuan, having run all this way, was already panting heavily and drenched in sweat. He gave Chu Xiaoye a thumbs up. "Xiaoye, your little pet is truly remarkable. It has indeed found this spiritual beast." Just as he finished speaking, a fierce meow echoed through the air. The golden thread treasure mouse and the little fox were still digging when the ground beneath them shifted unexpectedly, and a vividly colorful spiritual beast leaped from the earth. Its sharp claws gleamed menacingly as they swiped at the golden thread treasure mouse, which squeaked in fright. The 100 mysterious worm reacted swiftly, releasing a web to ensnare the creature. The spiritual beast collided headfirst with the web, becoming tightly wrapped and tumbling to the ground, yowling in frustration as it thrashed about. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xiaoye noted that the creature bore a resemblance to a cat, albeit with some differences in coloration. It was predominantly snow-white, with green tips on its ears and paws, and a pink flower adorning its neck, creating a striking appearance. Jiu Yuan exclaimed, "Oh, it's a 100-flower raccoon." The 100-flower raccoon is a third-tier wood attribute spiritual beast. Although it belongs to the feline family, it is strictly herbivorous, particularly fond of consuming spiritual plants. The 100-flower raccoon continued to roll on the ground, attempting to wriggle free from the web, inadvertently revealing its rotund belly. Jiu Yuan exclaimed, "Why is this 100-flower raccoon's belly so large? Has it already consumed all the spiritual herbs it just stole?" Chu Xiaoye found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether it was possible that the 100-flower raccoon was pregnant. Jiu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? Initially intending to capture the thieving spiritual beast and teach it a lesson to deter future thefts from the herb garden, he now felt reluctant to bully a pregnant creature. The The 100-flower raccoon appeared delicate and adorable, struggling on the ground, covered in sticky webbing, evoking sympathy. Jiu Yuan's heart swelled with compassion as he suggested to Chu Xiaoya. Perhaps we should just let it go. After all, the spiritual herbs it stole were of low rank, and the loss falls within normal limits, so it hardly constitutes a significant loss. Chu Xiaoya nodded. For he had merely been curious about what kind of clever spiritual beast had ventured into their domain, and had no intention of condemning it to death. The 100-flower raccoon, perceptive as it was, ceased its struggles upon hearing their conversation, gazing up at them with tearful eyes, softly mewing, appearing utterly pitiful. The little fox's vertical pupils widened. This little kitten was so shameless, it could even outdo it in terms of charm. Chu Xiaoya crouched down, reaching out to stroke the 100-flower raccoon's head. You've heard us. We won't harm you. Just lie still, and I'll have the 100-mysterious worm retract the webbing. The 100-flower raccoon emitted a soft mewl in response, indicating its understanding, and lay still on the ground. Chu Xiaoya removed the 100-mysterious worm from atop the little fox's head and placed it on the 100-flower raccoon. The 100-mysterious worm munched on the silk it had produced, allowing Chu Xiaoya to take this opportunity to pet the cat. The 100-flower raccoon's belly was already quite large, suggesting that it would soon give birth. The creature nuzzled its head against Chu Xiaoya's palm, purring contentedly, as if relishing his touch. Chu Xiaoya smiled gently and said softly, "Please refrain from stealing the spiritual herbs from the garden in the future. If you need spiritual energy, just come to me." He extracted a second tier would attribute spirit pill from the black jade ring and placed it directly before the Baihuali. The pupils of the Baihuali dilated in surprise, and it let out a more delicate cry. Licking Chu Xiaoya's fingers, witnessing this scene, the little fox's eyes widened in fury as it darted forward, shoving Chu Xiaoya aside, baring its teeth at the Baihuali, and growling in a low voice. "You seductive vixen, that spirit master belongs to me." Having finished cleaning the silken threads from one of its claws, the Baihuali cast a disdainful glance at the little fox and calmly licked its paw. The little fox was nearly driven mad with rage, ready to leap forward and scratch the Baihuali's face into bloom, only to be thwarted by Chu Xiaoya, who exclaimed, "Shui Wu, what are you doing?" Instantly feeling wronged, the little fox leaped into Chu Xiaoya's arms, whimpering and acting all pitiful, a stark contrast to its earlier fierce demeanor. Amused, Chu Xiaoya pinched the little fox's paw and retrieved another second-tier spirit pill from the black jade ring. Offering it to the little fox while soothing, "The Baihuali is pregnant, so I need to take extra care of it." Since both the Baihuali and the little fox had received their share, Chu Xiaoya then produced 2 more second-tier spirit pills from the black jade ring, distributing them to the Jin Xian Sun Bao Shu and the Bai Xian Chong. Having just earned 100 gold coins, he found no need to sell spirit pills for money. These pills were perfect for nurturing his spirit pets. Chu Xiaoya had always been generous with his spirit pets, ensuring none were favored over others. The spirit pets clutched the spirit pills joyfully, while Gu Yuan was taken aback by Chu Xiaoya's generosity, realizing that he was indeed a hidden affluent individual, presenting 4 second-tier spirit pills in one go. Tears of envy welled in Gu Yuan's eyes as he found himself wishing to become one of Chu Xiaoya's spirit pets. After a while, the Bai Xian Chong finally finished consuming the silken threads from the Baihuali. The Baihuali did not flee but instead stood up and affectionately rubbed against Chu Xiaoya's calves. The moment Chu Xiaoya produced 4 second-tier spirit pills, it had resolved to firmly attach itself to this foolishly generous benefactor until its offspring were born. Seeing this, the little fox was once again infuriated, struggling to escape Chu Xiaoya's embrace to confront the Baihuali in a life-and-death battle. Chu Xiaoya, caught between amusement and exasperation, gently stroked the little fox's fur and addressed the Baihuali. "Please tidy up your nest. From now on, come directly to the spirit herb garden to find me, and refrain from stealing spirit herbs." The Baihuali emitted a soft sound, appearing docile and obedient, devoid of the cunning demeanor it had displayed while pilfering spirit herbs. Noticing the little fox was on the verge of exploding with rage again, Chu Xiaoya had no choice but to summon it back into his spirit realm. After bidding farewell to the Baihuali, he departed the dense forest alongside Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan remarked, "Xiaoya, you truly are generous, bestowing second-tier spirit pills upon a mere stranger spirit beast. Chu Xiaoya chuckled, explaining that the Baihuali was gentle in nature and friendly towards humans, particularly intelligent IT, seemed to be foraging spirit herbs due to its pregnancy, necessitating a substantial amount of spiritual energy to nurture its offspring. Which was understandable. Jiu Yuan calculated that the Baihuali had been stealing spirit herbs from the garden for approximately 5 months, having begun its thievery about half a year ago. Thus, it was likely due to give birth next month. Chu Xiaoya nodded, noting that once the Baihuali had its young, it would no longer require an abundance of spirit herbs to replenish its spiritual energy, alleviating concerns about the spirit herbs being pilfered again. Gu Yuan sheepishly scratched his head, admitting that after capturing the Baihuali for so long, he hadn't managed to catch even a single hair from it, and was astonished that Xiaoya had resolved the issue so swiftly. Chu Xiaoya gently retrieved the Jin Xian Sun Bao Shu that had climbed onto his head, placing it in his palm to pet it affectionately, and said, "I just happen to have a spirit pet with a keen sense of smell." Gu Yuan sighed, running his fingers over the beast pattern on the back of his hand, lamenting that his own spirit beast was a cluster star flower, which he couldn't even move, and expressed his fondness for the Baihuali, hoping that once he reached the 3rd tier, it might be willing to form a contract with him. Observing the beast pattern on Gu Yuan's hand, which depicted a flower, Chu Xiaoya noted that the cluster star flower was a 3rd-tier light attribute plant spirit beast. Measuring no more than the size of a palm, with flowers as small as grains of rice, radiating a silvery light akin to the stars in the sky. Though light attribute spirit beasts were relatively rare, it did not imply they possessed strong offensive capabilities. Gu Yuan's cluster star flower was more inclined towards a supportive role. After watering the spirit herbs in the afternoon, Chu Xiaoya prepared to leave. Just before departing, Gu Yuan suddenly became bashful, stammering as if he had something to convey to Chu Xiaoya but felt too shy to articulate it. Chu Xiaoya encouraged him, "Feel free to speak your mind. Is there more work you need me to do?" Gu Yuan's face turned crimson as he nervously wrinkled his clothing, explaining, "Well, the spirit herb garden requires someone to keep watch at night. We rotate in pairs every 7 days. I've been doing it alone because we were short one person." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoya, initially thinking it was a significant matter, responded, "In that case, let us pair up for the night shifts. When is our next duty?" Gu Yuan was taken aback by Chu Xiaoya's willingness, for night shifts were quite exhausting. Previously, he had partnered with others, but they often bullied him, either failing to show up or sleeping soundly, leaving Gu Yuan to bear the burden alone. Tomorrow night is when we are on duty," Gu Yuan replied joyfully, noting that after the night shift, they would have the following day off to rest. Chu Xiaoya found the Qi Shao sect quite humane, agreeing to the arrangement, and after bidding farewell to Gu Yuan, he summoned his spirit deer and departed the spirit herb garden. Reflecting on his time at the Qi Shao sect, Chu Xiaoya realized he had scarcely explored beyond the Lu Meng Peak and the back mountain. With the day off approaching, he planned to take the opportunity to wander around. After leaving the lush Wei Rue Peak, Chu Xiaoya did not return directly to his dormitory, but instead visited the back mountain first, retrieving the remaining meat of the large antlered deer and the strange fish he had not finished earlier. After roasting it, he fed his 3 spirit pets until they were full before heading home. On his way back, Chu Xiaoya stumbled upon a spirit plant, a 3rd-tier emerald fruit tree, which was laden with emerald fruits. The emerald fruit tree, a 3rd-tier wood attribute spirit plant, bore 1st-tier spirit fruits that were roughly the size of eggs, a vibrant green hue with a slight transparency, rich in spiritual energy, making them ideal treats for his spirit pets. Although this emerald fruit tree had only grown to the 2nd tier, it was guarded by a 3rd-tier wind weasel. Rather than slaying the beast for its treasure, Chu Xiaoya instructed the little fox and Bai Xian Chong to collaborate. Ensnaring the wind weasel with silken threads, the emerald fruit tree bore around 50 to 60 fruits. Chu Xiaoya climbed the tree and plucked about 20 ripe emerald fruits, leaving the remainder for the unfortunate wind weasel. After descending, he noticed that the wind weasel had managed to shake off the silken threads and bared its teeth at Chu Xiaoya before swiftly darting into the underbrush, having pilfered its spirit fruits. It was only natural for the wind weasel to be hostile. Chu Xiaoya chuckled, distributing an emerald fruit to each of his spirit pets, giving an extra one to the purely herbivorous spirit deer. After consuming the emerald fruit, the spirit deer nuzzled Chu Xiaoya affectionately, emitting a joyful sound, and suddenly emanated a gentle white light. Its antlers grew slightly longer, and additional floral patterns appeared on its body. Chu Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, "It has advanced." Initially a second-tier spirit deer trained by Ji Yuntong, it had unexpectedly advanced at this moment, demonstrating remarkable speed in its cultivation without forming a contract with the spirit master, indicating excellent potential. Approaching, Chu Xiaoya patted the deer's head and retrieved a first-tier would attribute spirit pill from the black jade ring, saying, "Here, enjoy this as a congratulatory gift for your advancement." The spirit deer, evidently thrilled, bounded around Chu Xiaoya in excitement. The little fox watched with jealousy. Although the spirit deer was not Chu Xiaoya's contracted spirit beast, it had served as his mount for many days. And it could tolerate that, however, it absolutely refused to allow that Baihuali to become the contracted spirit beast of its master. As the spirit deer frolicked, a sudden rustling sound emanated from the nearby underbrush. Swift and alarming. Chu Xiaoya's expression sharpened, and just as he called his spirit pets to gather around him, a massive python lunged out from the foliage. This python was as thick as a calf and over 3 meters long. Its scales resembling jagged rocks. It was indeed a rock python. An adult could reach the 4th tier, measuring around 5 meters in length, but this one was only 3 meters long, indicating it was still a juvenile with a strength equivalent to the 3rd tier. Chu Xiaoya was about to instruct the little fox and Bai Xian Chong to engage in battle, but the rock python showed no intent to attack. Instead, it swiftly slithered past them. Stunned, Chu Xiaoya noticed bloodstains on the python, realizing it was fleeing. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoed through the dense forest, "Brother Chu, please help me stop it." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoya recognized it as Ren Xingping's voice. Immediately responding, he commanded the little fox and the Bai Xian insect to step forward and obstruct. Although the Bai Xian insect's web was extremely adhesive, its area was too small to pose any real hindrance to the rock python. Just as the rock python was about to burrow into the dense forest and escape, Chu Xiaoya was about to instruct the little fox to unleash its attack skill when the wild grass on the ground suddenly began to grow wildly. Chapter 51. The third-order rock python. The wild grass, which had originally barely reached the ankles, shot up to knee height in the blink of an eye, forming a grassy net that impeded the rock python's progress. Upon turning around, Chu Xiaoya realized that it was the spirit deer that had activated its enhancement skill, a technique only available to would attribute spirit beasts that allows them to utilize nearby flora to launch an attack. Ren Xingping, riding on his 3-tailed azure bull, finally arrived, with a grayish-brown stone-scaled gecko perched on his shoulder. "Thank you, Brother Chu," Ren Xingping said, hastily urging his 3-tailed azure bull and stone-scaled gecko to attack. The rock python, the 3-tailed azure bull, and the stone-scaled gecko were all earth attribute spirit beasts, and as they clashed, dust flew in every direction. Although Ren Xingping's 3-tailed azure bull and stone-scaled gecko were both third-order spirit beasts, their combat prowess was slightly inferior to that of the rock python. However, with a 2-to-1 advantage, it wasn't long before the rock python was defeated. Ren Xingping stepped forward to sign a contract with the exhausted rock python, green contract runes emanating from its body, indicating a successful pact. Chu Xiaoya approached and congratulated Ren on his acquisition, noting, "This rock python appears to possess commendable potential. Reaching the 4th order should pose no challenge." Ren Xingping's face lit up with joy. "I owe it all to you. Brother Chu, if you hadn't been here, this rock python would have escaped." His 3-tailed azure bull and stone-scaled gecko were not suited for long-distance pursuits, and had it not been for Chu Xiaoya's intervention, he would have missed the opportunity to capture this desired spirit beast. Ren Xingping recalled his 3 spirit companions into his body, sweat beading on his forehead, clearly fatigued from the exertion of simultaneously summoning 2 spirit beasts, which had nearly depleted his internal energy. He sat cross-legged on the ground and told Chu Xiaoya, "I can't go on, Brother Chu. I need to rest for a moment." With that, he began to circulate his spiritual cultivation method to replenish his internal energy. Chu Xiaoya nodded. Since he had encountered Ren Xingping here, it would be best to return together. He recalled the little fox, Bai Xian insect, and golden thread treasure-seeking mouse, leaving only the spirit deer. Considering that Ren Xingping likely had not yet dined, Chu Xiaoya kindled a fire, retrieving a large piece of venison from his black jade ring to roast. After a brief recovery, Ren Shengping opened his eyes, drawn by the aroma of the roasting meat. Brother Chu, we really are fated. What are the odds of encountering each other in this vast area behind the mountain? Ever since I met you, my luck has improved significantly. First, I made a substantial profit in the gambling den, and now I've contracted a third-order rock python. Chu Xiaoya chuckled, replying, this time, I didn't contribute much. It's all thanks to this spirit deer. Ren Xingping gazed at the spirit deer, realizing that the rapid growth of the grass earlier must have been a skill of this would attribute spirit deer. Brother Chu, when did you contract this spirit deer? It too is a third-order spirit beast. Chu Xiaoya shook his head. I am still merely a second-order spirit master and have only contracted the Baixian insect. I couldn't possibly contract a third spirit beast. This spirit deer is merely a mount lent to me by senior sister Ji Yuntong, who has just reached third order. I never expected it would assist you so fortuitously. Ren Shengping clicked his tongue, surprised that even senior sister Ji's mount was already a third-order spirit beast, truly deserving of being an outer sect disciple. He fished out a second-order spirit pill from his storage pouch and tossed it to Chu Xiaoya. Brother Chu, this is a second-order spirit pill I just hunted today. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Please do not refuse. If you truly regard me as a brother, accept it with good grace. Chu Xiaoya was momentarily speechless. With Ren Xingping insisting so, to refuse would be to disregard his sincerity. He smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, then I shall graciously accept. Ren Xingping laughed heartily, patting Chu Xiaoya on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Once they finished the roasted venison, Ren Xingping called upon his rejuvenated three-tailed azure bull, and the two of them rode back to Luma Mountain. One on the azure bull and the other on the spirit deer. At the foot of Luma Mountain, they unexpectedly encountered the group of miscellaneous disciples who had originally followed Ho San. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoya and Ren Xingping, the few of them immediately covered their faces and fled, terrified of potential retribution from Chu Xiaoya. Ren Xingping chuckled, deriding, a bunch of cowards. By the way, Brother Chu, have you heard? He whispered conspiratorially, it is said that this morning, due to the incident with the demon spirit beast yesterday, Lady Qing Ji and Lady Hong Ji punished Wang Ji, demoting him to a miscellaneous disciple. Chu Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. That was quite a severe punishment. Given Wang Ji's arrogant disposition, being demoted from an outer sect disciple to a position he had always looked down upon must be more distressing than death itself. After all, this is a significant matter regarding the demon spirit beast. If word gets out, where would that leave our Qi Shao sect's reputation? Ren Xingping sighed. However, Wang Guanshi managed to extricate himself cleanly from this incident, not implicating me. Still, his position as an elder is likely in jeopardy. At this point, Ren Xingping's expression turned serious. Brother Chu, you must be cautious moving forward. Both Wang Guanshi and Wang Ji are vengeful individuals. Even if Wang Guanshi does not ascend to elder status, he still possesses means to deal with ordinary disciples like us. You must prioritize your safety. Chu Xiaoya nodded. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Brother Ren, however, Ren Xingping continued, this time, you also rendered a significant service to Guanshi. If he is willing to take you on as a disciple, you need not fear such troubles. As the saying goes, once a disciple, forever a father. Taking on a master is a serious matter that requires careful consideration. Chu Xiaoya pondered, I am still merely a miscellaneous disciple. Guanshi would certainly not take me in. Let's discuss it after the Qi Shao Grand Competition. That makes sense, Ren Xingping agreed. Miscellaneous disciples in the Qi Shao sect rarely take on masters. Only after becoming outer sect disciples and demonstrating some talent worthy of cultivation will opportunities arise to gain the favor of the managers and elders for apprenticeship. Upon returning to their dormitory, Chu Xiaoya perused the Spirit Herb Treasure Guide of the 10,000 Spirits continent for a while before extinguishing the lamp and retiring for the night. He wondered if there were any spirit herbs in the back mountain that could aid spirit beasts in breaking through their talent limits. The enclosed area of the back mountain of Qi Shao sect between the two mountains lies a long valley stretching over 1,000 meters, where the mountain walls are split open with cracks, allowing streams of steaming water to flow forth and collect into a warm spring at the bottom. The entire valley is shrouded in mist, warm and humid, indicating a distinct heat source beneath. A large bird of dark greenish-black flew through the white mist, its wings stirring the fog into a swirling dance as it spread out to the sides. The Qing Yin crow perched on the edge of the stone crack, its sharp claws gripping the protruding rocks, its crimson eyes peering into the crevice. Seeing nothing, yet sensing that treasures lay within, it pondered whether to venture inside. The question lingered in the air. Chapter 52. Free labor. Not long after Chu Xiaoya arrived at the herb garden, the Bai Huali suddenly appeared from nowhere. Rubbing against his calf and mewing, Jiu Yuan looked on with envy, squatting down to pet the Bai Huali as well. The Bai Huali shot him a disdainful glance, flicked its tail, and retreated behind Chu Xiaoya, leaving Gu Yuan with not a single strand of fur to touch. Jiu Yuan was greatly disheartened, pointing at the Bai Huali. Isn't that a bit too realistic? All the spirit herbs you snuck away with were grown by me. The Bai Huali let out a soft mewl, elegantly licking its front paw as if it hadn't comprehended Gu Yuan's words. Chu Xiaoya found the scene amusing. He knew Gu Yuan intended to form a contract with the Bai Huali, and it would be wise to build a good rapport now to avoid resorting to force later. Why don't you try feeding it something? Gu Yuan lacked Chu Xiaoya's extravagance. Instead of producing a second-order spirit pill, he rummaged through his storage pouch for quite some time before finally extracting a first-order would attribute spirit pill. Gu Yuan presented the spirit pill to the Bai Huali with a humble demeanor, saying, "Little ancestor, this is all I have left. I hope you will graciously accept it." The Bai Huali glanced at the spirit pill. Having tasted the second-order spirit pill Chu Xiaoya had given it yesterday, the first-order pill now seemed utterly lackluster, akin to a mere trifle, unsatisfying yet too valuable to discard. However, its little ones inside were gluttonous and required ample spirit energy. Even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Reluctantly, the Bai Huali pushed the first-order spirit pill closer, savoring it as it consumed it slowly. Jiu Yuan rubbed his hands together in anticipation, carefully placing his hand on the Bai Huali's back for a gentle stroke. Suddenly, he felt a surge of emotion. He had pursued this Bai Huali for nearly half a year and had only managed to pet it after offering a spirit pill. Before Gu Yuan could fully enjoy the moment, the Bai Huali turned and leaped into Chu Xiaoya's arms, refusing to allow any further petting from Gu Yuan, as any additional touches would come at a different price. Jiu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This little cat had quite the duality, changing its demeanor far too rapidly. "Xiaoya, I think I'm out of luck. This Bai Huali seems to have chosen you." Chu Xiaoya smiled silently. He had no intention of forming a contract with the Bai Huali. Although it was gentle and affectionate, possessing high intelligence, its combat capability was somewhat lacking, rendering it unsuitable as his spirit companion. As the two continued to chat and laugh, a sudden shrill voice pierced the air. "Gu Yuan, are you slacking off again?" Gu Yuan had already developed a conditioned reflex to Tu Jiarong's voice, springing to his feet with a swift motion. "Tu Shixiang, I am here, not slacking off." Chu Xiaoya also rose in unison. As Tu Jiarong approached, he scrutinized the two of them, raising an eyebrow upon noticing the Bai Huali nestled in Chu Xiaoya's arms. That's so. It was with this third-tier spirit beast that Chu Xiaoya had triumphed over Ho San's spotted hyena. "Why are you two not diligently working? What are you hiding here for? Can't you see that the spirit herbs in the medicinal field have all withered?" Gu Yuan opened his mouth, intending to protest, but ultimately swallowed his words. Tu Jiarong was well aware of the peculiar nature of this medicinal field. No matter how meticulously one cared for it, the spirit herbs would appear in this state. His reprimand was merely a pretext. Chu Xiaoya remained unperturbed, inquiring, "Tu Shixiang, is there something you need from us?" Tu Jiarong crossed his arms, exuding authority. "The Li Zhu fruit in that medicinal field is ready for harvest, and we are short-handed. You two need to lend a hand." Jiu Yuan sighed. Each medicinal field had designated caretakers. Even when he had previously tended to this particular field himself, though it was taxing, he managed well enough. The notion of a labor shortage was absurd. Tu Jiarong simply wished to shirk his own responsibilities by exploiting him as a free laborer. However, accustomed to submission, Gu Yuan dared not refuse. Turning to Chu Xiaoya, "Since Tu Shixiang has requested it, let us assist him." Chu Xiaoya nodded, releasing the Bai Huali and accompanying Gu Yuan to another medicinal field. Tu Jiarong left, confident that Gu Yuan, the coward, would not dare defy him. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he could not help but reveal a smug smile. Not just Gu Yuan, but that fellow named Chu Xiaoya also obediently followed. What a so-called genius among the servant disciples. Before him, he was merely a pawn. The Li Zhu fruit was a third-tier spirit herb, maturing into small red fruits the size of soybeans at the tips of slender grass blades. Harvesting them was straightforward, requiring merely a quick sweep of the grass. Upon beginning the task, Chu Xiaoya quickly realized that he and Gu Yuan had been roped into serving as Tu Jiarong's free labor, as he sought to avoid even this simple task. Gu Yuan muttered, Tu Shixiang often has me help him, while he and the other seniors do nothing, he sighed. These chores weren't particularly exhausting, so he might as well assist. Yet, it was this continual acquiescence that had led to this moment. Gu Yuan could endure, but Chu Xiaoya had no intention of tolerating it. He looked around and spotted Tu Jiarong, who was supposed to be swamped with work, lounging under a tree with two other servant disciples. Enjoying drinks and looking entirely at ease, Chu Xiaoya stood up decisively and approached Tu Jiarong. Reclining comfortably on his chair, Tu Jiarong was nearly asleep when he noticed Chu Xiaoya's approach and was nudged awake by a fellow servant disciple. "What is it? Can't you see I'm about to doze off?" Tu Jiarong snapped, opening his eyes with annoyance. The servant disciple gestured discreetly, prompting Tu Jiarong to follow his gaze, landing on Chu Xiaoya standing directly before him. He scoffed, "What's this? Has Chu Shidi already finished his tasks so quickly?" Chu Xiaoya, with an impassive expression, replied, "Tu Shixiang mentioned a lack of manpower, so Gu Yuan and I came to assist. Is this truly how you manage your shortage?" Tu Jiarong rose from his reclined position, crossing his arms and looking down at Chu Xiaoya with disdain. "I had thought you might possess some discernment, yet it appears you are just as foolish." In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan realized that Chu Xiaoya had engaged Tu Jiarong directly. He hurriedly rushed over, grasping Chu Xiaoya's arm, urging, "Xiaoya, let us return to our work. We can finish it in no time." Tu Jiarong chuckled derisively, addressing Chu Xiaoya. "Don't think that defeating a third-tier spotted hyena makes you impressive. Hosan is merely a second-tier spirit master. Before a true third-tier spirit master, you wouldn't even have the chance to beg for mercy." Gu Yuan, lacking close friends within the sect and unaware of the life-and-death battle Chu Xiaoya had fought the previous day, swallowed nervously, fearing for Chu Xiaoya's safety. He advised, "Let us not go against Tu Shixiang. It's just a bit of work." Chu Xiaoya remained steadfast, gently shrugging off Gu Yuan's hand. A faint smile graced his lips as he looked at Tu Jiarong. "Are you suggesting that you wish to engage in a duel with me?" Tu Shixiang. Tu Jiarong's expression darkened instantly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. "You truly are courting death." Chapter 53. Sparring. The two servant disciples behind Tu Jiarong also stood up, glaring menacingly at Chu Xiaoya. Yu Yuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. Taking an involuntary step back, "Xiaoya, perhaps we should flee to the overseer. Maybe we can find some refuge." Chu Xiaoya shook his head lightly, addressing Tu Jiarong. "The sect prohibits private duels, Tu Shixiang. How about we spar in the training ground after our shifts?" Tu Jiarong scoffed, cracking his knuckles. "Do I need the training ground to teach you a lesson? The sect forbids summoning spirit beasts for combat, but there is no prohibition against hand-to-hand sparring." As he spoke, he unleashed a punch imbued with spirit energy straight at Chu Xiaoya's face. Chu Xiaoya pushed Gu Yuan back and ducked, evading the strike. Tu Jiarong's punch missed, and he was momentarily surprised. He hadn't anticipated Chu Xiaoya's quick reflexes. The higher the tier of a spirit master, the more spirit energy they contained, and as a result, their physical constitution also improved. Although Tu Jiarong's punch lacked technique, it could still match the force of a strike from a second-tier spirit beast. However, Chu Xiaoya, with his extensive hunting experience and encounters with fourth-tier spirit beasts, was far from a mere brute like Tu Jiarong. Chu Xiaoya crouched low, sweeping his leg toward Tu Jiarong. Due to his frequent battles with spirit beasts, he had a more effective grasp of utilizing spirit energy than Tu Jiarong, and in an instant, the energy surged into his leg, creating a sharp sound as he struck. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, followed by a piercing scream as Tu Jiarong fell to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling in agony, cold sweat pouring from his brow. The onlookers were stunned. Chu Xiaoya's kick had broken Tu Jiarong's calf, and he was a third-tier spirit master. Tu Jiarong's face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat, as he bit his lip and shouted at the other two servant disciples, "What are you two doing? Why aren't you attacking?" At his furious command, The two servant disciples finally snapped out of their stupor, raising their fists and charging at Chu Xiaoya with a wild yell. Both were second-tier spirit masters. Yet their fighting style resembled that of ordinary, untrained brutes, relying solely on raw strength. Chu Xiaoya collided with the first rushing servant disciple, and once more, the sound of bones fracturing filled the air. As the disciple fell, howling in pain, his cries louder than two jiarongs, the other servant disciple, witnessing the fate of his comrade, faltered, caught in indecision, unsure whether to attack or retreat. Chu Xiaoya ignored him, looking at the disheveled Tu Jiarong on the ground. Tu Shixiang, I believe this sparring session should conclude with my victory. Tu Jiarong glared back, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and humiliation. This time, I was careless. If I had summoned my spirit beast, you wouldn't even have grazed my clothing, Chu Xiaoya replied. With Tu Jiarong's feeble combat awareness, even before you can summon your spirit beast, I could dispatch you 7 or 8 times with mere agility. Tired of dealing with such a fool, Chu Xiaoya gracefully turned away. Gu Yuan, let us return. Still in a daze, Gu Yuan took a moment to comprehend before following Chu Xiaoya, nearly tripping over the fallen servant disciple. I'm sorry, he hurriedly apologized while hastening to catch up with Chu Xiaoya. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Chu Xiaoya. Xiaoya, you were incredible just now. Did you really only use second-tier spirit master skills? Chu Xiaoya chuckled lightly. Of course I'm a second-tier spirit master. It's not that I'm so formidable, but rather that my opponent was too weak. This remark nearly made Tu Jiarong spout blood in fury. The uninjured servant disciple rushed to assist him, only to be shoved away by Tu Jiarong. Watching as the duo departed, Tu Jiarong pounded the ground in frustration. Chu Xiaoya, you wait for me. Upon returning to the medicinal field they were responsible for, Gu Yuan remained exhilarated, mimicking Chu Xiaoya's moves with animated gestures. Xiaoya, you were so cool. You took them down one by one. It's the first time I've seen Tu Shixiang in such a sorry state. The sound of bones breaking made my teeth ache, however. After his excitement, Gu Yuan's expression turned to worry. What if Tu Shixiang seeks revenge once he recovers? Chu Xiaoya shrugged nonchalantly. If they dare to retaliate, we'll just strike back. Gu Yuan inhaled sharply, taken aback by such a remarkably bold and impressive response. Chu Xiaoyao chuckled, noting that Tu Jiarong was different from Wang Ji. He was merely a slightly more skilled servant disciple without any backing, unafraid of repercussions from higher authorities. Yet, even Wang Ji, who had connections, had incurred enmity on the path to becoming a formidable force. If one constantly cowered and compromised, they would indeed be a weakling, forever unable to ascend to the pinnacle of strength. The Baihuali, whose whereabouts were unknown, approached Chu Xiaoyao, playfully seeking affection upon his return. He reached out to stroke its belly, feeling a firm object beneath its soft fur, most likely the pup of the Baihuali. Just one pup? How could it be so ravenous so soon? Just yesterday, he had given the Baihuali a second-tier spirit pill, and moments ago, Gu Yuan had presented it with a first-tier one. Logically, these 2 pills should suffice for the Baihuali for at least half a month, yet here they were. The Baihuali mewed softly, its pupils dilated to their fullest, exuding an aura of delicate vulnerability and charm. Chu Xiaoyao felt a surge of affection well up within him, wishing to present it with all manner of treasures. His fingers had already brushed against the black jade ring when he abruptly shook his head. Regaining his composure, he grasped the Baihuali under its forelegs and lifted it, squinting as he inquired, "Little one, did you just employ an illusionary skill on me?" The Baihuali emitted a soft mewl. Seemingly unable to comprehend his words, its feline face painted with innocence and confusion, tilting its head in a charming manner. Chu Xiaoyao was momentarily enchanted, cradling the Baihuali in his arms, holding its paw earnestly as he declared, "Given your lack of ill intentions, I shall spare you this time, but there will be no next time. Do you understand?" Aware that its little trick had been uncovered, the Baihuali affectionately licked Chu Xiaoyao's fingers, demonstrating through its actions that it was a well-behaved cat. Chu Xiaoyao produced a first-tier spirit pill and offered it to the creature, stating, "From now on, you shall receive 2 first-tier spirit pills daily. Nothing more." The Baihuali nuzzled the spirit pill against Chu Xiaoyao's chin, clearly pleased with its choice of benefactor. As he stroked the cat's fur, he noted that it was indeed softer than that of a fox. Though he realized he must never let the little fox know of this revelation. Unexpectedly, this seemingly unremarkable Baihuali turned out to be a mutated dual-attribute wooden illusion spirit beast. It remained uncertain whether this mutation was innate or acquired. The likelihood of mutation in spirit beasts is quite low, yet, generally speaking, innate mutations occur with slightly greater frequency than acquired ones, and typically, mutated spirit beasts are significantly stronger than their ordinary counterparts. This mutated dual-attribute Baihuali might very well advance from the 3rd tier to the 4th, or even to the 5th tier in the future. Chu Xiaoyao gazed down at the Baihuali, gently squeezing its paw, and posed a question, "Little one, if the opportunity arises in the future, would you be willing to form a contract with me?" The Baihuali blinked its eyes. A contract with this generous benefactor seemed appealing, though it decided that all matters would be considered after it birthed its offspring. Chapter 54. The management of the herb garden. After work, Chu Xiaoyao made his customary trip to the back mountain, waiting until he had roasted the meat before releasing several spirit pets. As soon as the little fox emerged, it began sniffing around Chu Xiaoyao, immediately detecting the strong scent of cat. It cast a resentful glance at him, turning its back in a display of irritation. Chu Xiaoyao could only smile wryly. If he were to contract the Baihuali as a spirit pet, the little fox would surely be infuriated. After some coaxing, he managed to appease the little fox, feeding it bite after bite of roasted meat. Fortunately, the two gluttons, the Bai Xian worm and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse, did not refuse their meals due to jealousy. Once they were full, Chu Xiaoyao did not return immediately. Instead, he hunted spirit beasts in the back mountain, preparing to collect some spirit pills. Although his stock of spirit pills was relatively abundant, the number of spirit beasts he needed to support was also considerable, leading to significant consumption and a growing deficit. Chu Xiaoyao did not simply kill every spirit beast he encountered. Instead, he sent the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse to locate them. Among the spirit beasts found by the mouse, 9 out of 10 would yield spirit pills. In just over an hour, he had hunted down 8 first-tier spirit pills, 4 second-tier spirit pills, and even a single third-tier spirit pill. He distributed 1 first-tier spirit pill as a reward to each of his spirit pets before heading back. The next day, as Chu Xiaoyao arrived for work at the spirit herb garden, he distinctly sensed a change in the attitudes of the other servant disciples towards him. It seemed that news of Tu Jiarong's injury during their sparring session had spread. Although the people of the spirit herb garden were aware of the duel between Chu Xiaoyao and Ho San, they had not witnessed it firsthand and thus had likely exaggerated the rumors. However, many had seen Tu Jiarong's injury yesterday. His cries had been so pitiful that disciples tending to nearby herb fields rushed over, fearing something grave had occurred. Upon arrival, they found Chu Xiaoyao had knocked the servant disciple to the ground with a single punch, which left them too frightened to approach, lest they become embroiled in the matter. As Chu Xiaoyao walked amidst a mix of admiration and trepidation, he reached the 3rd-tier spirit herb garden on the hillside. Upon seeing him, Gu Yuan nervously exclaimed, "Just now, the steward sent someone to inform you to see him first upon your arrival. Do you think the steward will punish us because of senior brother Tu's injury?" After contemplating, Chu Xiaoyao shook his head, replying, "I don't think so. Given Tu Jiarong's character, if the steward were to support him, he would have boasted about it long ago." Hearing this, Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "What you say makes sense, and besides, this incident was instigated by senior brother Tu and the others. It is not our fault." Chu Xiaoyao patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Even if the steward intends to punish someone, it will be me alone, as I was the one who injured Tu Jiarong. It has nothing to do with you." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's heart tightened again. "How can it have nothing to do with me? You said we would be a team from now on, sharing both fortune and misfortune." Gu Yuan, visibly agitated, grabbed Chu Xiaoyao's hand, insisting, "Let us go find the steward. If he intends to impose a penalty, I, as your comrade, cannot be left out." Chu Xiaoyao felt warmth in his heart. Despite Gu Yuan's somewhat timid nature, he had principles and was a loyal friend worth befriending. Chu Xiaoyao replied, "I have yet to meet our spirit herb garden steward. Could you introduce me?" Realizing he had forgotten this detail, Gu Yuan halted in his tracks, smacking his forehead in frustration. "Our 3rd-tier spirit herb garden is overseen by Steward Qi. His full name is Qi Yulei." a fourth-tier spirit master, with his innate spirit beast being a wood-patterned musk turtle. Steward Chi usually does not manage the daily affairs of the spirit herb garden, only occasionally making inspections, delegating most tasks to senior brother Tu. Which is why he is so. Gu Yuan struggled to find the right words for a moment until Chu Xiaoyao interjected, a petty tyrant. Yes, exactly, a petty tyrant, Gu Yuan exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth, feeling it inappropriate to speak so of Tu Jiarong, yet finding it exceedingly fitting, as Tu Jiarong often displayed such behavior. The stewards of Weirui Peak resided on the same level as the fifth-tier spirit herb garden. Although Gu Yuan knew the steward's residence, this was his first visit, which made him somewhat anxious. Two servant disciples were stationed at the entrance. Ji Yuan approached and stated, "Greetings, we are Gu Yuan and Chu Xiaoyao. Steward Qi has summoned us." The servant disciples scrutinized Chu Xiaoyao for a moment. After going inside to convey the message, they emerged to allow the two to enter. Chu Xiaoyao and Gu Yuan stepped inside, where a middle-aged man stood behind a writing desk. Seemingly engrossed in his writing, the air thick with the bitter scent of spirit herbs, Chi Yulei was tall and slender, with a long beard that lent him an air of ethereal wisdom. Chu Xiaoyao and Gu Yuan clasped their hands in salute, introducing themselves. Disciple Chu Xiaoyao, Gu Yuan, pays respects to the steward. Chila set down his pen and glanced at the two. He recognized Gu Yuan, and this remarkably fair and handsome youth must be Chu Xiaoyao. Just yesterday, Lord Qingji and Lord Hongji had convened all the elders and some stewards for a meeting, emphasizing the matter of the demon spirit beasts. Upon returning, he had also received reports from his subordinates stating that Tu Jiarong had been injured by the new servant disciple. Both incidents were linked to this disciple named Chu Xiaoyao. While the demon spirit beasts were not directly related to him, he had indeed caused Tu Jiarong's injury. Chi Yulei had envisioned Chu Xiaoyao as a fearsome, burly adult man, only to encounter a strikingly handsome youth in reality. As Chu Xiaoyao remained silent, a twinge of unease crept into his heart. Surely, Steward Qi would not truly advocate for Tu Jiarong. Stepping out from behind the desk, Chi Yulei stroked his beard, speaking in a calm tone. "I have already heard about yesterday's events. You young ones are full of vigor. A spar is permissible, but do remember to exercise restraint." Chu Xiaoyao secretly sighed in relief, since Steward Qi had said as much. It seemed he did not intend to hold him accountable. "Disciple shall heed the steward's teachings," he replied respectfully. "Yes," Chi Yulei nodded, "as Tu Jiarong will be unable to work for a time. You shall take charge of the daily affairs of the spirit herb garden." After saying this, he felt it necessary to clarify, as although Chu Xiaoyao was indeed powerful, he had only just arrived at the garden and was unfamiliar with its operations. Thus, he gestured to Gu Yuan. "You assist him in managing it." Chu Xiaoya and Gu Yuan were both taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chi Yulei would not only refrain from reprimanding them, but would also entrust the responsibilities formerly held by Tu Jiarong to their care. Gu Yuan, momentarily disoriented by this unexpected windfall, was brought back to reality by a gentle pull from Chu Xiaoya. The two of them bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude for the steward's recognition. Vowing not to disappoint, Chi Yulei presented a jade token, emblematic of his authority, to Chu Xiaoya before returning to his desk, remarking coolly, "You may return now. Manage your daily tasks as you see fit, and there is no need to report every detail to me." The duo acknowledged his words and exited Chi Yulei's courtyard. Still somewhat dazed, Gu Yuan exclaimed, "Xiaoya, please slap me. Am I dreaming?" Chu Xiaoya playfully delivered a light smack to his back, causing Gu Yuan to stumble slightly before breaking into a foolish grin. It's real. Steward Qi not only spared us but has also assigned us Tu Jiarong's duties, however. A hint of confusion crossed Gu Yuan's face as he pondered. But why would Steward Qi do that? We are hardly acquainted. Chu Xiaoya had been contemplating this very matter and speculated. Clearly, Steward Qi's interests lie elsewhere. Previously, he delegated authority to Tu Jiarong because Tu was the strongest among the miscellaneous disciples in the spirit herb garden, capable of commanding respect. Now, he has transferred that authority to me, likely for the same reason. Ji Yuan suddenly comprehended. So, Steward Qi does not care who manages the spirit herb garden, as long as that person possesses sufficient strength to command the other miscellaneous disciples. Chapter 55. Duties within our purview. Upon returning to the herb garden, the other miscellaneous disciples covertly scrutinized them, eager to glean any signs of reprimand from the steward. Chu Xiaoya promptly revealed Qi Yulei's jade token, declaring that stewardship of the spirit herb garden had been conferred upon him and Gu Yuan. Henceforth all tasks would be assigned by the two of them. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the jade token, their eyes wide with disbelief, and no one believed that Chu Xiaoya would dare to issue commands under Qi Yulei's watchful gaze. They merely could not fathom that not only had Steward Qi refrained from supporting Tu Jiarong, but he had also stripped Tu of his authority and bestowed it upon the very instigator. Could it be that this unassuming Chu Shidi had a formidable backing? After a brief silence, several astute disciples approached, congratulating Chu Shidi and Gu Shidi. I have long found Tu Jiarong insufferable, always looking down on others. His lack of virtue does not match his position. How could he compare to Chu Shidi? With a single move, Chu Shidi has bested him. As the saying goes, to the victor belong the spoils. Steward Qi possesses remarkable insight, and this stewardship right is rightly bestowed upon Chu Shidi in a mere sentence. This disciple flattered both Chu Xiaoya and Qi Yulei, prompting Chu Xiaoya to regard him with newfound interest. This particular miscellaneous disciple appeared to be in his 30s, though smooth-tongued, his visage was quite amiable, exuding the air of a good-natured person. Judging by the aura surrounding him, he seemed to be a third-level spirit master. As more disciples gathered to curry favor, Chu Xiaoya raised a hand, saying, "There is no need for such flattery, my fellow disciples. We are colleagues, and we should focus on performing our respective duties." Most of the miscellaneous disciples in the Spirit Herb Garden were seasoned veterans. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoya's words, they understood that he intended to avoid the oppressive behavior exhibited by Tu Jiarong. As long as one could fulfill their responsibilities in the garden, he would not interfere excessively. This revelation brought immense relief to everyone. Given Chu Xiaoya's fierce demeanor when dealing with others, they had feared he would be even more domineering than Tu Jiarong, bullying one and all. Noticing Chu Xiaoya's indifference to their flattery, the miscellaneous disciples dispersed, returning to their designated plots within the Spirit Herb Garden. Ji Yuan remarked, "These senior brothers have never shown me such warmth and friendliness before." Chu Xiaoya smiled. "Once you truly grow stronger, you will find their warmth and enthusiasm towards you will surpass even this." Contemplating the scene, Gu Yuan shivered, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. "You are only a few years my junior. How do you seem so seasoned?" Chu Xiaoya chuckled but refrained from answering. He had merely listened to Shuangyue recount numerous stories, all drawn from his father's personal experiences. Each time Shuangyue spoke, he felt as though his father was right there beside him. As Chu Xiaoya and Gu Yuan returned to the herb fields, the elusive Bai Huali suddenly darted out, leaping gracefully into Chu Xiaoya's embrace. Chu Xiaoya affectionately stroked its head, chiding, "You are about to give birth. Could you be a tad more cautious?" Bai Huali emitted a soft mewl, nuzzling against Chu Xiaoya's palm. Yu Yuan watched enviously. His own spirit beast, the cluster star flower, and his second contracted spirit pet, the copper coin tortoise, lacked the delicate softness and fluffiness of Bai Huali. Chu Xiaoya produced a first-level spirit pill for Bai Huali and set it down on the ground, encouraging it to play. Bai Huali, clutching the spirit pill, did not wander far, finding a cozy patch of grass to settle down, munching on the pill while observing Chu Xiaoya and Gu Yuan at work. Ji Yuan, watching Chu Xiaoya feed his pet without batting an eyelash, felt a pang of jealousy. The cost of raising a Bai Huali was exorbitant. He felt he could never afford such a luxury. Having finished watering the spirit herbs, the duo found themselves at leisure, each seeking a quiet spot to either cultivate their spirit power or study the herbs. As noon approached, a miscellaneous disciple approached them. It was the very one skilled at flattery. This disciple, named Zhang Buwei, first greeted Gu Yuan, "Gu Shidi. This morning we harvested 200 stalks of third-level light mist grass from our plot. Could you please confirm the count?" Gu Yuan accepted the storage bag and counted. Exactly 200 stalks. Neither more nor less, and of commendable quality. "Thank you, Zhang Shixiao. I will take these light mist grasses and submit them along with the other spirit herbs at the end of the month." Zhang Buwei nodded, grinning. Gu Shidi is meticulous in his work. Steward Qi truly chose the right person to delegate authority to. Feeling a bit bashful, Gu Yuan scratched his head. "Actually, it's Xiaoya who has taken on the primary responsibilities. I am merely assisting him." Being a veteran of the herb garden, Zhang Bue understood Steward Qi's character well. It was clear to him who had truly garnered Qi Yulei's favor between Gu Yuan and Chu Xiaoya. Previously, when Tu Jiarong was in charge, Zhang Bue had adhered to his principle of not offending anyone, but he had never been fond of Tu's arrogant demeanor and had not been particularly close to him. Now that Tu Jiarong had fallen from grace and Chu Xiaoya had ascended, Zhang Bue thought it prudent to align himself with a more favorable position. I recall Gu Shidi that your jade dew will also be harvested today. Do you need my assistance? Gu Yuan quickly waved his hands. No need, Zhang Shixiang. It's just a small task that Xiaoya and I can handle. He was determined not to emulate Tu Jiarong, who had abused his newfound power to command the other miscellaneous disciples. Zhang Bue did not press further. In that case, I shall take my leave. Should you require help, do not hesitate to let me know. Gu Yuan nodded appreciatively as he saw Zhang Bue off from the herb field. Only then did Chu Xiaoya emerge, inquiring, "What do you think of Zhang Bue?" Gu Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. Zhang Shixiang is quite decent. He has never bullied me, and when Tu Shixiang made things difficult for me, he even spoke up on my behalf. Chu Xiaoya nodded, recognizing that managing the spirit herb garden would be beyond just the two of them, and enlisting Zhang Bue's assistance would not be amiss, as long as they compensated him adequately. Jiu Yuan was somewhat perplexed. But our wages are already low. Why should we pay him out of our own pockets? Chu Xiaoya cast a bemused glance at the Na'vi youth, feeling somewhat exasperated. The batch of spirit herbs Zhang Bue delivered was precisely the 200 stalks required. What do you think happened to the surplus? Gu Yuan had never considered this angle. The steward had long established the quotas for each plot based on their size, ensuring that the amount harvested would not exceed the plot's capacity. Though Gu Yuan's spirit herbs often yielded a surplus, his honest nature led him to submit exactly what he harvested without ever attempting to pocket any for himself. Realizing the implications of Chu Xiaoya's words, Gu Yuan's eyes widened in understanding that's how it works. No wonder the duties in the herb garden are so sought after. Even if the wages are slightly less than elsewhere, there is still profit to be made. This was an unspoken rule of the trade that the stewards were well aware of. As long as they submitted the required quantity on time, they would not be scrutinized further, treating the excess as a bonus. Chu Xiaoya patted his shoulder. Thus, I maintain that you should focus on fulfilling your responsibilities. Chapter 56. Barbecue by the Hearth. Yulu, a second-tier spiritual herb, has only reached the first tier in the medicinal field tended by Chu Xiaoya and his companions. Its leaves, which should be lush and vibrant, appear slightly wilted. Once fully matured, Yulu can be harvested once a month. However, unlike other spiritual herbs that are uprooted entirely, Yulu is harvested by making a small incision on the leaves to collect the sap that flows out. The Ling Yulu juice that Chu Xiaoya and Ren Shangping drank in the dining hall was crafted from the sap of Yulu. After gathering the sap from over 100 Yulu plants, they had managed to fill only a small bucket. Jiu Yuan stood up, stretched his sore body, and said, "Xiaoya, we are on night watch tonight. Do you remember?" Chu Xiaoya fed some of the excess Yulu sap to the Baihuali and nodded. "Of course I remembered, and I've also prepared some spirit beast meat. We can roast it for dinner later." Feeling a bit shy, Gu Yuan scratched his head. He had never thought to prepare something to eat during the night watch. Since Chu Xiaoya had brought the spirit beast meat, he felt it wouldn't be right to eat without contributing. After pondering for a moment, he said, "There is still some Yulu sap left. I'll go mix up some juice for us to drink tonight." As dusk fell, Chu Xiaoya and Gu Yuan discussed their watch schedule. Chu Xiaoya would guard during the first half of the night, and Gu Yuan would take over for the latter half. In the center of the medicinal field, a thatched hut had been erected for resting, where they could take turns sleeping during their watch. Gu Yuan yawned and waved to Chu Xiaoya, saying, "Xiaoya, I'm going to sleep now. Wake me up when it's time for my shift." Chu Xiaoya acknowledged him and began patrolling the medicinal field alone. The garden was already quiet, and at night, it fell into an even deeper silence, with only the chirping of insects breaking the stillness. The moonlight grass shone brightly under the moon's glow, with the night wind gently swaying the light, creating a dreamlike scene. The Baihuali, not wanting to sleep, kept Chu Xiaoya company during the watch. Upon spotting its favorite moonlight grass, it couldn't resist and moved closer to play with it. Chu Xiaoya chuckled at its antics. Although the Baihuali had a history of stealing spiritual herbs, it hadn't done so since their conversation. showing remarkable understanding. Gently patting the Baihuali's head, Chu Xiaoye sat cross-legged in the medicinal field. It had been half a month since he left home, and 7 days since parting with Chu Xiaoye. It was time to write a letter to his family, assuring them of his well-being. Taking out paper and pen from his black jade ring, he began composing 2 letters under the luminous light of the moonlight grass. Once he returned home, he would ask Ren Xingping if there was a place to send letters within the Qishao sect. If not, he would have to go to the small town at the foot of the mountain to mail them. After carefully storing the letters, Chu Xiaoye hesitated about summoning the little fox. With the Baihuali present, he feared they might clash upon meeting. The Baihuali seemed to sense his thoughts and rubbed against him, trying its best to appear cute and innocent. Chu Xiaoye softened his gaze. Both were fluffy little creatures, and with time, they would surely become good friends. With a wave of his hand, the yellow and green magic arrays emerged, summoning the little fox and the Bai Xian insect together. The little fox poked its head out and immediately caught a whiff of the enticing scent of the cat. Before it could fully leap out of the magic array, it bared its teeth in a snarl. Just as Chu Xiaoye released the golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat from his beast essence bag, he swiftly scooped up the little fox, saying helplessly, "Shui Wu, you cannot bully a pregnant mother beast." The little fox remained defiant. Struggling in Chu Xiaoye's arms, it didn't care whether it was pregnant. It absolutely would not allow anyone to compete for the position of spiritual master. The Baihuali let out a delicate mewl. Gazing at the little fox, its pupils widening under the moonlight until they resembled full moons, the pity skill activated. The little fox's struggles suddenly ceased. As a third-tier spirit beast, the Baihuali held an advantage over the little fox, and this skill was not easily shaken off like Chu Xiaoye's. The Baihuali hopped onto Chu Xiaoye's lap, nuzzling the little fox's neck and even licking its fur. Gradually, the effect of the pity skill faded. The little fox shook its head, regaining its senses, but the memory of the previous moment lingered. It looked at the Baihuali with a puzzled expression, wondering what this tea flower cat was up to. The Baihuali's actions clearly conveyed a message of reconciliation, and with this gesture, the little fox found it difficult to remain angry, reluctantly falling silent. Chu Xiaoye ruffled its head, smiling, "Let us get along well from now on." The Baihuali mewed in agreement, fully aware that there was enough spiritual elixir for everyone to share. There was no need for contention. Setting the 2 creatures down, Chu Xiaoye stood up and brushed the dirt off his rear. "All right, I haven't fed you yet. Let us go roast some meat." The spirit beasts chorused their approval, and the Bai Xian insect and golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat climbed onto the little fox's back, following Chu Xiaoye towards the thatched hut in the clearing before the hut. Chu Xiaoye built a fire and pulled out the prepared skewers of raw meat for roasting. He also retrieved a clay pot to simmer some bone broth. Recalling the delicious deer meat and wild fruit skewers they had enjoyed last time, he decided to take out some spirit fruits, crushing them to extract the juice and coating the skewers with it to enhance the flavor. The enticing aroma of the roasting meat gradually wafted through the air. Chu Xiaoye released the spirit deer as well, feeding it a few spirit fruits. Initially alone, the presence of these spirit beasts now filled the area around the bonfire. Jiu Yuan, in his sleep, twitched his nose, drawn to the delicious scent. "Who is having barbecue? I want some too." After dreaming for nearly half an hour, his mouth watering, Gu Yuan was finally awakened by the increasingly rich aroma. Seeing him awake, Chu Xiaoye waved a freshly roasted skewer, saying, "I was just about to call you. The meat is ready. Come eat some supper." Jiu Yuan glanced at the sky, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's almost the hour of the tiger. You should have called me earlier so we could roast together." "It's all right. It's just roasting meat. Why, spirit pets are hungry too. So let us feed them together." Chu Xiaoye arranged 4 large bowls in a neat row from his black jade ring and evenly distributed the roasted meat before letting the spirit beasts eat. Gu Yuan watched the 4 spirit pets devouring their meals and exclaimed, "This scene is quite spectacular." Chu Xiaoye stirred the large pot of broth with a spoon, then pulled out another bowl from his black jade ring, asking, "I've also made bone broth. Would you like a bowl?" Gu Yuan sniffed eagerly. Yes, the bone broth, creamy and fragrant, was so hot that Gu Yuan forgot to be cautious and took a large gulp, immediately regretting it as he stuck out his tongue. Despite the heat, the rich flavor was undeniable. Jiu Yuan praised, "Xiaoye, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this good. The spiritual energy in this broth is so rich. What kind of spirit beast is it made from? This is made from the bones of a third-tier great horned deer. The deliciousness of the broth comes mainly from the quality of the ingredients. Not my cooking skills. Third-tier spirit beast bones. Gu Yuan's eyes widened slightly. I've never had meat from such a high-tier spirit beast before. Though the dining hall also served dishes made from third-tier spirit beast meat, Gu Yuan, being poor, had never tasted it. He had only eaten meals made from ordinary beast meat, which were free, and once, he had splurged 20 copper coins to try a dish with first-tier spirit beast meat. However, after tasting the third-tier spirit beast meat, the memory of the once delicious first-tier meat suddenly paled in comparison. Chapter 57. Dan Yangzi Chu Xiaoya handed him a skewer of grilled meat, saying, "This is grilled meat from a fourth-tier fish spirit beast. Even richer in spiritual energy than the great horned deer meat." Gu Yuan trembled slightly as he took the skewer, nearly dropping it. This is fourth-tier spirit beast meat?" Chu Xiaoya nodded. "I just killed a fourth-tier spirit beast yesterday. A large, strange fish, though I'm not sure of its exact species." Looking at the grilled fish skewer in his hand, Gu Yuan hesitated. "This is fourth-tier spirit beast meat. Can I really eat it? I am just a lowly second-tier spiritual master." That moment, the 4 spirit pets had finished their bowls of roasted deer meat. Chu Xiaoya, not bothering to eat himself, quickly prepared several skewers of fish and refilled the 4 bowls. Noticing that Gu Yuan hadn't eaten yet, he curiously asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Tears of gratitude welled in the corners of Gu Yuan's eyes. "I'm afraid that if I eat it, ordinary beast meat will taste bland afterwards. How will I survive then?" Chu Xiaoya chuckled softly. "Don't worry. We're in this together. There will always be food for you." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was deeply moved, tears streaming down his face as he took a big bite of the fish meat, saying, "Xiaoya, knowing you is the luckiest thing in my life." Chu Xiaoya patted his shoulder. "Hurry and eat. It'll taste bad if it gets cold." The aroma of the roasted meat gradually permeated the entire medicinal garden. Other disciples on night watch were also drawn to the scent, their mouths watering, but none dared to approach Chu Xiaoya for a skewer. After finishing a skewer of fish meat, Gu Yuan suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. "How could I forget the juice I made this afternoon?" He pulled out a water pouch and 2 bamboo cups from his storage bag, pouring a cup and handing it to Chu Xiaoya. "This is made from a type of wild fruit I picked on the back mountain. Although it's not a spirit fruit, it tastes quite good." The pale rose-hued juice swayed gently within the bamboo cup as Chu Xiaoya took a sip, the tart yet sweet flavor of wild fruits indeed delightful. Infused with yulu syrup, it not only added a touch of vitality but also a refreshing crispness, making it the perfect accompaniment to barbecued meats, effectively alleviating any greasiness. Gu Yuan poured himself a glass as well, glancing at Chu Xiaoya's spirit companions and inquired, "Xiaoya, do your spirit pets partake in this?" Chu Xiaoya turned his head just in time to catch the eager gaze of the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse fixated on the juice, and with a fond smile, he replied, "Let us pour some for them too." Thus, each spirit companion received a bamboo cup, and since the spirit deer was a pure herbivore and could not partake in the grilled meat, it was more than happy to indulge in the juice. Chu Xiaoya specially requested Gu Yuan to use a larger bamboo cup for the spirit deer, which seemed to relish the fruity flavor, affectionately nuzzling against Chu Xiaoya. The warmth of the campfire enveloped them, and the aroma of grilled meat wafted not only through the spirit medicine garden, but also danced on the night breeze to the summit of Weirui Peak. The peak resided Dan Yangzi, and even the steward of Weirui Peak could not easily enter his abode. Deep within the garden stood a simple bamboo cottage, from which intermittent muffled groans emanated. The sounds were clearly the result of immense restraint, hinting at the excruciating torment endured by their source. Within the bedroom of the bamboo cottage, a figure clad in azure lay prostrate at the bedside, slender fingers gripping the bedding tightly, while disheveled strands of ashen hair cascaded down a gaunt back. Terrifying dark bruises marred the skin, appearing and disappearing. Each manifestation of the bruises brought forth a renewed wave of piercing pain, causing the azure-clad individual to draw blood from their own nails. The occupant of this humble bamboo cottage was none other than the elder of the garden, Dan Yangzi. who, every full moon night, endured the torment of accumulated toxins within his body. After enduring more than 2 hours, the frequency of the bruises diminished, finally vanishing completely beneath the skin. Dan Yangzi was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through with the cold perspiration. Although he had survived the excruciating agony of the toxins outbreak, the lingering pain remained. After a considerable pause, he gradually propped himself up. Beneath the clumps of damp hair, a horrifying visage emerged. The left side of Dan Yangzi's face was marred by grotesque dark bruises, his eyes devoid of life, while the right side appeared aged and sagging, resembling that of a septuagenarian. His entire countenance was a grotesque spectacle. This was the price Dan Yangzi paid for forcibly surpassing his innate limits. Ascending from a third-tier spirit master to a sixth-tier spirit master, gazing into the bronze mirror at his disheveled reflection, he momentarily lost himself in thought before suddenly sweeping his sleeve and shattering the mirror into fragments. A look of disdain crossed his face as he coldly muttered, "Useless." The aroma of grilled meat wafted into the bamboo cottage on the night breeze, and Dan Yangzi furrowed his brows slightly. He was irked that some lowly disciples dared to indulge in barbecued meat at such a time. Unable to fathom how joyous they must be rising, he changed into another set of garments, picked up a half-mask that had fallen to the floor, and donned it upon his face, determined to discover which disciple possessed such audacity. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoye and Gu Yuan engaged in conversation as they dined. Several spirit companions having satisfied their hunger and now frolicking in a nearby clearing. After reconciling, the little fox and the Baihua raccoon appeared to have grown quite close, the raccoon seemingly enamored with the little fox, sticking closely to it. This persistent affection proved irresistible even to the proud little fox. Suddenly, an unusual night breeze swept through, and as Chu Xiaoye sensed something amiss, a figure materialized beside him. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld an elder clad in azure, wearing a mask, with dark bruises faintly visible beneath the mask, presenting a rather fearsome appearance. Chu Xiaoye's mind raced, quickly aligning the figure before him with Gu Yuan's description, and he hastily rose to bow. Disciple Chu Xiaoye pays respects to Elder Dan Yangzi. Gu Yuan, upon hearing this, exclaimed in disbelief, "What? This elder is Elder Dan Yangzi." After a moment of shock, he scrambled to his feet. Bowing to Dan Yangzi, disciple Gu Yuan pays respects to Elder Dan Yangzi. Dan Yangzi remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the vibrant flames of the bonfire. The spirit beasts, previously engaged in play, halted their antics, intimidated by the strange old man, quietly retreating behind Chu Xiaoye. Dan Yangzi raised an eyebrow, initially believing these spirit beasts belonged to the two lowly disciples, only to discover they were all the sole companions of the one named Chu Xiaoye. He regarded Chu Xiaoye and queried, "How does a second-tier spirit master command such a multitude of spirit companions?" A chill ran down Chu Xiaoye's spine. He was indeed a second-tier spirit master, possessing only 2 contracted spirit companions, while 3 others were merely tamed. The cost of nurturing tamed spirit companions was considerable, and typically, a low-tier spirit master could scarcely afford the expenses of raising contracted spirit beasts, let alone additional tamed ones. Yet here was this young man, managing to tame 3 in one go. Dan Yangzi snorted coldly. Unable to fathom his thoughts, Chu Xiaoye's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, inwardly contemplating why such a venerable elder would suddenly appear before them this evening. Chapter 58. Bearing the Cost. The Baihua raccoon, hiding behind Chu Xiaoye, peered out to catch a glimpse of Dan Yangzi, letting out a tiny whimper. The elder reeked of potent spirit medicine, as if he had been marinated in it, nearly transforming into a lethal toxic herb. Gu Yuan, observing Dan Yangzi's unwavering gaze upon the fire, suddenly had a revelation. Could it be that Elder Dan Yangzi was drawn here by the aroma of barbecued meat? Did he wish to partake in the feast? It must be said, he guessed half correctly. Summoning his courage, Gu Yuan approached the fire and retrieved 2 skewers of grilled meat, a skewer of deer meat and another of fish, placing them upon a plate and respectfully offering them to Dan Yangzi. "Elder, during our watch, we grew hungry and roasted some spirit beast meat. Would you care to try?" Dan Yangzi glanced at the grilled meat. It was perfectly cooked, golden and glistening, with a slightly charred surface. and the aroma of spices wafted enticingly, stirring appetites. Most enticingly, the spirit energy within the meat was abundant, indicating it was not merely second or first-tier beast flesh. Dan Yangzi carefully assessed the offerings. The red meat was from a third-tier spirit beast, while the white meat was astonishingly from a fourth-tier spirit beast. Liu Yuan's arm, holding the plate, began to ache, and just as he braced for reprimand, the plate was finally accepted. Dan Yangzi took the plate with one hand and, with a casual flick of his garment, seated himself directly on the ground. His movements graceful and unpretentious, he took a bite of the fish. The texture was exceedingly tender, rich in spirit energy. Indeed, it was fourth-tier spirit beast meat. Dan Yangzi regarded Gu Yuan and inquired, "Did you purchase this fourth-tier spirit beast meat, or did you hunt it yourselves?" Gu Yuan, realizing Dan Yangzi's misunderstanding, hastily waved his hands in denial. "Disciple is but weak. It is only through the fortune of Chu Shidi that we are able to enjoy such spirit beast meat." Dan Yangzi then turned his gaze to Chu Shaoye, who respectfully stated, "These two spirit beasts were hunted by the disciple." Dan Yangzi scrutinized him. "You, a mere second-tier spirit master, how could you have hunted a fourth-tier spirit beast?" "It was merely a stroke of luck," Chu Shaoye replied nonchalantly. "This spirit beast was a fish spirit beast that somehow found itself in a small pond. It could not reach the shore. So I attacked from the bank and managed to wear it down until it perished." While this explanation was plausible, even with the advantage of time and place, it remained a formidable challenge for a second-tier spirit master to hunt a fourth-tier spirit beast alone. This young man could indeed be considered extraordinarily gifted. Dan Yangzi's expression softened slightly as he addressed Chu Shaoye. "Which of these is your destined spirit companion?" Chu Shaoye summoned the little fox to his side, declaring, "This is my destined spirit beast, the Wuguo." Its fur was snow white, and its eyes a striking silver red. It was unmistakably a Wuguo. Dan Yangzi let out a scoff. "How laughable!" Chu Shaoye felt a tightening in his chest, his fists clenching. "May I inquire, elder, what is so amusing?" Dan Yangzi's expression dripped with derision. "I find it laughable that your destined spirit beast is nothing but a lowly creature, no matter how well trained. A Wuguo can never surpass third tier. What could possibly be more ridiculous?" A flicker of anger ignited within Chu Shaoye, his tone turning icy. "Disciple sees nothing humorous in this. A destined spirit beast is akin to a spirit master's other half. Even if it remains a third-tier spirit beast for its entire life, it is still my most important companion." The little fox, initially feeling both hurt and enraged by Dan Yangzi's words, was instantly moved by Chu Shaoye's declaration. Affectionately licking the clenched fist of her master, Dan Yangzi observed the resolute youth before him, a hint of admiration flickering in his gaze. Though his words remained scornful, "You possess noteworthy talent, yet you are bound by the limitations of this destined spirit beast. Destined to remain a third-tier spirit master for life. Even so, you harbor no resentment? You feel no bitterness?" Chu Shaoye, gazing down at the little fox and locking eyes with her silver-red orbs, declared, "I shall not be content to remain a mere third-tier spirit master. Though the path ahead may be fraught with difficulty, I will find a way to break through, rather than placing blame on my destined spirit companion." He turned to Dan Yangzi, his determination evident. "If you, elder, could achieve a breakthrough, then I believe I too can, regardless of the cost." Dan Yangzi erupted into laughter. "Regardless of the cost? The ignorant are fearless. Surely you have heard of my exploits?" He removed the mask from his face, revealing a half-mangled visage. "Such a steep price, can you truly bear it?" The half of his face, marred by dark bruises yet still youthful, combined with the other half, lined with deep creases of age, formed a disjointed and jarring countenance that, illuminated by the flickering flames, resembled a fiend emerging from the depths of hell. Jiu Yuan was so terrified that he stumbled backward and fell to the ground, while Chu Shaoye remained steadfast, willing to die without remorse. "Good, good, good." Dan Yangzi clapped his hands and laughed. "Youngster, I hope your resolve can endure until you feel the excruciating pain of being shattered to pieces." The twisted and sinister grin on Dan Yangzi's face grew even more grotesque as he donned the mask once more, gazing earnestly at Chu Shaoye and commanding, "Extend your hand." Taken aback, Chu Shaoye was uncertain of Dan Yangzi's intentions, but nevertheless extended his hand. Dan Yangzi clasped his wrist, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into Chu Xiaoye's body. Startled, Chu Xiaoye fought against the reflex to withdraw his hand. The energy coursed through him, and a look of astonishment flickered across Dan Yangzi's face as he scrutinized Chu Xiaoye. Could this lad be a monster? Have you consumed high-grade spiritual herbs? Chu Xiaoye, taken aback by Dan Yangzi's ability to discern this from merely feeling his pulse, hesitated briefly before deciding to speak the truth. I, by fortunate happenstance, consumed a dragon's blood algae. You have luck on your side, Dan Yangzi snorted, yet you, a mere second-tier spirit master, dared to directly consume a fifth-tier dragon's blood algae. Chu Xiaoye felt a flush of embarrassment. It was not his intention to consume it. Suddenly, Dan Yangzi chuckled again. In this lifetime, I have no hope of breaking through to a higher level. It rests upon you, young lad, to ascend and surpass me. Chu Xiaoye performed a respectful bow, expressing his gratitude for the elder's guidance. When he lifted his head again, Dan Yangzi had vanished without a trace. Jiu Yuan patted his chest, rising from the ground. You scared me to death. I truly feared you and Elder Dan Yangzi would quarrel. I thought he was going to reprimand you. Chu Xiaoye shook his head, believing that Elder Dan Yangzi had seen a reflection of himself in him. The elder's earlier aggressive questioning was merely to ascertain his determination. Cradling the little fox, he spoke earnestly, Shui Wu. There is no such thing as a worthless spirit beast. I believe your potential exceeds the third tier. One day, we shall together ascend to the pinnacle of the Wanling continent. Do you have the confidence for that? The little fox let out a howl, its silver-red eyes ablaze with fervent ambition and resolve. It was not a worthless spirit beast, destined to remain at the third tier. It would ultimately stand by the spirit master's side, becoming the mightiest spirit beast of the Wanling continent. Gu Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt a stir within his heart. Although he and Chu Xiaoye were both second-tier spirit masters, the disparity in their combat prowess was like heaven and earth. Life in the medicinal garden was leisurely and comfortable, and he had grown content in this existence, gradually settling into complacency, despite having once harbored grand aspirations to become a formidable spirit master. Upon entering the Qishao sect, as dawn broke, the two sat beside the smoldering fire. Each lost in thought, Chu Xiaoye had not slept a wink. Ever since Dan Yangzi's visit, turmoil churned within him, making sleep a distant possibility. He pondered whether Dan Yangzi might be willing to impart some insights on breaking through. The price Dan Yangzi paid for his breakthrough was indeed harrowing, yet as someone who had traversed that path, his guidance could help Chu Xiaoye avoid some detours. As the sun rose in the east, casting golden rays upon the earth, the fire had long extinguished. Chu Xiaoye stood and gathered the scattered dishes. Apart from the little fox, the other spirit pets had already nestled together in slumber. Chu Xiaoye retrieved the Baixian worm and the golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat. The Baihua lizard stretched lazily, nuzzling against Chu Xiaoye and mewing affectionately. He produced 2 spirit pills for it. I won't be visiting the medicinal garden today. Take these back and enjoy them at your leisure. The Baihua lizard chirped in acknowledgement, clutching the spirit pills and scampering into the dense forest. Chu Xiaoye, holding the little fox, mounted the spirit deer and bid farewell to Gu Yuan as he descended the mountain. Chapter 59. The Grand Lecture. The Qishao sect sprawled over a vast expanse, with 8 peaks designated for the miscellaneous disciples, in addition to those for outer and inner disciples, totaling over 30 peaks. Chu Xiaoye first returned to his dormitory, where Ren Shengping had just risen, engaged in his morning ablutions. He had taken an extended leave, not returning to work until after the Qishao Grand Competition. Dedicating this time to training his spirit pets, Chu Xiaoye inquired if there was a place within the Qishao sect to send letters. Ren Shengping replied, Alas, there isn't. If you wish to send a letter, you must go to the town's post station. Nodding, Chu Xiaoye recognized he would need to find time to venture down the mountain. Ren Shengping continued, Are you not working today, Chu brother? Let me show you around our sect. Chu Xiaoye, aware that he needed to train his spirit beasts, shook his head. No need, Ren brother. You go train your spirit beasts. I plan to attend the Grand Lecture on my own. Perfect, Ren Shengping exclaimed. I won't be training on the back mountain today. I'll head to the trial grounds, which are conveniently along the same path as the Yizhu Peak where the Grand Lecture takes place. What a stroke of luck! After concluding his preparations and changing his attire, Chu Xiaoye set out with Ran Xingping. Riding atop the three-tailed green ox, Ran Xingping sat cross-legged with a blade of grass in his mouth, appearing quite content as he shared insights with Chu Xiaoye. The grand lectures within the sect imparted limited knowledge, primarily designed for us miscellaneous disciples and outer disciples lacking direct mentorship. You already know the spiritual cultivation methods, Chu brother, so there's no need to relearn that. You might want to attend lectures on how to select contract spirit beasts and how to cultivate them. Chu Xiaoye nodded, voicing his concern. But if I arrive late to class, will I be able to keep up with the lecturer's pace? That's entirely unnecessary to worry about, Ren Xingping assured him. The lectures are recorded by the elders of the sect and played repeatedly each day. A hint of self-deprecation colored his smile. Us miscellaneous disciples hardly warrant the elders' personal attention. So that was the case. Since it was a recorded lecture, even if the disciples had questions, there would be no opportunity to seek answers. It was indeed a plight for the miscellaneous disciples. Chu Xiaoye inquired further, "What exactly is the trial ground you are heading to?" Ren Xingping explained, "The trial ground is an outdoor training area for disciples and has an environment similar to the back mountain. However, the spirit beasts within are provided by our sect and are of significantly higher tiers than those on the back mountain. We have 3 training grounds for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th tiers. Entering requires a fee, and any spirit beasts hunted must be surrendered to the sect." Chu Xiaoye raised an eyebrow. "Do we have to hand over the spirit pills as well?" Ren Xingping replied. "Spirit pills are not required to be surrendered. You can keep those for yourself. However, the yield of spirit pills is quite low. Even if one were to hunt 20 or 30 spirit beasts, it is not guaranteed to yield a single spirit pill, so the sect does not bother collecting them." Chu Xiaoye remained impassive, gently touching the beast essence pouch containing the golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat. For others, the probability of obtaining a spirit pill might be 1 in 10, but for the golden-threaded treasure-seeking rat, it was more like 8 or 9 in 10, Ren Xingping remarked. "Speaking of which, my ability to enter the trial ground for training is thanks to you, Chu brother. Had it not been for winning that gold coin, I truly could not have afforded the entry fee." He clicked his tongue, noting, "Just to enter the 3rd-tier trial ground for a single day costs a gold coin. Only those inner disciples with deep pockets can afford to train there." Upon hearing that a single gold coin was required for a day, Chu Xiaoye couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The entry fee was indeed exorbitant, and not only that, but any spirit beasts hunted had to be handed over to the sect. It sounded like a scheme to exploit the unwary. However, if one could manage to hunt a spirit pill, it would be a different story, as a spirit pill from a 3rd-tier spirit beast was valued at 3 gold coins. If one could procure a spirit pill, their gold coins would multiply in return. The two arrived at a peak adorned with lush bamboo, and Ren Xingping announced, "Chu brother, this is Yizhu Peak, where the classroom is situated amidst the purple bamboo groves halfway up the mountain." As 2 individuals parted ways before the mountain, Chu Xiaoye stowed the spirit deer back into the beast essence pouch and trekked up the Yizhu Peak. The peak was adorned with a diverse array of bamboo species. Not merely the ordinary kind, but also encompassed some 1st and 2nd-tier spirit bamboo plants capable of absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy. At this moment, dawn had arrived, marking the time when the spiritual energy within the bamboo grove was most potent. As Chu Xiaoye ambled along the narrow path through the bamboo thicket, each breath he took was infused with refreshing spiritual energy, mingled with the subtle, elegant fragrance of bamboo, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from a sleepless night. Indeed, Yizhu Peak was an excellent location for cultivation. However, it was perplexing why the Qishao sect relegated it solely to instructional purposes, thus wasting its potential. Before he realized it, Chu Xiaoye had climbed to a plateau halfway up the mountain, where a spacious platform lay, lined with a dozen classrooms in perfect alignment. Each classroom bore a wooden plaque indicating the subject being taught. Chu Xiaoye approached to take a look and chose to enter the classroom that instructed on how to select contract spirit pets. Inside, long tables and cushions were arranged, with a few individuals already seated. Each one a 1st-tier spirit master. It was indeed rare for someone like Chu Xiaoye, a 2nd-tier spirit master, to attend such fundamental lessons. The projection stone had yet to activate, so he casually selected a spot to sit and began to circulate his spiritual cultivation method, silently immersing himself in his practice. The spiritual energy from the bamboo grove flowed into him like fine threads. And before long, he entered an engrossed state where the energy within him coalesced and began to reach a state of perfection, almost on the verge of breaking through the boundary between second and third tier. Just then, an abrupt voice shattered his trance, pulling Chu Xiaoya back to reality and halting his cultivation. The projection stone on the podium flickered with light, casting the image of a middle-aged man who commenced the lecture. Chu Xiaoya felt a tinge of regret at missing the opportunity to break through to the third tier, but it was of little concern. He had only entered the state of engrossment for a few minutes. Yet the fruits of his cultivation equaled several days of effort. Focusing his mind, Chu Xiaoya began to attentively listen to the elders' teachings. When selecting contract spirit beasts, it was not merely the strength of the spirit beast that mattered, but rather finding one that suited oneself. So, what constituted a suitable spirit beast? With a plethora of spirit beast types, each possessing different attributes, it was advisable to choose a contract spirit beast that matched the elemental attribute of one's natal spirit beast. For instance, if one's natal spirit beast was of the fire attribute, it would be best for the remaining contract spirit beasts to also share this attribute. Chu Xiaoya pondered this, recalling his own choices. His natal spirit beast was a three-tailed blue bull of the earth attribute, while his two contract spirit beasts, the stone-scaled gecko and the rock python, were also earth attribute. Of course, this was not an absolute rule. A spirit master could cultivate spirit beasts of two different attributes, such as combining thunder and water attributes to double their offensive power. Cultivating spirit beasts demanded a substantial investment of mental energy and resources. Thus, selecting spirit beasts of the same attribute was the optimal choice. Those with the capacity might choose to cultivate spirit beasts of two different attributes, but it was advisable not to exceed 3 attributes. Chapter 60. Fourth Tier Precious Garment. The lesson concluded swiftly, and the projection stone dimmed momentarily before reigniting, the elder's figure reappearing to start the lecture anew. Chu Xiaoya rose and exited the classroom, contemplating what attribute his third spirit pet should possess. The little fox was a spirit beast without any attributes. If Chu Xiaoya wished for it to break through to the third tier, he would need to devise a way for it to evolve and acquire an attribute. Meanwhile, the Baixian insect also lacked an attribute, still in the stage of not having spun a cocoon, with no indication of when it would metamorphose and gain a new attribute. Should the Baixian insect evolve into the most likely parasitic bee, it would possess a gold attribute. However, if it transformed into another type of insect spirit beast, the outcome was uncertain. With a slight sigh, Chu Xiaoya felt a sense of indecision wash over him. As he possessed no basis for his choices, he refrained from attending further classes and made his way down Yizhu Peak instead. During his previous visit to the Qishao sect, he had only managed a brief stop at the post station before hastily heading to the sect, missing the opportunity to explore the town. The town, which thrived due to its proximity to the Qishao sect, was aptly named Qishao Town. Although it shared the title of town with Chu Xiaoya's hometown, Qingwu Town, Qishao Town was far larger and more prosperous, bustling with a steady flow of people, rivaling even Zhuyu City. Chu Xiaoya first rode his spirit deer to the post station to mail a letter back to Chujia village, which could only be sent to the town. After some contemplation, he boldly decided to address it to the town mayor. The mayor was one of the 3 third-tier spirit masters in their town, a figure once deemed unattainable by the villagers of Chujia. And now he was a second-tier spirit master, soon to ascend to third tier. Chu Xiaoya believed the mayor would be more than willing to assist with this request. Sending the letter to Qingwu Town required 50 copper coins, while sending it to Zhuyu Academy cost 20 copper coins. As Chu Xiaoya paid, he hesitated and slipped an additional 20 gold coins into the envelope meant for Chu Qingyao. During his time at Qishao sect, he had come to realize that raising spirit beasts was indeed a costly endeavor. The funds he had previously provided to Chu Qingyao and Chu Qingyu sufficed for their living needs, but were inadequate for spirit beast cultivation. After mailing the letter, Chu Xiaoya did not immediately return to the Qishao sect. Instead, he intended to stroll through the town. He still had a considerable amount of spirit beast materials in his storage pouch and figured it was a good opportunity to see if any shops would purchase them. On the bustling streets, individuals rode a variety of spirit beasts, including the horned horse he had previously rented, the fiery red firemane lizard, the armored pangolin glimmering with metallic scales, and the tree demon that resembled a withered tree. The diverse array of spirit beasts was a sight to behold, and it was Chu Xiaoya's first time witnessing such a multitude traveling together, many of which he could not even name. He even spotted a mid-tier spirit master whose mount was a fifth-tier earth-shattering mammoth, causing the street to tremble slightly with each step it took, delivering a striking impression. Waves of excitement surged within Chu Xiaoya. Was this what the world of spirit masters entailed? Finding a spirit artifact shop among the street-side establishments, Chu Xiaoya entered. The shopkeeper, upon noticing that Chu Xiaoya wore the attire of a Qishao sect disciple, warmly approached him. "Esteemed guest, what type of spirit artifact do you wish to purchase? Our humble shop boasts a comprehensive selection." Chu Xiaoya glanced around the shop, his eyes landing on several exquisite robes hanging on the opposite wall. Various human figures donned leather or metallic armor in the center of the store, while the display cabinets on either side showcased a wide array of weapons, indeed a full assortment. "Do you buy spirit beast materials here?" Chu Xiaoya inquired. The shopkeeper replied, "Ah, you wish to sell spirit beast materials. Unfortunately, our shop does not purchase such materials. However, our proprietor runs another store that specializes in buying and selling spirit beast materials. May I recommend it to you?" Chu Xiaoya nodded, following the direction pointed out by the shopkeeper. The other shop was not far, just around the corner. Just as he intended to leave the shop, a familiar figure walked in. Ji Yuntong, upon seeing Chu Xiaoya, joyfully waved her hand. "Chu Shidi, what a surprise to see you here." Chu Xiaoya smiled. "Ji Shijit." Ji Yuntong approached. "Are you here to buy spirit artifacts as well?" Chu Xiaoya shook his head. "I'm not here to purchase spirit artifacts, merely to sell some accumulated spirit beast materials, but I seem to have come to the wrong shop," Ji Yuntong responded. "Oh, this store only sells spirit artifacts. After I'm done here, I'll take you to the shop where I usually sell spirit beast materials. It's called Jin Hui, and their prices are quite fair." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoya realized that it was indeed the shop the shopkeeper had just recommended to him, and he nodded in agreement. "Please wait for me to finish purchasing my spirit artifacts," Ji Yuntong said before heading straight to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, where is the silver cloud-patterned precious garment I admired last time? I wish to buy it." The shopkeeper looked somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Miss Ji. That precious garment was purchased the day before yesterday. If only you had come a bit earlier." Ji Yuntong was incredulous. She had had her eye on that silver cloud-patterned precious garment for a month, but regrettably, she hadn't had enough money at the time and had to save up before returning to buy it. Now, just a couple of days later, the precious garment she had longed for had been snatched away. How could this happen? I finally saved up 50 gold coins, only for it to be bought by someone else. Ji Yuntong lamented in dismay. The shopkeeper, however, added, "Miss Ji, although the silver cloud-patterned precious garment has been sold, we have just received a new item, the silver cloud crystal mysterious garment, which is half a tier higher than the silver cloud-patterned precious garment. Why don't you have a look at this one?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yuntong's interest was piqued. "Let us go take a look then." The shopkeeper led the two upstairs, where the quality of the spirit artifacts was even higher, reserved for esteemed guests. This silver cloud crystal mysterious garment and the silver cloud patterned precious garment were both crafted by a master blacksmith from the Earth Fire sect. The main material of the silver cloud patterned precious garment is the third-tier speckled silver or produced by our Qishao sect, while the silver cloud crystal mysterious garment incorporates fourth-tier cloud crystal, elevating its quality to that of a top-tier fourth-tier item. And it is even more exquisitely crafted. Ji Yuntong gazed at the shimmering silver cloud crystal mysterious garment displayed on the mannequin. Her eyes were captivated. It was truly the garment of her dreams, and she was determined to obtain it. "Shopkeeper, how much is this silver cloud crystal mysterious garment?" The shopkeeper smiled warmly and said, "The full price is 80 gold coins. However, Miss Ji, as a valued regular at our humble establishment, I shall offer you a discount of 2%, bringing the total to merely 78 gold coins and 40 silver coins should you choose to purchase it." "What?" Ji Yuntong exclaimed, her voice cracking in disbelief. "80 gold coins? Master, you could easily take my money without hesitation, yet you wish to gift me a piece of clothing. That silver cloud-patterned treasure garment was merely 50 gold coins." The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Miss Ji, you mustn't say that. The primary material of the silver cloud-patterned treasure garment is merely patterned silver or barely reaching the fourth tier. While this silver cloud crystal robe is undoubtedly a genuine 4th-tier top-grade spiritual artifact, Ji Yuntong understood the principle of you get what you pay for, yet 50 gold coins constituted her entire fortune at present. Had it not been for her successful gamble on Chu Xiaoye during the duel, which netted her 20 gold coins, she would not even have been able to gather 50 gold coins. It remained uncertain how long it would take her to amass another 30 gold coins, by which time this silver cloud crystal robe would likely have been sold to another. Seeing Ji Yuntong's interest piqued, the shopkeeper pressed on, "Miss Ji, I have heard that your esteemed sect is about to hold the Qishao Grand Competition. This silver cloud crystal robe is an exceptional defensive spiritual artifact. With it, I am certain you will secure a commendable position in the competition and successfully become an inner disciple." His words struck a chord with Ji Yuntong, prompting her to bite her lip as she pondered what valuable possessions she might sell to afford this coveted garment. Today, she simply had to obtain this dream attire. Chu Xiaoye, who had been quietly following Ji Yuntong, retrieved 28 gold coins from his black jade ring and handed them directly to the shopkeeper. "We shall purchase this robe, and perhaps you might offer a slight concession on the price." Totaling 28 gold coins, he said. After a brief hesitation, the shopkeeper agreed, stating to Chu Xiaoye, "You are quite straightforward, my dear customer. I shall not haggle further. You may consider those 40 silver coins waived. We welcome you to visit our humble shop again in the future." Ji Yuntong was taken aback by Chu Xiaoye's sudden display of wealth and quietly pulled him aside, asking, "Where did you acquire so much money?" Unlike Gu Yuan, she was aware of Chu Xiaoye's background, having been informed by the steward that he was a poor boy from a remote village, struggling to gather even 28 silver coins, let alone 28 gold coins. With a smile, Chu Xiaoye reassured her. "Do not worry, senior sister Ji. During the duel, I placed a bet on myself and reaped quite the reward." Ji Yuntong's eyes widened in realization, and she winked at Chu Xiaoye. "Thank you once again. I will repay you as soon as possible." The shopkeeper had already removed the silver cloud crystal robe from the display. Once the two finished their conversation, he cheerfully inquired, "Miss Ji, would you prefer to take the garment packaged, or would you like to try it on immediately?" "Of course, I wish to try it on immediately," Ji Yuntong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She handed over the remaining 50 gold coins and eagerly dashed into the changing room. The shopkeeper shook the heavy pouch of coins, satisfied as he stowed them away in his storage ring. It was indeed profitable to cater to female spiritual masters. As long as the spiritual artifacts were aesthetically pleasing, sales were assured. The silver cloud crystal robe was certainly worth its price. Once Ji Yuntong emerged from the changing room, holding up the hem of her skirt, she appeared ethereal in the pristine white silver cloud crystal robe, adorned with silver thread embroidered with cloud patterns at the hem, cuffs and collared. As she moved, the fabric billowed like flowing clouds, and the crystal powder woven into the material sparkled brilliantly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Xiaoye's eyes. At that moment, Ji Yuntong resembled a celestial maiden from the heavens. Radiant and captivating, she approached Chu Xiaoye, twirling in her new attire, and asked, "Do I look beautiful, junior brother Chu?" Chu Xiaoye nodded, praising, "You look splendid. This silver cloud crystal robe suits you perfectly, senior sister Ji." Ji Yuntong felt her cheeks flush and suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Flustered, she stammered, "The spiritual artifact has been purchased. Now, let us head to Jinhui." With that, she dashed down the stairs, leaving Chu Xiaoye to follow her with a sense of helplessness. Why was Ji Yuntong always so impulsive? The shopkeeper stroked his long beard, watching their retreating figures with a sense of nostalgia, pondering the beauty of the tender affections between young men and women. Upon exiting the shop, the breeze on the street calmed Ji Yuntong's excitement, making her feel somewhat foolish for being shy in front of a 12-year-old boy. As they strolled along the street, Ji Yuntong, now composed, asked, "I haven't seen you in a few days. How have you fared in the spiritual herb garden? Has anyone been troubling you?" Chu Xiaoye thought of Tu Jiarong and couldn't help but smile. "One has bullied me. The senior brothers in the spiritual herb garden are quite friendly. That's good to hear." Ji Yuntong replied, "But since you managed to handle a 3rd-tier spotted hyena, I imagine there is no one among the servant disciples who could trouble you." Chu Xiaoye chuckled, recalling Wang Zhi's demotion to a servant disciple. "Are you aware of Wang Zhi's current circumstances?" "Wang Zhi?" Ji Yuntong laughed mischievously. After becoming a servant disciple, he has been assigned to toil in the patterned silver mine. Let him work himself to the bone. After her playful mockery of Wang Ji, Ji Yuntong sensed Chu Xiaoye's lingering worries and patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. You needn't fret. My master becoming an elder is already a foregone conclusion. This time, you have accomplished a significant feat, and my master will protect you. There is no need to worry about Wang Ji seeking revenge. Chu Xiaoye smiled, replying, Then I shall be grateful to Elder Fong. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Jinhui spiritual beast materials shop. Ji Yuntong stepped inside first and approached the counter, saying, We have spiritual beast materials to sell. Ji Yuntong had become a frequent visitor to the shop in her quest to save money. And the shop assistant immediately recognized her, greeting her warmly, Miss Ji, you look even more beautiful than before. What spiritual beast materials do you wish to sell this time? I assure you, I will offer you the highest purchase price. Chu Xiaoye stepped forward and placed a portion of the spiritual beast materials from his storage ring onto the counter. The items quickly piled up into a small mound, and after a careful count, the shop assistant announced, These are all first-tier materials, totaling 20 silver coins. Chu Xiaoye nodded. The price for first-tier spiritual beast materials was not high, and the shop assistant's offer was indeed reasonable. Once the shop assistant collected the first-tier materials, Chu Xiaoye waved his hand again, producing another mound of materials, this time all second-tier, significantly more than the first tier. After another thorough count, the shop assistant declared, These second-tier spiritual beast materials total 2 gold coins. Chu Xiaoye nodded again, lifting his hand once more. The shop assistant realized he had more materials to sell and recognized him as a significant customer. Please wait a moment, the counter is a bit small. May I trouble you to follow me to a private room? Chu Xiaoye naturally accepted, and the two followed the shop assistant to the private room. Ji Yuntong asked, Junior brother Chu, just how many spiritual beasts have you hunted? You haven't wiped out all the beasts on the back mountain, have you? Chu Xiaoye could tell Ji Yuntong was joking. Of course not. Even after selling the first and second-tier materials, there isn't much left. Ji Yuntong inferred that he still had third-tier spiritual beast materials to sell. That it was quite impressive for a second-tier spiritual master like Chu Xiaoye to have hunted third-tier beasts. However, given that the third-tier spotted hyena was no match for him, it was evident that his strength was formidable, so she wasn't overly surprised. The shop assistant led them into the private room, which featured a large round table at its center, with several chairs around it. Please place the spiritual beast materials you wish to sell on this table, he instructed. Chu Xiaoye stepped forward and laid out the third-tier spiritual beast materials from his black jade ring. Although the quantity was not as plentiful as the first and second-tier materials, the size was considerably larger, filling the table. The most striking items were 2 pairs of antlers from the large-horned velvet deer. The shop assistant gasped in surprise. It was clear he was dealing with a significant customer and immediately treated Chu Xiaoye with even greater respect. These antlers from the large-horned velvet deer are of high quality. I can offer you 1 gold coin per pair. The remaining third-tier materials total 5 gold coins, bringing the total to 7 gold coins. How does that sound? Chu Xiaoye nodded in agreement. The shop assistant responded affirmatively and began to fetch the payment. But Chu Xiaoye raised his hand to stop him. One moment. Pleased? He retrieved a fish scale from his black jade ring. I also possess a material from a 4th-tier spiritual beast. I wonder if you are interested in purchasing it? 4th-tier spiritual beast. Both the shop assistant and Ji Yuntong gasped in astonishment. The shop assistant took the scale from Chu Xiaoye's hand and sensed the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. The intensity was far beyond that of 3rd-tier materials, confirming that it was indeed a 4th-tier spiritual beast material. The shop assistant, aware of the value of mid-tier and above spiritual beast materials, did not dare to make a decision on his own. He politely invited Chu Xiaoye and Ji Yuntong to take a seat. This spiritual beast material is precious. I must consult with the shopkeeper. Please wait a moment. Once the shop assistant left, Ji Yuntong seized Chu Xiaoye's sleeve, asking, Junior brother Chu, did you really hunt a 4th-tier spiritual beast? Chu Xiaoye stumbled slightly but managed to remain seated. Reiterating his earlier explanation regarding Dan Yangzi, Ji Yuntong showed no signs of doubt, releasing his sleeve and pouting slightly with a hint of envy. You are truly fortunate. It seems our rare aquatic spiritual beasts have crossed your path. Although she has now reached the 3rd tier of Spirit Master and her innate spirit beast has grown to the 4th tier, It is still quite challenging for her to contend with fourth-tier spirit beasts. Until now, she has hardly hunted a few fourth-tier spirit beasts on her own. On the other hand, Chu Xiaoye is only a second-tier spirit master. Despite his fortunate encounter, he has proven to be quite formidable. If Ji Yuntong were to discover that Chu Xiaoye had obtained a fourth-tier spirit pill, she would likely be consumed by envy. After a few moments, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the shopkeeper entered, followed by a servant and a maid carrying tea and pastries. The maid approached to serve tea to Chu Xiaoye and Ji Yuntong, while the shopkeeper clasped his hands in greeting, introducing himself as the owner of the Jinhui Spirit Beast Materials shop. He apologized for any neglect towards the esteemed guests and inquired whether they still possessed any scales from the fourth-tier rocket crocodile. It turned out that the peculiar fish was aptly named the rocket crocodile. Chu Xiaoye hesitated to produce the remaining scales in his possession, sensing the urgency in the shopkeeper's demeanor, which suggested that the scales held significant value. "Indeed, I still have some," he replied. "Might I inquire about the purchasing price offered by your establishment?" Upon hearing that Chu Xiaoye had scales, the shopkeeper's expression brightened, assuring him that the price he would offer would undoubtedly be the highest in Qishao town. The rocket crocodile, a dual water and fire attribute spirit beast, was exceedingly rare in the southwestern region of the southern continent. The scale in question must have come from a juvenile rocket crocodile, capable of growing to the 6th tier and reigning as a dominant force among mid-tier fish spirit beasts. Chu Xiaoye was taken aback, realizing that the creature he had slain was still in its juvenile stage, measuring nearly 5 meters in length. He pondered how massive it would be upon reaching maturity. The shopkeeper examined the fish scale, noting that it appeared to be from the belly of the rocket crocodile, relatively soft. "I am willing to offer 1 silver coin per scale," he stated, "and for scales from other parts, the price will be even higher. 1 silver coin for a single scale." Ji Yuntong exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Xiaoye also displayed a look of disbelief. He had never anticipated that a fish scale could command such a price, especially as he possessed over 1,000 scales within his black jade ring. The shopkeeper continued, "To be candid, the young master of our shop is a weapon refiner who recently broke through to the 4th tier. He has specifically instructed me to acquire rare 4th-tier spirit materials for his refining endeavors. The price I offer is significantly higher than that of other shops. If you have any doubts, feel free to compare." Regaining his composure, Chu Xiaoye replied, "No need for that. I trust you." He stood and approached the table, gesturing with his hand adorned with the black jade ring. The scales from the rocket crocodile cascaded onto the table, creating a melodious sound reminiscent of jade clashing against jade. In an instant, over 1,000 scales covered the entire table, with many spilling onto the floor. Now it was the shopkeeper's turn to be astonished. His eyes widening, he had believed Chu Xiaoye to be merely a second-tier spirit master who had scavenged a few scales after injuring the rocket crocodile. However, the sheer volume of scales suggested that he had completely stripped the creature. How could a second-tier spirit master have slain a 4th-tier spirit beast? Yet, recognizing it as the guest's privacy, the shopkeeper refrained from probing further. The prices of the scales varied by body part, prompting the shopkeeper to call for another employee to assist in the count. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoye and Ji Yuntong leisurely sipped tea and enjoyed pastries. Ji Yuntong gazed at the pile of scales on the table, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This was not merely a pile of fish scales. It was a veritable mountain of gold. "Chu Shidi, you are about to strike it rich," Ji Yuntong exclaimed. Chu Xiaoye smiled modestly. "I did not expect the scales of the rocket crocodile to be worth so much." After a considerable amount of time, the shopkeeper and 2 assistants finally finished counting the scales. "Esteemed guest, we have completed the counting of the rocket crocodile scales. There are a total of 1,857 scales, 54 dorsal scales, valued at 20 silver coins each, 1,103 lateral scales, valued at 10 silver coins each, and 800 belly scales, valued at 1 silver coin each. The total amounts to 11,910 silver coins, equivalent to 119 gold coins and 10 silver coins. Do you see any discrepancies?" The scales were neatly arranged by type, making it easy to review. Chu Xiaoye mentally calculated the total and confirmed the accuracy of the price. "Thank you for your diligence. There are no discrepancies. The shopkeeper retrieved the corresponding amount of currency from his storage ring, packaged it in a simple storage bag, and handed it to Chu Xiaoye with both hands. May I know your name? Should you possess any rare spirit beast materials in the future, our shop will continue to purchase them at a high price. Chu Xiaoye, a disciple of the Qishao sect's miscellaneous division, he replied as he stowed the storage bag in his black jade ring. The shopkeeper chuckled. Although I am merely a fourth-tier spirit master, I have a discerning eye for talent. Young Master Chu is certainly no ordinary individual. With the Qishao Grand Competition approaching, I believe you will soon ascend to the outer sect. Chu Xiaoye cupped his hands in gratitude for the shopkeeper's kind words. After concluding the transaction, Chu Xiaoye and Ji Yuntong departed from the shop, with the shopkeeper personally escorting them to the door. Just before they left, he produced a golden card and handed it to Chu Xiaoye. Young Master Chu, this is our shop's VIP card. Presenting it when selling spirit beast materials will guarantee the highest purchase price. Once outside, Ji Yuntong playfully remarked, earlier, when you generously lent me gold coins, I felt a bit guilty, thinking I should repay you quickly. I never imagined you would earn over 100 in the blink of an eye. Surely this trifling sum is insignificant to you. Chu Xiaoye chuckled, Sister Ji, you jest it was merely a stroke of good fortune that aligned with the young master's need for rare fourth-tier spirit materials. Ji Yuntong sighed dramatically, when will I have a stroke of luck like yours? Then I wouldn't have to save for so long to buy a beautiful dress. Chu Xiaoye smiled helplessly, realizing that Ji Yuntong's desire for the silken cloud crystal robe was primarily driven by its aesthetics. With functionality being a secondary concern. Chapter 63. Spending at this point, noon was approaching. Chu Xiaoye glanced at the sky and said to Ji Yuntong, Sister Ji, shall we go for lunch? It's my treat. Ji Yuntong's eyes lit up. Really? Then I must have a meal at Zueyin Tower and let you, the wealthy benefactor, indulge a bit. Chu Xiaoye replied with a grin. Order whatever you like. This meal is my way of expressing gratitude for your care over the past few days. Zueyin Tower was the most luxurious restaurant in Qishao Town, with all dishes and beverages made from spirit beast meat and spirit plants, commanding exorbitant prices. Even for an outer sect disciple like Ji Yuntong, dining at Zueyin Tower was a rare treat. Situated in the northeast corner of Qishao Town, Zueyin Tower, despite its somewhat secluded location, boasted 6 stories, towering above other buildings and making it quite conspicuous. No matter where one stood in Qishao Town, the exquisite copper bell hanging from the roof was easily visible. As the two approached Zueyin Tower, a sprightly waiter greeted them. Welcome, esteemed guests. It was mealtime. And the first floor was nearly filled with patrons. The waiter promptly led them to the second floor. What would you like to order, esteemed guests? The waiter inquired, presenting them with 2 menus. Today, we have just caught a 4th-tier firehorn bowl, rich in spiritual energy and tender meat. Would you like to order a dish to sample? 4th-tier spirit beast meat was already quite pricey when sold raw, prepared by the chefs at Zueyin Tower. It would cost at least 1 gold coin per portion. Although Ji Yuntong had suggested that Chu Xiaoye treat her, she felt a bit hesitant to order excessively expensive dishes. Perusing the menu, she chose 2 of her favorite dishes that were reasonably priced, a fragrant calligraphy chicken and a silken fish egg custard, along with a pot of honey blossom wine. This would suffice. You are too modest, Sister Ji, Chu Xiaoye remarked, noting that both dishes were made from first-tier spirit beast meat and spirit plants, priced at 2 silver coins each, while the pot of wine was slightly more expensive at 5 silver coins. Turning to the waiter, he added, the firehorn bowl sounds excellent. Please add a stir-fried firehorn bowl dish as well. Certainly. The waiter responded cheerfully, surprised at the seemingly unassuming young man in the Qishao sect servant attire who was so generous in his spending. After all, in the presence of a beautiful female spirit master, any man would want to make a good impression and avoid being stingy. The fragrant calligraphy chicken was 2 silver coins. The silken fish egg custard was also 2 silver coins. The honey blossom wine was 5 silver coins, and the stir-fried firehorn bowl was 2 gold coins. The total came to 2 gold coins and 9 silver coins. Esteemed guest, is this sufficient, or would you like to add anything else? Chu Xiaoye shook his head. Let us start with these. We can order more if needed. Very well. Please wait a moment. Your dishes will be ready shortly, the waiter replied before heading downstairs. Once he was gone, Ji Yuntong exclaimed, I can't believe a single stir-fried bowl dish costs so much. I thought 1 gold coin would suffice. 2 gold coins are equivalent to 2 second-tier spirit pills. Zuayan Tower is quite the money grabber. Since the waiter was present earlier, she had refrained from objecting to avoid embarrassing Chu Xiaoya. Now realizing the exorbitant price, she lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have been so concerned about appearances and would have saved money. Chu Xiaoya, however, found no fault with the pricing, chuckling, Zuayan Tower dares to charge such high prices for a reason. Otherwise, their business wouldn't be so flourishing. Ji Yuntong nodded slightly, yet still felt a twinge of concern for Chu Xiaoya. Her expression turned serious as she said, Chu Shidi, when I mentioned wanting you to shed some blood, I was merely jesting. Whether nurturing spirit beasts or enhancing oneself, a significant financial investment is required. Although you earn quite a bit today, it is wise to set aside some funds for future necessities. A warmth spread through Chu Xiaoya's heart. He realized that Ji Yuntong's words stemmed from genuine care for him. I understand, Ji Shiji. After exchanging a few more words and sipping their tea, the waiter brought forth their meal. Esteemed guests, your dishes are ready. This Shiyun cake is a new delicacy crafted by our establishment. A treat for you to sample. As the waiter spoke, he placed an exquisite small plate in front of Ji Yuntong. This sweet pastry was typically favored by young ladies. Indeed, Ji Yuntong was immediately captivated by the Shiyun cake, exclaiming, truly, it is no surprise that it comes from the Zuayan Tower. Such exquisite craftsmanship. The color resembles the evening glow of our Qishao sect. Chu Xiaoya detected the fragrance of Liju fruit emanating from the Shiyun cake, indicating that it was likely made with it as the primary ingredient. The Liju fruit was the spirit fruit he had helped Tu Jiarong harvest a few days prior, classified as a third-tier spirit plant, suggesting that the resulting confection would not be inexpensive. Although Zuayan Tower's pricing was steep, they were generous when it came to service. As they dined, Ji Yuntong's beast pattern on her neck suddenly flickered with a red light, and a blue summoning array unfurled, from which a fist-sized crimson bird emerged. Ji Yuntong playfully tapped the beak of the Lian sparrow and said, You little rascal, you know when there's delicious food to be had. The Lian sparrow chirped twice and unceremoniously plunged its head into Ji Yuntong's cup to sip the nectar brewed from 100 flowers. Chu Xiaoya regarded the Lian sparrow with gratitude. It had engaged in battle with a 4th-tier rock-armored crimson bear during his encounter on the back mountain, allowing him to escape in time. Despite its small size, the Lian sparrow was a 4th-tier spirit beast. Generally, larger spirit beasts corresponded to higher tiers, yet this was not a universal rule, as exemplified by the Lian sparrow. Even an adult Lian sparrow was only the size of a fist, comparable to the most common 1st-tier bird spirit beast. The Liujue, however, its fiery red plumage and the flame atop its head clearly indicated its superior tier. Chu Xiaoya remarked, Ji Shiji's Lian sparrow has already reached the 4th tier. It seems you are not far from advancing to a 4th-tier spirit master. Ji Yuntong sighed, transitioning from a low tier to a mid-tier spirit master is no simple feat even if my destined spirit beast reaches the 4th tier. If the spirit master's innate talent does not keep pace, it is entirely possible to remain stuck at the 3rd tier for a lifetime. While I am confident in my ability to advance to the 4th tier, it will require a considerable amount of time. I doubt I will be able to participate in this year's Qishao Grand Competition. Ji Yuntong gently tapped the top of the Lian sparrow's head, and its crimson flame feathers did not scorch her. Instead, they tenderly enveloped her fingers. Chu Xiaoya encouraged her, There is no need for disheartenment, Ji Shiji. The Lian sparrow is a rare 4th-tier spirit beast among outer sect disciples, and with the assistance of the silver cloud crystal robe, your chances of entering the inner sect remain substantial. Let us hope so, Ji Yuntong smiled. But enough of this, release your little fox for me to see. I have not laid eyes on that adorable creature for days. Chapter 64, Nirvana Fruit. The charm of the little fox was indeed irresistible. Following Ji Yuntong's request, Chu Xiaoya summoned the little fox, which immediately fixated on the sought-ed 4th-tier Yan Jiao Kue beef. Ji Yuntong chuckled, took a small plate, and offered it some beef. Grateful for the treat, the little fox graciously allowed her to pet it as Ji Yuntong gently stroked the little fox's plush neck. Her gaze softened immensely. Initially, I could not comprehend why Lady Qingji was so fond of the Wuguo. Now I finally understand. Once I become a 4th-tier spirit master, I shall surely contract a fire fox. Chu Xiaoya inquired, Are all of Ji Shiji's spirit beasts of the fire attribute? Ji Yuntong nodded. Aside from my destined spirit beast, the Lian Sparrow, my second contracted spirit pet is the Shiyun beast, while my third contract remains vacant. However, the Shiyun beast is, in truth, a dual attribute spirit beast, primarily wind and secondarily fire. It is not a combat-type spirit pet, and I typically use it for transportation. Chu Xiaoya acknowledged this. Spirit masters possess limited spiritual energy, so during the contracting process, they generally do not exclusively choose combat-type spirit pets but also opt for auxiliary-type ones, much like Ji Yuntong's Shiyun beast. Spirit masters above the mid-tier often do not fill all their spirit beast slots, leaving one or two vacant. This strategy is employed for two reasons. First, managing too many spirit pets can be burdensome and slow the spirit master's own cultivation speed. Second, it allows for contracting higher-tier spirit beasts once the spirit master's own strength increases. Typically, spirit masters without mentorship eagerly contract spirit beasts upon advancement, only to be limited to lower-tier options. In contrast, with Feng Qingshan's guidance, Ji Yuntong has yet to contract a third spirit pet, likely awaiting her advancement to mid-tier spirit master to seek a higher-tier spirit beast. Ji Yuntong continued, Chu Shidi, you must have attended the grand lecture by now. Seeing Chu Xiaoya nod, she proceeded, according to the elders, it is best for spirit masters to contract spirit pets with no more than two attributes. Our Qishao sect is located in the southwestern part of the southern continent, where spirit beasts of metal, fire, and earth attributes are quite prevalent. Many disciples in the sect choose from these three attributes when contracting their spirit beasts. At this point, Ji Yuntong suddenly realized that both of Chu Xiaoya's current spirit pets were attribute-less, making it somewhat challenging for him to choose the direction of future spirit beast cultivation based on the attribute of his destined spirit beast. Ji Yuntong remarked, your destined spirit beast is a Wuguo, and your second contracted pet is a Bai Xianchong, both of which are attribute-less. Thus, selecting the attribute for your third contracted pet will be rather tricky. Chu Xiaoya chuckled wryly, indeed. I have been somewhat troubled by this matter recently. Ji Yuntong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You have only recently advanced to the second tier. It will take at least a year or two to reach the third tier. There is no need to worry about this just yet. Your Bai Xianchong should soon be ready to cocoon. Once it undergoes metamorphosis and gains an attribute, you can then choose the attribute of your future contracted spirit pet accordingly. Chu Xiaoya nodded, refraining from mentioning his imminent breakthrough to the third tier. Instead, he smiled at Ji Yuntong, expressing his gratitude for her guidance. However, Ji Yuntong cautioned, according to my master's statistics, numerous outer disciples have advanced to third-tier spirit masters this year. The upcoming Qishao Grand Competition is likely to be more intense than in previous years. As your Bai Xianchong is currently your highest-tier spirit beast. You must carefully control its cocooning speed, allowing it to do so only after the competition. This was something Chu Xiaoya had overlooked. He had been feeding his Bai Xianchong numerous spirit pills, resulting in its already plump body becoming even rounder. He quickly inquired, Ji Shiji, do you have any methods to delay the cocooning of the Bai Xianchong? Ji Yuntong pondered for a moment. I have heard my master mention that the methods to delay the cocooning of the Bai Xianchong are quite similar to those used to suppress the advancement of ordinary spirit beasts. First, you should reduce the feeding of spirit pills and other energy-rich foods. Second, consider administering some spirit herbs with suppressive effects, which are generally available at herbal shops. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoya let out a sigh of relief. Knowing there were methods to suppress the process was reassuring. Reflecting on the recent state of his Bai Xianchong, it indeed seemed poised to cocoon, and he was grateful for Ji Yuntong's timely reminder. After finishing their meal, the two departed Zuayan Tower, escorted by the waiter. Ji Yuntong said, Chu Shidi, I must return to the sect. Would you care to join me? Chu Xiaoya shook his head. I need to purchase some spirit herbs to suppress the cocooning of my Bai Xianchong. You need not worry about me. Please return first. Then I shall take my leave. Ji Yuntong gestured toward a direction where several vendors were set up, selling an array of goods, including spirit herbs at slightly lower prices than those in the shops. You might want to try your luck there. Chu Xiaoya nodded, watching as Ji Yuntong departed atop her Shiyun beast before heading in the direction she indicated. This area marked the outskirts of Qishao town, where vendors had set up stalls along a narrow stretch of open space, forming a makeshift market spanning about 100 meters. Many others, clad in similar attire to his own as outer disciples of Qishao sect, were also shopping here. With their modest monthly allowances, they could hardly afford the prices in the proper shops of Qishao town, opting instead for these stalls. As Chu Xiaoya surveyed the wares at various stalls. He noted that most were selling spirit herbs, spirit plants, materials from spirit beasts, and spirit minerals, with most items being of lower tiers, and even third-tier goods were scarce. However, while many items were commonplace, a few peculiar objects caught his eye. Names eluding even him, he approached a stall abundant with spirit plants and inquired, "Good sir, do you have any herbs to suppress the advancement of spirit beasts?" The vendor, a middle-aged man clad in a tattered white cloth, appeared somewhat weathered, resembling a farmer. "Indeed, I have fu ling grass and chantong. Which one would you prefer?" The two elixirs were unfamiliar to Chu Xiaoya, who was unaware of their effects. He directly inquired of the middle-aged man. "I require something to suppress the cocooning speed of the third tier by Xianworm. Do you have any recommendations, uncle?" The stall owner smacked his lips thoughtfully, noting that the Bai Xian worm was a third-tier spiritual beast, while the two herbs he possessed were intended for suppressing second-tier beasts, thus their efficacy on a third-tier creature would be minimal. Just when Chu Xiaoya assumed that the stall owner lacked the herbs he needed, the stall owner pivoted his response. "However, I do have a more suitable herb for the Bai Xian worm, albeit at a higher price." "Oh?" Chu Xiaoya inquired. "What herb is it?" "Price is not a concern." Observing his eagerness, the stall owner scrutinized Chu Xiaoya closely, seemingly skeptical that a mere servant disciple could possess sufficient funds. "Young man, this herb is a fourth-tier nirvana fruit, priced at 20 gold coins. If you can afford it, I can present it to you right now." The cost of 20 gold coins was equivalent to that of a fourth-tier spiritual beast's elixir, undeniably steep. Had Chu Xiaoya been ignorant of the nirvana fruit's value, he might have hesitated. However, having just perused the introduction to the nirvana fruit in the 10,000 Spirits Continent's spiritual plant compendium, he felt that any moment of hesitation would be disrespectful to the fruit itself. Nevertheless, Chu Xiaoya noted a crucial point. "Uncle, isn't the nirvana fruit an 8th-tier spiritual plant? Why is yours only 4th tier?" The stall owner cleared his throat. "If this nirvana fruit were 8th tier, would it have ended up in my possession? It does have some minor issues, but they are trivial and perfectly suitable for your Bai Xian worm." Chu Xiaoya regarded him suspiciously, doubting the authenticity of the nirvana fruit. "Uncle, please show it to me. If it truly is the nirvana fruit, I shall purchase it." Seeing that Chu Xiaoya genuinely intended to buy, the stall owner carefully retrieved a delicate jade box from his storage bag. The box emitted a hint of chill, effectively preserving the herb's potency. While the stall owner was momentarily distracted, Chu Xiaoya discreetly released his golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse from his beast bag, hiding it within his sleeve. With the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse present, no treasure could escape its discerning gaze. If the nirvana fruit were a counterfeit, the mouse would certainly recognize it. The stall owner cautiously opened the jade box, his movements revealing its preciousness. As soon as the lid was cracked open, a swirl of white mist wafted out. A number of onlookers who had overheard the exchange between Chu Xiaoya and the stall owner gathered around the stall, eager to glimpse the legendary nirvana fruit. As the mist dissipated, the crowd held their breath in anticipation, fixated on the jade box. What emerged was a blackened, wrinkled fruit that resembled a moldy pit, revealing its true form as the mist cleared. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Before Chu Xiaoya could utter a word, the spectators could no longer contain themselves. "Stall owner, with such a wretched item, you dare to sell it for 20 gold coins? Even if you're trying to swindle, at least present a decent fruit." The crowd echoed in agreement. "Indeed, this hardly resembles the nirvana fruit." "Away with you," the stall owner retorted. "What do you know? You're merely here to gawk. It's not for sale to you." The crowd, finding the spectacle tedious, chuckled derisively before dispersing, remarking upon the stall owner's apparent desperation for money, attempting to peddle a moldy fruit while masquerading it as a nirvana fruit. No fool would be foolish enough to buy it. They assumed that upon seeing the fruit, Chu Xiaoya would certainly back away from the purchase, as he did not appear to be a simpleton. Yet, he remained steadfast in his position. Although the fruit appeared unappealing, the density of spiritual energy it exuded was undeniably 4th tier, comparable to a dragon's blood algae he had previously encountered. Observing Chu Xiaoya's reluctance to leave, the stall owner sensed an opportunity. Young man, you clearly have an eye for quality. This is indeed a genuine nirvana fruit, albeit somewhat shriveled. This is not merely shriveled. If it shrinks any further, it will turn into compost, the stall owner fervently promoted. Examine the outer skin closely. While it appears dark, one can still discern the spiritual resonance, a hallmark of the nirvana fruit. Chu Xiaoye did not doubt the authenticity of the nirvana fruit, for the moment the jade box opened. The golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse had excitedly scurried in his sleeve. It was indeed the nirvana fruit. However, he inquired, "But uncle, do you believe this can still be consumed?" The stall owner laughed awkwardly. "This nirvana fruit is merely dried out. But it is certainly not rotten. It remains consumable. Moreover, its current 4th-tier spiritual energy is perfect for your Baixian worm. If it were 5th tier, a 3rd-tier spiritual beast would not be able to consume it." Chu Xiaoye pondered for a moment, appearing to deliberate whether to proceed with the purchase. In truth, having received feedback from the golden-threaded treasure-seeking mouse, he had already resolved to acquire the nirvana fruit. Had it been inedible, the mouse would not have reacted so excitedly. Seeing Chu Xiaoye's hesitation, the stall owner feared losing the sale. It had been years since he encountered someone knowledgeable about the nirvana fruit who showed intent to purchase. If he failed to sell it now, it would remain unsold. He reluctantly proposed, "How about this? If you buy it now, I shall offer you a discount. It will only be 18 gold coins." Chu Xiaoye calmly extended a hand. 5 coins. How much? The stall owner's eyes widened, his voice strained. "I acquired this fruit for 10 gold coins. You think you can take it for 5? Chu Xiaoye remained composed. "This nirvana fruit has surely been with you for quite some time. Besides selling it to me, do you have any other buyers?" This statement struck a chord with the stall owner. It was indeed true. Yet, he could not afford to make such a loss. He claimed that he had truly acquired it for 10 gold coins. 5 gold coins is simply too little. It must be at least 15 gold coins. 12 coins. No, 15 is my bottom line. Seeing the stall owner's obstinacy, Chu Xiaoye turned to leave. The stall owner, witnessing his swift departure, panicked and called out, "Wait, 12 gold coins it is. I shall sell it to you." Only then did Chu Xiaoye pause, turning back. Although he had saved 2 gold coins, the stall owner felt a pang of regret. When he initially acquired the nirvana fruit, he had hoped for a substantial profit, at least double the return to avoid a loss. Yet he found himself only gaining 2 coins. He retrieved a simple wooden box to secure the nirvana fruit and, after accepting the coins from Chu Xiaoye, handed the box over, saying, "Young man, since you recognize the nirvana fruit, you certainly understand its usage. I shan't elaborate further. Alas, selling it for 12 gold coins means I have truly taken a significant loss." Chu Xiaoye smiled faintly, placing the wooden box into his black jade ring before turning to leave the stall. Indeed, the stall owner had suffered a loss while he had gained. Although the nirvana fruit had lost much of its spiritual energy, what mattered to Chu Xiaoye was not the energy itself but its effects. With the nirvana fruit in hand, he could determine the metamorphosis direction of the Baixian worm, allowing it to evolve into the desired attribute. Moreover, the nirvana fruit possessed a crucial effect. It enabled spiritual beasts to evolve into higher-tier races. Once the Baixian worm consumed the nirvana fruit and then cocooned, it would undoubtedly emerge as a higher-grade spiritual beast, with no risk of devolving into a lower-tier creature. This unexpected boon left Chu Xiaoye feeling buoyant, as if he were walking on AI. It was indeed as if a pillow had been provided just as he was about to doze off. He had been troubled by how to choose the attributes of his future contract spiritual pet, only to stumble upon the nirvana fruit, which resolved all his dilemmas. Fortunately, this market street was primarily frequented by servant disciples, with few discerning individuals. Even those who recognized the nirvana fruit were likely deterred by its appearance, allowing him the opportunity to purchase it. In truth, his good fortune in acquiring the nirvana fruit was largely attributable to Ji Yuntong. Had she not alerted him to suppress the cocooning speed of the Baixian worm and guided him to this place to procure spiritual herbs, he would never have acquired the nirvana fruit. Chu Xiaoye silently resolved to express his gratitude to Ji Yuntong, realizing that a mere meal would not suffice. The Sea of 1,000 Stars is an expanse of water nestled between our southern continent and the eastern continent. Legend has it that a millennium ago, a colossal spiritual beast, as massive as a mountain, descended from the heavens and plummeted into this very sea, giving rise to the enigmatic realm of the Sea of 1,000 Stars. Within its depths dwell formidable sea spirit beasts, all of which are of the 7th rank or higher, rendering it exceedingly perilous. The stall owner spoke with an air of mystery, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Yet, among the crowd, a perceptive individual inquired, if your brother could return from the secret realm of the Sea of 1,000 Stars, he must be at least a high-ranking spirit master of the 7th rank. How could such a precious spirit or have fallen into your possession? Upon hearing this, others quickly caught on, questioning the proprietor. Indeed, if your brother were truly a high-ranking spirit master, why would he not indulge in luxury instead of peddling goods here? I never claimed my brother was a high-ranking spirit master, the stall owner replied, unfazed by their skepticism. However, this spirit undeniably hails from the Sea of 1,000 Stars. Observing the disbelief among the crowd, he calmly recounted the tale of his brother's misfortunes. He was once an outer disciple of our Qi Shao sect. After ascending to the rank of a 4th-tier spirit master, he sought to venture out into the world. He journeyed eastward from our location, eventually arriving at the easternmost city of our southern continent, Rising Sun City. Rising Sun City is a 1st-tier city, far more expansive than our Qi Shao sect and the nearby 3rd-tier cities such as Zhuyu City and Digang Fire sect. The Lord of Rising Sun City is an 8th-tier spirit master, one of the most formidable figures in our southern continent. A 4th-tier spirit master like my brother would be considered relatively powerful within our Qi Shao sect. But in Rising Sun City, he would scarcely be acknowledged, even if he sought to serve as a mere steward to the influential. The crowd was taken aback, as most of them were low-ranking spirit masters below the 3rd tier. They had always approached the 4th-tier overseers of the Qi Shao sect with great reverence, and the prospect of encountering mid-tier spirit masters in Rising Sun City, where high-ranking spirit masters were abundant, was beyond their imagination. Chu Xiaoye listened intently, captivated by the stall owner's account. Shuangyue had once mentioned that his biological father was also an 8th-tier spirit master. Did that mean his father's city was as grand and prosperous as Rising Sun City? The stall owner continued, my brother resided in Rising Sun City for some time, broadening his horizons, and then he aspired to explore the eastern continent. Thus, he boarded a ship to traverse the seas. Alas, he lamented, to save on fare, my brother chose a small, obscure shipping crew instead of a reputable merchant's vessel. While passing through the Sea of 1,000 Stars, they were beset by an 8th-tier sea spirit beast. And aside from my brother, all aboard perished, including a 7th-tier spirit master who was escorting the passenger ship. The crowd fell silent, captivated by the tragic scene the stall owner painted, momentarily at a loss for words. The stall owner raised a piece of dark silver ore in his hand, stating, though my brother miraculously escaped from the Sea of 1,000 Stars, he paid a heavy price, losing an arm and a leg in the process. This piece of dark silver ore was something he grasped unconsciously while struggling in the water. It is undoubtedly a product of the secret realm. Having concluded his tale, the stall owner passionately declared, my brother has wandered for half his life, and this piece of dark silver ore is all that remains. Were it not for his disability and his need for funds, he would never part with it. I am auctioning this spirit ore on his behalf, with a minimum bid of 10 gold coins. The highest bidder shall claim it. The onlookers, initially engrossed in the stall owner's narrative, snapped back to reality upon hearing the 10 gold coin starting price. Erupting in derisive jeers, goodness, you are truly asking for a king's ransom. While your story is intriguing, we cannot ascertain the value of this dark silver, or, if you were to present us with some nondescript iron lump, we would be none the wiser. Who would squander 10 gold coins on such an unknown? Indeed, if this were truly dark silver ore, classified as a 5th-tier spirit mineral, wouldn't you be better off selling it at an auction house? Few here could afford 10 gold coins for something whose usefulness is questionable. The stall owner was taken aback, for his brother had indeed attempted to consign the dark silver ore at an auction house. However, upon evaluation, the auction house declared it close to decay and decomposition, with its spiritual energy nearly depleted, barely worth a 1st-tier spirit mineral, and thus refused to accept it. This was the treasure his brother had nearly lost his life to obtain, and he could not accept that it was merely a worthless stone. This was why he entrusted it to the stall owner for sale. if the stall owner could not secure a good price for the dark silver ore, his brother's survival would be in jeopardy, as he had endured so much hardship to make it this far. As the crowd began to disperse, convinced the stall owner was a fraud, he grew increasingly anxious. Please, do not leave. This spirit ore truly is dark silver. It has merely aged and lost some spiritual energy. Otherwise, the starting bid would not be a mere 10 gold coins. Genuine 5th-tier spirit minerals fetch exorbitant prices, often exceeding 100 gold coins. Purchasing this would be a remarkable bargain. One individual who had not yet departed scoffed at the stall owner's words. This worthless rock wouldn't even garner a glance if tossed aside on the street. You wish to sell this piece of rubbish masquerading as 5th-tier spirit ore for 10 gold coins? You would be better off returning home to wash up and get some rest. Seeing that the crowd had all but vanished, the stall owner slumped back onto his seat, gazing despondently at the spirit mineral in his hand, which resembled a lump of coal, truth be told. If not for his brother's unwavering confidence in its value, he would have struggled to believe it was indeed 5th-tier dark silver ore. Just as despair began to envelop him, 2 long, sinewy hands reached out simultaneously. Sir, may I take a closer look at this spirit stone? Let me see that spirit mineral. In Chapter 67, the 5th-tier spirit mineral, Chu Xiaoye extended his hand, colliding with another's. Turning to see, he found the other hand belonged to a young man in his 20s. Strikingly handsome, adorned in a luxurious robe of black with golden fire patterns embroidered upon it, unmistakably a figure of wealth and privilege. Chu Xiaoye retracted his hand, gesturing for the gentleman to proceed. The young nobleman, dressed in black, wasted no time, accepting the spirit mineral from the stall owner and scrutinizing it intently. The golden-lined treasure mouse, nestled within Chu Xiaoye's sleeve, caught the scent of the spirit mineral, and after a moment of diligent sniffing, confirmed its value, nudging Chu Xiaoye's arm to signal that this was indeed a treasure. This spirit mineral was peculiar, exuding a subtle yet alluring aura. Had Chu Xiaoye not paused to listen to the stall owner's tale, he might have unwittingly passed it by without recognizing its worth. In fact, just moments prior, the golden-lined treasure mouse had wavered in its assessment, oscillating between deeming it a treasure and dismissing it as refuse. Nearly shedding its fur in confusion, it was only when Chu Xiaoye approached that the mouse was able to ascertain its true value. To his surprise, another individual, equally intrigued by the spirit mineral, had not left the scene. The stall owner was elated, genuinely astonished that someone was willing to buy. No, not one, but 2 potential buyers. Suddenly invigorated, he felt compelled to make another sales pitch. The black-clad nobleman, engrossed in his examination of the spirit mineral, shot a displeased glance at the stall owner, furrowing his brow. I do not require your input. I have my own eyes to see. The stall owner promptly fell silent, fearing that this affluent gentleman might lose interest in the purchase. Just by observing the nobleman's attire, he knew he was far wealthier than the average errand disciple of the Qi Shao sect and would likely be willing to pay a handsome sum. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. The stall fell into a hushed quiet as the black-clad nobleman produced a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the spirit mineral closely, occasionally bringing it to his nose for a whiff. Seemingly intent on his analysis for quite some time, Chu Xiaoye chose not to linger on the nobleman, recognizing that should the gentleman wish to contend for the spirit mineral, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Although it would be regrettable to miss out on such a treasure, there was little he could do except hope that the black-clad nobleman would ultimately decide against the purchase. Shifting his focus to the other items displayed on the stall, Chu Xiaoye noted that the proprietor predominantly sold spirit minerals, each radiating a resplendent array of colors. However, the most abundant were the patterned silver ores, glimmering with a faint silvery light. The nirvana fruit he had recently acquired, while differing in effect from the binding spirit herb and entangling vine originally recommended by the stall owner, nonetheless produced the same outcome. The binding spirit herb and entangling vine served to slow the absorption of spiritual energy by spirit pets, thereby hindering their advancement. In contrast, the nirvana fruit enhanced a spirit pet's potential, necessitating that they absorb a greater quantity of spiritual energy to progress, consequently extending the time required for their evolution. To ensure the 100 Xian worm metamorphosed into a gold attribute spirit beast, Merely consuming the nirvana fruit would not suffice. It would also require a resource of pure attribute essence, such as spiritual plants, minerals, or materials from spirit beasts, with purity being paramount. As Chu Xiaoya surveyed the spirit minerals on display, he mused that transforming the 100 Xian worm into a gold attribute insect spirit beast would be a commendable choice, as gold attributes confer formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Good sir, do you possess any patterned silver, or? The stall owner, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated this errand disciple to possess such discernment. Tentatively, he replied, Indeed, I have a small piece of patterned silver ore available, though it is a 4th-tier spirit mineral and carries a hefty price of 20 gold coins. Are you certain you wish to purchase it? Chu Xiaoya, accustomed to the stall owner's tone of skepticism, resolved that he would need to don more presentable attire for his next descent from the mountain, as it would facilitate his shopping endeavors. He calmly nodded, Please, allow me to see it. The stall owner, somewhat skeptical, retrieved a zeatonwood box from his storage bag, unveiling a silver ingot approximately the size of a thumb. This was a rare specimen of banded silver ore, a treasure that could only be found in a mine yielding millions of pounds of this precious material. However, this particular piece was rather diminutive, marred by a distinct fracture, likely severed from a larger mass, suggesting questionable origins. Although the conditions for the formation of banded silver ore are notoriously stringent, the Qi Shao sect possesses an entire vein of this mineral, producing millions of pounds daily, making such specimens not exceedingly rare. Ren Shangping had previously discussed such matters with him. Chao Xiaoya's expression grew icy. While a piece of banded silver ore of this quality could indeed fetch 20 gold coins, that was for a chunk the size of a fist. Was the owner attempting to swindle him due to his unfamiliarity? To his surprise, the stall owner, now fully aware of the situation, suppressed his earlier disdain and smiled, saying, Esteemed guest, this piece of silver ore is truly a gem among gems. Observe its surface. The patterns are almost imperceptible, indicating minimal impurities. It is far from comparable to ordinary banded silver ore, hence the elevated price. Rest assured, I am not trying to deceive you. Before Chao Xiaoya could respond, a young nobleman clad in black scoffed, This meager piece of banded silver ore dares to be sold for 20 gold coins. Those earlier patrons were right. You must be out of your mind for money. He tossed the dark, unremarkable ore back onto the stall, standing to address the owner. This ore is indeed merely silver residue, but it has been nearly corroded by seawater and is no longer usable for forging. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of selling it lest you invite a beating. After uttering these words, the young man patted Chao Xiaoya on the shoulder. Brother, this piece of banded silver ore is of decent quality, but it is only worth 3 gold coins. Do not allow yourself to be overcharged. With that, he strode away, leaving Chao Xiaoya to observe his retreating figure, only to turn back and find the stall owner on the verge of tears. The owner clutched the silver residue, lamenting, Alas, what shall I do? This ore is truly worthless. Chao Xiaoya replied coolly, Do you truly have a brother who returned from the Sea of Stars, missing a hand and a foot? The stall owner, filled with indignation, swore an oath. I, Shirwan, swear to the heavens that this silver residue was indeed brought back by my brother at great peril. If any part of my previous words is a lie, may my spirit beast turn against me. Such a fierce oath seemed convincing. Chao Xiaoya nodded, recalling the nobleman's earlier words that the banded silver ore was only worth 3 gold coins. In light of your deep bond with your brother, I shall offer 5 gold coins for it, and you may gift me that silver residue as well. What say you? The stall owner hesitated. Chao Xiaoya's offer effectively meant he was paying 3 gold coins for the banded silver ore and 2 for the silver residue, a far cry from his initial asking price. Yet, should he refuse Chao Xiaoya, it was likely no one else would show interest. Though reluctant, he placed the silver residue into the box with the banded silver ore and reluctantly handed it over, saying, Here are 5 gold coins. Take them. Chapter 68. The Maiden of the Woods eat this. The Baishian insect gazed at the shriveled, charcoal-like fruit before it, retreating a couple of steps in refusal. Chao Xiaoya nudged the nirvana fruit closer, gently coaxing. Although this fruit may appear unpalatable now, it was once an 8th-tier spiritual fruit. The nirvana fruit, albeit overly ripened, is still edible. Shuiyu, take a whiff. The spiritual essence is still quite rich. After consuming this nirvana fruit and the banded silver ore, you can achieve rebirth, potentially transforming into a mid-level golden attribute spirit beast. Just imagine how magnificent that would be. Chao Xiaoya's tone was laced with temptation, and the Bai Xian insect seemed captivated, its feather-like antennae quivering with anticipation. Go on, eat, he urged, bringing the nirvana fruit to the insect's mouth, whispering sweet promises of a radiant future. Encouraged by Chao Xiaoya, the insect felt a surge of determination and dove into the fruit, consuming it with fervor. The nirvana fruit was soon reduced to a mere dried skin, the crisp sound of its consumption echoing as the insect devoured it with haste. Fearing the flavor might escape, when only a glossy, obsidian-like seed remained, Chao Xiaoya offered the insect a first-tier spiritual pill to mask the lingering taste. He examined the seed, marveling at its exceptional quality. Smooth and rounded, it resembled an egg, cool to the touch, with intricate spiritual patterns swirling mysteriously upon its surface. Although the seed was inedible, discarding it felt wasteful. He wondered if planting it might yield another nirvana fruit. Yet, he quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing the incredibly stringent growth conditions of 8th-tier spiritual plants. The labor and resources required to cultivate one to fruition were immense, far surpassing the cost of purchasing another 8th-tier spiritual plant. Chao Xiaoya carefully stored the seed in his black jade ring, then turned to find the Bai Xian insect already finished with the spiritual pill and heading toward the box containing the banded silver ore. He poked the insect playfully. You little glutton, your appetite surpasses even Shui Bao's. You can't have the banded silver ore just yet. Wait until you've digested the effects of the nirvana fruit. The insect reluctantly nodded, only averting its gaze from the silver ore once Chao Xiaoya placed the box back into the black jade ring. With the matter of the Bai Xian insect's cocoon resolved and the afternoon still ahead of him, Chao Xiaoya felt invigorated and decided to visit the herb garden to check on the Bai Huali. He released the spirit deer, recalling that he had forgotten to inform Ji Yuntong about the spirit deer's advancement. The difference between a second-tier and a third-tier spirit beast was substantial. He ought to return the spirit deer to her. Patting the deer's neck, he said, I'll trouble you to carry me a few more times in the coming days. When next we meet Sister Ji, you shall return to her side. The spirit deer let out a few soft calls, nuzzling against Chao Xiaoya's neck, seemingly reluctant to part. Riding the spirit deer into the third-tier spiritual herb garden, he encountered other disciples at work, who greeted him with friendly smiles. Chao Shidi, aren't you off duty today? What brings you back to the herb garden? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Although some had bullied him upon his arrival, they had not crossed any lines. Chao Xiaoya brushed it off lightly, responding, I had some free time, so I thought I'd check on the herb fields. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he made his way directly to the section of the herb garden for which he was responsible. The others relaxed, having initially feared he might be there to assert his authority. But seeing him head straight to his area relieved their concerns. After a brief inspection of the herb field, reassured that the spiritual herbs appeared as lackluster as ever, he headed toward the small grove where the Bai Huali resided. Upon nearing the vicinity of the creature's dwelling, he suddenly halted, spotting a girl standing beneath a tree. A beam of sunlight filtered through the leaves, enveloping the girl in a soft glow. The golden light shimmered upon her long eyelashes and the tips of her hair, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of a beautiful painting. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, clad in a flowing green dress, her dark hair cascading down to her waist. Tall and graceful, with porcelain skin and striking features, she gazed upwards, revealing a gracefully curved neck. Chao Xiaoya found himself momentarily speechless, captivated by the maiden of the woods, lost in thought. Meow. A delicate, soft meow broke his reverie. Startled, he looked up toward the sound. Perched on a branch 5 or 6 meters high was the plump Bai Huali, seemingly unable to descend. Noticing Chao Xiaoya, it waddled a few steps closer. Visibly pleased at that moment, the girl also noticed Chao Xiaoya, her expression neutral as she inquired, Is this Bai Huali your pet? Chao Xiaoya paused before responding. I suppose so. A subtle glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes as she remarked. I wanted to pet it earlier, but it seemed averse and leapt up to the tree to avoid me. The Bai Huali was indeed a creature of principle. Without spiritual pills or herbs, neither handsome men nor beautiful women could hope to lay a finger on its fur. Just as Cao Xiaoya was about to reply, the Bai Huali let out a soft cry and leapt down from the tree. Cao Xiaoya instinctively extended his arms to catch it. Although the Bai Huali was small in stature, it was nearly 30 pounds due to its pregnancy. The impact of its leap from such a height was considerable, and Cao Xiaoya staggered back a couple of steps to absorb the shock. Little ancestor, you're about to give birth. Could you be a bit more careful with your movements? The girl's eyes brightened at this revelation. Is it pregnant? How many kittens will it have? Cao Xiaoya was taken aback by the question, hesitating. I think there's only one. I can feel just a single hard lump. Without witnessing the girl's movements, she suddenly appeared before Cao Xiaoya, startling him with her astonishing speed. Although her face remained expressionless, her eyes sparkled with a luminous glow as she gazed at Cao Xiaoya, pleading, May I touch it? The two were in close proximity, separated only by the distance of the Bai Huali. Unconsciously, Cao Xiaoya's atoms apple bobbed, and his upper body leaned slightly back, distancing himself from the girl's face. If you provide it with some spiritual herbs or elixirs, it will allow you to touch it. Chapter 69. The Pain of Body Refinement. Spiritual herbs and elixirs. This seemed simple enough. The girl promptly retrieved a third-tier moonlight herb from her storage bag. This moonlight herb was unlike those planted in Cao Xiaoya's medicinal field. Its silvery blue leaves were thick and long, brimming with spiritual energy, even radiating a hazy moonlight during the day, a genuine third-tier spiritual herb. She offered the moonlight herb to the Bai Huali, stating, I read that the Bai Huali's favorite spiritual herb is the moonlight herb. Do you like it? Naturally, the Bai Huali was delighted, extending its claw to draw the moonlight herb into its embrace and immediately began to consume it. Upon seeing the Bai Huali devour the moonlight herb, the girl looked at Cao Xiaoya with anticipation. Cao Xiaoya smiled and handed the Bai Huali back to her, saying, This third-tier moonlight herb should allow you to touch it for a whole day. The girl cradled the Bai Huali, affectionately stroking its fur, exclaiming, So adorable. After a while of petting the cat, the girl glanced up at Cao Xiaoya and inquired, You seem somewhat unfamiliar. Are you new to the spiritual herb garden? Cao Xiaoya nodded, introducing himself. I am disciple Cao Xiaoya, having just started my duties in the spiritual herb garden 3 days ago, and I have yet to inquire about your name, senior sister. The girl responded. Oh, so you are Cao Xiaoya. Cao Xiaoya was taken aback. Judging by her tone, it seemed she had heard of his name, perhaps due to the incident with Tu Jiarong. Concerned about leaving a negative impression on her, his heart tightened. Fortunately, the girl showed no further reaction, introducing herself, I am Duanmu Dai. Elder Den Yangzi is my master, and I have come to find you on his orders. However, it seems you are on a break today? This girl was actually a disciple of Elder Den Yangzi. Cao Xiaoya was astonished and respectfully saluted. So it is senior sister Duanmu. May I ask what Elder Den Yangzi requires of me? My master has already briefed me on your situation. You wish to break through your innate talent limit, do you not? He has sent me to assist you in body refinement, as Duanmu Dai spoke. She set the Bai Huali down and walked toward the edge of the forest. Cao Xiaoya hurriedly followed, asking, Senior sister Duanmu, what does body refinement entail? Duanmu Dai explained as they walked. This is derived from my master's personal experiences. The innate talent limit is predetermined, and to break through it later, one must rely on external forces to forcefully shatter the constraints. This process is excruciating. You must first strengthen your body to endure the coming pain. So it was. The encounter with Dan Yangzi last night had not been pleasant, and Cao Xiaoya had not expected Dan Yangzi to genuinely offer his assistance, filling him with gratitude. Duanmu Dai arrived at a small thatched cottage in the medicinal field and instructed Cao Xiaoya. Let us proceed here. You can start a bonfire. Cao Xiaoya was unsure why a fire was necessary but did not question it further. Swiftly preparing one, Duanmu Dai took out a large wooden barrel from her storage bag and placed it over the fire. The barrel was filled with a light brown medicinal liquid that emitted a bitter herbal scent upon being uncovered. Soon, wisps of white mist began to rise from the barrel, warming the liquid. When Duanmu Dai deemed the temperature appropriate, she told Cao Xiaoya, You can immerse yourself now. So this entire barrel was bathwater. Indeed, one elephant could not consume so much. Cao Xiaoya hesitated, asking, Senior sister Duanmu, do I just jump in? Or should I remove my clothes? Duanmu Dai, having not considered this aspect earlier, felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks. Turning away, she replied, you should undress. Wearing clothes will hinder the absorption of the medicinal properties. Chu Xiaoye did not hesitate, quickly removing his garments but retaining a pair of shorts, mindful that Duanmu Dai was still present. Hearing the rustle of fabric behind him, Duanmu Dai suddenly recalled something and advised. Before you go in, why not test the water with your hand first? Just as Chu Xiaoye was about to step into the barrel, he paused. The medicinal liquid was abundant, and it only emitted a slight mist. It should not be scalding, right? Despite his thoughts, he cautiously dipped his hand into the liquid. The moment his fingertips made contact, an excruciating pain shot through him, akin to being pierced by countless steel needles. Caught off guard, Chu Xiaoye let out a pained cry and quickly retracted his hand. Indeed, as Duanmu Dai sighed inwardly, she explained. Although this barrel contains only low-tier spiritual herbs, their effects are quite potent and will cause unbearable pain. However, if you can endure it, it will greatly benefit your body. Cold sweat beaded on Chu Xiaoye's forehead. If just his fingers felt such agony, how could his entire body withstand immersion in the liquid without suffering torment? Not hearing any further comments from Chu Xiaoye, Duanmu Dai assumed he had given up, but just as she was about to turn back, a loud splash echoed. Chu Xiaoye leaped into the barrel, the medicinal liquid engulfing him up to his collarbone. Intense pain erupted instantly, penetrating deeply into his flesh and bones like fine needles. He bit down on a rolled-up cloth, suppressing any cries of agony. Duanmu Dai's eyes widened slightly, her usually expressionless face revealing a rare look of astonishment. She had personally concocted this medicinal liquid and was well aware of its potency. How daring of him to jump in after experiencing such immense pain. Beads of sweat rolled down Chu Xiaoye's forehead, his skin turning a deep crimson, with veins bulging on his temples and neck, appearing as if they might burst. Yet, despite this, he refrained from screaming, only managing a few muffled groans through his nose. After a brief moment of shock, Duanmu Dai's lips curled into a subtle smile, realizing that her master had indeed not misjudged him. She approached the edge of the barrel and summoned her spirit beast. A violet summoning rune glowed, and a tiny spirit creature resembling a human emerged, no larger than a palm. This spirit creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, aside from its diminutive size. Its hair and eyes were a vibrant green, and it possessed a pair of wings resembling translucent leaves. It was an exceedingly rare humanoid spirit beast, a wood elemental sprite. At this point, Chu Xiaoye was in such agony that his vision blurred. Only able to perceive the violet glow of the summoning rune, he was secretly astonished. Duanmu Dai's spirit beast had already reached the 5th tier, on par with Elder Tang Yi from the martial arts platform. Noticing that he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Duanmu Dai commanded her wood elemental sprite, would spirit, use vitality on him. Don't let him faint. The wood elemental sprite chirped in response, flying above Chu Xiaoye and shaking off tiny, light green particles from its wings. As these particles touched Chu Xiaoye, they vanished like snowflakes hitting water. The previously numbing pain in Chu Xiaoye's body was soon replaced by a gentle force that flowed into him, clearing his foggy mind. However, this soothing sensation was quickly overwhelmed by the resurgence of pain, an excruciating agony flooding back in. Chapter 70. High-tier Spirit Master. Duanmu Dai reassured him, just hold on a little longer. You'll be done soon. This is your first time refining your body. Half an hour is sufficient. Chu Xiaoye had never felt that half an hour could stretch on for so long. Each time he neared the brink of unconsciousness, the wood elemental sprite would use its vitality skill to rouse him again, creating a cycle of torment. Duanmu Dai remained busy as well, occasionally adding firewood beneath the barrel to maintain the temperature of the medicinal liquid, ensuring its efficacy. The passage of time felt excruciatingly slow to Chu Xiaoye, who truly experienced the weight of those words. By the time the half-hour mark arrived, he found himself utterly depleted, lacking the strength to climb out of the barrel. Duanmu Dai summoned another spirit creature, and from a blue summoning circle, a plant-type spirit beast gradually materialized. Its leaves resembled ghostly, grayish-white hands. It was the rare dark attribute plant spirit beast, Ghost Hand Vine. The Ghost Hand Vine extended a tendril to wrap around Chu Xiaoye, pulling him from the barrel and laying him on the bed in the thatched cottage. At this moment, Duanmu Dai set aside any notions of propriety, quickly retrieving a blanket from her storage bag to cover Chu Xiaoya. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xiaoya's skin was alarmingly red, yet his lips were pallid, clearly in considerable pain. This was also Duanmu Dai's first time administering such a medicinal bath. Although Dan Yangzi had assured her there would be no harm, witnessing Chu Xiaoya's condition, which appeared as if he had lost half his life, still caused her concern. She placed 2 fingers on his wrist and gradually infused a thread of spiritual energy. As the energy coursed through Chu Xiaoya's body, Duanmu Dai was astonished to discover that his meridians were remarkably wide and smooth, and the spiritual energy within his spiritual abode was dense and abundant, surpassing that of an average third-tier spirit master by a significant margin. Could this truly be the body of a second-tier spirit master? Du Nmdi withdrew her spiritual energy back into her body, gazing at the still-closed eyes of Feng Boy with a gaze filled with complexity. This individual possessed extraordinary innate talent. Regrettably, his companion spirit beast was a pure fox, which limited his potential. Otherwise, he would not have to endure such torment. After a while, as the intense pain lingering in his body subsided somewhat, Boy gathered some strength and slowly sat up. Although he was aware of the immense sacrifices made by Elder D. New York NGZ, only through personal experience could he truly comprehend the gravity of such trials. I have overestimated myself. Boy sighed, Riley. Du Nmdi shook her head. You have already accomplished a great deal. If it were anyone else, even myself, I could only endure soaking in this medicinal liquid for the duration of a single incense stick. Boy merely nodded, refraining from further comment. His circumstances were markedly different from Du Nmdi's. Though she appeared only a few years older than him, her companion spirit beast was already a 5th-tier spirit beast, a rare humanoid with elemental sprite, whose potential was immeasurable. In contrast, his own talent was constrained by his companion spirit beast, requiring him to exert 10,000 times the effort to possibly catch up. In other words, Du Nmdi traversed a wide and smooth path, while he was forced to navigate a thorny and arduous road, one that would leave him bloodied, yet he could not avoid walking it if he wished to reach his destination. Seeing that he was recovering, Du Nmdi continued, In truth, your initial trial of physical refinement was merely a test set by the master. Should you have given up after a mere attempt or failed to endure for at least a single incense stick's duration, your trial would have been deemed a failure. The master would not only cease to assist you, but would also expel you from the spirit medicine garden. Sh. was taken aback. It turned out that the earlier ordeal was a trial from D. New York NGZ, and only by passing it could he continue to receive assistance. You performed admirably just now. Successfully passing the master's test, Du Nmdi remarked, her tone shifting, but this is merely the beginning. The bond between a spirit master and their companion spirit beast is one of mutual dependence, sharing life and death. Even if your physique improves, if your companion spirit beast cannot surpass its inherent limitations, it would be in vain. Thus, your spirit beast must also partake in the physical refinement. Du Nmdi retrieved a wooden basin filled with medicinal liquid from her storage bag. The color of this liquid was similar to that of Boy's, yet its scent was slightly different. This medicinal concoction was personally prepared by the master for your pure FOX. Boy regarded the medicinal liquid with mixed emotions. Would this concoction also inflict immense pain upon his spirit beast? Indeed, Du Nmdi affirmed, and compared to the suffering you endured, it will only amplify. He found it difficult to withstand the pain himself. How could the typically delicate little fox endure it? As if sensing his call, the beast markings at his collarbone began to glow, and a yellow summoning rune unfurled before him, revealing a small fox with pure white fur, devoid of any impurities. The little fox licked Boy's chin, seemingly reassuring him not to worry. Though it had not been summoned earlier within his spiritual abode, it had felt his suffering. Master can endure, so can I. I will grow stronger alongside my master. The little fox, brimming with determination, dove into the wooden basin, letting out a pained yelp as its fur bristled in response to the sudden agony. Yet, it quickly closed its mouth. Curling up in the basin, Shivering from the pain, Du Di watched with a twinge of sympathy. She had always adored fluffy little creatures, and upon seeing the small fox, her heart melted. Observing it submerged in the medicinal liquid, its wet fur making it appear even smaller and more fragile, her affection only deepened. She couldn't help but wonder, would this potion's potency be too overwhelming for it? Oi felt a pang in his heart, yet he resolutely shook his head. No, the medicinal concoction prepared by Elder D. New York NGZ is undoubtedly suitable. Although Su W appears delicate, it possesses a strong will and will endure. This statement served both as a response to Du Di and a reassurance to himself. He averted his gaze from the little fox, fearful of yielding to his emotions. Oi then turned to the wood elemental sprite fluttering in the air. Sister Du, is this your companion spirit beast? Du Di nodded. My companion spirit beast is a wood spirit, belonging to the wood elemental sprite race. Elemental sprites are humanoid spirit beasts born in regions rich in elemental attributes, with various species corresponding to different elements. For instance, there are water, fire, and metal elemental sprites, and Du Di spirit is a wood elemental sprite. Humanoid spirit beasts are typically high tier, reaching at least the 7th tier upon maturity, indicating that Du Di has a strong potential to become a high-tier spirit master. Oi sighed inwardly. The prospect of becoming a high-tier spirit master felt like a distant dream to him, while Du Di appeared destined for that very future. Chapter 71. Su W advances. The little fox needed to soak in the medicinal liquid for half an hour, and as time passed, the sky grew darker. The medicinal concoction for the little fox differed from Oi's. It did not require heating. The wood elemental sprite danced around the basin, occasionally sprinkling faint green light, infusing the little fox with vitality to sustain it, while simultaneously heightening its awareness of the pain. As half an hour elapsed, Oi kept track of the time and approached to lift the little fox from the basin. Placing it on a prepared blanket, gently drying its damp fur with a cloth, Du Di remarked, "Today's physical refinement has concluded. Both you and your companion spirit beast performed exceptionally well. I truly did not anticipate that this pure fox could endure." Her gaze softened as she looked at the little fox, yet she reminded him that this was merely the beginning. From now on, they would need to soak in the medicinal liquid every other day, and she would return in the afternoon to assist them. Oi replied, "While it is indeed assistance, from a certain perspective, it also deepens the torment. You should keep this medicinal liquid. It can be used 3 to 5 more times." Du Di stated as she rose, "I will return now. Should you require anything, visit the 5th-tier spirit medicine garden." Oi nodded and stood to see Du Di off. Before departing, she cast one last glance at him. The youth's lips remained pale, yet his back stood straight, resembling a sword that had endured countless forges without bending. However, this sword would need to undergo even more trials to attain sharpness. She pondered whether he would endure through this journey, feeling a sudden urge to encourage Oi. Du Di said, "Junior brother, there have indeed been others who believe themselves resolute in seeking the master's assistance to break through their talent limits, yet none could manage even a single incense stick's duration in the medicinal liquid. I did not harbor high hopes for you either, but you persevered for half an hour." Du Di's clear gaze resembled a tranquil lake as it met Oi's. "However, this is merely the first trial. You will have to endure thousands more, each more painful than the last. Will you be able to persist?" Oi had already made up his mind. He refrained from uttering any grand declarations, simply responding calmly yet resolutely, "I will endure." "Good." Du Di's expression, previously devoid of emotion, finally revealed a discernible smile. "The master holds you in high regard. I believe he intends to take you as a disciple, provided you can follow through on your words." Du Di departed. Oi stood in place for a moment, astonished at the prospect that Elder D. New York NGZ might wish to accept him as a disciple. He was merely a lowly errand disciple, and according to the rules of the 11 sect, he lacked the qualifications to apprentice under an elder. One had to at least be an outer sect disciple to do so. In fact, even most outer sect disciples would consider it a great honor to take a steward as their master, such as W. Ings H. and J. Y. T. N. G. Oi mused that D New York NGZ, once like himself, was a low-tier spirit master with no hope of breaking through to mid-tier. Perhaps he saw his own reflection in Oi and wished to take him under his wing. Moreover, D New York NGZ had mentioned that he had no hope of breaking through to high tier in this lifetime. Hoping Oi could achieve it, did this not imply that D New York NGZ possessed a method to ascend from mid-tier to high tier? The more Oi pondered, the more turbulent his heart became. Regardless, he could not afford to miss this opportunity to become Elder D New York NGZ's disciple. Oi had already aimed to secure a spot as an outer sect disciple in the CH11 O Grand competition. And now it seemed even more imperative. After calming himself, Oi returned to the medicinal field. Earlier, he had not brought the little fox along, leaving it to rest on the bed in the thatched cottage. After a while, the little fox regained its strength, shaking its fur to restore its softness and fluffiness. A streak of white light coursed through the little fox, and each tip of its fur glimmered with a pearlescent glow, creating a dreamlike spectacle. The little fox raised its neck and let out a long, melodious howl, its form expanding in the radiant light, as it transformed into its adult form, now the size of a medium dog. With a bushy tail longer than its body. Third tier. After soaking in the medicinal liquid, the little fox finally broke through the bottleneck it had been stuck at. Oi rushed over and embraced the little fox. Filled with excitement, you have become a third-tier spirit beast. The little fox nuzzled against Chu Xiaoya's neck, its large tail swaying joyfully, evidently pleased with itself. The lingering pain from its recent advancement had vanished. Now a mature and pure fox, it had shed the round cuteness of its cub stage, its body becoming more slender and elongated, exuding the unique charm of the Fox clan's spirit beasts. Even its formerly round eyes had transformed into alluring, elongated peach blossom eyes, complete with double eyelids. Whereas the little fox once perched comfortably on Chu Xiaoya's shoulder, it could now only cuddle in his embrace. Seeking affection, Chu Xiaoya playfully pinched its paw, asking, "Shui Wu, have you comprehended any new skills since your advancement?" At the mention of this, the little fox perked up, leaping from his arms. Previously, in its second tier, the little fox could only jump to a height of 2 meters. However, upon reaching the third tier, it could soar to 3 or 4 meters. As it reached the apex of its jump, instead of descending, a luminous white array appeared beneath its paws, allowing it to continue leaping with each touch point one by one. Arrays materialized in midair, and the little fox danced upon them, as if soaring through the sky. Chu Xiaoya displayed a look of astonishment. It was indeed a skill of stepping on air, a rare ability for spirit beasts to grasp, particularly for one like the little fox, which was without attributes. The little fox conjured 5 arrays in total, which began to dissipate after being touched, leaving only 2 intact upon its landing. Yet, the surprises it brought to Chu Xiaoya did not end there. Upon landing, the little fox flicked its tail with a sudden force against the ground, creating a deep fissure in the solid earth. The whip tail. This skill was similar to the iron tail skill, though the latter boasted greater might, while the whip tail offered more agility. Chu Xiaoya had always found the little fox's offensive capabilities lacking, possessing only the claw strike skill. Now, with the acquisition of the whip tail skill, it was indeed an unexpected delight. Shui Wu, Chu Xiaoya knelt, cradling the little fox in his arms, his voice laced with uncontainable joy. "You are truly remarkable. These 2 skills you've comprehended are excellent." The little fox wagged its tail proudly, its previously whip-like tail now soft and fluffy like cotton candy. Chapter 72. Concealment and Revelation. The faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air as Chu Xiaoya sat in a wooden tub, furrowing his brows and closing his eyes, enduring the intense pain. This was his 3rd session of body refinement, and he no longer needed to bite down on a cloth to suppress his cries. Beside him, a wooden basin held the little fox, also soaking in medicinal liquid, though it was not as stoic as Chu Xiaoya, occasionally letting out soft whimpers. The wood element spirit flitted between the two. Casting vitality spells, the continued use of these skills consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Previously, when alternating between Chu Xiaoya and the little fox, Duamu Dai had managed to keep up, but attending to both at once proved challenging. Duanmu Dai immersed herself in spiritual cultivation, absorbing spiritual energy to replenish her reserves. This method was beneficial to her, accelerating her progress compared to her usual practices. Ji Yuan and Zhang Buwei watered the medicinal herbs in the field, occasionally sneaking glances towards the direction of the thatched cottage. Zhang Buwei lowered his voice. Gu Shidi, what are Duanmu Shiji and Chu Shidi doing? Bathing in broad daylight near the cottage? Not bathing, Gu Yuan shook his head. That tub is filled with a medicinal concoction made from spiritual herbs. Xiaoye is refining his body. Zhang Buwei's eyes widened. Could that medicinal liquid be from Elder Danyangzi? Though phrased as a question, Zhang Buwei had already concluded his suspicions. If it were not for Elder Danyangzi's guidance, how could Duanmu Dai be here? Surely, it wasn't because she had taken a liking to Chu Shidi. Gu Yuan nodded, recalling the last time he had been present during Chu Xiaoye's body refinement. Unable to resist his curiosity, he had dipped a fingertip into the medicinal liquid, only to cry out in pain and collapse. Losing considerable face in front of Duanmu Shiji, he looked up at Chu Xiaoye, who sat motionless in the tub, filled with admiration. How could Xiaoye appear so unaffected by pain, submerged in the medicinal liquid without uttering a sound? Zhang Buwei, though not having experienced the liquid's potency, understood that it must be unpleasant. Otherwise, only Elder Danyangzi would have been able to break through the limits of talent over the years. Indeed, Chu Shidi is extraordinary. He has only been in the spirit herb garden for a few days and has already garnered Elder Danyangzi's favor. Once his strength increases, becoming an elder in the Qishao sect should pose no problem. Indeed, he has chosen the right ally. Half an hour passed, and Chu Xiaoye slowly stood, emerging from the tub and donning the garments beside him. Although his body still throbbed with intense pain, he had grown accustomed to it. His movements revealed no sign of the dull, knife-like agony he endured. Duanmu Dai gradually opened her eyes, stepping out of her meditative state. How do you feel? Chu Xiaoye, while drying the little fox, replied, much better than last time. I could manage another half hour easily. Duanmu Dai shook her head. This medicinal liquid is not only to help you acclimate to pain, but it also serves to fortify your body if you soak for too long. Any excess medicinal energy cannot be absorbed and may instead harm your body. Chu Xiaoye nodded. He understood the principle of balance. Duanmu Dai approached, gently stroking the now fluffy yet still droopy little fox. You can still use this medicinal liquid once more, but for Shui Wu, the next batch will need to be different. I did not expect it to advance to a third-tier spirit beast so swiftly. Previously, Duanmu Dai had mentioned that the medicinal liquid for the little fox was personally concocted by Elder Danyangzi. Curiously, he inquired, was this batch also personally prepared by Elder Danyangzi? Duanmu Dai affirmed. The medicinal liquid for spirit beasts differs from that for humans. It must be tailored to the beastdom while alchemical skills are not yet sufficient for such preparations. Chu Xiaoye hesitated. Even though the ingredients for the medicinal liquid were low-tier spiritual herbs, the quantity was substantial and undoubtedly costly. He felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he could not continue to accept without reciprocation. After much deliberation, he said, Duanmu Shiji, I imagine the medicinal liquid for both Shui Wu and myself must have cost quite a bit. I cannot accept it for free. Why not calculate the expenses and I will pay you? Duanmu Dai was taken aback, not expecting Chu Xiaoye to voice such a thought. Typically, people would revel silently in their good fortune rather than seek to repay it. There is no need. These things are inconsequential to my master. As long as you do not disappoint his expectations, that is sufficient. Since Duanmu Dai had said as much, Chu Xiaoye felt it inappropriate to press further. He resolved that since both were alchemists, should he encounter higher-tier spiritual herbs in the future, he would offer them as a gesture of gratitude. In the month that followed, Chu Xiaoye's life became exceedingly regular. He refined his body every other day, and on non-refinement days, he trained his spirit pets in the back mountain. During this time, the little fox diligently practiced its two newly mastered skills, now wielding them with ease. The stepping on air skill had improved significantly, with the number of arrays it could conjure rising from 5 to 7, an impressive advancement. Meanwhile, after consuming the nirvana fruit, the Bai Xin worm underwent some changes. Its once round body elongated slightly, and a series of spiritual patterns resembling the seed of the nirvana fruit emerged on its lustrous, white skin. Chu Xiaoye counted carefully. The Bai Xian worm now bore 5 distinct patterns. The first 4 clear, while the 5th remained faint and barely perceptible. Once the 5th pattern solidified, the worm would have absorbed most of the medicinal energy from the nirvana fruit, at which point it could consume the patterned silver cocoon. Chu Xiaoye estimated that this would likely occur in 1 to 2 months, perfectly timed to coincide with the Qishao Grand Competition. With less than a month remaining until the competition, the atmosphere within the Qishao sect had noticeably shifted. Disciples who usually exchanged banter now scrutinized each other, assessing their opponent's strengths. As Chu Xiaoye trained in the back mountain, he encountered more disciples than before. Previously, he might not have crossed paths with a single one all day. Yet now they almost outnumbered the spirit beasts. As the sun began to set, Chu Xiaoye concluded his training and prepared to return. Just as he released the spirit deer, he sensed an unusual aura. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly pocketed the golden thread treasure-seeking mouse and stealthily retrieved the qianqing, concealing it in his sleeve before casually mounting the spirit deer. At that moment, several dark projectiles hurtled towards Chu Xiaoye with alarming speed. Anticipating the attack, he gripped the qianqing tightly and deflected it, the sound of clashing metal resonating as 6 palm-sized black wooden spikes clattered to the ground. The little fox arched its back, warily observing the direction from which the spikes had come, emitting low growls. "Shui Wu," Chu Xiaoye remarked calmly, "there's no need to be so tense. It is merely a cowardly individual lurking in the shadows." The hidden figure in the woods seemed incensed by this remark. The sound of a branch snapping echoed through the air. As footsteps approached, the figure gradually came into view. "Chu, it's been a while. You seem to have grown more arrogant." Chapter 73. I am defeated. This familiar tone left Chu Xiaoye somewhat speechless. Who was truly the arrogant one here? The individual who emerged was indeed Tu Jiarong. His figure entwined with a plant-like spirit beast of a deep green hue, which bore a slender stem adorned with a brownish-red flower. This flower's petals were exceedingly fragmented, lacking any semblance of beauty. Its inflorescence was substantial, housing a cluster of wood-like thorns that glimmered with an ominous sheen. The ghost needle grass, a third tier would attribute spirit beast, was present. Chu Xiaoye remarked nonchalantly, "Tu Jiarong, have you forgotten that dueling among disciples is prohibited within the sect?" Tu Jiarong scoffed derisively, "There is no one else here. Who would know if I were to duel with you?" The ghost needle grass trembled, its flowers' thorns rubbing against each other, producing a clattering sound. Following their last spar, Tu Jiarong's right hand had suffered fractured bones, and after a month of recuperation, he had only just begun to recover. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Although the physique of a spirit master is superior to that of an ordinary person, allowing for a swifter recovery, a fracture still necessitates ample time for healing. However, Tu Jiarong could not afford to wait any longer. The Red Sky Grand Competition was approaching, and he needed to prepare thoroughly to secure a commendable rank. As fate would have it, on the first day of training in the back mountains, he encountered the very culprit responsible for his injury. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoye, Tu Jiarong felt a familiar pain in his right leg. Could it be that the heavens were aiding him, orchestrating this encounter for the sake of vengeance? Tu Jiarong regarded Chu Xiaoye with disdain, his gaze filled with contempt. During their previous spar, it was his own carelessness that had allowed Chu Xiaoye to claim victory. Today, however, he summoned his spirit beast to battle and was confident that victory was within his grasp. Chu Xiaoye believed that Tu Jiarong must either be mentally unhinged or had been overly coddled in the spirit herb garden, leading him to forget his own limitations. He had no desire to engage Tu Jiarong in combat. Yet a volley of ghost needles was launched toward him. The little fox sprang into action, unleashing a claw strike that cleaved the ghost needles in twain, sending them tumbling to the ground. As Tu Jiarong gazed at the little fox, his previous contempt was replaced by astonishment. "How has your immaculate fox advanced to the 3rd tier?" Chu Xiaoye felt no obligation to respond. He directed the little fox forward. Eager to bring this tedious skirmish to a swift conclusion, Shui Wu used charge, claw strike. Still reeling from his shock, Tu Jiarong snapped back to reality just in time to see the little fox leap into the air, launching a claw strike aimed directly at the flower head of the ghost needle grass. Cold sweat broke out on Tu Jiarong's back as he hastily commanded, "Leaf shield." The slender leaves of the ghost needle grass converged at the center, attempting to shield the flower head. Yet, Tu Jiarong's command came too late. The leaf shield had not fully formed when the little fox's claw strike landed. The flower head was severed in half, and the semi-formed leaf shield shattered, the ghost needle grass's leaves cascading to the ground. Devastating blow. Chu Xiaoye refrained from allowing the little fox to continue its assault and addressed Tu Jiarong. You are not my opponent. Are you certain you wish to persist? Having been the top dog in the third-tier spirit herb garden for so long, Tu Jiarong could not bring himself to admit defeat to a second-tier spirit master. If word of his loss spread, how could he maintain his standing? During his recent recovery in the dormitory, he had 2 loyal lackeys by his side, one injured more severely than himself and the other caring for the 2 of them, leaving all 3 unable to work in the herb garden. Thus, Tu Jiarong remained unaware that the management rights of the herb garden had already been transferred to Chu Xiaoye, nor did he know of Chu Xiaoye's favorable standing with Elder Dan Yangzi and his burgeoning friendship with Duanmu Dai. Otherwise, he would never have dared to offend Chu Xiaoye. Yet, oblivious to all this, Tu Jiarong gritted his teeth. Today, he must win to reclaim his lost pride. Spirit beasts possess a diminished sense of pain. Although the ghost needle grass had been severely wounded, it still retained combat capability. However, relying solely on the ghost needle grass would not suffice against Chu Xiaoye's little fox. Determined, Tu Jiarong summoned forth a green conjuration array that gradually materialized before him. Up until now, he had never witnessed a spirit master summon 2 spirit beasts to battle simultaneously. Uncertain of Tu Jiarong's hidden capabilities, Chu Xiaoye prudently instructed the little fox to retreat a few steps. Within the green conjuration array, a flower the size of a basin emerged, resembling an orchid with a gradient of pinkish-white hues, strikingly beautiful yet oddly peculiar upon closer inspection. Chu Xiaoye focused intently, discerning a pair of exceptionally camouflaged insect eyes nestled among the flower's sepals. It became evident that this was not merely a flower but an insect-type spirit beast. Its 6 limbs were flattened, and its arched abdomen formed the petals of the orchid, while its elongated neck masqueraded as the flower's stem, and its head served as the flower receptacle, with its folded forelimbs resembling sepals. Tu Jiarong grinned triumphantly. Though my orchid mantis is currently only 3rd tier, it possesses the potential of a 4th tier spirit beast. Your little fox stands no chance against it. Oh, is that so? Chu Xiaoye maintained his composure. Knowing that potential alone did not equate to maturity, he was confident that within the 3rd tier, ordinary attribute spirit beasts were no match for the little fox. Tu Jiarong commanded the ghost needle grass to unleash its ghost needle skill once more. Seizing the opportunity while the little fox evaded, the orchid mantis took to the air, launching a slicing attack at the little fox. At that moment, the little fox had just leaped into the air. Seemingly unable to evade and prepared to endure the strike, a smirk crept across Tu Jiarong's lips. Few spirit beasts could evade the combined onslaught of the ghost needle grass and orchid mantis. Surely, the little fox would suffer grievously. Victory was assured, yet Chu Xiaoye remained unfazed. The little fox had recently mastered 2 new skills, which had been the focus of its training. Shui Wu, step on air. Ethereal white runes unfurled beneath the little fox's paws. With a gentle leap, it elegantly twisted its body and effortlessly dodged the orchid mantis's slicing attack, immediately countering with its tail whip. The sound of air being sliced echoed, reminiscent of a whip cracking. The orchid mantis raised its limbs in defense, but as an insect-type spirit beast, it was too light and nimble to withstand the forceful tail whip. The orchid mantis was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball, leaving a long trail in its wake, dust swirling in the air. Tu Jiarong stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How is this possible? How could that fox evade my orchid mantis's slicing attack? The orchid mantis trembled as it struggled to rise, its scythe-like forelimbs marred by several cracks, transforming from a pristine orchid into a withered blossom. Shall we continue? Chu Xiaoye said calmly, with the red sky grand competition approaching. If your spirit beasts sustain severe injuries, they will require time to recover. Beads of sweat began to form on Tu Jiarong's forehead. It was not merely a matter of his spirit beasts being injured. Summoning 2 spirit beasts simultaneously had drained his spirit energy, leaving him unable to sustain the fight. Initially, he had intended to make a final push, aiming to resolve the matter in one decisive strike against Chu Xiaoye's immaculate fox. As the forms of the ghost needle grass and orchid mantis gradually faded, Tu Jiarong recalled them into his spirit abode. I concede defeat. Chu Xiaoye raised an eyebrow. Tu Jiarong had surprisingly and decisively accepted his loss. Without offering excuses or threats, Tu Jiarong's face flushed crimson as he struggled to suppress his humiliation. In both hand-to-hand combat and spirit beast battles, I, Tu Jiarong, admit my defeat. From this day forth, you shall be the leader of the third-tier spirit herb garden. At that moment, Chu Xiaoye realized that Tu Jiarong was still unaware that the management rights of the herb garden had already been transferred to him. No wonder he dared to seek revenge. After a moment of silence, Chu Xiaoye concluded that it would be best not to inform Tu Jiarong of this matter. What if he became enraged and sought to engage him in combat again? Chu Xiaoye simply responded with a nonchalant before mounting his spirit deer and departing. Standing in place, Tu Jiarong watched Chu Xiaoye's retreating figure, realizing that his audacity stemmed from genuine strength. Such arrogance was, indeed, warranted. Chapter 74. Neither side offends. Chu Xiaoye rode the spirit deer back to Lumang Peak, where he encountered Ji Yuntong in front of the dormitory. Junior brother Chu. Upon seeing him return, Ji Yuntong joyfully waved her hand. You have finally returned. It has been quite challenging to see you, junior brother Chu. Chu Xiaoye had not anticipated that since their last encounter in Qishao town, he had not seen Ji Yuntong for an entire month. Senior sister Ji, do you seek me for something? Ji Yuntong's face radiated with delight. Of course I do. It is splendid news. Master broke through to the 5th tier 3 days ago and has today received his appointment letter, officially becoming an elder of our Qishao sect. Upon hearing this news, Chu Xiaoye was not overly surprised. After all, following the incident with the demon spirit beasts, Fang Qingshan's ascension to the elder position had been a foregone conclusion, merely a matter of timing. He clasped his hands together and said, "Congratulations to Elder Fang." However, he wondered what this had to do with him. Why had Ji Yuntong sought him out? Even though he could be considered part of Fang Qingshan's faction, it was hardly appropriate for a mere servant disciple to congratulate an elder. His curiosity was swiftly addressed by Ji Yuntong. Master wishes to see you. Come quickly with me, as Ji Yuntong spoke. She finally noticed the spirit deer behind Chu Xiaoye. Is this the spirit deer I lent you? How has it advanced to the 3rd tier? The spirit deer approached and nuzzled Ji Yuntong, evidently remembering its somewhat unreliable previous owner. After all this time, Chu Xiaoye had nearly forgotten about the spirit deer. He had intended to inform senior sister Ji on the last occasion, but had become too busy to do so. The spirit deer had indeed advanced to a 3rd tier spirit beast a month prior, possessing remarkable potential. Please take it back. Senior sister Yuntong caressed the neck of the spirit deer, its fur beneath her fingers as smooth as satin. She felt a twinge of nostalgia. This spirit deer had been her very first mount. However, after she formed a contract with the Shiyun beast, her attention had waned. When she lent the spirit deer to Chu Xiaoye, she did so without much reluctance, never anticipating that the deer would still hold such affection for her. A faint sense of guilt stirred within Ji Yuntong as she said to Chu Xiaoye, Chu Shidi, I shall bestow this spirit deer upon you. You have cared for it splendidly, and had it remained in my possession, it would surely not have evolved into a 3rd tier spirit beast. The value of a well-trained 3rd tier spirit beast mount is not insignificant, often fetching a price of no less than 10 gold coins. Chu Xiaoye was taken aback by Ji Yuntong's generous offer and was about to decline when she interjected. There's no need for refusal. I already possess the Shiyun beast, and keeping the spirit deer serves no purpose for me. You currently lack a suitable mount, so accept it. Chu Xiaoye still felt uneasy, stating, I truly have a fondness for this spirit deer. Let us consider it as a purchase from my senior sister. You are quite the character. Rejecting a gift, I jest. Ji Yuntong laughed. Am I not still indebted to you 28 gold coins? Let us offset that debt with this spirit deer. Take it for now. This arrangement seemed fortuitous to Chu Xiaoye, who nodded and stored the spirit deer in his beast essence pouch. Ji Yuntong then seized his wrist and pulled him onto the Shiyun beast, exclaiming, Enough of this dilly-dallying. We have already wasted ample time. Master has been waiting. Fang Qingshan, during his tenure as the steward, resided atop the Luma Peak. sharing accommodations with other stewards, yet he had a modest courtyard of his own. Now that he had ascended to the rank of elder, it was only fitting that he moved to a more splendid abode, one that he could enjoy in solitude. Fang Qingshan was assigned to the peak named Rongsui, aptly named for its lush vegetation that thrived abundantly. Jiyuntong guided the Shiyun beast to the palace at the peak's summit and led Chu Xiaoya inside. This was Chu Xiaoya's first visit to an elder's residence. The intricately carved beams and painted rafters were impressive, and the main hall alone was more spacious than the entire courtyard of the steward Qi Yulei. Fang Qingshan was present within the hall, adorned in a finely crafted elder's robe. Although his expression was rather neutral, it was evident that he was in good spirits. His innate spirit beast, the crimson-crested crane, now a fifth-tier spirit beast, appeared largely unchanged from when Chu Xiaoya first encountered it. Save for the vibrant crimson crest that adorned its head, now even more resplendent. Jiyuntong stepped forward. "Master, I have returned with Chu Shidi." Chu Xiaoya clasped his hands in greeting, respectfully stating, "Disciple Chu Xiaoya. Greetings to Elder Fang." Fang Qingshan stroked his beard, scrutinizing Chu Xiaoya with a kind demeanor. "It has been a month since we last met, and you have indeed grown considerably, achieving the rank of second-tier spirit master so swiftly." Chu Xiaoya remained respectful, replying, "Elder, you overstate my progress and my talents are lacking. I must diligently practice day and night to keep pace with my senior brothers." Fang Qingshan had heard much of Chu Xiaoya from Jiyuntong, yet he had not anticipated such rapid progress, especially in overcoming Ho San. His initial decision to bring Chu Xiaoya into the Qishao sect as a servant disciple was solely for the sake of his junior brother Lu Cheng. Yet Chu Xiaoya had surprised him greatly, even managing to outmaneuver Wang Rahai. Now, as an elder, Fang Qingshan oversaw 5 peaks of servant disciples, with 12 stewards under his command, including his former rival Wang Rahai, who had now become his subordinate, leaving him in a state of satisfaction. Though shrewd, he was not one to sever bridges. He remembered distinctly who had contributed and who had faltered. Furthermore, as Jiyuntong had described, this young man possessed a calm demeanor, exceptional abilities, and admirable character, truly a talent worth nurturing. Fang Qingshan remarked, "You need not be overly modest. Your contributions have aided me in attaining the position of elder. Today, I have brought you here through Tonger to inquire of you." Chu Xiaoya looked up. "Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Chu Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Fang Qingshan to summon him with the intent of accepting him as a disciple. Had Ndu Madai not hinted that Dan Yangzi also harbored similar intentions, this would indeed be splendid news. Jiyuntong herself was surprised that her master wished to take Chu Xiaoya as a disciple. Her first thought was one of joy. Noticing that Chu Xiaoya was momentarily stunned into silence, she quickly gestured for him to respond affirmatively. Fang Qingshan added, "However, as I am now an elder, any disciple I accept must at least be an outer sect disciple. This is a rule of the sect that cannot be violated. Do you possess confidence for the upcoming Qishao Grand Competition?" Fang Qingshan's intention was clear. Should Chu Xiaoya rank among the top 10 in the competition, he would accept him as a disciple. For the other servant disciples, this was akin to a fortuitous windfall, as only a select few could ever claim the opportunity to study under a steward, let alone be accepted by an elder. Had Ndu Mudai not informed Chu Xiaoya of Dan Yangzi's interest earlier, he would have likely agreed immediately. However, now he found himself in a predicament. Both elders expressed a desire to take him on as a disciple, and regardless of his choice, he would inevitably offend the other. Chu Xiaoya was self-aware enough to comprehend that Dan Yangzi's interest was likely born from a degree of appreciation, while Fang Qingshan's intentions were undoubtedly driven by pragmatic considerations. Neither elder was compelled to accept him as a disciple, yet should he refuse, it was plausible they might take offense and hold him accountable. Regardless of the elder, they were not individuals he could afford to offend. Even if he viewed their intentions through a lens of suspicion, he had to navigate this situation delicately to avoid provoking either party. Upon observing that Chu Xiaoya had remained silent for an extended period, Fang Qingshan surmised that he likely lacked confidence in securing a position among the top 10 in the Qishao Grand Competition. After all, this young man had only recently joined the sect a little over a month ago. How could he possibly compete with disciples who had been training for years? Just when Fang Qingshan felt he had misjudged the situation, Chu Xiaoya finally spoke. Thank you for your favor, Elder. I am confident in my ability to place within the top 10 of the competition. However, Fang Qingshan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chu Xiaoya had indeed expressed confidence in his prospects for the competition. Yet, he did not overlook the unfinished thought. However, what? Do you have reservations about becoming my disciple? Chu Xiaoya immediately shook his head, adopting a look of alarm. It would be an honor for me to be accepted as your disciple, Elder. However, for the past month, I have been training under Elder Dan Yangzi. Although Chu Xiaoya did not elaborate further, Fang Qingshan grasped his meaning, astonished that this young man had garnered the attention of Dan Yangzi and had been training for a month. While he was unaware of the specifics of the training process, he could surmise the challenges involved, and Fang Qingshan's expression grew complex. I see. Then, since Elder Dan Yangzi has expressed such intentions, I shall refrain from intervening.